I am. Okay, so here's the thing. You could become really famous on.
I'm not really looking for fame, though. I'll be honest.
I don't care. I want to make you rich, and in order for you to become.
I don't think I can be rich because this is a personal. Each person that buys a token, their own thing. I can't be rich off other.
Well, here's the thing. Twitter now allows for video capabilities for Twitter Spaces. Do you know what Twitter Spaces are?
Yeah.
So you were saying, yeah, I could do Twitter Spaces while I drive. I know truck drivers, like community. There's a truck driver community on Twitter Spaces, and they drive while they are running Twitter Spaces. Now, here's what they do. There are some hands-free functions on Twitter Spaces so that it kind of runs itself. The only thing about which you have to worry is your connectivity.
Yeah. Which I don't have the best right now. I'm DA though. Shit sucks out here right now. It's all mountain.
Right. Now, if I were you, you know Elon Musk has now launched Starlink Mobile, and it's for like RVs and truck drivers. So basically, you have satellite connection everywhere. So if you're deep in the woods or deep in the mountains, you're going to have connectivity no matter what. The only reason why you wouldn't is if you had like maybe a really bad storm or something. So that connects to satellites. So if I were you, I'll look it up for you right now. Called Starlink. I know they have it for RVs. Starlink RV Internet. Yeah. So it's $600, and then its initial cost, and then it's $120 a month, and you have internet wherever you want.
That's fucking expensive, man. I already have a mobile hotspot. I don't know.
But it doesn't work everywhere. So you cancel the mobile hotspot, and you get Starlink. Well, here's what I'm saying. Then you can literally drive anywhere in the country and run Twitter Spaces and be able to show your project 24/7. Well, and I'm not saying that it's something that you have to do now, or there might not be a better opportunity in the future. But if you want to use video, that's probably your only option. If you don't, if you want to just do audio, then just do what you're doing. But here's the thing, you're never going to catch on because every time you host a space, you're going to go through the mountains and then it's going to disconnect. Or you're going to have to tell everyone, hey, I know we're in this really great Twitter space, but I'm going to be going through the Mojave Desert and we won't be able to connect for 45 minutes. So sorry, everybody. Bye. JM, how you living, baby? JM. JM, are you there? I am.
Yeah, I get you. I'm not to come up with a game plan, but
Well, and I get what you're saying. $120 is very expensive for internet, especially if you already have a mobile hotspot. Oh, you think that's? Yeah, you get a device that connects to satellites. So it's like your router and all that shit. Normally, you'd have to pay that anyway for internet. You just pay it, and you don't have to pay you don't have to pay for equipment. You buy the equipment. So like normally, if you have a yeah.
And then you have to plug it in, like on a wall.
You plug it in. The RV model, I think, goes into a 12 volt. 12 volt. Plug. Yeah. Yeah. No, I think you need an inverter. Let me see.
I
Start.
gotta do my research on that. I haven't really,
Okay, it looks
you
like.
know what I'm saying?
Oh, they do have an inverter, or they do have an adapter for like a cigarette charger. They have all kinds of adapters. So here it says, how much power does Starlink for RVs use? On average, a standard rectangular Starlink dish setup consumes between 1.2 and to 1.8 kilowatt hours of power. Hold on a second. I don't know if this works that well when it's moving though. It looks like you need a dish, and if you need a dish, you can't have that on a truck. Meaning,
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Right now, my mobile hotspot is perfect. So I get to move, and the internet's being, I have like unlimited gigs on my hotspot. So the only thing,
oh, you have unlimited gigs with your hotspot?
yeah. So
Okay.
the only thing that doesn't work that well with cellular, like anything hotspot or cell phone, is when you're in the mountain. But that's the only thing where that satellite thing kick ass.
Yeah.
Other than that,
Okay, you're right
this
then.
thing works everywhere. For the price,
Can't
right?
beat it.
For like $30 a month, yeah, you
It's
can't beat it.
one fourth what that is. And I thought that was different. I thought it was basically something that you put in your vehicle and it was inside. No, this looks like something like if you're camping and you need
Yeah,
internet
I can't.
in
Yeah, I
Yellowstone.
can't do that.
No, I understand
Yeah, I
that.
can't do it. Because look, I'm going 70 miles. Like that fucking dish is just gonna fly off and kill somebody.
Yes, I know. Once I saw it, the first thing that they showed you, it looks like something that you could just put on like your dashboard. It's not big. But then, and then I saw
Yeah.
this thing that's like, oh no, this thing is outside of the vehicle, and it looks like you have to. It's like a real satellite dish. And then I was like, oh, how would this ever work with a semi? Yeah, something's wrong here. This must be a for stationary
That's what I'm
vehicle.
saying. Like, it sounds nice, but the technology needs to catch up to like something mobile.
Yeah, you're right. Now, do you ever drive up to the Pacific Northwest?
I drive here. But recently, no, but I drive everywhere.
Have you been to all 50 states?
Right now, no, I didn't. Like, I have not been to North Dakota, and I have not been to Maine.
Oh, okay.
But other than that, I've been to, I think I've been to South Dakota. I've been to,
Have you been to
Mount Rushmore, right? Is it like
South
South
Dakota?
Dakota?
I'll look
Yeah,
that up.
I think so. I went to Montana. Then it was, I was
It's
just in
in South Dakota.
the other day.
Okay, have you ever been to Hawaii or Alaska?
No, actually, so I haven't been to Maine.
So you've been to 46 states.
North Dakota. I've been to and Puerto Rico.
That's not a state. No. You've been to 46 states.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
And the reason why, obviously, the other two is obviously can't drive a truck to Hawaii.
Right. And Alaska's a pain in the ass to get to.
Right, yeah, I think that's
So here's what you should do.
that means I would have to.
Get all that regulated and all that. It's a pain in the ass, I'm sure. Here's what you got to do. You have to one day take a load to Maine or get a load from Maine to check that one off your list. And then also through North Dakota. North Dakota shouldn't be too hard. You'll be able to knock that off doing something from like.
The issue is, like, all the local deliveries, even if you're in the next state, like, say, like Massachusetts, right?
Mhm.
Like, those guys will handle me. So there's no,
Gotcha.
like, there's no real, because it's so close, they can deliver and come back.
I gotcha.
And it's ideal work for
So you only do local. You don't do national.
No, I do national.
Right.
But what I'm trying to say is, for states like Maine that are so close to like Massachusetts or Connecticut or something like that, like it makes more sense for the local guys, like UPS or FedEx. It makes more sense for them to do that kind of work than for something like me.
You never know.
I've been in Massachusetts, I've been in Vermont, I've been,
Yeah, I mean, if you've been that far, then there's a chance you could get to Maine someday.
Yeah, I would love to, but
And then North Dakota, and then once you knock those two out, you either travel to Alaska. What I'm trying to do is I want you to get to all 50 states, and you should end in Hawaii on like a nice vacation. You deserve it. If you want it.
nice. Yeah, I would love to. Because then that means I've driven on all 50 states. But like I said,
You probably just have to ask someone,
yeah.
or go to like a driving school, and just ask if you could try it out.
Yeah. But right now, for what it is, I'm happy with the issue is like I said, if I could go to Maine, I don't know what I would get out of it.
Dude,
I don't know what type of love.
do they have semis in? Do they have semis in Hawaii?
I'm pretty sure because you can't deliver shit on the car. See, I mean, you use a semi as a tool used to deliver produce and whatever, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, you're right. But like,
Shit like that, like, you can't get that in your whole promise, I think.
no, you're absolutely right. So, yeah, they have semis. Do they have trains in Hawaii? Do they have trains in Hawaii? Train-wise,
I would assume so.
do they have industrial trains?
I would assume so because they have military bases there,
There are no functional railways in Hawaii for either passengers or freight. There are a couple of small trains, such as the sugarcane train in Ua Beach on Oahu, and the narrow gauge railroad for tourists that tours the Dole plantation. So it doesn't seem like there's. Yeah, I have not. I know. You and I will do it. When you make it to Maine and North Dakota, you should go on an Alaskan cruise to Alaska and then drive a truck up there and then a nice Hawaiian vacation. We'll take a Hawaiian vacation together. We'll do the like pineapple. All right, dog. Well, I'm going to continue to stream. I looked at your website. It's phenomenal. I really mean that. It looks like you put a lot of. I really do. And like on a scale of 0 to 10, it's like between an 8 and a 10. I mean, really, it's a 10 out of 10. I can't tell you any way to improve it, but like, so actually, I shouldn't say between an 8 and 10. It's like a 10 out of 10. Really. Just one moment. Let me look at it again. I was really surprised how smooth it was. Okay, let me find it. Let me find it. Hold on. Just one moment. Excellent. Yo. I'm following you on Twitter. I'm trying to. It's strange. No, that account I think got banned. I'm looking, just a moment. Cyberpunk Ryoshi. Ryoshi ERC. Yeah, can you hear me? Hold on. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Apollo, can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Okay. I'm looking at it right now. Yes, I can. It says exclusively available. Yes, I can. It says exclusively available on Ryoshi Swap. Buy a Ryoshi token and have one of our stunning cyberpunk NFTs minted in your wallet. That completely makes a lot of sense to me. Join our dystopia futuristic crypto world. Join our okay, so I understand what you're trying to say here. If you really want to be grammatically correct, I believe it would be join our dystopian or just join our dystopia futuristic and but I think it's fine. I mean, if you really want to be specific, yeah, if you really would want to say, I would rephrase it to join our futuristic crypto dystopia. Sure. It's so what absolutely you got it. So currently what you have is join our dystopia futuristic crypto world. What you should change it to, in my opinion, to be a little shorter, to the point. Join our futuristic crypto dystopia. Join our futuristic crypto dystopia. Because what you're saying, a dystopia is already a world, so you don't have to say that again. But I mean, I read it the first time, it was fine. And then everything else exclusively available on Ryoshi Swap. Buy a Ryoshi token and have one of our stunning cyberpunk NFTs minted in your wallet. That's all really good. Let me see. I'm gonna look. Okay, crypto details on our NFT collection. Okay, let me first say, I think that's really nice. I really like your website. I mean, when I said before it's like an 8 out of a 10, or I didn't say that. I said it's between an 8 and a 10 out of 10, and then I came back and said it's a 10 out of 10. I really mean it is like a 10 out of 10. I just didn't want to say it's absolutely perfect because I didn't have a chance to really go through and look at it, but it works really well. Phase 1, contract deployment, web creation, burn liquidity, social media platform setups. Wow, this is really cool. I mean, it works really well. I mean, this is a 10 out of 10 website for a project. It's really nice. It really is. I mean, so now, dude, now that I've had the chance to see it, the I don't even say the worst thing. You mentioned it is the first line could change, but if I were you, if I wanted to improve it a little bit more to make it an 11 out of 10, it's just I would make sure that I took a little bit of time and registered every single social media platform for Ryoshi, and that means YouTube and Twitch, and I see you have Twitter and Telegram, but I would additionally add in there Pinterest and Tumblr, everything, and just have a page there. Let me say why. You don't have to do anything with it. but then you have a lot of SEO juice, and that's going to allow your coin to be much stronger in web results. And then when you're strong in web results, that's more.
Look, you can go to Google right now and it shows up on web search.
Yeah, but that's, you have to type it specifically. If you have other
Like
platforms,
if you type Rayoshi, my Twitter account comes up.
if I'm right now in Reddit and I type Ryoshi, nothing comes up. And what I'm saying is, if you had a Reddit account, then it would show up.
Right. But let me ask you something.
I just want you to have the strongest possible project.
That's
And,
right.
and the strongest possible
Do you have
project.
to have a check mark on?
Do you have to have a check mark on Twitter? What?
Do you have to have a check mark on Twitter?
For what?
Like, if you go to my Twitter account, like my Twitter does have a check mark.
That doesn't matter. You don't need that.
You don't need it, right?
Right.
Because nobody can, nobody can copy me because you can't copy the art. And you can't copy the websites because the websites are my domain. Or I bought them, I owned them from GoDaddy. You can't, you know what I mean? You can't copy. You can probably get something similar, but it ain't it.
Right. But if I were you, I would just want to have the biggest digital footprint that I could for my project. And right now, if you type in Ryoshi in YouTube, nothing shows up. But if you had a YouTube account, you don't even have to upload videos. You could just upload content from your other social media or your NFTs. Put your NFTs to music and make a little web YouTube short. But
They
then,
don't know how to do it.
oh yes you do. Yes you do. Okay, so what you
I
do?
don't have time, I'll be honest. I don't.
It all does it for you automatically. All you do is open the app, take 20 NFTs, and it puts it to music and it uploads it. You can do it in 5 minutes. There's no video editing needed.
Right, but the YouTube shorts, every time I try to upload a video, it cuts it off. I don't know how to get it to be in the frame. You know what I mean? I have to go to Photoshop or something, but I don't know.
No, you don't have to do that. No. I'm telling you right now, all you have to do is take screenshots of the NFTs that you have on your website, or just those pictures, 5 of them, put them in TikTok, and it will make a video for you and put it to music. Now you have a presence on TikTok. Now when I type in Ryoshi, you're on
Do
TikTok.
you have a TikTok?
I have 1,069 TikTok accounts.
You want to create one more for Ryoshi?
Fuck no. I'm not gonna run your social media for you. I'm gonna give you everything that you need to do to run. I have enough trouble running my own social media. Or I would. But what I'm telling you right now,
Oh, but you can become famous. Are you already famous?
I'm already famous. I
You can become the leader of Ryoshi.
that's what I'm telling you. What you need to do, it doesn't take long. All you do is download your 10 major social media platforms. You're only on 2 of them, and your project will fail if you're only on 2 of them. Just will. You have to be on all of them. Why?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I want the community to go out there and create.
No,
Help me out.
they're not going to do that. No one is going to work for free. No one is going to do that for free and go out and create social media accounts for you. You just have to create them. You don't even have to do anything. You don't have to necessarily post to them often. You just have to link them to your website, and it makes your website stronger. I mean, you've already done it on Twitter, and you've already done it on Telegram. So do it on YouTube and Twitch and TikTok and Instagram. And really, your content's fire for Instagram. You just post the NFTs. You're perfect for it.
Okay, I'll take you up on it. I need a day off. You'll probably be here in the live stream, so I'll let you up on it. I have to create all this shit.
When you do it, let me know, and I'll help you. There's no one who knows more about creation of social media accounts than I do. And so
That's what I'm saying. You're the best man to done. But I'll do it myself.
That's the best way to do it.
And then you stay in the SEO pick up
Oh my God. Let me tell you this, Apollo. I took my own advice to another level. So, of course, I was on the ones that I just mentioned on Reddit and YouTube and Twitch and Twitter. Of course, I was on those. Okay. But I wasn't getting anywhere because you're like a raft in the ocean. There's so much content. So, then what I did is I ended up getting on not just like 10 different platforms, but 34 different platforms. So in addition to your major ones like YouTube and Twitch and TikTok and Instagram, I got on these ones that like no one's really heard of that much, like Kick and Rumble and FCT2 or FC2 and um, Africa.tv and like all these ones that no one's heard of. Caffeine.tv. Okay, I got on 34. Now, when you used to type in Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube, I wouldn't show up usually because there are some other famous Rabbi Rothschilds out there. However, now when you do it, I'm all of the results because of these other platforms. Basically, Google took all these other platforms and gave them a whole really powerful rank and then ranked them very high in their algorithm. So now when you type in Rabbi Rothschild, I show up above this person. And the only reason why is because I got on these like random social media websites.
Can you DM me all the random social media?
Yeah, so I can. I'll do it for you right now.
And is it hard for the other ones, the unknown ones, to register?
No, it's really easy.
But you're saying now you're like, you can just type in
Rabbi Rothschild, and
Rothschild and you're
I'm everywhere. Because of this one website, absolutely, because of this one website in particular, caffeine.tv. So there's this one caffeine.tv that Google thinks is really, really important. And now when you type in Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube, the first 3 results are these really old videos from this other rabbi with Martin Luther King Jr. Like, I don't even want to outdo that one. But then when you look, it's 30 of my videos. They're all from caffeine.tv. And they're all within the last 2 weeks. Meaning, just when I hooked up to all these new social medias, then Google realized, oh, this person has a lot of content and we're going to put it really high in here when you type this in. Before, if you type in Rabbi Rothschild, you'd have to go pay like through a few pages to be able to find me. Even though I had way more content, no one had seen it in comparison. This other person had like thousands of views.
How did you hear about that?
Great question. Yeah, great question. Caffeine.tv. Caffeine.tv. It's a gaming platform. So I
I'm a gamer. I have a gaming YouTube channel, and I couldn't like, man, that was so difficult for me to get. Like, you want to see my gaming too? Like, I have 1,000 followers.
yeah, what is it?
Oh, I think I watched you watched my video once.
Oh, yeah, I did. I remember that. I did. I remember that. Yes, I did.
See, man, me and you have a lot of history already, dude.
We absolutely do. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Seeing the beginning of your meme or your NFT and come to fruition when it was just a meme or just a piece of art or just a like, what would we even call it? A figment of your imagination brought to life through art, and now it's becoming an NFT and a verified project, which is really great. Okay, it'll be there.
There's that.
Okay, you asked me. I'll send you that list. If there was something that you asked me. Oh, how did I think of this? Oh, because I'm a gamer.
How did you come up with the caffeine-TV?
.tv. Right, exactly. Exactly. So
Where did you get that?
I'll tell you. Okay, do you know what Rumble is?
Yeah,
So
I've
Rumble,
heard of Rumble.
yeah, it's like Kick, which is like Twitch. They're all just like gaming streaming sites. Do you know what I mean? Odyssey is one of these. Um, so there are these like obviously the biggest streaming site for gaming is Twitch, right?
Yeah,
You know what Twitch is, right?
yeah, I heard of it. I don't have a Twitch account though.
You have 1,000 YouTube followers from gaming and you never had a Twitch account?
Yeah, I've never had it. I kind of look, Rabbi. I was streaming on the weekends, and like I really don't have time. Like I'm in church every weekend. Like
Right,
remember when I was back to back. I was driving through Stockton.
right.
Like whenever I would get home, then I would just turn on my PS5, play as much game as I can, like throughout the day, and then I would go to bed and get ready for work. You know what I
I
mean?
got
Like
you.
I only have like a day off,
I got
so
you.
I couldn't. It's very difficult to fucking set everything up. And,
Oh, dude,
but
no excuses need to be made. No, what you're saying makes complete sense. I'm so what you know is that usually those platforms only allow you to stream to one platform at a time. So you would just what up, Alex Sage? So you would just stream to YouTube, right? Well, Rumble has a feature where you can split your stream, and it's a newer feature that they offer, and it's free. There have been other platforms that for which I have paid to be able to have that feature, and now Rumble allows you to have. It seems like unlimited streams come from one platform. So basically, what I'm saying is, at one time, I'm streaming to YouTube and Twitter and Twitch and TikTok and FC2 and D Live and Caffeine and Odyssey and Rumble and like just all of these. Rumble and Kick all at once, simultaneously. Instagram, 34 different platforms at once. And so, like, basically, before, when you were just streaming to your one YouTube channel, and you get whatever, a little bit of attention, nothing too much, you get 34 times as much attention because you'd be on all these different platforms. Does that make sense? Exactly. Okay, so I'll send you that list.
okay, so yeah, check out my YouTube. I have a little bit of regular content in my YouTube, but
I do. Yes. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yo, dog. Can you hear me? Yo, can you hear me? Yo, can you hear me? Hello, dog. Can you hear me? Dog, dog, dog. Can you hear me? Yes. Can you hear me? Dog.
yeah, I'm gonna be going through this tunnel here. Yeah,
You go through that tunnel, baby.
yeah, I can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yeah,
Tight.
yeah,
Okay,
sir.
okay, so I'm getting that list for you.
Yeah, yeah, I can hear you.
Oh yeah. Uh, can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna send you a list of 100 social media sites.
A
Like
hundred.
100. So here's what you would do. If you really want your coin to be successful, which I know you do, and like I said, you're a doer, every day for 10 days, you create 10 accounts. Each account will take you like 5 minutes to make. So it's like an hour of your day for 10 days in a row. And you will be on all these social media platforms and you will get so much attention that just randomly occurs over the course of a year that you wouldn't have normally gotten because you're on so many different platforms. Additionally, you can take all of those links and put them on your website, and it makes your website more reputable.
Yeah.
There you go. So you create a Facebook, a YouTube, an Instagram, a TikTok, a Twitter, a Twitch. Um,
Is Facebook still relevant then?
Absolutely, hugely. And you're going to have 4 or 5 people a day who learn about your project randomly because of it. You have to understand, you're looking for quantity amounts of people, and you're going to get that. You're basically using the shotgun approach. You're throwing a whole bunch out there and seeing what sticks. And the fact is, if you have 100 different social media accounts, people will follow you randomly. They'll just follow you randomly, and they'll connect
What
your.
about Reddit?
Reddit's huge. It's the biggest forum on the website or on the internet. It's the biggest forum on the internet. If you're not on Reddit, you aren't shit. I'm going to tell you this. I check Reddit multiple times a day, and I posted to Reddit twice today, and I would have posted more, but my account wasn't old enough. Reddit is huge.
Yo, your account wasn't what?
It had to be aged longer to be able to post to one of the channels I wanted, the subreddits. So there's a YouTube promotion subreddit, but you have to have your account be a certain age, and mine has to be aged a little longer before I can post to it.
How much far do you have to wait?
6 days.
Okay, wrap up. Maybe I can buy some advertising from you.
What do you mean by it?
Would you like $100 a week if you can post on all your accounts, Ryoshi?
Absolutely. We got a deal then. We'll
Huh?
we
Because
would
look, I'm still agreeing to all the stuff that you're telling me.
absolutely, and
Look, if we already
I'll
have
post it
the
for you.
infrastructure,
Absolutely.
and if you
Now we got a
already
deal. Apollo, that works. So
I
here's
would just send you $100.
excellent. So here's what I would do a week for every week that I post
Yeah,
for you. And so here's what
yeah.
we do. I'll create 100 of these accounts, and just like I did, okay. And then what we'll do is
Do you want to create a Ryoshi account, or do you want to create your own accounts with
no,
your
they're
own?
Ryoshi accounts, unless you want them different.
Look, you help me out, I help you. I'm telling you. This thing blows up, Rabbi, you can be, I can let you, like, buy Ryoshi. Because I honestly, you know what I mean? I want you to have some money in your pocket.
I appreciate that. Okay,
So,
so here's what we do. I'll register for all of these accounts, and then what we do is you give me the NFTs and stuff to post. And well, now when it comes to the accounts, the easiest way to do it is to make them look like you run them, but I just run them for you in the Ryoshi accounts. Now
yeah.
we would talk about um,
Just copy anything that's out there right now from my website. I also have a swap. Like if you looked at the Twitter account, right?
do you
It's
have like
Ryoshi X,
do you have a PFP?
a PFP.
Yeah, like a profile picture that you use for this project?
Yeah, just click on me. You'll see my PFP.
The one that I currently see, it's purple and blue, and it says Ryoshi.
Yeah, that's mine.
I
Yeah.
am it says Ryoshib and Apollo 13. I see that. Is that the main avatar or profile picture for the whole coin? That's just your NFT. What I'm saying is, do you have a logo? No. You do? Okay, what is it? You got it, baby. Right here, baby. Okay, there you go. That's what I need. Excellent. And then I also need a profile banner. Do you have a banner? I need a banner. Yeah, like a Twitter banner. Okay. Just a moment.
It's the one with the Ryoshi with a gun and there's like helicopters. That's what you're talking about.
Let me just make sure. One moment. And I will confirm. Hopefully.
I have 2 different domains as well.
Okay.
I'll send them to you.
Excellent. Yeah, so we're gonna do this. And
You
I
already have the first one.
and I also need
Shit.
up to a 5,000.
Yeah, let's fucking
Well, I know, but you're not gonna have to do anything with it. That's my work now. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yo, Pim, can you hear me? No, I'm talking to you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. I don't know if you're talking to somebody else.
No, I was talking to you. Just a moment. When I go to Twitter and I use this, I rub really badly. So I'm gonna turn the camera off, and hopefully it won't be as hard on the system. Excellent. I'm pulling up Twitter, and I'm gonna see if it loads. Okay. All right. What's the name of the coin? What would I just type in to find it? It's Ryoshi.
Yeah, Ryoshi. That's the name.
What is the handle?
What do you mean?
What do you type into Twitter to find it?
My Twitter handle?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I sent you the link.
You know. Hold on, I got it. It's
So, Ryoshi Ducks.
the Ryoshi Dex.
At Ryoshi Ducks.
Excellent. That's what we need. Okay.
I don't know if I can copy that, but
Oh yeah. Okay. Cool. Now, I'm gonna make that. I'm gonna download that background. And okay, so I'm gonna need I don't. Okay, so what will I need? Basically, when I do this, under some circumstances, I'm going to need two-factor authentication. So, like, I want you to have you like, for instance, on YouTube. So what we'll have to do is I'll be like, okay, here is the username and password of the account. I need you to put your phone in, or I'll put your phone number in or whatever, but you give me the code. It's got to be linked to your phone. I can. The reason why is because all of my phones have been linked to other accounts. Now I do have ways to get other phone numbers, but they cost a little bit of money. Not a lot, but a little bit. So your phone number. Well, I have your phone number. So what it would be is like under some of these, when we create the YouTube account, I'm going to create a YouTube account for you, and I'm going to put a description in there. The description has can be up to 5,000 characters. So I'll take it on the website, but I'm also going to take it. I'm going to do what I think would be best for it, which is to put it into ChatGPT and have ChatGPT enhance it with SEO keywords for YouTube and NFTs and cryptocurrency. And then we just take that and put that as our main description. And then on all these different platforms, we put that description. Oh, so what do I mean? You get what I'm saying though? Like basically, it's excellent. So we're going to use ChatGPT to make this really, really nice. Now, I just sent you 100 different platforms. So to give you an idea, and I want this to be fair, we will say $100 a week. We could say this: 10. I'll do 10 of those platforms per week, and I'll create the accounts, and you can look them over, and we can make any changes to them that we want, and we can start putting some content on them too. But the key goal would be each week to just create the accounts. Once the accounts are created, we can start adding content to them and start linking them together. But then at the end of 10 weeks, it will have cost you $1,000. I will have made 100 accounts for you. We'll all be linked together, and you'll be all over the web. I mean, it probably is the best $1,000 you could ever invest. It's way better than followers or. Excellent. That's what I like to hear. Okay, but I think that sounds fair to both of us. Like it's a fair amount of work. Exactly. I love that. I love that. Okay, so then what I'll do is I'll start creating the accounts, and then I'll send them to you, and then you tell me what changes you want made to them, and. I understand, but here's a perfect example. These are really minor things, but on Twitter, your banner has to be like 700 pixels to 1200 pixels or something like that. 700 pixels by 1800 pixels. Okay, but on YouTube, it has to be 900 pixels to 2000 pixels. So what I'm going to have to do is expand that picture. And so I'll use an image resizer to do so. But I want to make sure, like, I won't change anything of related to the coin. All the wording will stay the same, but I'm saying it's going to format the pictures a little bit because the different platforms show the art differently. So exactly. And then, other things might have some formatting issues. Like for instance, I think we should be able to get Ryoshi decks on all these platforms. Like we're just at Ryoshi decks everywhere. You know what I mean? Like right now, I don't know what our TikTok is, but when we register it, it's going to be Ryoshi Dex. That's it. And you know what I mean? What I'm saying is like it's going to be at Ryoshi Dex, so that when somebody asks you about this project, hey Apollo, what's your Twitter handle? You know off the top of your head it's Ryoshi Dex. It's not like, well, I sent you a link, which is totally fine. We didn't know what it was. It's new to us, but everything like it's just. I understand, and what exactly I'm going to help you with that. But basically, what I'm saying is we can change this to being
Ryoshi decks across all the different platforms. So basically, when you go to any one of those 100 accounts, they're all at Ryoshi decks. So on YouTube, you're standardized at Ryoshi decks. Facebook at Ryoshi decks. Pinterest at Ryoshi decks. And if you're like, Rabbi, why do I want to be on Pinterest? The SEO power of Pinterest is extremely high, and linking that to your website is just going to give it more SEO juice. And then additionally, you're going to make impressions on people on that platform who you would have never met before. Basically, there are probably less than a handful of projects, probably more, but not that many NFT projects on Pinterest. But you're going to be on there, and you're going to have, and so you're going to have soccer moms see your stuff, and you're going to have college girls see your stuff, and you're going to see organizers and do-it-yourselfers, and all these people are going to see your stuff. Now, you may not ever have a bunch of followers on there because we're not going to be really engaged on Pinterest. That's not where a lot of our people are going to be. But you will have a profile there so that when you type in Ryoshi into YouTube, I know you and not you did Google. I know you said you're already at the top. That's great. You're going to have everything for the first 1,000 results, and they're all going to be really strong. They're going to be all your main accounts of YouTube, and like you're even going to have SoundCloud. It will help. It will not, though. What will make your token blow up is an event, a catalyst event. And so what would a catalyst event be? Let's say once we get all of these things established, all 100 of them, then what you do is you need to be out there and you need to be promoting it. So what does that mean? If I were you, Twitter Spaces, absolutely. And then whenever anybody's there and they're like, hey, what is your project about? You just say, go to any social media and type in Ryoshi Dex, and I'm there. And you follow me, I'll follow you back. Take a look at our NFT. Twitter. Some people like Tumblr, some people are comfortable with you. It's not like it currently is, which I'm not saying is bad, but like if I find out about you and I'm like, hey, Apollo, what's the Instagram? I like Instagram. What's your Instagram handle for the project? And you're like, oh, well, I don't have one. Then you're like, well, wait, isn't this an image? This is an image project, right? It's NFTs, right? You're like, yeah. And then you're like, Instagram is an image website. You're like, well, yeah, I just don't have time to do it. I understand that. But in this case, you'd be like, yeah, I'm everywhere. I'm on Imager. I'm on Picasa. I'm on Google Photos. I'm on Pixlr. I'm on SmugMug. I'm on PhotoMojo. I'm on every major photo sharing website. I'm on Adobe Photo. I'm on Adobe Studio. Basically, like you're just everywhere. When you have that kind of presence, it has a huge effect on the project because basically people will find you from all different ways and they didn't even know. They'll start clicking on your website just because they're curious. Why are you on Pinterest? Why is this what is an NFT? Why are you on Pinterest? I don't know. But you've got your links there, and I'm going to click them, and I'm going to check out your YouTube and your Reddit and your Facebook, all that stuff. You know how it works. Cool. Okay. So then, here's how we do it. I have to produce the 10 accounts for you. Once they all have your approval, then I'll send you my bank account and you transfer $100 or Cash App or something like that. We can work on that once it's done. And I'm going to start with the Big 10. The Big 10 are, you've already got two of them. You've already got Telegram and Twitter. But we'll get you a YouTube account and all the other ones, Instagram, all that other stuff. Now, for the most part, I'm just going to do my best to link them with like an easy password. It'll be like, I don't know what it will be. It'll be like password 123, something like that. So if you ever need to get into them, we'll see what it is. Here's the thing though, I have to keep a document because all of these have different password um, they all have different password security criteria. So what you'll get at the end of this is just one um, Microsoft Excel or one spreadsheet with 100 different social medias and 100 different accounts and 100 different passwords, just in case any of them have to change. So because some of them need special characters, some of them can't have special characters, et cetera, et cetera. And then I can basically always get a hold of you if I ever have any questions. And yeah, this is really cool. Patrick C, how you doing, baby? Living like a pimp. How about you? He has to explain it better. Not 100 accounts in one platform. One account on every major social media platform. One on Facebook, one on YouTube, one on Reddit, one on Instagram, one on TikTok, one on Twitch. Basically, for all of your major platforms. So that he has a digital footprint and it allows for impressions and allows him to market the coin better. Or market the NFT better. Does that make sense, Patrick? There you go. So we're preaching the choir, as they say. Well, I have 2,100 TikTok. I have 2,100 Twitter accounts. They've all been banned. I have 1,069 TikTok accounts. Those are all good. I have over 100 Instagram accounts, over 100 YouTube. No, I'm actually. I do, and I have in the past, but I don't do SEO. Right. We're doing social media optimization essentially, as opposed to search engine optimization, but they go hand in hand. So basically, I can, but that's going to cost you some money. Meaning, like, you got to do AdWords and things like that. You don't want to. I'm just telling you, that's an expensive route if you want to do real SEO. I have a question. I've dealt with SEO people at the startup stage, at medium-sized, and at large businesses. An SEO person is just basically someone who runs Google AdWords for you at the end of the day. Well, that's different than SEO. Well, I understand that. But if you just say we have an SEO person, at the end of the day, that person's just reading the same charts that you are. It's Google. They're reading the same charts that you are.
Basically, they're just allocating your advertising budget to keywords. I'm not saying it's not a good idea to have a talk with them and say, hey, what do you think are the best keywords perhaps? But that gets to be, as you know, Patrick, very, very expensive, way outside of Paolo's. I don't know how much your friend charges, but even if your friend is doing it for free, even if your company was doing it for free, he's got to have an advertising budget. Exactly. It's really expensive. Can you give him an estimate? No, it's not. But you would have to ask him. You have to. That probably doesn't include your AdWords budget.
I have a desk already, right? It's up and running, mainnet. And then just the NFTs are a good art piece for the project. So I don't know how that would work, but they always like it's not going to mind what he like said. And if he said, hey, we'll do it for $30 a month, we'll watch it. You know, he's so great. He's so great at doing shit. So, I mean, he's not great. I mean, he doesn't care. Yeah. He's a hobby for him, to be honest. He does such a good job now. I mean, yeah. I'm down with it. I'm going to be working with Rabbi too. He's going to build me a college. SEO is a whole different beast. It's not what you think it is. No, I get it, but whatever helps. Because look, if you bought one of the NFTs, right? I want you to I want the project to succeed, bro. Versus these little fucking shit, these scammers that just launch a project and fucking does the next day. You know what I mean? That's why I get a lot of that. If you're posting everywhere on Telegram and shit, that's all you're gonna get. That's all the motherfuckers do with everything. So they're trying to make their little $50 and bitch about it. It's not making them enough money. Why don't you probably put in $50 and all that's gonna happen? So is it better? Is it better just to do 100 accounts and then do SEO with you and then launch the project 6 months later? Would that make better sense? Because it'd be everywhere, right? You need to know Mike will be able to direct you where you need to go in order. Okay. I mean, Mike's pretty honest and he's smart about stuff, so he's gonna be like, look, this is what I recommend, this is what I think you'll say. If you want it, great. He's gonna shoot shit with you. Okay. Shit. Alright. Well, I can do both. You know what I mean? I'm just here. You're not feeling either way. I mean, if it'll help you, then go ahead. It would help you, but, I just feel SEO is a little different than other accounts.
But this isn't your normal kind of project. This is an NFT. SEO doesn't really help with NFTs. Where you get popular on NFTs is on social media, specifically on Twitter Spaces. Twitter Spaces is where NFTs are, live and die.
But I also have a deck. So that's why my main focus is that deck, right? The NFT was just basically something cool so that I wouldn't just have little decks. You know what I'm saying?
I do.
That's the whole point. Twitter and everything else probably gonna be more direct where you want. I mean, you can go it might go I've done projects like this before, and I don't know everything he's done. The man says himself. If he goes, I've done projects like this before, this will benefit you. And he goes, the best route is going to be Telegram, Twitter, and Facebook. And to me, honestly, that's the obvious way to go. But that's just my opinion. But that's his world, man. I stay out of his world, he stays out of mine. No, I get it. I got a flow over here. I get it. I would think 1,000 accounts, doing the load, logging in, logging out, logging in, logging out, whatever that one app is, you log in multiple accounts, but that just seems like it's doing the load, but I don't know. That's why that makes me tired of thinking about it. Right, but Redbus got time to be doing late, so whatever helps them make
I mean, it doesn't take long. As you know, it's just basically building them up, making them look professional, linking them together. But then when somebody looks into your account, if they feel more comfortable on one platform than another, if they're Redditor or they're a Discorder or they're a Twitter user or a YouTuber, you're just able to give them the information that you want in a more digestible way for them. And then also all of that creates excellent foundation for SEO. That's where the SEO discussion got. Um, what Patrick is saying, I mean, it really, the sky's the limit when it comes to what you want to do and how you want to promote this. What we're discussing is basically like these are all free options. If you have the budget to be able to expand it, then absolutely. I personally think that the discussion with Patrick's friend or Patrick's colleague is a really good discussion to have. See what that person says. Have they done projects like this before? Um, because you're not a company, so if you show up number 1, 2, or 3 in the SEO rankings, that doesn't really matter. Nobody's going to really find you that way. The way they're going to find you, at least with your decks or your NFT, is on Twitter. I mean, where else do people have discussions regularly about NFTs all the time? There are 15 different NFT discussions going on Twitter Spaces right now. It's not happening on YouTube. Exactly. Exactly. So, absolutely. So, Apollo, this was the thought, Patrick, to just do this very cheaply. And I even said this to Apollo. I didn't want to do it because it's a lot of work. I told him what to do. I was like, look, if you have social media on all of these platforms, and I just gave him the number of 100. It didn't have to be. It can be really. It should be like your top 10. But if you're going to do it big. Okay, so you're on a lot of them. Fine. Then if he runs a Twitter space whenever he's driving his truck, and he can do it in a safe manner, meaning there is an option on Twitter Spaces to be able to join the room and not have to request to come up. So basically, people can just come and have a conversation with him for 8 hours a day. That's going to be a huge amount of traffic to his project because he's just going to be a constant on Twitter Space. And then whenever anybody asks him about it, he can say, "Hey, do you know about my Ryoshi decks?" And they're like, "Oh, no, I don't." Well, whatever your favorite social media is, just type in Ryoshi decks and it's there. You can see our art, you can see our project, you can learn our history, all of that stuff. And basically doing that is free and gives him the kind of connection that he wants. Those kind of connections at this point are really done through social media, and not all social media. It's really done through Twitter. I wish there was a better one. If you guys know of a better one than Twitter Spaces where people discuss NFTs and crypto, let me know. Absolutely. I was in a Twitter space with someone tonight. His name. I was in a Twitter space with someone tonight. His name, I don't know if you know who he is. He goes by Slumdoge Millionaire. And I just watched a documentary on him. So one of the cryptocurrencies in which I basically just live in their Telegram. If you're familiar with Harry Potter, Obama's Connect, we had last night I hosted a trivia event for them, and then tonight we did this interview with this influencer who has a documentary about them. And basically, this person was able to take like $40 and parlay that into eventually several $1 million. Now they cashed out like their mother's finances, and like they basically were able to invest like $180,000. So it sounds great if you say I took $40 and turned it into $1 million, but it wasn't that easy. Nevertheless, we had hundreds of people in this conversation, and they're all talking about NFTs. They're all talking about crypto. That's the heartbeat of it. And Apollo, you can get in that, especially if you are just a constant there. And I think it's a really exciting platform for you because it's all. I would always be your co-host. Yeah, definitely. So. That's right. That's right. right. No, because they're all veteran, experienced bag holders, so they know the importance of holding your NFTs and your cryptocurrencies. But if I was asked that question, I would say that in the same way that art is something that has value and people keep art and don't just sell their art, people do the same with NFTs and it has value to them and they don't just sell their NFTs. NFTs are just digital art.
There you go. No, I like literally, like, I get what you're saying, Patrick, but like I keep telling you, I'm not a social security officer. So I don't know. I know, but you're not like that question about the time. I know, but like, I've always said, you can't get shitty with the most person like that. But myself, like, that's the theory thing. I don't know, like, fuck, dude, you got me by the balls that day.
What's up, placebo? I'm so sorry. I didn't know my microphone was on here. Somebody came in on one of my other channels. I'm sorry. No, no, don't say that. Don't say stay tuned or follow me. Give them an answer that they want. It's the answer that I just gave you. If somebody asks you, why should I hold on to my NFT? You would say it is something of value. It's digital art. Just like people hold on to art and it gains a value and it gains emotional value to them and also financial value to them, NFTs do the same. Over the course of time, you will become more and more connected to this piece of art and it will perhaps gain value for you as well. It has mutual benefits. I always use perhaps. You always have to use qualifiers because then no one can come back and say, you said that it was going to gain value. No, I didn't. I said, and perhaps it would gain value. Absolutely. You have to put qualifiers on it. But Patrick's right, Apollo. He's trying to hold me to a certain position. And the key is to say a whole lot without actually saying anything. So you want to appease the audience, but you don't want them to be able to nail you down on anything.
Yeah, I was saying to Tony before, I'm admiring your suspenders. You told me how many pairs of these things? 30. How did you? I wear them every day. Do you really? Every day? Yeah. Why do you have suspenders? Practicality thing? No. This is my personality. Different ones have different. I see. So it's just another style. Yeah. See, the reason why I was asking, you don't see any hand-painted suspended? Have you ever seen one? I don't know. I would not noticed. I only noticed because you were here. I'm not really a suspender aficionado. But the reason why I'm asking is because you're, basically a technologist. You know a lot of technology. I think that suspenders are kind of outdated tech. People like them, clearly. And I'm surprised I haven't caught on. But you have to have somebody who can actually paint them. It's the hand painted suspenders. So the ones that you have, these are these are hand painted? Yeah. Interesting. Okay, so that's part of it. So you're wearing part of it. Exactly. So, an artist part of technology. You can use it. That's true. And it's, in fact, the very first, I've been now in AI for 61 years, which is actually a record. The first thing I did was create something that could write music. Writing music now, but with AI is a major field today. But this was actually the first time that I ever been done. Yeah, that was one of the many inventions, so it's the first one. So, why did you go about doing that? What was your desire to create artificial intelligence? Well, my father was a musician. That's a big thing that I can relate to. And they actually worked with me. You can feed in music, you can feed in, let's say, Mozart or Chopin, and we figure out how they created melodies, right melodies and sing stuff. You can actually tell this Mozart wasn't as good, but the first time that it wasn't as good as that. Is it? What are the capabilities now? It can do some pretty extraordinary things. Yeah, it's still not up to what humans can do, but it's getting there, and it's actually it's pleasant to listen to. We still have a while to do with art music. So, one of the main arguments against AI art comes from actual artists who are upset that what essentially they're doing is they're, like you could say, draw a paint or create a painting in the style of Frank Frazetta. And what it would be they would take all of Frazetta's work that he's ever done, which is all documented on the internet, and then create an image that's representative of that. So you're essentially, in one way or another, you're kind of taking from the art. Right. But it's not quite as good. It will be as good. And I think we're matched human experience by 2029. It's not as good. Which is the best image generator right now for me?
They really changed almost day to day right now. The journey was
Right.
First, and then technology.
Mid Journey's incredibly impressive. I've seen some of the Mid Journey stuff. It's mind blowing. And it was quite as good. That's good. Oh boys, it's so much better than plus 5 years ago. That's what's scary. Yeah, it's so quick. It's never going to reach its limit. We're not going to get to a point. Okay, this is how good it's going to be. It's going to keep getting better. And what would that look like? If it can get to a certain point, it will far exceed what human creativity is capable of. Yes, when we reach the ability of humans, it's not going to just match one human, it's going to match all humans. It's going to do everything that any human can do. Playing a game, like
go, it's going to play it better than any human.
Right. Well, that's already been proven. They invented moves. AI's invented moves has now been implemented by humans.
Right.
In a very complex game that they never thought that AI was going to be able to beat because it requires so much creativity.
Right. Although we're not quite there, but we will be there. By 2029, it will match any person.
That's it, 2029. That's just a few years away. This,
Yeah, but I'm actually considered conservative. People think that will happen like next year or the year after. I actually said that in 1999. I said we would match any person by 2029, so 30 years. People thought that was totally crazy. And in fact, Stanford had a conference. They invited several hundred people from around the world to talk about my prediction. People came in, and people thought that this would happen, but not by 2021. They thought it would take 100 years.
yeah, I've heard that, but I think people are amending those. Is it because human beings have a very difficult time grasping the concept of exponential growth?
That's exactly what it is. In fact, still economists have a linear view. Like you say, well, it's going to grow exponentially. You say, yeah, but maybe 2% a year. It actually doubles in 14 years. I brought a chart I can show you. Look at it really illustrates this.
Is this chart available online so you can show people?
No, it's in the book.
But is it available online? That chart? Or Jamie can put it up? So you can see it. Just so the folks watching the podcast can see it too. If I could just hold it up to the camera. It says price performance of computation 1939 to 2020. It's like
What's interesting is that it's an exponential curve, and a straight line represents exponential growth. And that's an absolute straight line for 80 years. The very first point, this is the speed of computers, is 0.0000007 calculations per second in constant dollar. The last point is 35 billion calculations per second. So that's a 20 quadrillion in those 80 years. But the speed with which it's gained is actually the same throughout the entire 80 years. Because if it was sometimes better and sometimes worse, this curve would bend up, bend down. It's really very much a straight line. So the speed with which we increased it was the same regardless of the technology used. The technology was radically different at the beginning versus the end, and yet it increased the speed exactly the same for 80 years. In fact, the first 40 years, nobody even knew this was happening. So it's not like somebody was in charge saying, okay, next year we have to get to here. People would try to match that. We didn't even know this was happening for 40 years. 40 years later, I noticed this. For various reasons, I predicted it would stay the same speed increase each year, which it has. In fact, we just put the last dot like 2 weeks ago, and it's exactly where it should be. So technology and computation is certainly one form of technology, increases at the same speed. This goes through war and peace. You might say, well, maybe it's greater during war. No, it's exactly the same. You can't tell when there's war, peace, or anything else here. It just matches from one type of technology to the next. And this is also true of other things. Like, for example, getting energy from the sun. That's also exponential. It's also just like this. It's increased. We now are getting 1,000 times as much energy from the sun that we did 20 years ago.
Because the implementation of solar panels.
Yeah.
Has the function of it increased exponentially as well? The function of what I had understood was that there's a fire in the technology as far as how much you could extract from the sun from those panels.
No, not at all.
No?
I mean, it's increased 99.7% since it started.
Right.
And it does the same every year. It's an exponential curve. And if you look at the curve, we'll be getting 100% of all the energy we need in 10 years.
The person who told me that was Elon. When Elon was telling me this right now, a fully solar powered electric car, because it's not capable of absorbing that much in the sun with a small panel like that. So there's a physical limitation in the panel size.
No, I mean, it's increased 99.7% since we started.
Since what year?
It's about 35 years ago.
30 years. And 99%, 99% of the ability of it, as well as the expansion of use.
I mean, you might have to store it. We're also making exponential gains in the storage of it.
Right. Battery technology.
Right. So you don't have to get it all from solar panels. It's in a car.
The concept was, like, could you make a solar panel car that has solar panels on the roof, and would that be enough to power the car? And he said no. He said it's just not really there yet.
Right, it's not there yet, but it will be there in 10 years.
You think so? Yeah, he seems to doubt that. He thought that there's a certain limitation of the amount of energy you get from the sun. How much the solar panels can absorb.
And you're not going to be able to get it all from the solar panel that fits in a car. You have to store from the battery.
Right. So you wouldn't just be able to drive indefinitely on a solar panel. Yeah, that was what he said. So, but you can obviously power a house, especially if you have a roof for it. So solar panel roofs now.
But you can also store the energy.
Right.
We're going to go to all renewable energy when it's within 10 years, including our ability to store the energy.
All renewable energy. So what are they going to do with those nuclear plants?
Well, that's completely unnecessary. People say we need nuclear power, which we don't. We can get it right from the sun.
So in 10 years, you get the power of Los Angeles with sun.
Yes.
Really? I was not aware that we were anywhere near that.
That's because people are not taking into account exponential growth.
So the exponential growth also affects it. Because just to pull the amount of power that you would need to charge, X amount of money. If everyone has an electric vehicle by 2035, say the amount of change that you would need on the grid would be pretty substantial.
Well, we're making exponential gains on those, yeah.
Are we? Yeah. I wasn't aware. I had this impression that there's a problem, especially in Los Angeles. It didn't actually ask people at certain times when it's not charging.
We're not looking at the future. It's true now. But it's growing exponentially.
In every field, essentially. Is the bottleneck a battery technology, and how close are they to solving some of the
Our ability to store energy, putting all that together.
Most people don't think that. So you're thinking that based on this idea that people have a
Linear
linear idea.
computation with it. It's just continuing to do that. So we have large language models, for example. No one expected that to happen like 5 years ago. We had them 2 years ago, but they didn't work for it. So it began a little less than 2 years ago that we could actually do large language models. And that was very much a surprise to everybody. So that's probably the primary example of explanation.
Okay, Sam, one reason we were talking about was that AI figured out a lot. That they used AI to go through a CAPTCHA system, and the AI told the system that it's vision impaired, which is not technically wrong, but he used it to bypass, are you a robot?
What we don't know now is for those language models to say they don't know something. So you ask a question, and if the answer to that question is not in the system, it still comes up with an answer. So it will look at everything and give you its best answer. And if the best answer is not there, it still gives you an answer. But that's considered a hallucination. And we don't
Hallucination.
Yeah, that's what it's doing. So
The AI hallucination. So they cannot be wrong. They have to
so
be able to
far,
answer.
we're actually working on being able to tell if it doesn't know something. So if you ask it something, you say, "Oh, I don't know." Right now, it can't do that. So it gives you some answer, and if the answer's not there, it just like makes something up. It's the best answer, but the best answer isn't very good because it doesn't know the answer. And the way to fix hallucinations is to actually give it more capabilities to memorize things and give it more information so it knows the answer to it. If you tell it an answer to a question, it won't remember that and give you that the correct answer. But these models are not, we don't know everything. And it has to, we have to be able to scan an answer to every single question, which we can't quite do. It'd be actually better if it could actually answer, well, gee, I don't know that.
Right. Like, particularly, like, say, when it comes to exploration of the universe, there's a certain amount of, vast amount of universe we have not explored. So if it has to answer questions about that, it
Right,
will
and it is, right, just come up with an answer, which will likely be wrong.
That's interesting. That would be a real problem if someone was counting on the AI how to solution or something, right?
Right, they don't know everything. Search engines actually know pretty well better. And if it actually answers something, it's usually correct.
Unless it's curious.
But large language models don't have that capability. So we could actually claim that they were wrong. And that also tells us what we have to fix.
What about the idea that AI models are influenced by ideology? That AI models have been programmed with certain ideologies.
I mean, they do learn from people.
Yeah.
People have ideologies.
Right.
Some of which are not correct. But that's a large way in which we'll make things up because it's learning from people.
Right.
So right now, if somebody has access to a good search engine, they will check before they actually answer something with the search engine to make sure that it's correct. Because search engines are generally much more accurate.
Generally. Right. When it comes to this idea that people enter information into a computer and it relies on ideology, do you anticipate that with artificial general intelligence it will be agnostic to ideology? It will be able to reach a point where instead of deciding things based on social norms or whatever the culture is accepted currently, that it would look at things more objectively and rationally?
Well, eventually, but we still call it artificial general intelligence, even if it didn't do that. And people certainly do are influenced by whatever their people that they respect feel is correct. Will be as influenced by as people are. I still call it artificial general intelligence. We are starting to check what large language models come up with search engines, and that's actually making them more correct. But we have to actually continue on this curve. We need more data to be able to store everything. This is not enough data to be able to store everything correctly. This is large amounts of large language models for which we don't have storage for the data.
So that's what's holding us back with data and storage.
Yeah, we also have to have the correct storage. So that's really where the effort is going. Maybe to get rid of these hallucinations.
That's a fun thing to say, hallucinations in terms of artificial intelligence.
Well, we usually come up with wrong things. Like large language models is really the correct way to talk about this. It does know language, but there's a lot of other things it knows. We're using it now to come up with medicines. For example, the Moderna vaccine, we wrote down every possible type of medicine that might work. There's actually several billion mRNA sequences, and we then tested them all and did that in two days. So it actually came up with tested several billion and decided on it in 2 days. We then tested it with people. We'll be able to overcome that as well because we'll be able to test it with machines. But we actually did test it with people for 2 months. That's still a record.
So for machines, when they start testing medications for machines, how will they audit that? So the concept will be that you take into account variability, other different factors that would lead the person to have adverse reaction to a certain compound, and then you program all the known data about how things interact with the body.
Right. I mean, you need to be able to simulate all the different possibilities.
Right. And then come up with like a number of how many people would be adversely affected.
That's one of the things you can look at.
And then efficacy based on age.
But that could be done literally in a matter of days.
Right. But the question would be like, who's in charge of that data, and like, how does that get resolved? And what if artificial intelligence is still prone to hallucinations, and they start using those hallucinations to justify medications, that could be a bit of an issue, especially if it's controlled by a corporation that wants to make a lot of money.
Well, that's the issue. To be able to do it correctly.
So there's going to have to be a point in time where we all decide that artificial intelligence has reached this place where we can trust it implicitly.
Right. Well, that's why they take now the leading candidate and actually test it with people. But we'll be able to get rid of the testing with people once we can have reliance on the simulation. So we've got to make the simulations correct. But right now we actually test it with people, and that takes about 2 to 10 months in this case.
When you look at artificial intelligence and you look at the expansion of it, the ultimate place that it will eventually be, what do you see happening inside of our lifetime, inside of 20 years? What kind of revolutionary changes on society will this happen?
Well, one thing I feel will happen in 5 years, in 2025, is we'll reach longevity escape velocity. So right now you go through a year, and you use up a year of your longevity. You're a year older. However, we do have scientific progress, and we're coming up with new cures for diseases and so on. Right now you're getting back about 4 months. So you lose a year, but through scientific progress, you're getting back 4 months. So they're only losing 8 months. However, the scientific progress is progressing exponentially. And by 2029, you'll get back a full year. So you lose a year, but you get back a year, and you can pretty much stay in the same place.
So by 2029, you'll be stacked.
And past 2029, you'll actually get back more than a year. You'll get back.
Can I be a company now?
No, but you'll, in terms of your longevity, you'll get back more than a year.
Right. So you'll be able to essentially go back in chronological age, lengthening the telomeres, changing the elasticity of the skin.
Eventually, you'll be able to do that. It doesn't guarantee you living forever. I mean, you can have a 10-year-old and you can compute, okay, he's got many decades of longevity, and he could die tomorrow.
But overall, there'd be an expansion.
Exactly. And that's something that we're going to get. And that's also using the same type of logic as large language models, because that's not language, actually. It's creating medications. So we should call them large event models, not large language models. Because it's not just dealing with language, it's dealing with all kinds of things.
When I talked to you 10 years ago, you were telling me about this pretty extensive supplement routine.
So I'm trying to get to the point where we have longevity and escape velocity in good shape.
Right.
And yes, I do follow that. I take maybe 80 pills a day and some injections and so on. Yes, peptides. So far it works.
Have you ever gone off it and see what you feel like going off?
Well,
I do that, right?
yeah. I mean, it seems to work. And there's evidence behind it.
How old are you now?
76.
You look good. You look good for 76, man. That's great. So it's doing something.
Yeah, I think it's working.
And so your goal is to get to that point where they start doing you do a year, stay static, and then eventually get back to you.
Right, and it's not that far off. If you're diligent, I think you get there by 2029. But not everybody's diligent. So.
Right. Now, past that, this is for life extension, which is great. But what about how AI is going to change society?
Yes, well, that's a very big issue. And it's already doing lots of things make some people uncomfortable. What we're actually doing is increasing our intelligence. And right now you have a brain. And there's different modules in it that deal with different things. But really, it's able to connect one concept to another concept. And that's what your brain does. We can actually increase that by, for example, carrying around a phone. This has connections in it. A little bit of a hassle to use. If I ask you to do something, you kind of mess with it. Actually, it'd be good if this actually listened to your conversation.
Oh, it does.
And without saying anything, you're just talking, and it says, oh, the name of that actress is so and so.
Yeah, but then it's a busy body. So you're dealing with your life, talking to you all the time.
Well, there's ways of dealing with that too.
You shut it up.
But we don't. So we haven't done that yet. But that's a way of expanding your connection. What a large language model does, it has connections in it as well. And in fact, it's getting now to a point that's getting fairly comparable to the human brain. We have about 1 trillion connections in our brain. Things like the top models from Google or GPT-4, they have about 400 billion connections approximately. There'll be 1 trillion probably within a year. That's pretty comparable to what the human brain does. Eventually we'll go beyond that, and we'll have access to that. So it's basically making us smarter. So if you have the ability to be smarter, that's something that's positive, really. I mean, if we were like mice today, had the opportunity to become like humans, we wouldn't object to that. But we are humans and we don't object to that. um, and this is going to basically make us smarter. Eventually we'll be much smarter than we are today. And that's the positive thing. We'll be able to do things that are today that we find bothersome in a way that's much more palatable.
The idea of us getting smarter sounds great. Great. It's great to be smarter. But
Right, but people object to that because it's like competition.
no.
Well, I mean, Google has 70,000 programmers, and how many programmers are existing in the world? How much longer is that going to be a viable career? Because language models already can code.
Yeah.
Not quite as good as a real expert coder, but how long is that going to be? It's not going to be 100 years. It's going to be a few years. So people see it as competition. I have a slightly different view of that. I see these things as actually adding to our own intelligence and merging these kinds of computers, making ourselves smarter, merging it. Eventually it'll go inside our brain and be able to make us smarter instantly, just like we had more connections inside our own brain.
Well, I think people have reservations when it comes to great change. And this is probably the greatest change. The greatest change we've ever experienced in our lifetime, I'm sure, is when this will make that look like it'll change everything. And it seems inevitable. I understand that people are upset about it, but it just seems like what human beings were sort of designed.
Right, we're the only element that actually creates technology. Yeah, it's a combination of our brain and something else, which is our thumb. So I can imagine something. Oh, if I take that leaf from a tree, I could create a tool that other animals have actually a bigger brain. Whale, dolphins, elephants. They have a larger brain than we do, but they don't have something equivalent to the thumb. Monkey has it looks like the thumb, but it's actually an inch down. It doesn't actually look very well. So they can actually create a tool, but they don't create a tool that's powerful enough to create the next tool. So we're actually able to use our tools and create something that's much more significant. So we can create tools, and that's really part of who we are. It makes us that much more intelligent. And that's a good thing. Yes. Here's the U.S. person per capita. So this is the average amount that we make per person in constant dollars. And there's just
So we make a lot more money. The things cost a lot more money too.
this is constant dollars.
Constant dollars in relation to the inflation.
Yeah. So this is not to show you inflation. It's a constant dollars. So we're actually making that much more each year on average. So if you
Right, but it doesn't take into account inflation, right? So it's not taking into account the rise in cost.
it is taking.
Oh, it is.
So we're making that much more in constant dollars. If you look over the past 100 years, we've made about 10 times as much.
I wonder if there's a similar chart about consumerism. Just about material possessions. I wonder if how much more we purchase and create. I always felt like that's one of the things that materialism is one of those instincts that human beings sort of look down upon, and this aimless pursuit of buying things I feel like that motivates technology because the constant need for the newest, greatest thing is one of the things that fuels the creation of innovation of new
But
things.
if you were to go back 100 years before that,
Oh yeah,
because you wouldn't have computer.
you would have anything. You'd have most things that you're accustomed to.
And that's what we didn't live very long.
But no,
Good average life was 48 years in 1900. It's 35 years in 1800.
right.
Go back 1,000 years, it was 20 years.
That takes into account child mortality. But it's also true that some people did live long, but there's people that lived back then. If nothing happened to you, you did live to be living long.
That was actually very.
There's no sign it's happening. Most people, by the time you get to 80, you probably just in one hospital or something. Broken heart, broken this, broken that.
It was very rare to live to 80,
Right.
200 years.
Right, but the human body is physical.
Well, a human body can go on forever if you fix things properly. There's nothing in our body that means that you have to die at 100 or 120. We can go on really indefinitely.
That's the groundbreaking that they're treating disease or age as if it is a disease, not just an inevitable consequence.
And the FDA doesn't accept that, but they're actually beginning to accept it.
They're forced into it. The concept of artificial general intelligence scares a lot of people. Also, the term forms, things like those. How far away are we, do you think, from actual artificial humans, or will we ever get there? Will we integrate before that takes place?
I mean, all of this additional intelligence that we're creating is something that we use. And it's just like it came with us. So we're actually making ourselves more intelligent. And ultimately, that's a good thing. And if we have it, and then we say, well, gee, we don't really like this, let's take it away, people would never accept that. They may be against the idea of general intelligence, but once they get it, nobody wants to give that up. And it will be beneficial. The War Life started 200 years ago because the cotton gin came out. These people that were making money with cotton gin were against it. They would actually destroy these machines at night. And they said, gee, if this keeps going, all jobs are going to go away. And indeed, people using the cotton gin to create more wealth, that did go away. But we actually made more money because we created things that didn't exist then. We didn't have anything like electronics. And as we can actually see, we make 10 times as much in constant dollars as we did 100 years ago. And if you were to ask, well, what are people going to be doing? We couldn't answer because we didn't understand the internet.
Right. And there's probably some technologies down the pipe that are going to consider it.
Exactly. They're going to extend life.
But are they going to create life?
Well, we know how to create life. We don't. Well, that's an interesting question. What do you mean by create life?
What I think is that human beings are some sort of a biological caterpillar that makes a cocoon that gives birth to an electronic butterfly. I think we are creating a life form, and that we're merely conduits for this thing. and that all of our instincts, ego, and emotions, all these things feed into it. Materialism feeds into it. We keep buying, we keep innovating, and technology keeps increasing exponentially. And eventually, it's going to be artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence is going to create better artificial intelligence in a form of being that has no limitations in terms of what it's capable of doing. Capable of traveling anywhere, not having any biological limitations in terms of.
But that's going to be ourselves. I mean, we're going to be able to create life that is like humans, but far greater than we are today.
With an integration,
Yeah.
if we choose to go that route. But that's a prediction that we would go that route, like a Neuralink type deal, something along those lines.
Right. So I don't see this competition. The things are going to.
No, I don't think it's competition. I think it's
Well, it
just
will seem like that. I mean, if you have a job doing coding,
right.
certainly they don't really want you anymore because they can do coding in the large language model. It's going to feel like it's competition.
Well, there's an issue now with films. Tyler Perry owns, and he was building an $800 million television studio. He stopped production. So what is it called? Shore? Is that what it's called, Jamie? He stopped production when he saw the capabilities of AI just for creating visuals, scenes, movies. There's one that's incredibly impressive. It's Tokyo. They're walking down the street in Tokyo in the winter. So it's snowing and they're walking down the street and you look at it and you're like, this is insane. This looks like film. See if we can find that film. Because it's incredible.
Would you want to get rid of that?
Get rid of that.
That capability?
No, I don't want to get rid of capability.
Right. But people do.
Well, people that make movies, people that actually film things with cameras and use actors are going to be very upset. So this is all fake, which is insane. Beautiful snowy Tokyo City is bustling. The camera moves through the bustling city street, following several people enjoying the beautiful snowy weather and shopping at nearby stalls. Gorgeous sakura petals are flying through the wind along with snowflakes. And this is what you got. I mean, this is insane. The variability, like just the way people are dressed. If you saw this somewhere else, look at this, a robot's life in a cyberpunk setting. If you saw this, you would say, oh, they filmed this. Just look at what they're able to do with animation and kids are.
Yeah, it's going to get better.
Yeah, it's just incredible.
There's a new art form.
It's right there to smoke this little but yeah,
And there's some problems with this, but
not much. Yeah. And you imagine what it was like 5 years ago, and imagine what it's going to be like 5 years from now.
absolutely.
And it's insane. No one took into consideration the idea that kids are going to be cheating on their school papers using ChatGPT, but my kids tell me that's a real problem in school now.
Yes, definitely.
So no one saw that coming, no one saw this coming, and where we're at now is with ChatGPT 4, right? 4.5, so it is.
Well, 4.5 is coming.
4.5 is coming. 5 is supposed to be the massive.
It'll be a leap, just like 3 to 4 was a massive leap. So,
Yeah.
but it's gonna continue. It's never gonna be finished.
Right. It'll keep going. And it will also be able to make better versions of itself, right?
And yes, well, we do that. I mean, technology does that already.
Right. But if you scale that out 100 years from now, what are you looking at?
Well, it'll be less than 100 years.
So you're looking at a God in 50 years?
Less than that. I mean, once we have an ability to emulate everything that humans can do, and not just one human, but all humans.
Yes.
And that's only 2029. That's only 5 years from now.
And then it will make better versions of that. So it will probably solve a lot of the problems that we have in terms of energy storage, data speeds,
Right.
computation speeds
And also medications
for us.
for humans. Yeah.
It wouldn't be better just download yourself as this beautiful electronic body. Why do you want to be biological?
I mean, ultimately, that's what we're going to be able to do.
You think that's going to happen? Yeah. So do you think that we'll be able to
I mean, we'll be able to create, and the singularity is when we multiply our intelligence a millionfold. That's 2045. So that's not that long from now. It's like 20 years from now. And therefore, most of your intelligence will be handled by the computer power themselves. The only thing that won't be captured is what comes with our body originally. We'll ultimately be able to do that as well. It'll take a little longer, but we'll be able to actually capture what comes with our normal body and be able to recreate that. That also has to do with how long we live. Because if everything is backed up, I mean, right now, anytime you put anything into a phone or any kind of electronics, it's backed up. So, I mean, this has a lot of data. I could flip it and it ends up in the river and we can't capture it anymore. I can recreate it because it's all backed up.
And you think that's going to be the case of consciousness?
It's going to be the case of our normal biological bodies. Right?
What's to stop someone like Donald Trump from just making 100,000 versions of themselves? Like, if you can back someone up, could you duplicate it? Couldn't you have 3 or 4 of them? Couldn't you have a bunch of them? Couldn't you live multiple lives?
Yes.
Would you be interacting with each other while you're living multiple lives, having consultations about what is St. Louis Ray doing? Well, I don't know. Let's talk to San Francisco Ray. San Francisco Ray's talking to Florida Ray.
It's basically a matter of increasing our intelligence, being able to multiply. Trump, for example, that comes with that.
Do you think there'll be regulations on that to stop people from making 100,000 versions of themselves that operate a city?
There'll be lots of regulations. There's lots of regulations we have already. You can't just create a medication and sell it to people that cures this disease.
Right.
We have tremendous amount of regulations.
Sure, but we don't really with phones. Like with your phone, you could essentially, if you have money, you make as many copies of that as you want.
Yeah. There are some regulations. We regulate everything.
Yeah.
But you're right. Generally, electronics doesn't have as much regulation.
Right. And when you get to a certain point, we will be electronic.
Yes. Yes. I mean, certainly, if we multiply our intelligence millionfold, everything, that additional millionfold of yours is not regulated.
Right. When you think about the concept of integration and technological integration, when do you think that will start taking place, and what will be the initial usage of it? Like, what would be the first versions, and what would they put behind?
Well, we have it now. Large language models are pretty impressive. If you look at what they can
But
do,
I mean, I'm talking about physical integration.
right, some people feel that we can actually understand what's going on in your brain and actually put things into your brain without actually going into the brain of something like that.
So something that like sits on the outside of your head.
Yeah. It's not clear to me that that's feasible. But I've been assuming that they can actually go in. The Neuralink isn't exactly what we want because it's too slow. And it's actually will do what it's advertised to do. Look at, I actually know some people like this who were active people and they completely lost the ability to speak and to understand language and so on. And so they can't actually say anything to you. And we can use something like Neuralink to actually have them express something, think something, and have it be expressed to you.
Right, and they're doing that right there in the first patient. The first patient that was, and apparently that person can move the cursor around on a screen.
Right, and therefore you can do anything fairly slow. The Neuralink is slow. If you really want to extend your brain, you need to do faster pace.
But isn't that going to increase exponentially as well?
Yes, absolutely.
So how long do you think it will be before it's in that time?
Well, it's got to be by 2045. That's when a singularity exists, so we can actually multiply our intelligence.
And when you say 2045, what is the source of that estimation?
Because we'll be able to, based actually on this chart, and also the increase of ability of software to also expand, we'll be able to multiply our intelligence moving forward. And we'll be able to put that inside of our brain. It'll be just like it's part of our brain.
So this is just following the current graph of progress. So if you follow the current graph of progress, then you do understand exponential growth. Then what we're looking at in 2045 is inevitable. Does that concern you at all? Or are you excited about it? Or do you think it's just a thing that is happening and you're a part of it and you're experiencing it?
I think we'll be enthusiastic about it. I mean, imagine if you were to ask a mouse, would you like to actually be as intelligent as a human? Not to know what people would say, but generally that's a possibility.
Robbie,
What up, Tim?
Maybe that's
hey, yo, Robbie.
How you doing, Gustav? Can you hear me?
Nobody's really going to say that.
Tim,
Does that do you?
Gustav, I'm here. Gustav, can you hear me?
Not necessarily.
Robbie.
How you doing, baby?
Wait, bro, I don't hear you.
How you doing, baby?
Brother.
Can you hear me?
Nobody becomes stupid like we do.
Hey, baby, how are you?
Right, but I'm not saying stupid. I'm saying some people.
Gustav.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine, bro. I didn't hear your voice.
It's good to hear your voice.
But it was because I had music on the Bluetooth speaker.
Okay, can you still hear me?
Yo, how are you doing today, my brother?
I am well. How are you, Gustav?
I'm good. I'm drinking my coffee and shitting.
That's what I love to hear. How do you take your coffee? It's just plain black?
What?
How do you take your coffee? Black? Or do you cream and sugar?
Yeah, I drink it black and without sugar.
Strong. You're a strong man.
I like it strong.
Hell yeah.
Strong aroma.
Absolutely. To cover up the shit.
I kiss you, I don't
I
want
kid
to
you.
shower.
You take care. Have a wonderful day, Gustav.
Tomorrow.
Absolutely. Same time, same station.
LB, see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye. Lavas. Shout out to Yerevan. Shout out to Armenia.
Yeah, but if it escalates to a hot war where it's involving
Really cause a tremendous amount of danger is something that's not intelligent. Child is a type of weapon.
Right.
However, 5 or 6 we'd actually go outside, put our hands behind our back to protect us from a nuclear war.
Yeah, drills.
Seems to work. It's still here.
Do you remember those things where they tell kids to get into?
Yes, that's right. We went out of the desk,
Which is hilarious. I did like desk protection.
right? But that's not AI.
Right. No, but AI applied to nuclear weapons makes them significantly more dangerous. And isn't one of the problems with AI is that AI will find a solution to a problem. So if you have AI running the military, and AI says, what do you want me to do? And you say, well, I'd like to take over Taiwan. And AI says, well, this is how to do it. And it just implements it. No morals, no thought, any sort of diplomacy, or just force.
Right. Hasn't happened yet.
Yes.
Because we do have people in charge. And the people are enhanced with AI. And AI can actually help us to avoid that kind of problem. By thinking through the implications of different solutions.
Sure, it has some sort of autonomy. But if we get to the point where one superpower has AI, artificial general intelligence, the other doesn't, how much of a significant advantage?
I mean, I do think there are problems. I say there's problems with intelligence. I like to say stupid. But actually, it's better to be intelligent. I believe it's better to be to have
Overall,
intelligence.
sure, right. But my question was, if there's a race to achieve AGI, how close is this race? Is it neck and neck? Who's at the lead? And how much capital is being put into these companies that are at the lead? And whoever achieves it first, if that is under the control of the government, it's completely dependent upon what are the morals and ethics of that government. What is the Constitution? What if it happens in China? What if it happens in Russia? What if it happens somewhere other than the United States? And even if it does happen in the United States, who's controlling it?
I mean, the knowledge of how to create these things is pretty widespread. It's not like somebody can just capitalize on a way to do it and nobody else understands it. Knowledge of how to create large language modeling or how to create the type of chips that are able to create this is actually pretty widespread.
So do you think essentially the competition is pretty even in all the countries currently? And there's also probably espionage. There's espionage where there's sharing information, selling information.
In terms of differences, the United States actually has superior AI compared to other places. So that's good for us. We're actually way ahead of China.
Right, China has a pretty good at that.
They have
Yeah. So do you have any concern whatsoever in the idea that AI gets in the hands of the wrong people? So when it first gets implemented, that's the big problem. Before it exists, before artificial general intelligence really exists, it doesn't, and then it does. And then once it does, can that AGI stop other people? Can you program it to make sure that you can sabotage grids? Can you do whatever you can to take down the internet in these opposing places? Can you inject their computations with viruses? What could you do to stop other people from getting to where you're at if you have an infinitely superior intelligence? First,
if that's what your goal is, then yes,
yeah.
you could do that.
Are you worried about that? Do you, like,
Yes, I worry about it.
what is your main worry? When you worry about the implementation of artificial intelligence, what's your
I mean, I'm worried if people who have a destructive idea of how to use these capabilities get into control. And that could happen. Chapter in the book about parables.
what do you think?
Well, if you look at actually who controls atomic weapons, which is not AI. Some of the worst people in the world. And if you were to ask people right after we used 2 atomic weapons within a week, 80 years ago, what was the likelihood that we would go another 80 years? Not have that happen again. Everybody would say 0. Right. Well, but it actually has happened.
Shocking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think there's actually some message
Mutually assured destruction. But the thing is, would artificial general
there.
intelligence,
That's not happening.
it has not. But would artificial general intelligence in the control of them even negate that mutually assured destruction that keeps people from doing that? Obviously, we did drop bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. We did indiscriminately kill who knows how many hundreds of millions of people. Well, we did. And if human beings were capable of doing it, no else had it. If artificial general intelligence reaches that sentient level and is in control of underground people, what's to stop them from doing it? There's no mutually assured destruction if you're the one who's got it. You're the only one who's got it. And you possibly, my concern is that whoever gets it can possibly stop it from being spread everywhere else and control it completely. And then you're looking at completely so that's me what I'm concerned about. That's what I was trying to get at. Because there's so many people that are rightfully so high on this technology possibilities the concern that a lot of people have is that at what cost? What are we signing up for?
I mean, if we one of the examples,
What if you're denying? It is hard to imagine, but so is life. So is the universe itself. So is the Big Bang. So is life. Nothing that exists you do that. Yeah. When you do that, you thought about implementing some sort of Sora type deal where you're talking to it. Well, you can do that way. Right, but I mean, basically, like looking at them like you're on a Zoom call. That's what we're supposed to do in the future. It's feasible. It's feasible, yeah. It's certainly, it could be something representative of based on photographs you have, right? So, things like that is a reason to continue. So we can create that and create our own ability to continue to exist. You talk to people that say, well, I don't know the best. But in my mind, if you don't exist, there's nothing for you to experience. That's true. In this dimension. My thought on that, people saying, it's like, okay, are you alive? What's the difference in reality? Is it just a number, or is it the deterioration of the physical body? And how much effort have you put into mitigating the deterioration of the natural body so that you can enjoy life now? Exactly. And we've actually seen who would want to take their lives. People do take their lives.
if they are experiencing something that's miserable, that they're suffering physically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, and they just cannot stand the way life is carrying on, then they want to take their lives. Otherwise, people don't. If they're enjoying their lives, they continue. People say, oh, I don't want to live past 100. But when they get to be 99.9, they don't want to disappear. Unless they're suffering.
That's what's interesting about the positive aspects of AI. Once we can manipulate human neurochemistry to the point where we figure out what is causing great depression, what's causing anxiety, what's causing a lot of these schizophrenic people.
We definitely had that before. We didn't have to turn it. We schizophrenia.
Right.
We definitely had it.
For sure. But what if we get to a point where we can mitigate that with technology? Where we can say, this is what's going on.
That's why we're continuing.
Right. What I was saying, that's a positive aspect of this technology. And think about also, profoundly, think about how many people do take their lives and with this technology, not just live happily, but also be productive. And also contribute to whatever society is.
That's why we're capital.
Yes.
But in order to do that, we do have to overcome some of the problems of people.
Yeah. I think what a lot of people are terrified of is that these people that are creating this technology, there's oversight, but it's oversight by people that don't necessarily understand it the way that it's creating, and they don't know what guardrails are in place. How safe is this, especially when it's implemented with some sort of weapons technology, or some sort of military application, especially military application that can be insanely profitable, and the motivations behind utilizing that are that profit. Then the horrible things and some hard to justify it.
If democracy should have democratic nations tend not to go to war with each other. And they military technology. Everybody was democracy.
As long as it's as long as it's democracy is not controlled by the military industrial complex, the pharmaceutical industry, or whoever gets the people that are elected places. Who puts them in? How do they get funded? What do they represent? What do they get in? Are they the people that have to career? Do they bypass the safety and future people for the game, which we've seen politicians do? There's certain problems with every system that involves human beings. This is another thing that technology may do. One of the things, if you think about the worst attributes of humans, whether it's war, crime, some of the horrible things that human beings can do. Imagine that technology can find what causes those thoughts and behaviors in human beings. I've joked around about this. If we came up with something that would have a worldwide, there'd be no more. Everybody would be loving it. Would be interacting with each other. There would also be we need to be a little bit of that too. Or do maybe we don't. Maybe that's just a byproduct of our minds. One day, surpass that. We get to this period point of enlightenment. Enlightenment seems possible without technological innovation, but maybe not. Never really met a truly enlightened person. But if you could get there with technology, the technology just completely elevated the human consciousness to the point where all of our conflicts come erased. So it could actually really quite aside from motivations of people, most people die not because of people's motivations, but because our body system less than right. And a lot of people say
I don't know what makes no sense to me. Why would you want to disappear? Not be able to have any kind of experience. I think some people don't think that disappearing is a long in many cultures. This life step. It's a reflection of that. There is an afterlife. Maybe that's just a complex because you think existential reality of our own lives. Or maybe it's a function of consciousness, like something that we don't truly understand. And what you are is a soul contained in body. We have a very primitive understanding of the existence of life itself and the existence of everything. I guess that makes sense. That'll really make sense. It was no evidence, right? But is it there's no evidence because we're not capable of determining it yet and understanding it? Or is this just doesn't exist? That's the real question. Is this it? Is this everything? Or is this merely a stage? And are we monkeying with that stage? Interfering with the process of life. I'm sure she did. Well, makes sense. Yeah. I can see from your perspective. I don't see the evidence of it either, but it's a concept. It's not. But just when you start talking to strangers, things existing and not existing at the same time, particles of superposition, you're talking about that. You're talking about something that's impossible to wrap your head around. Even just the structure of that. What is that? What's in there? Nothing. How much of it is space? The entire existence of everything in the universe seems preposterous. But it's all real. And we only have a limited grasp of understanding what this is really about, the process is really complex. If you look at people's perspective, somebody gets disease, no, they're scared to die. It's a natural illness. Yeah, very few people would be happy with it. If you have something, you have this new device, you can take this, you won't die. Right. Almost everybody would do that. Sure. But would they appreciate life if they knew it and know it? Would it be the same thing? Or would it be like a lottery that just goes nuts and spends all the money and loses the dollars? Well, first of all, it's not guaranteed. Sure, you can get something. But we get to a point where you have automated cars that significantly reduce the amount of energy. So also, we can back up how far away are we from that? That idea. I mean, we don't really truly understand what consciousness is, right? So how would we be able to manipulate or duplicate it to the point where you're putting it inside of some kind of a computation? Well, we know to be able to create computation that matches that package. That's what we're doing. Right. And we're actually very close to so what is your conclusion? Yes. And we can back up the electronic and we'll get to the point where we can back up what our brain normally because inevitably we'll be able to back that up as well.
Guinness production department has been turned on micro network developers from Santa Cat and Victorious. This next documentary that was recently released did a really good job of covering the details of workplace toxicity, specifically on Dan Schneider's shows. We can talk about the massages. We can talk about the fact that he literally count his own collection in front of his crew who is living What motivation? Talk about how sometimes we bring out a shotgun and scare one of the writers and then we working at his house. We can talk about the high-level conversations I wasn't supposed to hear about how the Napoleon didn't want to recommend antidepressants for genetic hernia after her mom died for fear that she might kill herself and make them really good. But what I do want to talk about is never letting this stuff happen again. This is an entire industry built on hope and dreams and adrenaline and wish fulfillment. And that can be a very dangerous thing for megalomaniacs to even imposing this. I'm a little afraid is this going to screw my career moving forward. I have no idea, but I think it's biological. Because of my silence ensures the perpetuation of environments I don't longer get anymore than was the way. And until Lovelock goes on 60 Minutes to answer some questions from some real journalists and not a cast member of his who he's paying to be there, the apology not acceptable. So let's talk about my name is Jack. I was a child. I threw out this guy's shows. Also,
In the backup right below. No feelings at all about how he died and come back.
Why do we seem to have more
Let's question.
fail
Yeah.
today than we did way back in the
Why
70s?
wouldn't it be just like Ray is now?
But if you go with it, if you get to surgery, we figure out that biological life is essentially some kind of technology and we can look at that, we understand it, get it, optimize it, and then extrapolate. Not just replicate it in form of,
as a kid show, and sometimes there were scenes where there was a prop that was
do
like
you anticipate that people will be happy with whatever they have? Because
a sexual
if you decide, I don't like this concept, I don't like being lonely, I want to be a man. I don't want to be, I want to be, whatever, I want to be a black person. I want to be,
Or something that just went too far. This could be able to say anything without I get a call from Jenny.
right,
I'm suing them.
which is going to be
And I remember thinking, like it just took me by surprise because we were afraid. Afraid of like just being Jenny or talking to you. Like people are afraid of you. The reason I did was because I didn't
the radical
let anyone think about my upset. One thing we're not going to do after that documentary is interview the predators who are audience. Like I showed you a video and I was like, oh, what's the interview with they had terrifying children and it all went in.
You're taller, you're stronger, you're smarter, you're faster. You're basically not really human. You're a new thing. When you expand who we are, we're expanding who we are.
People listen to
Right, over the course of hundreds of thousands of years. Well, that's the onset being Australia, just the America. It has to do with the pace at which we make changes. Right. Which make changes that much more quickly. Right, but if we can manipulate our physical form with no limitations, what are we have 6 armed people that can fly? And those are going to look like they'll do it. Yeah, I'm not discriminating against 6 armed people that can fly. That's the one area of no, actually, I'm just curious as to how much time you spend. Yeah, 7 hour people is cool because, like, you know, maybe 5 on one side, 2 on the other. No, it's just, I'm just curious as to, like, how much time you spent thinking about what this could look like. And I don't think it's going to be as simple as, you know, it's going to be a great first while, that's like a 30-year-old man, 50 years old. It's probably going to be, they're going to be all kinds of things. You're kind of going to want to get bird. Stop. If we can get to manipulate the physical form, we can take consciousness and put it into the physical form.
That's the description. I think it's something that's positive. Negative. Negative is people that want to
Sure. Well, it's certainly an improvement in terms of the viability.
7 arms and
And you can also change that. Right.
Right.
You think it was totally replaced?
We will be able to do that. Sure, if you want to look at it in a binary fashion, positive and negative, but it's also going to be insanely strange. Like it's not going to be as simple as there will be people who are living in 2069. It's first recorded. Idea that there's only people doing it. So that's what I'm asking. When you think about implementation of this technology, look at the deal of this right. It's certainly interesting. Certainly interesting. I just wonder how much time we spend thinking about what this world looks like with the full implementation of the kind of exponential technology that you make. Well, it did rather well. Young girl has fantastic capabilities. And this one artificial intelligence creature, and how she has ever said what she has the capability you have a cell phone. It happens for everyone. Well, shows you those benefits that she has. Perhaps, yes, I mean, that's the best way of looking at it. That we beneficial to each other, but together it's like so overall, when you're looking
Trying to figure out what I can say to
Sure.
Nickelodeon's been investigating this nigga for years. Look at Nickelodeon. Nigga order. I remember he was on his house in Calabasas, surrounded by aesthetically strange book pages. Hey, I'm gonna show this nigga what defeat really feels like. That nigga should be booked. Throw away the key, nigga. Don't get mad, nigga. Yo, backstage, this nigga, he deserves to be backstage. Take me a hood, nigga. I can't see a street. Nobody knows it. If I go missing after this, just know that nigga dead and 93% right. Victoria's shit got kind of made after the second season. I like that chorus. England Spears could have been the next Ray J next. Look at her now. Britney Spears says, you know, you got no fucking money straight videos. I ain't never seen no dance night or money line. Where's Greg? What the fuck did he do again? What was this shirt going on? Yo, I heard you got nasty classified this because it was all she showed. We got people with that world saturated. That's my biggest shit. You the reason they started the podcast and those certain rappers so young. That world saturated. That's my biggest shit. You the reason they started the podcast. This shirt always on. Yo, I heard you got nasty classified this because it was all she showed. We got people with that world saturated. That's my biggest shit. You the reason they started the podcast and those certain rappers so young. I'm sorry, I'm probably your biggest fan. I listen to some show every morning. I was just joking. Listen, no random niggas watching every day. I'm on this Twisted Tea right now. I'm fucking the shit out of this shit.
Much good. People that
That's
might
what
be
I'm
ahead of
saying.
us.
You're trying to figure out what the same thing.
Thousands of years, millions of years. They'd be like way ahead of us. And they'd be doing galaxy-wide engineering. How is it that we look out there and we don't see anybody doing galaxy-wide? And they're doing
Dan Schneider is in the industry because those of us who work on a daily basis within the Hollywood industry, we don't understand the background. We see the actors on the red carpet. We see, you know, the movie premieres. We don't see what happens behind the scenes. And what a lot of folks don't understand is those people that you
there
love,
is
the red carpet, they're
some
actually
form of medical
and a lot of people were getting on the case of actresses who were not speaking up about their
we are.
risk
That's
of
what I'm
sexual
saying.
harassment.
But maybe there's something.
Hey,
Maybe
nigga,
it's
fuck
an industrial
this shit.
age.
All my niggas don't fuck with this.
Right. But we don't have to much of a deal. Yeah, if they were doing galaxy, what if they're not? What if they're at the level that we're at? That's what I'm saying. What if we're at the peak and this argument that we are? What if it gets to the point where artificial intelligence is implemented and that is frankly, what if it's like us? It gets to the point where we become artificial intelligence. And then it doesn't have vision, doesn't have desires, doesn't have ambition. So why would it decide? Literally, that would program it into it, but it would probably decide if that's food. And those things cause all the problems. All the problems in human race. What's our number one issue? Here's war. It's caused by ideologies, it's caused by acquisition of resources, theft of resources, violence. It's not the primary thing you're motivated by, but this is every single step of the way of human existence. Sure. But my point is that if artificial intelligence recognizes that the problem with human beings is human emotion, and a lot of it is fueled by these desires, the desire to expand, the
desire to acquire things, the desire to achieve to us. But if it gets to the point where artificial intelligence is no longer stimulated by mere human creation, where it gets all the time, why would it even have this? You sort of south and wide into it. Why would it want to? Because based on us to decide something. To realize that like we're based on it's very glad that you can. You know, there's a lot of what we are because of our genetics that we really are wrong. And this is what's causing all of our if we just step in and put a stop to all that, will we also put a stop to our ambition? We are moving away, but that's just natural, right? That's natural with a more why would we have a desire to stand? If it is infinitely intelligent, why would it even want to physically go? Why would it want to? What's the reason for our motivation? What is humans? So the same humans that were tribal creatures that run, same humans that stole resources from native and villagers. This is our genius, right? This is what made us, that got us to this point. If we create a sentient artificial intelligence that cars are here and us, and it can create its own version of artificial intelligence. If we didn't create happiness and joy from the program, why would it create happiness? And then why would that be? Why would it want to be? Right, it is a problem. There's a lot of what we are, the things that we program. All these issues play that in there. Excellent. Schneider not only sparked outrage, but also created a rift between him and McCurdy. The incident unfolded on social media, where Peck praised Schneider's character and contributions to their shared effort. This public endorsement indirectly attacked Curtis. Escalating tensions between the what it is on the person. So I asked him what it is to corrupt people that go down these terrible paths. It causes harm to other people, right? Things at this stage would be unsupervised learning. He agreed with one. You don't speak to anybody in the media who wanted to speak. That greed and websites just put information out there. So he came on. Yeah, okay. Let's come back. I mean, think about myself now. When I have emotions, positive emotions, I can be getting off on a song, picture, you watch on this past, that's positive. What I look for, relating to another person, right? What I'm saying is that yes, there's things that can go wrong. I'm not even saying it's wrong. I'm not saying that it's going to go wrong. I'm saying that if you wanted to program away some of the issues that human beings have in terms of what keeps us from working with each other universally, all over the world. What keeps us from, whether we're actually doing that more than we used to. Sure. but also not. You know, we're also like massive inequality that people Congo mining coal, house for cell phones, real problems. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of that. And if you looked at greed and war and crime, all the problems in humans, a lot of that's to do with these biological instincts to control things, these built-in genetic codes that we have that are from our ancestors because we have kind of right. But when we get there, you think we would be a better version of a human being, and we would be able to experience all the good, positive aspects of being human. The art, the creativity, and all these things. So actually, if you look at human beings have done already, right. And I realized as I was going through that, no, it doesn't really. It does overall, you know, but it's also here someplace else. Because it was an actual object which had been refound to nature. We're moving in a generally positive direction. Moving in the same direction. Yeah, I don't think that there was a not guarantee. It could be or it could be the beginning of next year. It's new thing. When I was born, they did nuclear weapons. People were considering hydrogen weapons. Had enough hydrogen weapons to latch on that. They still have to go. That didn't exist there. Yeah. So that and you could do the same thing with artificial intelligence. What I'm getting at is like, what do you think life looks like if it's engineered? What do you think human life looks like if it's engineered by far superior intelligence? And what would change what it means to be a person? We had very short breaks. I'm sure most of all we base it on the images are going to show you. If the images taken just as they landed, for example, of the surrounding landscape, you can see the trajectory. It's from the sun, of the denser things sticking in the glass, projected on the landscape around the lander. That's still the you're implementing large-scale artificial intelligence. You're essentially a superhuman. You're a different thing. You're not what we are. You have the computational power for you, and you have for them. But this is the thing. If you're engineering this artificial intelligence, you're engineering this. It's essentially it's going to look at it logically. It's going to look at the issues that human beings have logically and say, well, we don't need this. This is what we need. Who cares what all this is? It's just something that's tricking your body. No, I'm speaking of assumptions. All perfect. Keep going this general direction. But if you get artificial intelligence back up, create private safety here. They spend about a week trying to figure out how to talk to it. And you have their own data that are years to land. So they ran out of time to do something. So they're now creating anyone who wants to back up. Let me ask you a question about the picture. Yeah. Pegasus. You can hack your phone easy. Not hard at all. The new software that they have, all they use your phone. All they use your phone. They can look at every text message you send, every email you send. They can look at your camera. They can turn on your microphone. You have Revenue definitely not going the security, the people that really understand the capabilities of the intelligence, 100%. 100%. 100%. But from a privacy from me, because I don't have access to the button. But if I was working for the intelligence agency, I would have access to things. I have been here. Now, I've talked to people that the privacy we have today is far less than the privacy that we have. Also, if you didn't have a phone, okay, and you were at home having a conversation, sensitive conversation, or maybe you didn't pay as much access to the show, there's no way anybody would hear that. But now your phone, you have an Alexa in your home, your Alexa, you're still in charge of the crime because Alexa heard that they didn't.
28 years ago,
But it's not just an imperfection, it's sort of built into the program itself. That's what fuels the algorithm, because it has access to all your data. It has access to all what you're interested in, what you like, what you don't like, you can't opt out of it, especially you. You've got Google. That thing is just a mess moving up information. How do we do that?
picture number 4, I'm looking at the sun reflection.
Unless they go down to the level of the because there's an actual business model being built in there. Could you recognize the financial incentive? Because that's what covered with Google. That's the majority of the money is paid for a lot of it.
That's us.
It's actually a lot of private from some people, but not really private. It's only private until they public. And now the capability of listening is super easy. No? What Texas program?
That's what I'm very asking you.
Right, but I think it's a feature. I think part of the feature is that they want to see data from knowing about what you're doing, what you're talking about. If you're at a conversation with someone and you see so something's going on. Listening to the conversation. Picking up on a keyboard. Well, it's not. They're using a program. Intelligence. Gather information from the computer. And you're basically getting a spot. Unless you're using Windows keyboard, if you think that's a big job. But if we did, well, there are some phones that like graph. Tracking levels of interaction. As much fun as marketing and security. But you lose access to apps, you lose access to a lot of features that you rely on, like those phones, like for instance, like the GPS. As soon as you use GPS, want to know that you're crazy. The algorithm is specifically tailored to utility devices. But you cannot, unless you just assume side of it. Even if you do, you want to try and do something. Yeah, we do. Yeah, if people agree that the benefit outweighs the loss in financial loss, not actually what you're giving up is that would be but it's also easy to lead into the creation of this experimental microphase, and its role in unveiling all of the information now.
To your question, Tom. Go ahead.
Generally, for most people. But my point is, as this technology scales, when you have greater and greater competition, and then you're also integrated with this technology, how does that keep whatever group is in charge from being able to essentially access the thing that's inside your head? How do you, if you have a technology that's going to be upgraded, new software, it's going to keep improving as time goes on, what kind of privacy would be involved in that? Literally having something that's brain that most people can do. Since each is getting your and that's getting what is that? I'm not looking at this as I'm just saying, just looking at this as just like what are the possibilities of this? I'm trying to paint a weird picture of this art. What do you think about the potential for what things that I can't really understand what they're saying. We can develop a universal worldwide strategy. Do you think it's feasible? I mean, all right, that's what we have. Great. We're all right. That's what I'm saying. We're doing that now. So yeah, Samsung calls you space and you take it in the back. You can hear you counting down. I found out several things based on YouTube. But do you think that the adoption of the universal language is pretty good? But there's also context that's missing. There's different cultural significance. There's different ways that people say things. Gender language and other nationalities use, other countries use. You can, but it's a little bit different. Right. what a universal language. If you're creating something,
Are you saying, Richard, that the dome
because
encompasses the
what we
entire,
have all our languages, pretty much all of them,
the entire basket?
you can use it, but how many versions of the word do you have? Like, there's a bunch of different weird things about language that's important because it's old. It's like old technology. If we decide to make a better version of technology through better version of language through artificial technology, and say, listen, instead of trying to translate it here, now that we're super powerful intelligence, artificial intelligence, it's created a better, more superior, universally adopted language. Yeah, I think it'll change. I mean, if we lose all the amazing neons culture, which for us, it's human beings, but we're not going to read it. So maybe it would be better if we could communicate exactly the way we prefer to.
Richard, for Joe's benefit, who's blind, how can you listen to you in 7 minutes? Yeah, he's got some. Richard, see over the this is the website, the other side of midnight.com. You stay using the transmission?
For now, when you're a mind reading eagle, you're flying around and you're able to use
Oh, yeah.
changes. So that's just a new evolution. What are your thoughts on simulation? Yeah, simulation. First of all,
Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Are you vindicated for that?
Assuming that some other teenagers about 28
28 years ago, this is still around. Wasn't Carl Bernstein or anybody like that?
could be capable of simulating reality.
We're going to come back with Richard Seaholm and take 5 phone calls next. Coast to
They're
Coast.
on their way.
Coast Insiders, the news version of the Coast to Coast AM
I don't
now
know where
available
that
for
far.
iPhone 8 now, Android 4
Having some sort of virtual experience in this
anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com, download it today.
right. And those far superior to what they were. I'm younger than you, I can tell you the video game on television is crazy. It was so nuts. Yeah, now you look at the Unreal 5 engine, it's insane how beautiful it is, how incredible right, but as you expand that further, you get to the point where you're actually in the simulation. And that your life is not this carbon-based, biological life. you're really part of this thing that you create. This is where it gets real weird, like probability. They think that if the simulation is possible, it's more likely it's already happened. Yeah. In a way, yeah. And if you were some sort of prototype, wouldn't that be the way to go instead of like taking basic like crap and shooting?
Ready to go to your happy place for a happy price? Why didn't you say so? Just download the Priceline app right now.
Create artificial space, create artificial world, create something in the sense that you experience it, and it's indiscernible from the first experience.
So download the Priceline app today.
Until it actually does all the same things that regular reality does. It does technology. Yeah.
And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions to help you manage it all.
So the galaxy-wide engineering is the main thing that you look at where I don't see evidence like that. Well, there's definitely no real evidence other than pilots and other people say that there's just any
College fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets.
very
It's
limited
right
data.
to celebrate college basketball's most frenzy time of the year. DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets.
Is it something that intrigues you, or is it
Promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. Is yours. Must be 21 or older and eligible. Bonus bets expire 168 hours. Separation limits. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/people. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT. This is a radio ad for addiction. Prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of it. You can't
So, over the next 4 years, 5 years,
inside your body.
bars and passes,
How it helps you
you see it stop aging, and eventually reverse it, and 20-35 years old. What
so this allergic reactions can occur progressively. Get help right away for the reason you're told. Swelling your face, lips, mouth, tongue. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, headaches, and fever, or parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. So, yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Guinness. Visit Guinness.com or call 1-844-GUINNESS. Your subscription comes out at only $15.69. Sign up today.
Yeah. Very funny.
so scary. I know I asked all the questions, but just either way.
To talk to George Miller, call the number 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll free from East Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From Western Rockies toll free, call 800-618-8255.
Very important.
To reach George via Skype,
Have access.
Skype name George 973.
Dedicate your whole life to this. In this book, Ray Kurzweil, singularity is near when we merge with AI. Did you do the audio version of it?
Coast to Coast AM with George Miller. Next up,
Are you doing it?
Krishna joins us to talk about why we die, the science of immortality. It should be fascinating.
No.
We're going to come back with
I want to hear it in your voice. It's your words.
in just a moment.
Yeah, why don't you do it?
This is
You should just, you know, just get it out.
Insiders.
Why waste all that time sitting around doing it? Basically, just do it now. Oh, 100%. Listen, they can take your voice from just podcast. And
Two of them, both from 2004.
you know what they do now? They're translated
Discuss how our experiences, and then we go to 2004 again. I was doing Richard Heidelberg.
and it's going to be like your voice, perfect sound, my voice, perfect sound. That's
Two great shows there. Take a listen. It's a classic audio. It's
pretty wild. It's 100% you should do that. My friend Duncan does that all the time. He'll have friends, ex-friends, listen to voice messages. They talk about how he's married. Just, but he does it with AI, and it sounds exactly like what that person does. So that's the solution. Have AI read your. Of course, you should have AI read your book. I can't believe we even think of you sitting down for 40 hours or whatever it takes. It'll probably take more than that to read this whole book. And then if you mess up, you got to go back and start again. Assuming that's going to be feasible.
Give it a try. You can sign up to be an insider. You go to our website, coasttocoastgame.com. Right at the top of the homepage, it's an insider.
I bet they should. Don't you think they can do it, Jamie? Yeah, I think they can do it right now. Listen, Ray, I appreciate you very much. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for your time. Thank you for this book. When is it available? Thanks, sir. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Bye, everybody.
If you're looking to do something, learn the science of robotics versus just compounds is the true secret to weight drops and capsules. Here's product creator Dan Hunt to explain how insulin management is the key.
I have some tour dates to let you know about. Athens, Georgia, November 7th. And Atlanta, Georgia, November 29th and 30th. Get your tickets at eogon.com/TV. We got new merch, 3 new shirts. You can check them out. They're beautiful, they're nice. We get somebody a Christmas gift. This could be one. Get on it early. Rat King America, Gang Gang Paul, and the Hitter 500 Racing. Get all that and more at eogonstore.com. Thank you so much for listening. Today's guest is a journalist, political commentator, author, and yapper. One of the guys that made a big transition recently from going to a major network to X, which is a major network, but you guys know him probably by name, and if you don't, you're going to get to. Today's guest is Tucker.
Zen spit cup. Better try this one.
Maybe I'll try one towards the end of the episode. Really? Would you try this? Zen? Is that their advertising campaign?
Zen is not a sin.
Really?
Yeah. The truth is, Zen is powerful.
an erection. I don't know if I want to Zen support it. I don't know. I think so. Oh yeah, you won't get addicted. Just close your eyes. That's the neighbor saying, "Hey, it's real quiet over there." Back it on the neighbor. Excuse me. You know, anytime we really involve me or give a cat, that would be the dangerous. Oh yeah, but you'd have to put a little bell at the end of it or something. Feather. Yeah. Nice to meet you, man. We never met. It's beautiful.
It's very. Is this a weird?
Yeah.
So yeah, my laugh is very high, and that's how you.
I like that. Yeah, and I should have said that. It's not nice to get down somebody's laugh.
Oh, I.
Oh, I'll give it a run, man. No, I think your laugh reminds me of like a proud kind of grandmother from like maybe the 1860s. Yeah, that they go to the Senate or something. Yeah. Or like a woman that has got to make the cookie recipe in the jail, you know.
It's joyful, but there's sort of undertone to that.
Oh yeah.
But in my case, it's totally real. Again, it's not an appealing laugh. It's not like but this is not appealing. It's more appealing.
Yeah, no, it seems like kids would love it. It seems like yeah, it reminds me of like Winnie the Pooh kind of, you know. You low-key do have a Christopher Robin vibe if you grew up, you know.
Actually, there was a Christopher Robin that was the son. Yep. Unless I misremember. Annie Norton would.
Yeah. Good to see you today, man. We never met before. Really?
Yes.
And are they like how children would be talking? The same.
Yeah, nothing creepy or anything.
Yeah, I don't mean like because it's kind of weird that they allow like
little kids to watch you.
it's to see that like sometimes it's weird that there's no barrier to entry in
There's
a lot
porn
of
on
world.
Twitter. So anyway, in a world that knows that.
You think there should be porn on Twitter?
No. No.
Yeah, don't go to.
I wouldn't spend a lot of time trying to ban on Twitter. Twitter is very ugly.
Yeah. What things do you think shouldn't be on Twitter?
I mean, I think everything should be allowed. I'm on Twitter because
Right?
I don't think everything should be allowed on Twitter. Political view that most people don't think it's still sort of
Well, didn't they have? Well, one thing that I don't like on Twitter sometimes you see like people beating up teachers and stuff like that. You ever see any of this violence? Right. But the fact that they allow it and kids beating up each other, they have like those things where somebody's going to set up, somebody's filming, some other kids like are going to come in and beat up their kid, right? Why do they? Because then I feel like if they would stop allowing that, then because other kids just start mimicking what they see.
well, it's also bad for watching it. I say someone's watching a lot. It's like the ISIS videos.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or there's a whole bunch of channels of criminals getting shot coming into a convenience store or a liquor store and saying, "Free guys." You can't help it. I mean, it is the most alluring kind of horror. Watch it again and again. This guy getting killed. And you think,
Yeah, they're finding part of your spirit or whatever.
totally, it's not edifying. It's like actually bad, but it's very hard. Have you ever seen the criminals getting killed?
Oh yeah. I've seen a couple of them. There's one guy who's so good at it. He's killed like 7 criminals.
Yeah, he's a watchmaker in LA.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, no, he's a very famous guy.
Oh, there's a one guy I'm like, dude, they gotta quit trying to rob this guy.
Well, he finally gave up, and now I think he lives in Vegas. This was in the 80s or 90s. Right. Yeah, killed 5 people literally. With revolvers too. This was before everyone had like a double stack, 19 round magazine. These were just like the conventional 38 or 57.
That's him right there. Can you get that up? This is a.
Yeah, watch seller. He's actually a watchmaker. He's a guy who fixes expensive watches and makes the new gear. Very. Yeah.
The other Lance Thomas was moving 5 times at his shop. Wow.
Let's see.
He's like the 50.
Okay, I'm sorry. Is my memory pretty good or what? He killed 5 robbers since 80.
He's like the 50 Cent watch. He's like 50 seconds. He's like.
Yeah, that's good.
That dude's unreal. They ran me out of business. And Tom says, "There's got to be a truth. There's got to be a time. There's got to be a time when you walk away from the person." Wow. So he just quit because it was too.
What a BMF. I mean, he shot a couple in one day.
He says, this is his best quote. Mr. Thomas said he felt no remorse for the lives he had taken. The police knew each shooting was justified. I was ice, he said. Frightening thing about this.
It's not good for you. I mean, you don't want to have to.
What's a fair?
I don't think you want to kill anyone if you can help it. I mean, well, it's certainly justified in self-defense, and no one will judge you. No honest person will judge you. Killing someone. Life, loved ones, even your property, but I just don't think people have.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, well, unfortunately, there's some people I think that wake up and they're kind of like, wouldn't mind getting into a little helling or whatever. But I think you have a lot of people move into places where you can defend yourself, where the laws are more in your favor to defend yourself because it feels like your own safety has become your own responsibility.
Well, if you can't defend yourself, it's like, by definition, if someone hurt you, you can't defend yourself, then you're not. Obviously, yeah. Because that's a human right. That's shit's government.
Being a human?
Defending yourself. You have to be able to. If I walk up and punch you in the face and you can't get back, I'm an extra slave, obviously.
Yeah, that's why I think it's one reason why you can't take guns away is because people have, at the end of the day, have to be able to defend themselves.
At least, they get their own thing.
Yeah. But I was thinking, what I don't like about those, like the violence that they show on Twitter, where it's like the children beating the children, is because if you're a kid and you see that and you see it gets a lot of traction, then you just go do it. So you're just replicating this, like that. It's like you see so many more kids doing it now because they've seen it as like a thing, like. So that kind of thing, I don't think they should allow on there.
Well, also, you don't want to see every ugly thing that people do. You know what I mean? You don't want to see fat people in the showers. Like, there are a lot of things that happen. You don't necessarily know.
I don't mind watching a thick person in the shower because there's a real skinny person there with them and they have to kind of jockey for position or something. Shower with somebody's hard on that. I don't remember.
And have you seen it?
I think I've been in some showers with varying sizes of humans, and
it's the whole fattest person in the shower.
Probably a good.
Like real fat or just kind of bulky?
I remember I picked this gal up one time trying to fucking go back to how I felt. I'll probably say upper ones. Get into that?
No. Just
yeah.
Okay, you're lying. I can tell. Yeah, you are.
Is there laws, like, do you know if there's any laws, like, if there's people who are doing pedophilia, right, and they are reaching out to children through social media, why isn't there a responsibility on the social media companies?
Well, that's a great question.
Allowing that to be an open law.
I think it is. And I think some have provided a space for that. But it's certainly, and I gotta think they make some effort to stop that. But I think there's going to be a lot of number of people.
You think so?
It seems to be. Yeah.
I wonder why that is, huh?
Because you can look up other people. It's kind of like you said you wouldn't allow video of kids fighting on the internet.
Yeah, man, I just want to get to know you a little bit.
They're not.
Oh, no, you don't win. Yeah, man, nice to meet you. So you grew up in California, right?
I did.
So were you, I think people, were you in a fraternity? I think that's the most thing people think of.
In a fraternity?
Yeah,
No.
what a frat was. Really?
Never joined a fraternity. Well, my roommates joined it. We actually lived in it.
And
I don't like to be told to do at all.
really? Me neither.
Like at all. Like at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like I have a moral claustrophobia. I'm happy to do things. Yeah, it's like serving other people, but it has to be.
Yeah, like,
Hey, bitch, go get me a cigarette. You're a bitch.
yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, and I don't want to be told what to do by some white kid that's in policy
Or any color.
Yeah.
No color.
Yeah.
Or adult. I just don't want to be bossed around. And by the way, I don't mind taking advice or advice counsel from people I respect, or I'm often wrong. I'm not saying that it's right. But being ordered to do things suggests a level of disrespect.
And even just about like work and stuff, were you always like that from just like work, like you want to be your own race? That's where you end up, right?
Getting fired.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, not that I don't want to fight about it. I'm not interested in, you can't tell me what to do, or, give a lot of lectures. I definitely, especially in my business, it was similar job.
Yeah.
Right? And so you want to do your job, which is to say,
Was there even a time when you were working at different news places where you were like, oh, this is still really?
it was always my voice, but there just, you could feel the parameters. When I started in my 20s, mid-20s, mid-50s.
Oh, you look great for 50, man.
I'm 50 full.
Are you really?
Yes.
Wow.
Shocking. I don't feel it. But anyway, but when you're much younger and you've got kids, I always have a lot of kids. You think a little bit. You don't see certain things, and I do think I was never censored, but I self-censored. That's not a good idea, and you know it's not a good idea. You know what I mean? But you allow yourself to be convinced because it's super
Why do we go along with that consensus a lot of times? What is it that makes us afraid?
People have a deep need to text and shelter, it's like people want to connect to other people, which I understand it, and I want that too. But that can override reason and common sense very often. So if everyone's a group full of people, and it's like, I hate chocolate ice cream. And people with white chocolate ice cream suck, and you're like, yeah, they kind of suck. It's a human thing, and people go along with stuff that their gut tells them isn't right. You should never ignore it. If you're with somebody, you think, that person's lying. You may not know what about. You don't have X-ray vision, the same soul, but you can smell the deception. You know that you can. We all can. Or if you feel danger, you're like, wow, this person poses a threat to you. You're right. You don't know the details. You don't need to know the details. Get away. And if something's stupid, let's go for war with it. Come on. And I just feel like it's, maybe because of my age and up, I have a moral obligation to say, I think that's really what I want. No, that's not insane. That's insane.
Oh, yeah, look, I'm not saying it is either. I don't think that we should be involved in a lot of this.
You think? How's it helping? Is it helping you a lot?
No, it's just causing
all these moral victories you're winning.
It's causing more problems. I don't even know if I'm winning any moral victories. It just causes more problems. It's like hard to navigate between my friends that are different ethnicities or different are in different places now. It's
We
like,
shouldn't have to because we should be united in that.
right, but do you think? And I think when I was a child, it felt like that. We were all It felt like we were united. That we were all like Americans, but it doesn't. I feel like that's been pretty heavily compromised pretty quickly, even, which is almost amazing. And I feel like, and these aren't Debbie Downer feelings; these are just thoughts. Let's just say that. I think sometimes that, yeah, it's like America just feels like a shell company that
People just park their asses.
we're just an LLC for a lot of, yeah.
No, I mean,
have we always been that
of course
though?
not. It was a real country. It wasn't just an idea or some shell company.
Yeah.
But no, a buddy of mine, his friend, she sent me a video about 8 minutes ago. He's in his daughter next weekend for college. And there's a huge demonstration in the middle of campus between, two sides in the Middle East. And one of the sides starts burning the other side's flag. It's a foreign flag, okay? And this fist fight breaks out. I'm like, I mean, I have views on, who's more right or whatever, but I thought to myself, and I said to him, if someone burned an American flag, nobody's going to get it, right? You burn an American flag. But burning a flag of another country, which is not our country, to which we do not pay taxes, it's military, we don't serve it, that's the most offensive thing. I'm like, we have lost the thread, man. We're all Americans. And if you wind up in a place where our allegiance to other countries or regions or things that are not American take precedence over our common Americanness, I mean, we're screwed. We're screwed.
I feel like we're at the apex of that.
Yes.
And if we're not at the apex of that, I don't think anybody. We're at that in that. I think we're getting to that in a more complicated way. And it's sad because I think a lot of people, myself included, or for myself, I ever wanted to get to that. No, I never, but I think a lot of people are just starting to feel like, once your Americanism dissolves, and once your common thread dissolves, you don't have a connection, and so then your instincts start to take over, like we're kind of talking about, and you have to take care of yourself. And so once the ice you're on starts to get melting, before you're on an ice, you can skate, you can see other people, you find it, rescue jersey off somebody, whatever. You guys are all on the ice, right? You're imitating Home Alone, gays are just gay guys always on the ice. But it's but they're having fun, right? I'll say that I lived with a gay ice skater. He could jump over a volkswagen, right? Oh, it was unbelievable. I've never seen how strong it is. I mean, just the dude was he walked out of the living room once and showed us and blew up out of it. It's beautiful. Not that great. I mean, pretty beautiful, I guess. Tall, which adds a little
well
bit
built too.
Yeah, kind of. I don't know. But anyway, once that ice starts to melt, the first thing you have to think about is yourself, right? So that's what I feel like where we're at now. And a lot of people are having to think about themselves, literally watching our country or what we have viewed as our ideals and goals and what we held dear, sink in this water. There's nothing you can do about it. That's where I feel like a lot of people are at. There's nothing they can do right now.
And they're displacing a lot of their frustration about our economy. Very expensive.
Oh yeah, I saw some gas the other day. I was like, geez, how do people afford that? Yeah, how do you even do a bonfire? That's totally right. Yeah.
No, it's completely right. Yeah, how do you, if you want to take gas in the house? $6. Right. But they're displacing a lot of that frustration onto regions, countries, conflicts that are thousands and miles away. It's almost like I'm picking a team, and all my rage is going to. And I do wish people reserve their anger for our leaders who deserve it, and for the problems that are setting the country. It's kind of poor, actually, shockingly poor, and people should be really mad about it. Instead, they're mad about whatever Israel, Hamas. I mean, I get it. I think they're. I understand people are upset on both sides. However, it's unhealthy to spend all your time in your head enraged by the foreign conflict in your own country. We need that energy, that constructive energy here. And I never hear anybody say, 180,000 people are in Nigeria, in my country. Like young people, a lot of them weren't doing fentanyl. They were taking Percocet or benzos, and they ingested a pill with fentanyl, and they died. They were poisoned. Okay, that's unbelievable. That's outrageous. No one seems mad about that. They're mad about some foreign war, and what a waste. We can't control that anyway.
Yeah. What do you call a person who speaks 3 languages? Trilingual, maybe? Or trilingual? I'm not sure. What do you call a person who speaks 2? Not me. That's it. But if you are like me and you want to learn more languages, well, Babbel can help. That's right. Only 22% of Americans speak a language other than English at home. Start learning a new language this fall would be the exception. Because with Babbel, you start speaking a language in just 3 weeks. Why Babbel? Because it works. Babbel is designed by real people for real conversations. All of Babbel's tips and tools for learning a new language are approachable, accessible, rooted in real-life situations, and delivered with conversion-based. That's right. And here's a special limited-time deal for our listeners to get you started right now. Get 55% off your Babbel subscription, but only for our listeners at babbel.com/BABBL. Get 55% off at BABBL.com/Theo. That's BABBL.com/Theo. Rules and restrictions. There's some famous comedy duos who get it done. You know that? I'll say Key and Peele, Brooke and Mortar, Santino and Lee. Those are some. But the perfect duo when it comes to growing your business is you and Shopify. That's right. When I started podcasting, having an online store was kind of the furthest thing from my mind. I didn't think about it. I didn't expect it. And all that's changed over time. And Shopify has helped. That's right. Shopify is the global commerce platform that helps you sell at every stage of your business. From the launch your online shop stage to the first real-life store stage, all the way to the did we just get a million orders stage. We're all waiting for you. Shopify is there to help you grow. Whether you're selling cinnamon soap or impulse. Shopify helps you sell everything. Shopify can help you print browsers and buyers are doing that best conversion checkout. The 36% better compared to other retailers. Right now, you can sign up for a $1 per month trial period at Shopify.com/Theo. That's right. Go to Shopify, SHOPIFY.com/THEO now to grow your business, no matter what stage you're in. Shopify.com/Theo. Yeah, well, I think it's a lot. I mean, that opioid epidemic thing, you know, like I remember watching that show. What was that show that I really liked? Yeah, Don't Sit. You see Don't Sit.
But I live in a place with a lot of that.
Well, it's about Michael Keaton, right? Which is a perfect example.
Oh, it's about pretty far.
It's a perfect example of our country. Even Batman is fucking selling pills, you know?
Well, the company that got warners got away with it.
Well,
They paid a fine. Nobody went to jail.
Yeah,
The Sackler family, they're still rich and like really didn't go to jail.
This ruined my this. I think about this every single day. I hate this happening. I hate this whole thing that happened. It's unbelievable.
But they got away with it. How do you do that?
Well, these people, this country, our FDA let these people down.
But no one was punished. Not one person was punished.
Yeah, I know.
And you see people go to jail. I mean, it's not even a political point. It's true. And both sides, you know, voters for both parties go to jail for very small things. Very small things.
Yeah.
And yet, you like poison the entire country, wreck an entire generation of kids, and you're still a billionaire? Tell me how that works.
If I ever saw that guy on the street, I would fucking saw his face.
How would you saw his face?
I figure it out.
You bring a song, you have a song.
Yeah, I mean, it's just unbelievable how many people I got killed with no care concerns. You know? And then the way that they lobbied our own FDA people, they took them off of the job and paid them more to work for them to help them beat the laws. Sorry, man, I didn't mean to bring that up.
No. But I mean, next time they tell me I have to take some pharma product, I'm probably going to pass.
Yeah,
I'm probably going to pass. I don't trust you anymore. Sorry.
well, I'm missing that you should get some fucking good pills too. I mean, there's part of that in this, you know. When a dude could give you a couple stack or twos, you know, when you pull up the wall over there in the boat for an hour, you know.
I think those days are
Well, I overdose, man. I'm so like 80%. You're super 18. That's one of the reasons I don't do cocaine anymore is because they fucking ruined it. What? Because the fentanyl used to be the baby box. Yeah, but I'd rather shit. You know, I agree with that. You know, I'd rather get off the toilet and be like, oh, that was hectic, than be like, you know, laying there. It's like, God, I wish I could shit,
blue, yeah.
but I gotta go to heaven.
And that, by the way, is a guess. That's the hope. But, so how's it been 18 months?
It's been good, man. I love it, you know.
How were the first 6 weeks?
That's the toughest part.
Oh, I know. It's been there.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
What did you get to get off of?
Oh, yeah. But yeah, it's been 21 years. But yeah.
But you can drink though?
No. I can do a blow, I can drink, but other than that, it's a modified shepherd.
Shepherd Smith.
That's me.
That's fine. No, and no dig to check out on fantasy.
Yeah.
But he's just a legend. A lot of people do a lot of things. But I'm different college.
I mean, how do you know all this?
Dude, it's easy to be alive if you just pay attention.
Well, without commenting on that, I will say,
But no, sobriety's been cool for me, man.
but it was tough the first 6 weeks.
Yeah, I think what's tough is like having to change, having to quit something. You know, you're having to not have a beer if you need it, having to not like have something to give me or rest. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's a lot. You go off everything. Yeah. So I don't have a problem with anything except for cocaine. So if I drink, I could have a drink. I'm fine. I hate it. But I know if I have a drink, the only reason I'm going to have it is so I'll have 4 sips and then I'll be.
How did you deal with feeling terrible?
On the cocaine? Begging people for Gatorade over text message. Yeah, it was horrible, dude. Yeah, this was something that they didn't have.
So it's a high cost drug, not just on the front end.
Yeah, the next day was horrible. Sad. I think that I apologized for.
Yeah, what's the freakiest thing you did?
Oh, yeah, I'll tell you something. Well, the weirdest thing was I would look for asphalt from him. And
Classic week. Hunter Biden is classes for Others have been where you were.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah, I think Hunter even was my love on some of this. And so he, I would, but then they would come to my residence. I would be so scared and paranoid. I would take money and hand it out the door because I didn't want to not pay for the, you know, the service. They drove over, right? You know. So yeah, I would pay them, and then I would just be grateful that they were there.
So you wouldn't stiff the hooker, but then you wouldn't stiff
I think, look, I just felt bad.
You must have been their favorite account.
Well, then sometimes, dude, I had to talk to a lady who speaks another language. That's crazy. Because then you're playing charades, you're fucking high.
You were wondering the human trafficking ones?
I wouldn't say that. Dude. These people were off the interstate. I would say that. They were. Yeah, they weren't like.
Were they called lot lizards?
No, this was. Yeah, I mean, they were. I think these were decent. Yeah, fun and make $1. I never. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, that was kind of the toughest part because I was just looking for some kind of connection, and I just.
That's a real thing. I get it. Because it's isolating. Drugs have a lot of isolation. Really about yourself. Hard if he wants to reach out and connect. I think it's absolutely.
Yeah, I like cocaine because I needed to control how I felt immediately. That's one big reason I didn't like alcohol. Because I was just such a control person that I needed to control how I felt immediately. So cocaine, I could do it immediately. The feeling would be there immediately. So that's one reason I like it.
You never got into Xanax or alcohol or anything to help you come down.
No, I wish I had. I didn't know you could do that.
Oh yeah, you can do that.
Oh,
I mean, I don't think it's legal, but
so I was doing
yeah, you're doing it wrong.
I was just
You had the wrong kind of cocaine addiction.
and most of the shit I was doing, I think that was sure was millions.
Yeah.
You know, this shit had, I remember doing an 8-ball of Matt Fish, So I'm like, this isn't legitimate, it's semi-gloss. I'm like, this is for fucking shutters, this is outdoors. I've done some very questionable cocaine, so. What was it like for you getting off of it?
I mean, it was awful.
It was awful. It was awful.
But I'm so grateful that I did. I'm thankful my brother and I both did.
Wow, so it's in your family? It's genetic.
We're Swedish. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. The farther north you go, on the globe, the higher percentage of people have drinking.
Look at Santa, dude, works one fucking day.
I mean, the Eskimos, no, I'm serious. And,
oh, yeah.
A lot of ancestors from Northern Europe. So, yeah, alcohol was a big thing. I needed to get off it, and sugar, and the job, and TV, and it's not compatible with stuff. Like, within the first few months, I didn't weeks. I had no help. Yeah, I did it.
And I'm not willing to try and have, were you that kind of,
well, I had a public job, I was an intern, so I was like, whatever. And it was fine, it worked great, and I've never been back and however, I didn't realize that I knew very little about it. And especially where I was using the internet, I just didn't know that much addiction at all. And I admit, all of a sudden, it's awesome. The hands are shaking, I feel like I'm freaked out all the time, super anxious, sweating, heart palpitations. What is this? I asked somebody, and tell me, and you can start to hallucinate that means you have the hospital. Never got anyway, yeah, it was awful. But then, within like, I don't know, 6 months, I felt great. I started smoking 2 cigarettes a day. Nicotine problem got a little more intense. But I felt wonderful, and I felt great ever since.
And if you ever go to meetings, you ever get a
but I love it. I just did dinner. I said, I 12-step program.
I was also to a meeting by myself on Tuesday.
Okay, whatever.
He's a neat guy, and
He is. He's a very deep person, and he's learned the right things, and people like that make me very pro 12-step. It's like they're just like, I'm not controlling my life. They're not, because nobody is. Everyone buys it. I'm not going to control people. You have no freaking idea what you're doing. You can't extend your life by a single day. You're lying to yourself and those around you. Just admit you have no clue. You're doing the best you can. You're a totally screwed up, kind of embarrassing person. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And be liberated. And so I strongly believe in that because it's true.
It is true. No, depressing is such a sled.
And it's fake. It's ridiculous. I always say to my kids, everybody knows who you really are. Everybody already knows what your bad qualities are, and they love you anyway. So don't even try to hide that. I mean, I'm sure you know people who are like alcoholic or bad temper or gay or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, no one knows. No one knows. It's like everybody knows. Are you kidding? And again, they love you anyway. So you don't need to hide it. Just be who you are. And when you are, I mean, you are so liberated. It's this massive weight coming off. It's like, yeah, kind of fucked up, but, more than some, less than others, but we're trying. And people are like, that's great. People are way less judgy than you think that.
Right, and there's some inverse of it, where it's like we think someone's so, but then if we look at the way we look at people, we might have some jokes about it, stuff, but most of the time you have empathy.
Exactly. At dinner, 2 nights ago, sitting next to this woman, she said something about, long story, but basically it was about, a woman gaining weight. And I said to her, I've never been in a group of just men, hunting trip, where just men, where someone's like, she's a fat ass. It's like men have the widest strike zone imaginable. Men like women, heterosexual men like women. They don't judge their appearance very harshly at all. They kind of tend to like all sorts of women. That's true. And if you knew how non-judgmental men were about women's appearances, you would relax. Because you don't care what men think about your appearance. You only care what other women think about your appearance, and therefore judge you. But it's the same principle. It's like we are less judged than we think we are.
Yeah, it's funny, but we don't. But it's not the nature of us to think that.
Did you tell people when you were using?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. Well, I got into meetings. It was been in my family. My family, a lot of my family. It's in my family. So, the drugs, just alcohol, childhood issues, really. A lot of it is more. A lot of my stuff comes from like connectivity disorder. So, but then whenever anything triggers one of those connectivity disorders, then a lot of times it would leave me. So, yeah, I just love it. What I love about it is now I get to see, man, I saw a dude yesterday who just got a 6-month shift. The guy, man, to see somebody whose wife is doing it, it's a witness, somebody. I had a friend call me this morning, right? And we've been friends for years. We kind of both know that we have some of the same problems. And it was like the first time he opened up to me. We were both sitting there just kind of crying on the phone. It was just because when he opened up, it just made me feel like I was I don't know, just understood it. It was like it's just so important.
Well, that's what intimacy is. Yeah. I've always said that we misread intimacy. I think it's when someone tells the truth about it. It's very easy to tell the truth about it. It's only when someone tells the truth about yourself, it's only when you admit who you really are to someone else that you have intimacy. That's the measure of intimacy. You're willing to tell someone who you really are. We're intimate with that person, that vice versa. And that's totally the key. So if you want to know how many truly close relationships do I have, that's how you know. How many people am I willing to admit what a schmuck I actually am, too? That's the number. And what I love about 12 Step, I've never actually been 12 Step. Actually, I was at Russell Brand's house. He had a meeting.
Oh, that's cool.
Hilarious people.
Was it?
I didn't stay for it. I had to leave. One of the guys was smoking, and they were, but I love the 12 Step thing. It's just like it, as with Christianity. You admit right away that you are ours. Yeah, exactly.
Your life's unmanageable. That's a nice word that they use. Because it's like some other people, I'm not powerless. Things are unmanageable. The way that they phrased everything is just really articulate. Anyway, man, well, congrats on that. Yeah, I think it's interesting and it gives me a better scope to handle my own life, And it definitely gives me more opportunity to look at other people.
You find yourself less judgmental. What about guys used to do?
I did it by myself.
Dropping outlines at home.
I changed outfits and come back in and be a different guy. I'm like, hey, don't do it. This is for me. Just yelling at the other thing.
You're literally doing it alone.
Oh, yeah. Do it alone, and I go hide it somewhere. Go to bed. Made up and go.
Does affect your sleep.
Yeah, bro. Yeah,
I've heard that. Yeah.
Most of my sleep patterns is me praying that somebody would fucking pour Gatorade with this white Gatorade. Just because it's has electrolytes in it. I would be sick of it.
So you're not much of a planner. You can go to Costco ahead of time and get a pallet of it for home.
No, bro. You have some pretty crazy nights or no?
The good news is that it was a different
Right, so it was a different
in
time.
the world that I started working in '91. Everyone went to lunch every day. You know, I was a writer at a magazine, and everyone went to lunch for an hour and a half every day. Period. I mean, it was a different economy. This was before the corporations took over everything and planted chips in your phone to listen to your conversation, track your whereabouts. And before we became just Germany, they didn't really know where you were, and it was just a civilized place, and you could just have lunch. And if you drank, it was totally within bounds to have a couple of drinks at lunch, you know, and smoke at lunch, and then that could keep going. I'm not saying it was great for productivity, but it was about lunch. That's just a fact. It was,
Yeah, it was some fun.
and so I would just say the great blessing in my life is definitely erased my memory of a number of years. So I don't have a lot of guilt simply because I don't remember what I was like, but I don't think very
Yeah. Okay.
And when you drink, like, even if you're not setting out to say use cocaine, you can wind up.
Oh yeah, someone's got some kind of fun. Oh yeah, that's me right there. I did one time. People like I was like a big fast guy for about 11 hours.
Fast with nothing underneath.
Yeah, it's
That's kind of like the Chippendales thing.
yeah, chilling in my
Did
park.
you ever dance?
Huh? No, only things. I'd make a smoothie. But which is kind of like dancing, but just
But literally nothing underneath it. Just
yeah, no, just best, yeah. Because this was in California too, the way it was, you know, weather.
yeah, it's totally normal. I mean, I remember I grew up in California. I'd often wear a vest. So good. That's my nipples. I liked it.
Remember when Silk came out and it was like
Yeah.
those silk shirts? Oh, it was so bad.
I'm not gonna wait.
Remember?
Yeah, I never wore a silk shirt. No, I swear. I never felt it.
Good for you, actually. I felt for it.
I never bought anything from Feel Up.
Oh, yeah.
I never did. I never had anything that was velour. I mean, there are whole epochs in fashion history that I just missed. I just totally I've been wearing the same freaking clothes since 1984. I mean,
I believe that, dude.
if you just stay exactly the same, like someday this would be sort of for a moment, and then we'll move on to something else. We'll go back to vests.
When I was in school, it was good, man.
It was good, right?
Yeah, yeah. You kind of you seem like you were conceived it like a Johnson and Earth. Right.
I don't know what that is, but I would take that as a
It's like the it's a compliment, man. Like that's for Kevin likes that shit in that school.
What's Kevin do?
He does. I don't know. But that's Johnson and Murphy. They're at the airport.
He's a good leader. I buy almost no clothes of Kevin. But I'm not.
So let's get into something important.
Yeah.
Right? Do you have
You see drama?
no
Trouble hooks.
trouble, trauma, Trump? Those are the fucking those are buzzwords.
Make me nervous here.
I almost want to do one, but I just don't know how long.
Wait, learn something about
It gets wild, huh?
It gets wild in a subtle way. It kind of grows on you. It's not like an okay. You know what I mean? Blast off or anything like that. It's a much more subtle, organic. You just all of a sudden you feel good. You feel the power rising. And your central nervous system is really great. And then here, just starts to hear the symptom sex. There's no connections that are having. You know, it gets on that one.
If you do like a tuck or a lip tucker, that was your brand of nicotine.
Like to do that.
You get a Native American attached to it.
Definitely.
Yeah, but some of them love it. Native Americans love nicotine.
They certainly do.
God, they love it.
And I, unlike most people, actually,
Do you?
yes, I do. Because I live near a population of Native Americans.
You made?
Employed too. For years. Two that I know very well, both tobacco and native directors.
Yeah, well, I think it let it blow it.
At least in 100%. Well, they actually they gave us 100%. Yeah, it was. I mean, there are a million different Native Americans with these terms. It's like I'm not sure what Passamaquoddies have to do with Hokies. It's pretty.
There was a lot of beef. There was a lot of beef between Native different Indian tribes.
Yeah. Some of them very terms, but no, they used a lot of tribes used it in British controls. They use it rectally. Yeah, tobacco is now I am right.
Oh, dang, huh?
Yeah. Look it up.
Oof, and burger. That's insane. What? I can't get it. Indian. Yeah, let's see. Back to smoked animal. Let's see.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, yeah.
There's that. Okay, so that said it was used by, imported from the New World.
Okay. And an insufflation of tobacco smoke into the rectum by animal was a medical treatment for by the European physicians. Right? But also it says tobacco smoke was used by Western men as a tool against cold and drowsiness. And drowsiness, bitch, if I'm drowsy and you're blowing smoke in my ass, I got it wrong PPO.
Definitely doing, by the way, it's not even covered there. It's not that and leeches are like completely ignored by the medical establishment. But it was common.
The procedure was used to treat gut pain and intensive alternative.
You're not making this up. You're fact checking me in real time.
No, I love this, but applying it by animal was a technique appropriated from the North American indigenous peoples.
Wow. See? How great is that?
That's amazing. But they even thought it up. I think if you're chilling around that long, you got somebody's going to go smoking something.
You think so?
Yeah. Yeah, dude, you get people around.
So, like, how many thousands of years does it take an evolutionary process for somebody to say, okay, we've reached this point in civilization where somebody's got to go smoke something? Is that before or after the wheel? Because they never figured out the wheel.
I think it's 4 years somebody's blowing smoking. Really? It's quick. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It'd be interesting to see how the first things happen like that.
How are the pyramids built?
People talk about it a lot.
We don't know.
We don't know.
How is that? And I'm not, by the way, suggesting the theory.
Yeah, no, well, look, I think.
But how do we not know that? And why doesn't that make all of us humble? Like, if we don't know how they built the pyramids 3,000 or 4,000 directions, we don't know the pyramids were built. If we don't know that, then we don't know shit. Right?
Oh, yeah.
So much did you see that?
Why don't we just say one of the shit?
Yes. All wisdom begins with acknowledging what you don't know. And anyone who tells you, I know the answer, is about to lead you into, say, or something completely crazy. Take the facts. You know what I mean? Like, that's a lie.
Yeah.
So never trust anybody who claims to have it all figured out.
Well, do you think that one of the political parties thinks that they have it all figured out more than the other?
I think they do. I mean, I think politicians by their nature are unwilling. Unless you get somebody who shows up and starts to tell a portion of the truth. Everyone loves him. And then he's always invariably accused of someone of that. They gotta take him out. They're like anonymous charges. He used to be in 1985. I can't tell you my name, but it happened. Mr. Russell Brand.
Yeah, there's always somebody. Yeah, they'll come out with anybody.
Or nobody in his case. I don't think they put a name to any of the 4 people who were accusing him of sexual assault.
I'm not shocked. Well, now there's bots. They can even. I mean, there's bots writing articles now. I read an article the other day about my parents. I've never heard of either of the 2 people in the article. Yeah, it was a bot article. It was a bot.
Have you done 23andMe?
Yeah.
You're positive? Okay.
I'm pretty. I mean, yeah, you're right.
Because you don't know, dude.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, maybe I'm angry at the wrong one.
Exactly.
You know, that's a good point.
You're telling your shrink about the wrong mom.
You know, I've had frustrating time buying tickets. My brother and I had tickets one time to a Chicago Bears game. Someone offered to buy it for them from us. We were children. We were probably 11 and 13. Someone offered to buy it from us outside of the game. He said, okay, we'll sell you our tickets. They were selling $25. We've never had it. He said, okay, we'll do it. And then they said they were under $100. People we ever met. What I want to talk to you about is game time. You shouldn't have to worry when you buy tickets to your next big event. Game time is the fast and easy way to buy tickets for all sports, music, comedy, and theater events near you. Some things I love about the Game Time app, they have last-minute tickets, flash deals, and views from all seats in the venue, so you know if you're gonna if there's going to be something funny, if there's going to be a dang pendulum or anything. Stop it. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, use code WEEKEND, $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code WEEKEND, $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last minute tickets, low price. NBA fans, the wait is over. Basketball is back. And DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the NBA, is celebrating the 100th offer. New customers can score $200 in bonus bets for $5 NBA. Win or lose, it doesn't matter. You'll start the season with the same experience. Basketball's more fun when you're in on the app. Download the DraftKings Sports app now. New customers can get $200 in bonus bets instantly for betting just $5 on DraftKings. How does a free Thanksgiving sound? Well, this year, iPada is here to give you cash back and help ensure your Thanksgiving. Because who wants turkey when that's free? Turkey is great, but we all know the best part of Thanksgiving dinner is the side. Starting November 1st for the 4th year in a row, iPada is giving 100% Thanksgiving. Just add the offers in the app to redeem for everything you need to make your Thanksgiving feast complete. All you have to do is shop at your favorite retailers and upload your receipts. iPada gives you cash back on hundreds of groceries, from produce to personal care and pantry. Download the iPada app now and use code Theo to get 100% cash back on your Thanksgiving dinner. So just go to the App Store or Google Play Store and download the free iPada app and use code Theo. That's IVOTA in the Google Play or App Store and use code Theo. Yeah, I think one of the sad things these days is like that we don't know where to get any information. You know.
Well, I've got one suggestion, and that is whatever.
Not to change the subject, I'm just trying to think.
No, it's a fair question. I mean, how do you make sense of the world is because of NBC and they're liars. I know they're liars. All three of those advise.
You said they lie. Does that mean like you write an article and you give it to your publisher, your producer, and then they say no and they change it, or what do you?
No, it means they don't assign stories on things.
And where do they get those stories?
It's all by you. Their job is to protect people. On behalf.
To get 100% cash back on your Thanksgiving dinner. So just go to the App Store or Google Play Store and download the free iPada app and use code Theo. That's IVOTA in the Google Play or App Store and use code Theo. Yeah, I think one of the sad things these days is like that we don't know where to get any information. You know?
Well, I've got one suggestion, and that is whatever.
Not to change the subject, I'm just trying to think.
No, it's a fair question. I mean, how do you make sense of the world if you don't believe what people tell you? can't answer that. I think it's that's the Russian. I don't know. NBC News, they're liars. I know they're liars. All three of those, I know they lie. You said they lie. Does that mean like you write an article and you give it to your publisher, your producer, and then they say no and they change it, or what do you?
No, it means they don't assign stories on things they don't.
And where do they get those?
It's all by instincts. So their job is to protect the people. Internal challenge people on behalf of the country. And they've been working for me.
Yeah.
And so they work hard to oppose the idea of tech. Jeff Bezos and his friends have fought. So, but I'll tell you a way that I think is a good start to figuring out this truth is watch what they do at the start. You see somebody usually say something random. Shut up! Shut up! Let's put him in jail! Whatever that guy is saying is true. Or it points in the direction of the truth. Right? When someone says something that's like legit and saying no one's mad if this gets in front of us, you know, he's talking about whatever. His flat or lizard people.
Yeah, or playing duck goose.
Yeah. Totally. Nobody cares because he's not being recognized. He's insane. Insane people not being recognized because they're crazy or something. But when they become hysterical about somebody, he's a conspiracy theorist without even refuting what they told you. Then you know he's on his side. I mean, a hurt dog barks, right? When you have an infection, someone touches you, have an infection in their heart. What does that tell you? You have an infection.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, do you think that's one of the reasons why Bobby Kennedy did that? Is so crazy.
100%.
Yeah.
And what's so funny, because I said I saw him very recently, right? And I said to him, I saw him, but I sort of follow it. I'm just interested in the reaction to Bobby Kennedy. And remember, they attacked him as a crazy conspiracy vaccine. He said there may be connections to vaccines and autism. Shut up! And they literally canceled his contract with the Times for that. And they just basically run him out of society. They don't talk too much about that anymore. But the vaccine stuff. Because I think there is this recognition. But that actually a lot of people have heard. A lot of people. Not just the most recent. You could argue that you would do vaccine it academically supposed to prevent the flu, so maybe we get it, something get hurt. But they were telling us for years, nobody gets hurt. That's really awesome.
Yeah, people get hurt all the time.
They get hurt all the time.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of vaccines. It's like even the polio vaccine. I cite this a lot, but they tested the polio vaccine in our hometown. They had a primate testing facility there. And yeah, and that's where they tested the polio vaccine.
You grew up in a town with a primate testing facility.
Yeah. Tulane National Primate Research.
It's in New Orleans.
It's outside of New Orleans. No. It's outside.
Yeah, they don't allow that in Autobahn parks.
But in our town, this is where they made it at. But that vaccine gave cervical cancer to tons of women, and they knew it when they put it out, but they already ordered it. They're like, fuck it, we already paid for it. So, exactly. But so I think that
so it's bad to lie, and it's especially bad to lie. If I lie to you about something, but if I'm lying to 350 million people, that's a crime, and they've done it. And the problem is, at this point, I'm going to surgeon. You know, because that's a pretty straightforward operation. I've got a knife. I'm going to take this whatever. But I don't think I'm going to try this. Maybe I would. I don't know. I haven't made a choice. But that's good. They got caught lying and they never admitted it.
That's part of it. There's never any resolution. There's never any affirmation to your questioning, and even if you were right, there's never any about-face
But it
acknowledgement.
can't get better. If you get in a fight with your girl, okay, and one of you behaves horribly, one of you's on some campaign and then says something outrageous, and you want to continue the relationship, there has to go a point where you're like, you know, I really wasn't asking.
And only when you do that can it get better. It cannot be healed before you do that. It doesn't work. And that's true with public trust as well.
And that's where we've got.
But I don't understand why you can't admit it. Like, I've been wrong about a ton of things. I feel so much better when I admit it and stop pretending that I'm omniscient. I don't know everything, and that's okay. Why can't they do that? Why can't Fauci just be like, wow, I told you this in good faith, I was wrong, and I'm sorry. He would do more for people's trust in science if he was fully capable of that. He's a freaking sociopath, dangerously abused.
A shitty picture too. You see that?
Quite a shitty picture. And I say that as a shitty picture. Even he's got to work on that. But still.
No, it's okay, man. Look at this. Let's
Real people, real stories.
God, get fucked. That dude is.
He's got a mask on outside.
Huh? Dude, that guy's got fucking.
But it's so prima facie retarded. It's like there's a dwarf on the field with a mask on outside, throwing it at the backboard. Like, this is not a real country. If that guy's running it, this is a joke.
First of all, the bad boy's 11, so he's
Yeah,
flirting with a
exactly.
child. So let's call that he's flirting with a child. Let's call it
Yeah,
what it
you're a
is.
freak.
Now, African American needs a Tommy John surgery in their heart because it is, dude. Myocarditis right there. Here I am.
Is that you?
866.
Where is that?
That was
That's 866.
Yeah, so I got to throw one out for the Diamondbacks. That's fine.
How nervous?
I was pretty nervous, I guess. It's something that makes you feel like how old you are.
How
I'm 40. Oh, I was 41. I'm 43, but I was like, oh shit, 43 is pretty cool. Yeah, feels old. Actually, does it feel old? No, it just feels old when you're running upstairs. What I'm talking about?
I'm 54, yeah.
Shit, just leave
But
that.
I always run upstairs.
Yeah. Yeah, like I'll show them.
100%.
Always.
And I make my wife, who's
What made you write this book?
she doesn't even. She'll just go upstairs. She doesn't even.
She does it.
I know she's whimsical. She's just got like crazy. She never stopped doing it.
Yes.
Makes you physical fitness. And I took about 4 years off for cigarettes and stuff. And she did it. So yeah, it pays off.
When was your first cigarette here, though?
Yeah. It was delicious. And my father smoked and was very, he smoked like 30 cigarettes. Oh, no. Extra long, flavor with licorice. Red and we had many. So that's. I don't even know if there's a picture of it. He smoked right there, one down. That right there. That's the cigarette of my childhood. He picked him up in the Marine Corps when he was 17. I guess they gave him a rash. That was the cigarette of my childhood. Always one smoker. And everywhere else. Anyway, but I was like, when I was little, I was against it. My father really loved cigarettes and wasn't embarrassed. I smoke what I feel bad about. No, and I smoke unfiltered because it feels tricky when you're done. There's no filter. Smoking backwards so the enemy doesn't know it's an American cigarette. You burn the logo off. He really likes cigarettes. And folks are really smoke. So I was like maybe 13. I was in 8th grade when I started.
And where were you? You got bored? You was in the house.
I was at school.
At school.
It was a pretty freaky. I'm with a teacher. I know it sounds like
Romantic, not that.
it was romantic. It's great.
It's just sneak. It sounds like espionage.
No. It was totally open. You could smoke it twice. Your senior year of high school. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You could smoke as a child at school.
Oh yeah.
Really?
I shouldn't be saying this. It's so funny. People would be like, yeah, I did ayahuasca or DMT, and I was like, so cool. It's like, yeah, I smoked a cigarette. What? You're a criminal. But yeah, dude.
Really? You could smoke it.
Yeah, I could smoke at school from senior year of high school. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You could smoke as a child at school.
Oh yeah.
Really?
I shouldn't be saying this. It's like, what's so funny? People would be like, yeah, I did ayahuasca or DMT, and I was like, so cool. It's like, yeah, I smoked a cigarette. What? You're a criminal. But you know, I wouldn't say smoking is great long term. I don't think that is where I quit when I was 45 because I felt like I probably should. But I did enjoy it. I really did. I never had a bad one. You know, one of bad cigarettes. I never felt that way at all. I've had bad fake news. Like you can screw up almost any consumer product, but a cigarette is remarkably consistent, and it gives you what it promises. The payoff is always there.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
No, it's always a you know, especially
Yeah.
right.
In the morning.
What I love, but I see it it was actually my grandmother was and he would I would sit
tips on the longer, or do you just basically spell off what's going on with humans?
Louisiana. I think it's at the highest smoking rate in the East.
you know what Louisiana does have? It has the most people that are born there that die there will never be.
It's a cool place. It's not like every other place.
Because, yeah, I always say like New Orleans is a good place to get oysters and murder.
Yeah, you can order and oysters. That's totally right. The thing about Louisiana, it never gets credit for. Everyone talks about the Louisiana actually was that. Yeah, it was. We had a bunch of different cultures, and they timed out.
We still got a good mix down there.
Yeah.
We had a area of us called Chafunkta, that was the river, and it was named after
Chafunkta? That's a Fagawi tribe.
I'm not sure.
That's not real. That cannot be.
It's really TCHDF.
Chafunkta?
Yep.
Heavy fasting.
Does sound like a joke, right? It sounds like
Yeah, it does. Well, here's how they got the name. A long time ago, a Native American threw a big rock into the river, and that's the sound of the Native American.
It's
Pretty fascinating. But that right there is a perfect example of Louisiana to me. Is that it's a place for great storytelling. It's a great place for kind of family. You know, so that's what story I like to tell.
people have dinner with their family.
People have 90-minute lunch breaks. People wake up, get to breakfast, and then do 2 or 3 things before they go to lunch. That's how life was.
It wasn't all about efficiency.
No, it wasn't.
So if your life is all about efficiency and every moment is being counts towards something, then you're not really living. You should not have to. When you're up for a cog in a larger machine.
And that's what I think a lot of people feel like these days.
Well, for good reason. There's some chick on the internet, 22-year-old, experiencing life in corporate for the first time. She does this video. This is terrible. What do you think? Shut up and work, honey! And I watch this and I'm like, no, I hope you win. I hope you win. It's a revolution. I just so hate that culture.
Oh yeah,
It treats people like they're not people. For what?
Well, I mean, I think for some people, in one sense, learning to be a boss and leader has been tough. Just because I just started out with a big meeting. I would have just sleep and I didn't get great. I didn't I was not compulsive to go. I was organized, efficient,
Okay, that's fair.
one-off kind of guy.
Yep.
Yeah, kind of like when they play the trumpet in the morning.
You never got greedy though. You never went back.
Never went back greedy. All the time. That's it. Yeah. But so I think learning to do that personally has been it's been a journey for me. But yeah, I think with companies, it's like, how do you get away from that? And is it just, sometimes I think America was just this Christian experiment that got compromised and it's turned out.
You think? I think you're onto something.
And I hate to say that because part of me doesn't really want to admit it.
It's obviously true. It's obviously true. I mean, we can't have a democracy unless it's a voluntary system. People have to show a lot of restraint. They have to be all in. There has to be some sense of you can't just be like, how much can I grab? It's like Halloween. It doesn't work if all the kids just empty the basket on the front steps. In the first wave of trick-or-treaters. No, it's true though.
You're right.
And a democracy is very much the same way because you can take power and then just like steal everybody's money legally. And so you really have to have some boundaries that you impose on yourself. And that has to come from within. You have to have a sense of self. If you don't have that, then it just descends into greed and selfishness.
Have we let? Do you think America is still a Christian nation?
No.
What is it?
It's an LLC, as you said. So,
We better privatize communism.
I think it's exactly right. I mean, no one's for the free market. Everyone's for using power to hobble their competitors. Everyone's, the only reason we have regulations is the system is completely rigged, and you know that. You're asking how do you get reliable information about the news. The news media want to talk about race. That's Hispanics. But that's actually not an interesting conversation because you can't change your race, and like the different races, and they're sort of different, but they're also very much the same. It's like not that interesting a topic to me personally. I'm not interested in race. What's really interesting is that the United States of America is being eluded by a small number of people who are getting away with it, and they don't want to talk about that. They never want to talk about economics. They never want to talk about the tax code. They never want to talk about any of that stuff ever, and that's how you know that CNBC and CNN and the New York Times, those people are like looking out for you, are actually just Praetorian guards standing in front of the people who have money and keeping the masses from asking uncomfortable questions. And so whenever anyone asks about, like, well, wait a second, like, why do we tax people at half the rate for investing that we do for working? Literally, they pay half the tax rate. So you have a job and you work every day and you pay one rate, but if you just stay home and invest money and live off the interest, you pay half as much. So are we saying it's twice as virtuous to invest as it is to work? Is that what we're saying?
If you're a day trader or just trading stocks or something, you don't have.
Or if you're a private equity guy and you can claim that your income is actually investment, is interest on your investments, you have to tax this. So we have a tax code that discourages work and encourages parasitic behavior. Now, there are arguments on both sides, and I'm not an economist, but you don't even hear those arguments. Because it's like, shut up, racism, trannies, or whatever. It's all a distraction from what the real story is, which is they're looting the country. And at this point, we can't repay them at the moment. So it's going to be like, well, unfortunately, we have to sell Yellowstone. And no, I mean it's going to get to the point where we're actually
sold it to Asians.
No, it's real.
Yeah.
Where what?
And then they're going to say the sale was racist too. That's going to be the craziest
No,
part.
you're asking questions about this race.
Okay.
Yeah. You're always the race. Just to be clear, you're always the racist. Louisiana man. Wasn't David Duke from Louisiana? Shut up, Klansman.
Yeah, I used to live fights with David Duke.
In prison?
No.
I can see you guys in the yard. All the Aryan Nation guys. He's like on your back as you're doing push-ups.
Bro, I was never in any Aryan Nation, dude.
Not even in prison.
Yeah,
How'd
I
you
never
survive?
even went to any of their meetings or anything. I saw pamphlets or whatever, but I never pulled up over there. But yeah, we shared a back fence, and I used to date this hot girl. I put her on my seafood last month over the bed. So we pop in there and watch them eat shit or whatever. But it was called Molten's Seafood in Madisonville, right on the river. Really? Right? I was a bus boy, and these got raccoons coming out the wall where they cooked up. Boarding was bad on the wall, it had rotted out. They let one of his bus boys get there with a broomstick with the stinger and beat the raccoons back.
They're ferocious animals.
They loved
And pizza.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, trash cans. Right? You see them inside the trash cans.
Oh, yeah.
And they love pizza. I like pizza.
Oh, yeah.
Usually, and pizza.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, they go.
I'd love to see. Now, that would be a good Dave Copeland thing where he does one bite.
Have you ever seen a raccoon? You never gave them any of that, did you?
Oh, I pulled up on them and they're always like this.
They're right with their hands.
We didn't do.
Double.
The gayest one is the one in the recycling bin. He's always like, at least the other ones are in the trash. There's always that one that kind of wanders up to the recycling bin and he's wearing like a necklace of your mom or something. Like, what the fuck is that one doing? But yeah, they always are like pleading.
No, they do. They're so clever.
Oh, they're crafty. Yeah.
I've never shopped. I've seen them. That's kind of a
Yeah, I grew up around a lot of rabies. Someone won't come down the street, but all to go inside.
a lot of people have rabies.
Yeah, I would say it was a big scare. It was rabies spot, but
Rabies problem.
when I was a kid, it was a big thing. Get out the street, just sick raccoon. And,
But when they got cars and stuff, they killed that.
I mean, it wasn't as big of a thing. But yeah, David did, and we go to the gym sometimes. And I'll say this: nice guy, very nice guy. He never, we just did chest and tries or whatever. There was never any racial things or whatever, But he was a very fit man.
I've never met him, but I will say this: I'm not saying he was a vet. He was obviously a vet. But every time I would get a new show, I don't know anything about David. I'm from La Jolla, California. He wasn't quite as popular.
Another person with
But every time I get a new show, there'd be some news story. David Duke endorses girls. Why? I don't know you. I don't know anything about you. I'm from La Jolla. Okay, we don't share a common culture.
Yeah, from Mitt Romney country.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. Literally, Mitt Romney goes.
Yeah, Comedy Store. I used Comedy Store La Jolla is one of my favorite.
No
my
way.
favorite comedy club in the whole country.
It's been there a long time.
It's the
Since
best
I was
club.
a child.
Really?
Up in the village. Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, there was a Jack in the Box next door.
I remember that. It wasn't. It was made look this a few years ago. If it did, or
It closed it down for a while because he got caught selling paper in the 70s.
Oh, yeah?
And I don't know if that story was actually true. But that's what happened.
Look, you can get a couple grams of brew.
I told Brewburgers, that's what we called them. That's so funny.
I
And
would
if
have
you
that
took
on
a close look at the meat, it was gray and kind of bristly. And it was not. I think the company was owned by Rothschild.
Oh yeah, they're out of. I believe they're out of. Are they? Yeah, I know they're out of the Midwest. But yeah, I loved it over there. You'd always hear, I love La Jolla. It's a beautiful area.
They weren't big on races.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if they. It's mostly white.
Less than
Right.
Yeah.
And like people were expecting, we can't do.
No, it was like Richmond.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, it seemed like this.
Yeah.
It's like It's beautiful.
It's really very good. Sad though, so
Is it?
Yes. But when it was, I mean, it's obviously one of the prettiest places in the world here, but yeah, it was high and bottom. Like nobody had a real connection to anyone else. First time I went to New Orleans, but I because it was so thick, so much there. Rituals, customs, and kind of culture, and and even though I didn't understand what they were doing in New Orleans, obviously I was very threatened by it. Half the town is about criminal, right? But I still liked it. Because I thought this is an interesting story. There's nothing.
I can totally see that. Yeah, I think I grew up in a place that was just so, there was so much lore and stuff in our area that, and I think that's just a lot of the way that Louisiana was.
Amos Moses.
Louisiana?
I don't know. I love that song. So you just take, wrestling alligators in the swamp, and where I grew up, people literally talked about the weather every single day, and the weather never changed. It wasn't like we lived in Minnesota or something. Very true. It's unbelievable. You're like, well, it's going to be 72 and partly cloudy. Moving to mostly sunny in the afternoon. It's 60 overnight tomorrow, and it'll just be endless repeat.
Did you hate that about yourself? That was there any load? Because I hated myself because I was poor, right?
Yeah.
But does that happen on the other end of the spectrum? Or and I hated my neighborhood. I just felt embarrassed, right? Does that happen on the other end of the spectrum? People,
No, not enough. There should be a lot more self-hatred.
I hate to say self-hatred. Sorry, I was ashamed of myself. That's better.
There should be more shame. Like if you've amassed $100 million sucking the last remaining light without something like factory income, like you should hate yourself a little bit. You know what I mean? And there's none of that. And I think that's part of the problem. There's not enough guilt among the ruling class. There's no sense of obligation to people beneath them. And that's one of the reasons it happens. One of the reasons that federal crisis is not even acknowledged by Washington is because they kind of know they're responsible for it, and you wind up hating the people you vote. I have noticed.
What do you mean that you want to
If you commit a sin against somebody, if you're cruel to somebody, unfair to somebody, you cheat somebody, you wind up hating that person as a way of justifying it. And the only way to stop that is by admitting it and saying it out loud to the person's face and asking for forgiveness. Again, it's right. One of the 12 step model works, right? But if you don't do that, you wind up blaming the person for the crime that you committed against them. And that's one of the reasons that people who don't get sober are so angry because they're pissed at their parents. You meet these people at parents send them to rehab 6 times, and they're pissed at their parents. Why are you mad at your parents? They did everything they could. And the reason the junkie's mad at his parents is because he knows that he's actually the guilty party, and he's committed massive crimes. And that is true at a macro level as well. And if you're ruling class, all the richest people have gotten rich by dicking over the people beneath them, and running these fascist companies that spy on their employees' phone calls and track them as they come in and out of the building and require them to work on Sundays with no overtime. And just really inhumane sweatshop set practices, creepy Stasi stuff. Those people end up having great contempt for their own employees. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I think it's one of the spaces we're getting to right now in the country is people, if you're an owner of something, if you are well, you know what's interesting is when you say that, we recently met a guy who was a Democrat, right? He's like a devout Democrat, right? And he said to me, this was interesting, I've never heard this. He said, I vote for Democrats because I want there to be programs in place to keep the people that are struggling. I want to keep them, I want to satiate them just enough so they don't rebel. Right. And I never heard that. I said that out loud. Yeah, he said that to me. So I never heard
Here's
that.
your weird weed, here's your porn, just don't make a mess.
But just don't make a mess so that the rest of us who aren't as unfortunate as you can still operate like we operate.
So,
I just never had a perspective.
was this on camera?
No, this was just in a human conversation. It's 2 humans, even
Well, an inhuman conversation.
Really?
What?
Yeah, I had a salad. I don't know what he had.
That's a blood of children.
Yeah,
It sounds that way.
He had a O negative. Yeah.
I mean, that is so dark, but it's so true. And by the way, blessing for his honesty, because that is exactly what's going on. And that's not how you treat your own kids or who you love. You never say, I'm going to keep you on just enough assistance that you cannot starve to death, but that you'll be like so harried by the shittiness of your existence that you'll never have enough. That is a crime. I've never heard that. Well, that's
to me, as an American value, that was like, oh, that's never a way that I have to recall our things.
No, because you encourage self-sufficiency, because that's where self-respect comes from.
Right.
I've got my shit in a pile, and I'm proud of myself. That's the goal for an adult man. And if you're preventing people from getting to that, then you are committing a crime. And you should be held accountable, in my opinion.
But there's nobody to hold anybody accountable anymore.
Sorry. Everyone's in on it. Well, it's just so interesting.
How do we get out of it then?
By saying the truth out loud. I think that's the only person that's more powerful. Guns. I mean, I do. Saying the truth. I mean, that's what they get us down to. Right? Be a mass shooting, and they'll be 3 days. We can take all our guns right there. Yeah, they can't, but that's not their priority. So when somebody says something that's true, I mean, they will disappear. You'll never hear from them.
Attention parents.
And there's a reason. Yeah, the reason is nothing is a greater threat to the people running things than true words. And that's what they're
about Kanye, you mean?
I'm not talking about Kanye was disappear. Yeah, I mean, in my view, Kanye would be, if you show up on Alex Jones in a hockey mask saying you love Hitler, probably not really a threat to him, actually. I mean, really a lot of people are going to watch Kanye being like, I love Hitler, and be like, wow, I love Hitler too.
Yeah.
No, it's no.
Oh, you might be able to walk home with the devil rays, man.
No, but I'm just saying, like, that wasn't, you actually wanted to promote Hitler, and no one would ever want to promote Hitler, but like if you did, that would not be the way to do it, right? So actually, how was Kanye a threat to anybody? I don't think he was. By the way, he's a recording artist, musician, so and a clothing designer. He's not in charge of federal policy. So I thought that was distressing out. Just because I don't think anybody should be silent. If you're not committing violence against somebody, you have the right as a human being, because you are not a slave, you're a human being, you have the right to say what you think. That is a foundational right. And if you don't have the right to say what you think, then you're not a human being, you're a slave. Like, that's the acid test. Am I a slave or not? I don't know. One simple question. Can you say these like things? And if you can't, then you're a slave. Super simple.
Well, now it feels like they own. It used to feel like you could write what you think, but they now feel like the paper is owned, right?
Yeah.
So they can, like, even with AI coming out, it's like they could even adjust what you write. So you don't even fucking have a value to write anything anymore. It's like, hey, just put in kind of how you feel. We'll write what you're saying. It's like it's getting to that. You know what I'm saying? It almost starts to. It could be 2 years from that, where it's like.
I've been a writer all my life, and to see now machines doing that and actually doing a service of the job, writing poetry and screenplays. And
yeah, giving me a fake father. You know?
But upgrade or no?
A little younger than my dad, but I don't know. That guy seemed to be because I'll call him. There. I'm gonna urinate real fast.
You're gonna urinate?
You ever heard of horse?
I'm a dog guy.
Really? You ever bet on dogs? You ever put one in the track?
In fact, it's Florida in the 80s. Now, and that dog track has now been closed. And I love dogs, and I've always loved dogs. And it's the one in Miami, it's the airport. It was the most depressing, inhumane. I just wanted to send my PETA, spend 20 minutes there. But I did go there. Yes, I have been drinking. The other things is that
You know, drinking on drinking?
I've always been a sizable man. Better make fuck me up.
Yeah, the old park sound.
Don't need a plus set. Oh, sorry. I think the dog. Oh, I spent a lot of time on it. Actually, true story. I had a girlfriend in high school. And she went to Vanderbilt University. I lived in New England, which is a small country. And I took the bus. I took a Greyhound bus from Washington, D.C. to Nashville. And this bus was going out to New York City. And the back of the bus was left at midnight. And I'm drinking and smoking. That's a long time. This was 1987. I'll never forget it. And I fall asleep. I'm so loaded. And all of a sudden, I feel this red painting thing in my face. And people right there in the seat, right across the aisle, just like full point, just like playing couch ball, full blown sound effects, everything. And the guy was wearing socks. And one of the socks hit my face, and it was just moist, and it had a lot of gravel from the ground. There's nothing allowed about it all. Right?
I mean, I don't know. It depends on what you're thinking of, how you are.
Well, I was drunk in a dead sleep, and they were going around. She's making this animal noise, and it's like they were not at all inhibited. It was kind of impressive in a way. I felt it was very much an intrusion.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, is there any zoning over here?
Right.
What? Yeah.
That's a true story. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Oh, Greyhound's unbelievable, dude. I remember one time a guy's on there, like sitting by me. He goes, "Hey, there was a bro on there, and he goes, "Hey, you want to see something?" And I thought it was going to be, right? Because I've been on the bus before.
But you said yes.
Well, it was a 2-hour ride. I was like, I can see it, man. I'm not going to pretend.
You thought he cut a hole in the bucket.
Yeah, I thought so.
I get it.
Some wiener trick, you know.
He'll bring out wiener.
And I was like, yeah, I'll see you, know. And he had a bag of jewelry and a gun, and he just robbed the whole group. Wow, he had a bag of jewelry. No, I didn't buy any, but he wanted me to sit there and look at it. I put on a couple of necklaces or whatever. And
You acted impressed.
oh yeah, because I was scared. And they always give the guy, you know, once you get out of jail, they give you a ticket. I can imagine how the jewelry sales get it. Great. You are retarded. We got to get out of here. It's 7 hours.
I bought the ticket.
Dude, that was yeah. I mean, I loved riding Greyhound. I used to work on a farm up in Mississippi, and so I would take a Greyhound bus up there, and I would ride up there. And there was always people on there. There was the bathroom. Boats on there. It was always closed. They said, you know. I was on one where part of it was on fire. I was on one where a guy stopped and fucking beat his ass or something. And we all had to chill out. No way. Dude, go to Greyhound Bus Twitter feed, the Greyhound Bus Help, and look at their replies on there. Bro, go there. So it's just like every walk will have to stop. Oh, it's just like, the bus supposed to leave at 4:30. It's 9:70. Like it's 9:70. Well, you a bad watch. But like it's 9:70. People are pregnant. It's just the list goes on. Chances are like people on the bus. It's unbelievable.
But seriously, all the drivers allowed my bag to be stolen this trip. Where's customer service?
Yeah, go back one. They got a video. You see that video? This is what I do at night. I go to Greyhound Bus Help, and they'll show stuff. Yeah, little way calls, little seats, different this.
Did you ever do that?
I never found any drugs on there. Don't let that be. But I spent a lot of time on this. It's insane.
Greyhound Bus Help.
Greyhound Bus Help. But yeah, they could change it. It would still work. I'm going to urinate real fast.
All right.
So, sorry I had to urinate, that's why.
I heard it.
Yeah, it's okay.
Strong true.
The saddest part of being little is not being able to do it. When I grew up around, we had a lot of meats, and they would hold a lot of brothers back around for years. We had this dude, Mr. Larry, right? Yeah, he was like, they held it back like 7 times. Right? So at that point, you got to respect him. 100%. And he would urinate over your back and just right into the urinal. You'd be standing there peeing, right? Like a scared kid. Remember how scary it was the first time you had to go into the urinals as a kid? Oh, well, I grew up in a less threatening environment. Oh, you did? Oh,
there was no one doing piss rainbows at the shoulder.
Yeah, bro.
No.
That wasn't hilarious. He was the fucking Gary Payton of piss on me. He would fucking shoot for pee. And so you'd literally be peeing. Imagine this, and you can't pee. You're scared. And then a fucking pee comes from the front. It goes perfectly in. It's good to demoralize that.
No, but I mean, the pounds per square inch, just the velocity. You know what I mean? You think you'd almost need CO2 to get that much power.
Yeah, it was impressive, man. It's crazy what some things can do. You know, we're young men. Or adolescents.
Yeah, there's not a lot of people.
Yeah. Oh, there wasn't any trouble, dude. It was just
and then the hand is like, bam! Off! It's like the Bellagio fountain. It's like, when it's done, it's done.
What is news like around the world? That's something I don't understand.
So different, it's crazy. You don't realize that we live in this bizarre biosphere where you have no idea what's going on in the rest of the world. You have no idea how your personality. You have no idea really your place in the world because we're cut off from the rest of the world, and we have these two extremely lame and relevant countries bordering us. Because they care. But Mexico and Canada, no offense, I like to vote, but like, nobody cares. But there are big, important countries around the world that are very focused on that. Those views are never expressed. So if you're a leader in the United States, you're like, well, we're this is democracy. This is the arsenal of democracy. And then you go to the countries that are directly affected by those policies, and they're like, you're freaking insane. You have no idea what you're talking about. I mean, the mind blower for me this summer We traveled all over the world, most different continents. Still doing it because I got fired, so I've been stuck in the studio for all those years.
Now you gotta get out and about.
Well, kind of. I mean, I go on vacation for 2 weeks a year, but that was it. You know, when you do it. Sure. You're tied to where you are, period. You're in the studio. So all of a sudden, I'm like, I'm kind of emancipated. Yeah, for a few months. It was summertime. And anyway, so we went. But the shock for me was, and this is not a partisan at all.
What does partisan mean?
It means like carrying water for a party. Like this is what Republicans think. So Democrats.
So non-partisan means not.
This is just what I think is true. Like it doesn't matter what either party says.
Okay. What does non-partisan mean?
It just means not partisan. It's not. You're not connected to a party. You're not helping either.
Okay.
But what I mean is both parties, Republican and Democrat, were saying for a year and a half, Ukraine is Russia.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, yeah. And I still think people believe that. So whatever you think of the war, Russia, Ukraine, I mean, I'm not that interested, honestly, because I'm not Russian or Ukrainian. It's the truth. But lots of Americans seem to be interested. They have a I mean, they're learning to pronounce Kiev,
Yeah,
the dumb slogan.
Slava Ukraine.
Yeah, they don't, whatever. Americans have this thing where they have no idea where something is, but they're like, oh, I'm an expert. You see it now in the Middle East, I'm an expert. It's like the Nakba. What? Stop. Anyway, but the article of faith for most Americans was Ukraine, Israel, and it's Russia. How do I know? You know what I mean? I'm stuck in the studio. So I go over to the region, 2 different countries in Ukraine.
Oh, you popped over there to Ukraine?
No, I didn't go to Ukraine.
Really?
The government of Ukraine is attacked. So I felt like that was unwise.
Who's their master of their leader?
Well, the president is a guy called Vladimir Zelensky.
Oh, right, that's right. He's a fucking comedian.
Yeah, a very unfunny one.
Yeah, do you have any videos of him doing stand-up comedy?
He's got one where he's playing the piano with his dad.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but yeah, and actually fairly well.
Was it at a Sig-F house? Where was that?
It was in Ukraine. So
That's
I think that's, yeah, it's a pretty common thing. Oh, there he is playing piano.
Let's see.
Oh, yes.
Oh, anybody can be president now.
Well, I don't know. Can you play the piano with your penis?
Huh? A little bit of balls over it. That's
Yep.
kind of hacky, but it's cute though.
That was good. I liked that.
I said that just I kind of needed to.
But anyway, so whatever. I don't care about these guys in any way. But
Right.
I go over there and I start talking to very knowledgeable people. People who love these questions. They're like, what? No. Russia has 100 million more people than Ukraine. 100 million. And much deeper industrial capacity. They have all these weapons factories. You're not going to, it's the largest country in the world. There's literally no chance you can theoretically Ukraine.
Aren't they an industrial? Aren't they
Russia?
You know, things made out of stone. Aren't they like
Yeah.
in the past with a lot of like technology? Like,
Well, it turns out, I mean,
there's
there's
no military advance.
well, we always make fun of it, during the Soviet period because it was super inefficient and drunk and they would crash the commercial airliners all the time. All the time. In fact, the famous their carrier, their national carrier, Aeroflot carrier, the Soviet carrier, and in a very, very famous crash, the pilot had his son. And the son just takes these goats. Just pushes it down and flies the plane right into the ground. So, like, people make fun correctly of Soviet technology, but it turns out they were actually pretty good at this. They produced a lot of chess players from last year. Neither the Ukrainians were. But anyway, the point is, the Russians were never good, period. And anyone who looked at it objectively would know that, except no one in the United States knew that. So that kind of freaked me out. Like, it was a big country, smart country, great, most advanced country in the world, supposedly. And nobody even knows the basic fact. Like, Russia has 100 million people. Of course, they're not going to lose to Ukraine. That's insane. And yet, nobody knew that. So I thought, wow, what's going on? And like the amount of lying that you can do in a world where everything is controlled, all information is controlled, exception pretty much Twitter. Because the guy who owns it has said it's not going to censor it.
Yeah, see, Aaron, it's nice. I feel like that's one thing that I thought was that yeah, maybe that's it. That's what's about censorship. Is that at least you feel like you can say things, or that things can be shared. Because
Do you feel? I mean, as someone who writes comedy, does this every day, do you feel freer on the platform now?
On Twitter. Yeah. I feel like at least if YouTube takes me down,
So look at that. Comedy is legal in this country. So Elon, like, specifically endorsed. You're right.
yeah, it was nice that we had Roseanne Barr on, and she's a.
I like her.
Oh, dude, she fucking did so much for everybody. She did so much for women and gays, and they Hollywood threw under the fucking bus as soon as they had a chance because they were heartless. And so anyway, she was on my show, and she.
Yeah, I saw that. And they took. Tell me if I'm misremembering this. They took a line that she had, and they cut out all the context and put it like on TikTok, and it made her sound like she was a crazy person.
Yeah, she's a Jewish. I mean, she's born Jewish. I think she's still Jewish, right?
Yes.
And so she said, yeah. Oh, and the Holocaust never happened, right? She said sarcastically.
They should know.
Yes. Yeah, it's very obvious, right? Of course. And some guy on Twitter asked Sam, I don't know the guy's Buckenstein or somebody. He fucking made a big deal about it.
From the Minneapolis folks.
Yeah, probably. This was 2 weeks after, right? Makes a big deal about, or just put that clip in whatever, no context. So in YouTube, took us down. But we got to put it on Twitter, so that was nice, at least because it was an honest place, you know. But what I worry about is, like, didn't some of these companies, didn't Twitter or Facebook, didn't they get in trouble for not letting, like, during election times, like, not real information being allowed to be shared?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who would get them in trouble. They run everything. And, you know, my concern would be, as we're getting to this election, it's very intense. You know, very intense people on both sides. And if you actually had a platform that was open, everyone was saying things, that's a massive threat to the asshole. And I think that, because the truth is always a threat to the people are killed, never killed, ever. They're only killed. Only punished. You get mad as you told the truth. So, I mean, I can't imagine the pressure that's on this company. X. That's weird.
Do you think Elon could be, I mean, there could be, like, even an assassination?
I've never speculated something like that, but I just think there's,
You can't, you're a guy at a bar, what are you going to say?
You know, I think there's going to be, I would have a food taster. I mean, I think the one thing we look, if you're doing a great job at something, you're a great father, great husband, great employer, great comedian, you're not too worried because you know you're doing a good job. But if you're doing a bad job and the only beneficiary of your work is you, and everyone else is getting screwed, and they can't even afford to fill up a truck or buy groceries, and you're still getting rich, you're very worried. Dictators are always worried about their own security. Okay? So what's the biggest threat to you? The biggest threat is someone calling you out. And so you have to shut down any medium where that can possibly happen. So obviously Facebook is completely controlled. Google is completely controlled. TikTok, one of the company, God knows what their agenda is. So really the only big platform that's pretty not controlled, with apparently some limits, but in general, it's not controlled. It's free speech. It's X. So, like, there's a lot at stake. Legitimate leaders don't worry about this. If I'm a legitimate leader, if I'm a good father, and one of my kids is like, I want to smoke weed at the breakfast table, you're like, because I make the rules no weed. I'm not worried about saying that, because I think I'm a pretty good father, and I think my kids think I'm a pretty good father. But if I'm a terrible father, who's abusing my kids, I can't let them say anything, because it worries my family. I get punished for what they know. And that is the same attitude that every dictator has. So all dictators take the guns and go censorship. First thing they do. They don't want to throw you in prison. It's expensive. It's difficult. They don't want to execute you. They just want you to shut up and be obedient. And Elon Musk, in buying this platform and opening it up to all positions, including popular ones, is the single greatest threat to their hegemony. And I'm not predicting they're responsible. It's going to be intense, super intense. I can say that.
Do you have security and that sort of thing? If you were in, do you have like somebody, would you make sure that the Tesla truck, which is supposed to be in 17 years, but that it has extra bulletproof on it?
I would definitely include a standard feature on that. Oil tanks that drop the oil onto the mobile and so that people shoot when you spin out and like go right into a bridge abutment or off the side of the mountain, off of Island, you know what I mean? I would definitely do that, and I'd have like hidden machine guns at the side view mirrors. I'd have a death ray possibly. That'd probably be a custom feature, but I wouldn't know that.
Do you think we get fair news about like even the war like in Israel and Hamas? Like, do you think we get fair information about that? Like Joe Rogan had a lady on recently, and she was saying that like the perception of what happens over there is the information. Did you see that?
Think of it this way. What's at stake? People's lives, governments, land, ancient rivalries and hatred. I mean, there's so much at stake
Yeah,
here.
this is the Celtics and the Lakers from the vibe.
Then, of course, that's very intense. And so, of course, there's going to be massive lying on all sides, and there is. And that's fine, and you go into it knowing that. I've spent a lot of time reading there. I will freely confess I don't understand a lot of the dynamics because I'm from La Jolla. I'm from, Jenin or Jerusalem or Qatar. It's like I'm not from the region. I don't speak the languages. But I know enough to know that there's massive lying, and I think it's good to know that. The only thing that enrages me is when people say, "You must believe me." I have no obligation to believe anybody. You have an obligation to want me to believe you to prove yourself. And I have a right to ask simple, fair questions. How do you know? How can I trust that? And if you don't give me those answers, then I just don't believe you. And I don't have to. And if your recourse is, you're a bad person for not believing me, fuck you. That's my response. Fuck you. And especially in this case where my money and potentially my children's lives will be
Yeah, one of these things got blown out of my nose over there. Yeah.
Just widen them out. There's no shot.
God, it feel good, doesn't it? God, dude.
I can feel it dripping in the back of my throat right now. Anyway, sorry to use profanity on the show, but
Somebody put on some cash up,
Is that what you listen to?
I don't know what happened, dude.
No, be honest. What were you listening
I think it was probably, some Cassius, some Travel World there, and maybe a little bit of...
That's the soundtrack of your private.
I love it. I got a unique list, a little, maybe some Morgan Wallen, a little different, it's like...
What about Dustin Bagley?
I love Billy String, but I haven't heard Dustin Bagley. I thought it was an Irish guy, Dustin Bagley. It's good. It's good. Dustin. Hey, Dustin, Mom's pissed.
Have you ever been to Boston?
I've been to Pittsburgh, though. Dave Chappelle was just in Boston. Maybe you saw what they did over there? Yeah. Do you think that's fair that they should? Because it's not fair, but it's like, I don't know, if you go to listen to Dave Chappelle these days, you know he's going to talk more about a lot of stuff. And Israel criticizes Israel as far as the crowd across the show. Oh, he criticized Israel. So I didn't know that's exactly.
I mean, look, I wasn't there. I only know what I read.
I wasn't there either.
But I think he made one point, which I think is entirely, I don't know if I agree. I don't agree with the Israel thing. But the one point that I read that I did agree with was the United States is implicated in this, and so we have a right to have an opinion. And that is obviously true. And anyone who tells you you don't have a right to have an opinion, you must have one specific opinion, is wrong. And I think it's fair to say that.
Yeah, I think people should be able to have their opinion. Yeah, because once you have your fucking opinion, then it's like, how do you get to a revolution? How do we get to a revolution? Because at what point do people just say, well, if you don't want my life to mean anything to me, based on how you set up the environment, at what point do you go from there to, then I am not going to play this game? Or how does a revolution start?
They're very worried about it.
I think they should be worried about it.
They are worried.
I'd love to fucking be on a horseback, dude.
Well, but you know how you get your revolution is by not listening to people and not serving their interests and telling you to shut up again and again, calling them names. something, you've got a legitimate question. Why should I support a war for one? Shut up! Calling me what? I don't know. Of draft age. Like, why is that not a fair question for me? Shut up! And you do that enough, and I have recourse because I have a platform. But most people don't. And if you tell them to shut up enough, like, you don't care that you care about gas prices and your stupid pickup truck. Some people like their pickup trucks and use them for work. And if it's not affordable to fill up, if you're like, shut up, climate change, pig, your nephew ODs on fentanyl, nobody cares. If you keep that up for long enough, it will make people radical. And why wouldn't they do that, actually? And I'm so insulated from most of it because I have enough money and I'm not in debt and my kids are grown and paid for. And I'm in a much easier position than most people.
Right.
And I feel radical just watching. And so why wouldn't they be on the brink of being unreasonable? And it doesn't need to be this way. You don't have to solve all people's problems. Some problems are very hard to solve, and people know that. There's no magic button you press that ends inflation or stops fentanyl. And everyone knows that. All you need to do is express the fact and do it sincerely that you care. You acknowledge these are big problems. But when the Speaker of the House, who I know is a nice guy from your state, the new Speaker of the House comes in, and the first thing he does is issue a statement on behalf of a foreign country. That's the most important thing. And I'm not even against the statement, but I'm just saying, like, what bigger statement does that make?
Like Tim Mikey Johnson?
Yeah. And he is. But he's a nice guy, and I'm not against him, but I'm just saying, like, if you think the welfare of another country is the most important thing for you as one of the leaders of our country, third in line as the president, you have lost your friends. Because it's not. Nothing is more important to the leaders of our country than our country and how its 350 million people are doing. So I was enraged by that. And who's for Hamas? Who's not for Hamas at all? And for America, actually. I shouldn't even have to answer that question. Are you for Israel or Hamas? I mean, we said for Israel over Hamas, but that's irrelevant. I'm for America, and no one even asked that. And I feel deep resentment about that. The concerns of this country are no concern.
Right. It feels like our concerns don't even fucking matter.
They don't matter.
That's why it makes me wonder, are we just a shell company for Israel? Are we just a shell company for China? Like, where are we? Like, are we just...
Well, there are a lot of people who live here who really like it here.
Born here, I love it here.
Well, I know you do, but I'm just saying, like, it doesn't have to be this way. There are people, there are hundreds of millions of people whose ancestors are buried, and they want to stay here. They don't want to pass. And it wouldn't be hard to rally them and just say, like, you're a Democrat, you're a Republican, you're this, you're that, but we're all Americans, and let's have a conversation about what's best for our country. You would get people from all sides going, that's right, that's the right conversation. We may not even agree, but that's the conversation we should be having. And if you don't do that, I'm just telling you, people go crazy. And I'm totally convinced that the mass shootings we're seeing, a massive spike in mental illness that we're seeing, these are manifestations of the frustration, hopelessness that people feel when they realize their leaders don't care about them. I believe that. I can't prove it, but I believe it because I happen to live in a place with a lot of people who are not kind of succeeding in the modern world. And they're good people, and they have skills. And they've been here, their family's been here for hundreds of years. We should care about that.
I agree. But yeah, I think our country has been compromised by people that don't care. And they don't see value in that. And it feels like it's just about a bottom line or it's about some goal that to me seems so erroneous, I can't even fathom that you would have to deal with. I feel like that's sacrifice that's just that watching people's children die. You can make money off of a fucking cocaine. What do you get another like bathroom or something? Like I don't understand the goal sometimes of some of that, or why people think they're selling someone out to such a point where they don't have any purpose to take away their hope. You know, we had a guy on here talking about the meeting, this guy John Burbank, and he was really interested in this guy from Canada, and he just talks about meaning and when people don't have they don't feel like they're supported by if they don't feel like they're part of a group or they don't feel like
They're totally corrupt from other people and just fooling around atomize alone. Right, it drives them crazy.
right, you go crazy.
Yeah, and then you get an
put them in solitary
SSRI.
confinement. Exactly. So you basically taken so much of America by taking away like things that brought us together.
Yes.
And some of those things were smaller towns, like businesses in small towns, things that made people feel of value. You know, my father went to my father was big kind of mahogany farm and they did wood. So I think if your father went into the woods in your town or whatever, part of the company that built tables, literally, yeah, and you had a table at home, and then it was your dad's company's table. He's like, we needed our family, we built it in our town.
So physical connection between the
Yeah,
Now
now
it's
it's just
theoretical and digital and bullshit.
Yeah.
You can call
yeah, now it's just like we want to eat at this fucking Chipotle Sitka, they're selling gas and burritos, and it's just like but that's a fucking town hall of a lot of. It's just now everything is just it's a Dollar General in most towns, and that's what it is. It's like just we've killed off a lot of that.
What's interesting is if you drive through, I like some of all these towns, especially the county seats, beautiful. Somebody spent a lot of money on conservation. One of those hasn't been built exactly what it is. How is this important? Your state special. You've got a lot of great public architecture. None of it has to do wrong with it. Okay, so why is that? And it's been replaced by disposable garbage from the dollar store. Aren't saying it now, but they are a symbol of it. It's so intentionally ugly. Box stores are so ugly. Like, there's got to be a purpose. Like, the architecture exists for a reason. You're sending a message when you build a building. When you build anything. And the message of box stores and dollar stores and a public DMV is no. We're not going to spend any time or any energy trying to elevate the easier senses. Anything ugly on purpose. So what you know, you mean nothing. You do not shut up and obey. You're an animal. And I just feel like there's something very profound about that. The message that it sends, and everyone receives the message, whether they know it or not. You go into a DMV, what's it telling you? Wait your turn, wait for your number, and then some surly little IQ person passes you over. It's like, I'm a citizen of this country. Why do I even have to have a driver's license? Give me my fucking papers and let me get out of here. How dare you speak to me? But you can't, because she's in charge. The whole experience is designed to degrade you and make you less powerful, take your self-respect away. I'm very upset.
Oh, the DMV, it's almost like they have a line. If you come out of the closet, you get to go to the front of it.
I'd be willing to do that.
Yeah, but that's the kind of shit I'm saying. It's like that's how much they want to compromise who you are or what you are.
But look at that. Okay, the drop ceiling, like there's no reason to have lighting like that. It doesn't cost free. Maybe to put some lamps or sconces or something. There's nothing more oppressive than a drop ceiling fluorescent. And there's no reason to have that. And everything is made out of vinyl and metal. There's not one natural material in it. Why not wooden benches? What would that cost? Train stations used to have them, but they don't. Because the message there is all this shit's disposable. It'll be in a landfill in 5 years, so will you. Everything about that is degrading to the citizen, and it's not an accident. We've been doing that since the day we dropped the atomic bomb on the first. That is true. Why? And the second, I mean, I have a lot of theories about it. I have no evidence to back up any of my theories, so I should just say that. I think that dropping the atomic bomb in Japan convinced the U.S. government and Western leaders involved that they were God. They had the power to destroy those cities. Nuclear power, when weaponized, is the most powerful tool man's ever made. And it gave people the impression that they were God. And they lost all humility and all love for their fellow citizens. They lost love for their fellow citizens. That's what our architecture, post-war architecture, the British colonized whole countries, India for example. They didn't. I mean, they loved India, but they thought the Indians were lesser than them. They did. They were racist in our current understanding of that. But they built train stations in, say, Calcutta or Bombay. It would blow your freaking mind. Nothing is beautiful in the United States as the train stations they built in the subcontinent, in India.
Oh, yeah, stunning places.
Right, stunning. So what does that tell you? And these were colonial train stations built for Indian subjects. Look at that.
But they still had a lot of pride in what they built.
They did, but they people here do the one in Mumbai. The Mumbai train station is like the most unbelievable. And
I met a Pakistani the other day.
that was part of India until
Yeah.
1997.
They have their own autonomy now.
They do. They have nuclear weapons, actually. Well, look at that. Look at that right there. Look at that. That looks like, I mean, that's the train station in Bombay, Mumbai, and I've been there. And it just, I sat there, and it's very clearly maintained. Preserve it, unfortunately. It's garbage architecture and anti-human architects. But, like, what kind of country would build something like that? A country that cared about pleasing. Look at that pleasing. You want to keep staring at this. It's beautiful. We've created nothing of beauty in the United States in 80 years. Like, what the hell? Roy Lichtenstein and Andy Warhol, that's beauty. No, it's not. It's garbage.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're going, baby.
Am I?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, dude. I like your attitude. Well, you know where there's great architecture that blew my mind? Milwaukee.
The best. Down by the river?
Dude, Milwaukee
Yes.
is such a beautiful city.
I totally agree with you.
I had no idea.
Have you tried Cleveland?
Yeah.
I mean, Cleveland obviously is famously screwed up, Snake by the Lake, but it's like, look at that right there. So the Germans built it. Milwaukee was oh, yes, that's one of the Germans.
Oh, yeah.
Very German city.
I love, but
And they recreated Europe, the best of Europe.
yeah, Cleveland definitely, it was a bit of a different experience, I think, when I was there.
Look at that. Look at that building. Imagine building something like that. And instead, he built glass boxes that are LEED certified. And it's like we've built nothing of value, nothing of permanence, nothing we have built in my lifetime will last. And rightly so. There are Roman buildings and parks.
That was better to last longer.
Fell in the 5th century, and they're still there.
And that will outlast the construction of a fucking Manhattan tech.
It's true. It's totally true.
That was crazy though. But we just there's something happened. And I think that's the infection that starts to get in the spirit of us, you know. And I think that's the fight that's going on inside of a lot of people.
Make something beautiful. That's what you should be telling kids. Your job in life, not just working for the man and paying the bills. Make one thing that's what's the expression of something good inside you. Make it with your hands or with your mouth. But make it. Make something beautiful. I don't know why that's so. And by the way, when you say something that you think is you think, none of us, you think, particularly funny or inside the table, doesn't that feel like better than anything?
Yeah, I think it feels like what you're supposed to be doing.
Yes, that's it. Exactly. You're doing what you're supposed to do. Not major. That's my feeling, and that's not a place to be called. How to be an obedient, get some stupid degree, get some stupid college degree, be an employee with some stupid asshole.
How do we what's new in your world? What do you do?
Well, I'm going crazy.
What are you doing now that's different with you got on the Twitter, right? So I know that, and congratulations. I think it is interesting. It's great for people to get out of the system. A lot of people get expelled from the system. Oh yeah, you got laid off from everywhere. Was it cutbacks or what? You did
Cutbacks. I'm gonna use that. Yeah, there's downsizing. Just downsizing. Yeah, so I'm being where you're saying I'm learning to code actually. They closed the plant. I totally get. I was at third shift, and there's the demand. Listen to Clint. I'm gonna use that. You're fired.
But you got out and you moved to.
I was thrown out.
You were thrown out.
And Elon called me the day that I went to the show. He called me. I was grateful that he did.
Who
And
called you up? Had you spoken to him before?
yeah, I had, and I really liked him. And I'm not a technology person.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah, like almost on a crazy Ted Kaczynski way, which is
So who handles tech for you?
the tech people. I don't. They live in tech. No, we're super smart.
Mandalorian?
No, actually, most of our staff are And you know what's funny? We don't work for London, just like everybody else. But all he said was, I'm going to keep the platform open. I want to take and that's the guarantee. And so I've been super grateful. I mean, that's all I've ever wanted. Is to never been. I have made some money, but I never got crazy rich. But I never wanted to. That wasn't cool. I mean, yes, I would like to be richer. Yes, and I would do things.
What it's now, it almost looks like a sickness too. I think there should be a
But the money acquisition thing.
Yeah.
There was a name for that actually. It was called greed.
Yeah.
And then somewhere along the line, we decided you're not allowed to complain about greed. And I don't really, and because you're against capitalism, first of all, there is no capitalism in the United States. There's no free market. Okay? Government controls everything. You can't have a business without intersecting with government. The government is used by businesses to create wealth. So there's no free market. So it's not going. I am not against capitalism. I'm for competition. I wish capitalism would return to the United States. But that doesn't mean that you can't say, if I've got $1 billion and I need 10 more, that's your setback. If that's your goal, what would you do with $1 billion? I mean, I don't want $1 billion. Getting it, if it wasn't, I don't want that. Because then you spend your whole life worrying about losing it. And your existence becomes about generating money. And your existence should be about loving the people around you and creating something. Those are your jobs. Money.
Yeah. Well, how could we put a cap on how much money people are allowed to make?
Yes, people find their way around it. I mean, the way to do it is to say it out loud. Again, everything changes with words. Articulate the truth. Not an attack on capitalism, which exists. To say it is ugly. In fact, it's a sin to worship money.
Yeah.
It is. You should not be worshiping money. Worship God. Worship people around you. Worship nature, even. But worshiping money is disgusting, and we should not compliment people who do it. We should instead criticize them and say, that's gross. Hey, hedge fund, that's gross. I'm sorry, I think that.
No, I fucking think that too, man. I remember, like, maybe 2 years ago, like, it was like the first time I really made some money in my life. And I thought, and I remember I was in my garage, and I just was,
But it didn't make you happy.
Yeah, because I didn't even know it was money. I didn't know if it was popularity. I don't know what it happened, but I got to a different space in my life. I finally knew I could pay my mortgage, just like, and I thought that somehow in the back of my head, without even realizing it, I thought that would be the answer to everything. And when it wasn't, but nobody wants to hear that also from somebody who.
But it's the most familiar thing I've ever heard. It's like,
I can tell you so much. It just made me so sad that I just finished. And even fooled by myself.
Well, getting what you want is one of the saddest things that can happen. I mean, when you're happiest as a man, is clear mission. For now, I mean, I could totally change.
Oh, they'll change.
I get a better spot at the DMV.
Younger?
It does change. There's something going on. Need the water, baby. And that's why if I could take a break, just promote my non-sponsors here. These are threes. I know they're sixes, but I appreciate the gesture. I do think they need to because
I think one of them is surprised. So it's not new. I mean, maybe
it's not like an expander.
Okay, yeah. So do something small,
Yeah.
Pop a bead in or something, to be at the ball. I think probably just something, half a gram or whatever, milligrams. I don't know what it
3 milligrams. But getting what you want, succeeding.
But then also, I think that there were more opportunities for success in the past. And there was more opportunities to feel value in the past. Like, I remember when I was a kid, we used to get our name in the paper. And they feel so good, like the local baseball school, right? Like, even if you lost, they fucking put your last name. Like, 0 for 4, right? Pride, even though put pride, like, in parentheses. And you're like, oh, yeah, dude, like, at least I'm going to snatch. I mean, I had an appendectomy, right? And the guy, who I think was positive, was our assistant coach or whatever. He was screaming at me to get to the base, and literally my foot burst. So
Didn't you show me in the dog where this happened?
Dude, I I remember we had a dude bus.
There's something here. I can feel it.
Oh, bro, this guy was screaming at me to get to their base. My appendix hurt. I'm laying in this fucking dirt, right? And that's a sign of our fucking country nowadays. Like, get to fucking third base. You're like, I have sepsis. And nobody fucking cares, man. But they still put you in the stat sheet, 0 for 4. Yeah, I think, we had a dude who was touching players, and they just called him, and they're like, look, you can't keep coaching if you're going to touch players.
That was touching him like in an affirming way?
I think just extra affirming.
Like two of them.
Like overhand, you're affirming, but if once you turn the hand this way,
reach around, not affirming.
You're doing that. Yeah, that's totally, that's unaffirming, dude. What do you think about where do we go? Does Bobby Kennedy Jr. have any chance? Does a third party have any chance these days?
The third party can affect the outcome. The system is changing. The system. It's shown no sign of changing. Ross Perot ran in 92.
Yeah, I remember that. Ear the ears.
Yeah. I never heard that.
That was made it up.
That was good. But he actually was.
He's a real smart guy.
He was. He said a lot of things in terms of true. But including the name, I should say. It was used as a tool.
Do you even notice you're a tool? When you're a tool like that for the
I was 20. I was in my early 20s, and I was writing. I was covering early 20s. Other than kids with appendectomies in baseball. That right? Should be covering national politics in your 20s. What do you know? Yeah, you don't know shit. Yeah. So you shouldn't be rendering judgment on other people. 100%. 100%. FFA events or whatever, but not politics. But anyway, I was, and I attacked him as a crazy person. I was used by the person. Still. Anyway,
if it's Chuck Schumer to say,
more dishonest. Anyway, but the point is, he got 23% or whatever he was told that year. That's Perot. Because he was running on sort of pre-Trump, more restrained, more academic, less Trump. But the idea was the same. Manufacturing is dying, and it's going to wreck the country. We need to make stuff like that.
Bush, Perot, and Dukakis.
Dukakis was 88. It was Bush, Perot, and Clinton. Then they got rid of that. It was the first race in company. And Perot did really well despite massive hostility for the vote. Because, of course, they were protecting their bosses. Exactly. That's exactly. But I didn't perceive any.
19.9% he got.
What did he get? 19. 19. I'm sorry, 19. I knew that.
Did he affect the outcome of that race?
Oh, he won it for Clinton. I mean, Clinton won it, as you can see on the page, 43%. Absolutely.
Perot didn't win. Do you think that Bush won?
He took the Bush, yeah.
Who can't be taken?
There's no person who's thinking, I'm going to vote either for Joe Biden or Biden.
I have some friends that are.
No way.
Really? I have some friends that have known Bobby. I mean, these are people that have known Bobby Kennedy for a long time, and who are Democrats who were like, "This is my guy."
The only reason you would vote for Joe Biden is because you believe this. I'm not attacking that. You're not voting for the Democratic Party because they have more power than yourself. That's the only reason. And Bobby Kennedy, man, I mean, I've never seen anybody get right to the core issues affecting the country that he has. And I don't agree with him on everything, but he names in a big way.
Yeah, that's why I love him. I just think he can. He doesn't. I don't feel like he's in anybody's pocket. Do you feel like low key there's some party that's like planted him in there? People say that, but that's crazy shit.
I feel like I know Bobby very well, and I'm totally convinced, just on a human level, he's a person. And I don't believe that. but I don't think he knows how to do it. James B. Kennedy,
Yeah.
his son.
Well, we could do whatever.
You can do whatever. You can do whatever. And
And he has done. He's done a ton of great stuff with his
he has. But I'm just saying, it's very easy to be loved by everybody. It's very easy to make money when everyone loves you. Bobby Kennedy could have an infinitely easier life if he was chosen. He's doing this because he's right? And he's under threat. I mean, I was with him on the street the other day. And the security people around him, very nervous. It was a small. Anyway, the point is, I think Bobby's totally sincere, but he is giving a massive middle finger to the establishment, almost as aggressively as I've ever seen him.
Yeah. Why can't we get him to 11? What percent does he have to get? Oh, I guess. We don't know, but
He needs to get reality. We need to get more. And unfortunately, the system is set up where it's hard for a third party to get balance. I mean, they've rigged the system against a third party challenge because they don't want that.
who was rigging the system? Both of them.
Both of the parties. Of course, they don't. I mean, once you have power, what's your number one goal? It's preserving it. Preventing people from challenging it. You know, there is a revolution. Very risky because they never been. But there is. But the first 20 minutes, we actually storm the Bastille for prisoners or whatever, hang your homemade flag from the roof of the Capitol or whatever. Like you
Burn the news networks.
Exactly.
The first thing you'd have to do.
So that'd be the fun part of the revolution. That'd be definitely the fun part. But then you have like show trials, famines, and you have like all the downside. But whatever, I'm not sure. So if that happens, I will be so deep in the woods, surrounded by my dogs.
Look, let's just pretend one of your dogs is named Fire.
Actually, I have a dog called Fire.
Yeah.
I have AK and 47.
I got a bow, I got arrow, I got whatever, I got all my weapons in the woods, but yeah, you can even just text me, just let me know where you got it. But I think about, what's bothering, I think about that sometimes.
You're gonna be in LA.
No, I won't be. I live in Nashville. I live in a place where if somebody
Okay, because if you're in LA, you just
yeah. Oh, well, here's the move you would do in LA. You would get a boat. That would be the first move. And
Yeah.
let the other.
having grown up on the Pacific, let me just say it's a little bigger than Chunky Funky River, wherever you're from. It's a super big ocean.
Yeah, and also fuck Ben and Jerry's all right.
Yeah.
But go on. They're
Is
Marxists.
it called Chunky Monkey? What's the name of your river?
I love that, dude.
That's the greatest name ever. But the Pacific goes on forever, and then you make it to Hawaii. Like 6 days later, you lost in the north. Yeah, right.
Look, you've been lost at sea for 6 days. You deserve to shut the light.
It's easy to miss. You could, yeah. That's a long way to Thailand.
Did you look back to the thing? I feel like, fuck you, it is going so wide.
Yeah.
Fuck, I let my wife drown.
No, the Pacific is not a good escape at all. No, because south you have, Baja, right? That's really chaotic. From Los Angeles to what? I mean, there's just nothing. Like there's a ton of nothing. But you get in the woods, and yeah,
And then Bradley up in there with a couple of folks.
100%. I live in the hollow.
Dude, man, it sounds exciting. But I think people start to think that way. And that's a sad, it's interesting because it's all it just comes in my head sometimes. I thought about asking people I know. I thought about asking Joe Rogan where do shit that's weird. And I've never used it. It's just you might not, but I think everybody's got a little bit of a place. I think some people think that maybe could be. I think you want to do mountains, so I don't know, but you start to think about that. You want to get up to sea level, so you want to so
Johnstown Fortune.
both of them.
Both of them bad. Purple Kool-Aid, overflowing rivers. You don't want to go. You don't want to travel. Things go sideways. I don't think you want to. The 2 times I've been in places. What that feel like? One was
Wow, you were down there, huh, bro?
was, and the other was in Baghdad. Which one was more hectic? But for the United States, I really, you know what I was okay. Oh, for real?
Oh, I've been at a game in the same circle.
There is no one there. And then people start behaving in ways that people saw it, I'm guessing, and I'm just like, this cannot be American. I always thought something bad happened, and people would call some special number, and like dad comes and it's really at all. The police were looting. I saw it. Yeah, the police were looting the train. So that's anyway. Whatever. My point is, I don't think you want to travel too much. You know, it's better to be in a place where there's like this in that place, and then you inspire it. Until things come back. You know, until electricity is restored after the empty attack.
Nuclear attack. Oh yeah, once you unplug that, and but that's a crazy feeling when you're like, okay, your first thought is maybe
No calling, no oil through the pipelines, no airlines, no one on the roads, dams fail, like it's all, you know, if you put everything on the line, people are so stupid they've actually done that. You are so vulnerable that it's unbelievable. At that point, you have no, you don't need to.
yeah, first of all,
Just
if anybody
scramble the
wants
circuit. You don't need to.
yeah, let us at least enjoy the mystery of it for a little while too.
But people are so, that doesn't mean just no DoorDash. That means people look at that.
So Stacy Dash, he's a special.
Sorry, guys. You can't pollinate your cowgirls from the interstate.
What if they start showing us?
They will. They'll be seeking refuge at your place. Remember me? You tipped me for no service.
Seeking refuge raiment. That was a tough one.
That's a good one. Thank you.
But I think yeah, you wouldn't be able to use radio. Like it's weird we're having this conversation, but even as me listening to you talk to him, my brain I think is recording this because he feels like it's awful. All you need is a couple of cops to be like, you know what? Fuck these people as well. I'm not going to quit blockading or attacking these people who I know are really struggling. Going home tonight and being one of them. 100%.
And by the way, my kids were friends. And there's now, this happened in New Orleans during Katrina. There's cops, and I give them all the benefit of the doubt. You know, some of them, you do some criminal cops out there, but you also have good guys too, you know. And the good guys are like, I'm sorry, I got a wife and kids at home. Like, I'm not, the people going nuts. The thing that took like 0 time from when the word eat disappeared for people to get super afraid, predators preying on people, and for everything to fall apart. Everything. And if you unplug this country, and by the way, once you decide you're going to go work Iran, and morons who run a country beside it, that is, I mean, very likely. Really? Absolutely. Everyone's like, oh, they could send an ICBM or whatever. Why would they bother to throw a missile at the United States across the ocean when they could unplug the country? And then you know, real casualties, mass casualties, and mass chaos, true chaos. People are not prepared for this. Or leaders are not prepared for it at all. It's like, oh, it's on your iPhone. You don't have an iPhone. There's no electricity, and there's no water. And there's no way to get anything. Come on. And that could happen. That's not science fiction. That could happen soon. We're not ready for it. And as you said, It's not a cohesive country. People are not like, oh, they're not my neighbors. You don't know who your neighbors are. They don't speak the same language.
Well, you're certainly not going to also help your government. So that's going to be the weird thing. The government's like, people do this. You might. A lot of people are like, fuck you. I don't trust you.
People have not seen chaos. They don't know what chaos looks like. When people imagine war, they imagine two lines against each other, lobbing artillery shells, rifle fire at each other. There's a certain order to that. And people can handle it. It's dangerous, but I can handle it. It makes sense to me. It's orderly, it's geometric. Chaos is completely different. Chaos is like, no freaking idea what's happening, who's on your side, who's not, where things are going. People are not designed for that. You can't handle chaos, and they get crazy. And I believe, as I said, chaos is the one thing that's good. That's what
After that, I took my wife to go put off getting life insurance. An ancient for the rest of the 10 years.
Like in minutes.
Yeah, $50.
Oh, yeah. But that was a Dave and Buster's one time. I'm not even joking. Fucking power goes out there.
Did you meet anyone?
Bro, it was whack up everyone in that bitch, dude. People were beating this. It was complete darkness. You're fucking dealing around with whatever, they take or whatever like you don't even know what's going on. But that was clear that so what is your plans now? Like you're on Twitter, you're in a free space. Yeah, much as we have in today's society, you're in a free space with free speech. What else is there like?
We have some plans. I mean, some of them, yes, you're being honest, territorial.
Really? Excuse me?
Just knock.
No, it's like, take me in a second. I mean, I just want to continue to look. So this was just, say things. It can't be said that bring facts and maybe bring it on word with the spirit of humility. I'm having spent my whole life in Washington, I'm very.
But you know what? I think a lot of people are glad that somebody was there. It's nice to see people that get out of the space because then you're not as compromised. People don't see them as compromised.
It's totally right. No, it's totally true. But I didn't realize just how control my radio was. Right? But anyway, I've been around a lot of people who set out to be like radio. I'm going to change the world. Those people invariably, 100% of the time, make the world worse. So approach every task with the knowledge. I have no real idea what I'm doing. Don't know the long-term consequences of this. I probably can't fix every problem. I'm just going to try my best with humility, to make things slightly better. That's my goal, make things slightly better. Anyone who tells you, if we pass this legislation, we're going to fix everything. We're going to fix healthcare forever, said Barack Obama in 2010. As soon as he said that, I was like, I don't even know much about healthcare. I'm probably an expert. I was like, the second you tell me you're going to fix something that's complicated, 1/5 the entire U.S. economy in one piece of legislation, because you're lying. Because that's impossible. And it turned out worse. Of course. So I don't want to do that. I just want something true. And do it without being about to. And I think it's good. Yeah.
And Chuck on X is your show.
Yep.
Right. Yep. And do you guys have? Do you think? Should you ever do a show with a partner? I'm not going to pitch you an idea. I'm just. It's usually the predecessor question of like somebody going to pitch you an idea. But do you think about that sort of thing? Like, do you have?
Well, I mean, I have a million people I would like to work with. I mean. I like to interview people actually, and a lot, and I'm really trying to quiet when I interview them. I'd like to switch from that. You will have a lot of people that will we're making a
So like a production company kind of role? Like, are you expanding in that sense? Like, there's that one Venture Hero has one, Outkick is a company. Daily Wire.
I don't know what Outkick is. I have a friend who works there.
I think it was football within the. Okay.
Does Jason still? Jason Woodward.
Yeah, I did know Jason, but like I met him one time.
So I love Jason Woodward.
He's a really neat guy. He seemed very friendly. I didn't get to talk to him.
He's a great guy, very deep on the show.
Really?
He's the kind of person when you're talking to him, Whitlock's very friendly. Whitlock will say things, and you're like, sorry, I just want to have a shot from this show. Some shower, some ways, away. He doesn't think that. Super nice. But it's cool.
That'd be interesting. Sometimes I want to have deeper conversations with people. They're afraid to get into me. How
well, Ken, you don't have to worry because he does it. But he just goes there. Immediately goes there. I like that.
do you ever get asked, and then we'll wrap up because I need to go off. Thanks for your time. Do you ever get asked to bring people over to Twitter? Like, is there like movement? Is that John Stewart just had a show with Apple, right? Was that recently? Where he canceled? Yeah, he had a show with Apple. John Stewart,
The guy from the Daily Show?
from the Daily Show. John Stewart's show on Apple is ending. Mr. Stewart and Apple are parting ways because of creative differences.
I didn't even know he had a show. So
People with the knowledge. But they had a disagreement about the episodes, the type of episodes he wanted to do. He wanted to do episodes on. According to how the reporter had a decision to end, Apple approached Stewart directly and expressed its need to post to be aligned with the company's views on topics discussed. Rather than falling in line, Apple threatened to cancel the show. Stewart reportedly decided to walk. Stewart indicated discussions of artificial intelligence in China were later concerned. Why would they be concerned with him having episodes like that?
I mean, we're assuming that's true. I hope it's true. That's a real reason to you know, if you think there's something really important, you can probably says no. It's a good reason to.
Was there another time you almost quit before?
My sense is that show. I mean, I didn't know about the show existence. Stewart, obviously, talented guy.
Yeah, he's kind of beloved.
25 years ago. Yeah, I always thought he was talented. He definitely did. That's a great show. He starts to distinguish himself.
Yeah.
It's so important. And I've done that. I've been there.
Oh, yeah, your ego's the first thing to grow.
100%.
It's very scary. You're like, dang, this guy has some special reason for me.
No, you will humiliate yourself. You will humiliate yourself and destroy yourself. Lose the respect of your life and friends. Don't go back from that. Just remember, I'm an asshole. And if you don't believe that, next time you get out of the shower, walk in front of yourself. Am I really impressed? So, yeah, right, exactly. So, like, it's important to do that. You know what I mean? That would keep you from thinking you're the Messiah. I don't think he's the
Any other questions or anything you want to talk about to her? No. Okay, I mean, share everything.
Sure.
Yeah, man, it's been a lot of fun.
I've had a great time.
Yeah, me too. I appreciate
You're
it.
the only person I talked to in the last, probably ever. One of my kids. They're not impressed.
Yeah.
They're impressed by you. I don't know why. It's obviously got some sort of weird magic power.
I don't know anything about
You don't
that.
abuse
That's the thing.
You're not going to start a children's crusade or
They
anything.
came after our industry a couple of years ago. You
Oh,
know?
I didn't mean anything creepy.
Okay, good. Yeah. I only know the adults. And,
Oh, the older one.
no, I just only know people that are legally adults.
Well, of course.
Okay, that's all I'm saying, dude. Because, yeah, immediately, like, you know, I remember the New York Times, like, hunted down half of our industry. You know, like, oh, I know, like, yeah, just that vague stuff.
And I think there are a lot of creepy comedians, but not as many as there are.
Here's just preachers and
Oh.
remember the guy who jumped off in the Zoom meeting, and then they brought him back on for the interview?
And he sat there and he's like, oh, I got caught whacking off in a Zoom and everything. I mean, it just shows you his name is Jeff Tubin. And, you know, not a stupid guy, actually. I know him. And, but his,
Oh, yeah.
his desire to be on television trumps everything else. Like if I said to you, if that happened to you, you'd be like, you know what? I'm just kind of out. I'm gonna do something. You know what I mean? I'll find something
People know
else.
I'm that.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, but you said you have to.
No, I'm doing great.
Just habitual. Around
Just so not full.
But imagine if you're Jeff Tubin to sit there with this female anchor on Fox. It's like there's no shame that you won't bear. There's no shit you won't do just to be on television. And I obviously no respect to Jeff Tubin anyway. But I had even less after that. I mean,
It's weird how God will give you your gifts. You don't fucking know what they're going to be wrapped in. It's like all they wanted to be was on camera. And it's like,
you
there
gotta
he
want
is.
the right things. You know what I mean?
I think you got to get real specific with God, bro, because he's busy.
I totally agree. And last thing I'll say is I think it's so important if you are a public employee. He was too. It can be a great. That's a great. And you should treat it like that. Be grateful. That this is keeping me from becoming the worst person I might be otherwise. There's nothing worse than a man who spends his entire life succeeding never. They become unbearable. It's holding up themselves. They can't bear to listen to you. Every time you talk, they're holding their breath until you stop saying, they become true narcissists. And I just hope for Jeff Tubin, who really asshole, actually.
I don't know.
Well, I do. I just like to say
He's an asshole.
Yeah, he is. But he may be less of one now, actually. And I've certainly been an asshole a lot, so I'm not judging. I do it. So I have hopes for him. I'm not going to.
Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah. But, yeah, anyway. Tucker Carlson, thanks so much, dude. It was interesting, and I really appreciate your time. I really did.
I did. Thank you for this.
Yeah, you bet, brother. I might do one later. We'll see.
Now I'm just floating on the breeze, and I feel I'm flowing like these leaves. I must be cornerstone. Oh, but when I reach that ground, I'll share this piece of mind I found. I can feel it in my bones.
Economic forecast. Everything is as expected. More inflation, I agree. The Fed is expecting higher GDP. I disagree with that. But the Fed.
I want to let you know I will be in Las Vegas this weekend, October 27th and 28th at Resorts World. We'll be excited to see you there. As well, dates in Norfolk, Virginia, Roanoke, Virginia, Huntington, West Virginia, Evansville, Indiana, Huntsville, Alabama, and Atlanta, Georgia. Those are all on sale now. theoholland.com/Joe. That's theoholland.com/Joe. Today's guest is a garbage man out of Staten Island. Voted one of America's top 70 islands. He is a man who spent 20 years in garbage, and he knows it. He knows it, baby. He knows pails and bins, baby, pails and bins. He's done it all. He collected garbage in New York City and outside of the city. We're going to learn everything you want to know about it. Today's guest is garbage man, Mr. Wayne Owen. Wayne Owen. Yeah, thanks for coming in, dude. So, you're a garbage man. Do you guys have a term that you guys use within the industry?
Oh, we used to go sanitation.
Okay.
That was major sound. A little bit more like needed.
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess we'll find out, even through the course of this chat, if it's where does it kind of land back then? And that's one of the reasons. Yeah, I just want to know about the industry. So you in what area were you in?
I started in Manhattan. Grew up in Manhattan. Started in Manhattan. Did 2 years for that. Just over
They share their story
Did
of
18.
retirement income with the same dollars and the money's never at risk of market
Thank you,
crashes. That's
sir.
right. Crashes 30%.
So how do you get into it? How does it even start? Like, is it a family thing? Like your father picks you, just like picks you up when you're young, you go to the cycling band or something. How does it?
No, it's rule of thumb in New York. You take the city test. And college don't work out. You pull it back.
So those are different city tests, or those are different options.
Yep. Different tests.
Okay, so a lot of people that don't go to college in New York, they'll fall back into that and go to one of the options. You take a different test. So you took a sanitation test.
Yeah. Sad, but
Really?
like one of the questions I'll never forget. Never. How would you pick up the pilot there? That, and then there was like a shovel. And then like a rate, like just crazy. What people did.
Oh, yeah, easy, yes. All right, that's actually me. But so you take the test. Is it how many people go take the test? Do you take it at like a center? Is it like what do they do? Is it like an MSD or something like that?
No, they use like public schools.
Okay.
Like anything that they have available.
Okay.
High schools, grad schools, whatever they have.
Okay, so you roll up like the night before. Do you get a lot of sleep? Do you like show up with like are you kind of prepared for it? Or you think it's hit you?
Yeah. I think they have a book.
Or is it a book?
Take the test.
Okay.
And like after the second day, they're like, all right, this I can't read this. It's worse than when you went into reading it, you're like, what's going on? So yeah, they, my test, over 100,000 people signed up, but they did a lottery. So, and everybody has to pay the $30, $35, whatever it is.
When you sign up, you have to pay.
Yeah, you send your form in with the money. But my test, they only did it this one time. They only let 30,000 people take the test. So those other 70,000 didn't even get the date.
Yeah, but they
They
still
just
take
took
the
their
money.
money.
Oh,
It's just like anything else.
yes.
They get their money in. They'll get their money.
Wow, bro, that's crazy.
Yeah.
So now you got 70,000 people who are pissed at the city.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so you take the test. You're in there. You now. How long does it take to get your score?
Takes we give you a few months, I'd say. Yeah, a few months until you get your score. Yeah. If I wish I was trying to get a test.
Really?
And I was actually in there with high school friends, and they were running out. I was the last dude in the test. Like what's going on? And I'm not the smartest guy in the world. I'm like, what is going on? So I rushed through the last two questions.
Yeah. That does too.
So I got a 103 out of it.
Oh, dang. Okay. So now are you looked at like you come in as a pretty high rank then? Like, are you like?
Yeah. So they give like veterans and stuff extra like credit, well deserved. And like I think my list went for I say it was like 348.
Okay.
Out of 30,000, 50. I forget what.
So you were in the top 400.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I was hired within a year.
Okay. So you still are waiting a year to get hired.
Yeah.
And why is this? Is there no? Okay.
They have a set number.
Okay. All right. So you're ready. So if somebody finally retires or something happens to them, and then now you get called in. Right?
Yeah.
Where were you when you got the call? Yeah.
Yeah, I was still working in Manhattan. I was a court runner for my cousin.
Okay.
So, I was working.
Yeah.
But my mother, I said, listen, we retired 20 years. I got to take her. I was 21. I wanted to, what 21-year-olds.
Yeah. Nothing. Yeah. It's great.
No, but you want to go out and party. And, like, that's where your life starts.
Right.
Like all parties. But I grew up in Staten Island. We were going to Boston. 16, 17. Right.
So you've
I
been
already
doing
did
it.
it.
Yeah. And so did your mother say, look, I think this is something you should do?
Oh no, she was like, no, you're doing it. Oh, wow. But thankfully enough, she saw the end of it.
Right.
She said, you want to be working till 60, 70, 80 years old. That really what you want. So there is the light at the end. But
You got a handy good frame.
yeah, listen, it's better than any other job. I'll put it that way.
Wow. Okay. Well, I got to know more then, man. So, all right, so you get in, you're hired, you're excited, you get your first day. Like, how does that really go? And do you go to like a training camp or whatever? Do you guys?
Yeah, they send you for the driving training.
Okay.
And they teach you on dump trucks.
Okay.
So that's like 2 weeks. You road test, you get the CDL license to drive the trucks.
Okay.
Now, then like 2 days, they bring out, this is in Randall's Island.
Okay.
And I think they did 2 days, they were off the truck.
Okay.
There's 2 steering wheels.
There's 2 steering wheels in the truck.
There's 2 steering wheels.
And you got to remember, like, pick which one you can use. No.
Well, no, it all depended on what street you were on. Like if you were picking the right side of the street up, you can drive to the right so you're close, so you can know, because that's the big thing on the job. You got to put that thing where your car wants it to make the day go.
Okay.
If I got to start dragging the garbage around cars and everything else now, we're not having.
And then when you get back in the truck, there's beef when you're in the cabin.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. There were a few guys there, and they're good friends of mine.
Yeah.
I was like,
yeah,
beautiful.
Oh yeah, we need that. That's what we need to see. Is like instead of cash cab, we need to see,
That was
oh yeah, sanitation cab violence, bro.
yeah, there was some bad.
Yeah, that's.
No, years ago when I first got on, they used to have like one bench, like across the trucks.
Okay.
They got rid of it, so it's just a left side and right side.
Okay.
You mostly drive from the left right now.
Okay.
Driving from the right is frowned upon. Everything is different.
Yeah.
Driving on the right side, it's a whole different driving situation.
Oh yeah. Every now and then you meet some fella trying to drive from the right.
Yeah.
He's saying nothing but.
But in Staten Island, it was like a law. If you had to drive from the right.
Okay, so there's certain places where you got to get over So in that instance, you would just get over to the other side of the car, and for that length of the
truck, yeah, there's like a
the
little
route.
button you hit.
Okay.
It just switches how you drive from that side.
Do today's trucks still have that?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, cool. I didn't know that, man. That's real interesting. Because, yeah, dude, one time I had to take a driver's ed or whatever, and they had to do over there, I think the car I was in was like it was a Toyota Tercel, bro. And the trunk was missing. I don't remember the dude's call. So there was this total wind current, like constantly, just happening in the vehicle, And and I remember driving that just out of sheer fear, like this guy's out of his fucking mind. And he popped the brake and kind of smiled at me. Shit, I'm like, this dude's fucking flirting with me, bro. I'm trying to learn, but this dude's trying to, touch a child or whatever. All right, so you get the first day, man. How did your first day on the job go?
They literally, my garage, they tell you, hey, show up on this time, 6 a.m., west side, 30 a.m. Manhattan 6 was my first one. I'm like, all right, over near Jackson. Okay. All right, so it's right at the block down.
Okay, so you get down there. Do you go down there a lot or not?
When you work in Manhattan, you want to stay out. You deal with it all week, you deal with nonsense. Anytime I work in Manhattan, it's never one of the party.
Yeah.
I just couldn't stand it.
All right, so you get down there.
Yeah, so I get there and, meeting all these guys. I met a few when I signed up, the new guys came in, I love new guys. So I knew them by face. I didn't really get to know anyone.
Oh, yeah, I just watched Band of Brothers. Have you seen that?
No. No, and you're meeting, like, there's some old timers on there that are like new kids.
Really, huh?
Yeah, they got like, grumbling and, junior stuff now. This and that. Yeah. Whatever. So they're like, all right, here, they hand me a newspaper. So go pick this guy up on 2nd and 20th. We had these sections all around Manhattan where guys would go to the garage, big where was that.
Okay.
So you would have section guys show up there, garage guys show up at the garage.
Okay.
And I'm like, wait. I had to think to myself, I'm gonna drive this garbage truck. Never drove in the city street. Where we were driving in Randall's Island, we were driving in the suburb. Okay. So now you can cause people.
So you're in the truck downtown.
Yeah, and now they're like, oh, go pick up this Never drove a truck in Manhattan, let alone you probably driven a car or been in a car. In Manhattan, it's not fun.
Oh, it's a lot.
It's crazy.
And so now you're driving a truck, and is it?
Your first day, you know, your whole thing is the mirrors. Yeah. Worrying about you. It's a truck. It's not a truck. I got there. Okay. Let's put it that way. That was all right. I didn't hit nobody. No hurt. And then I picked this dude up. Okay. Like 35 years.
Oh, he's been in there, bro.
Scraggly looking guy. Come on, kid, you with me. Yeah. So you know what you're falling into that.
Right. He suddenly set this.
Yeah, he might have been one of the drivers.
Oh,
nice. Where you were at.
He might have been
missing track. The way he said it, kind of scared.
Oh, I bet if you pluck a hair out of his beard and test it for 9-year-olds, who knows what'll come back, you know? But yeah.
Bing. But yeah, and everybody's like looking at you because it's like you got stuck with this.
Oh, really, huh?
So that's right away. All right. And like rule of thumb, first thing that they teach you, not stand behind the truck while the back is from the side. Okay. This dude was looking for everything in the truck. He had all kinds of shit to be in. Oh, it was nasty. And he didn't even care. Like, it was just, like,
he was just back there just catching that hot tide.
Flying out. He was, hey, looking for like, and looking at me like I'm not in there with him. Like, I'm just throwing it in to get rid of it, dude. I'm not here to dig for it. Pulling out like Spider-Man figures. Like, yeah, like crazy.
Oh, yeah. And that would go right in line with one of those kids.
Exactly. Driver's ed teacher. Definitely. That was his first job.
So he's just back there just collecting samples from the air. Oh. And now when he gets back in the truck, like, what's the inside of the cab? Does it smell pretty bad?
It's a mess. You know, until you get your own truck, like I had, you know, once I got the truck, where you get time on the truck to get around, like there's cleaning supplies, like we wiped our truck down every day, it was spotless. Right. But when you have guys that just didn't clean the truck, you know, they just, it was filthy.
And what kind of gear are you wearing? What kind of gear is a New York City garbage man? Sanitation engineer. What type of gear are you wearing?
Just regular, you know, dicky pants with a t-shirt. With a sweatshirt, you know.
Not a wetsuit or nothing like that?
No, there were days you needed it.
Oh, man.
Yeah, when it rained, it's up.
Oh. Yeah, I would think you would go full plastic, you know, like.
Well, gloves and boots were like that was always like that's where you spend your money. Okay. Pants, you go wash them.
Oh. Okay, so now you got this kind of guy rolling with you. And how long does that shit go?
I was out there for a while. Was these big? Treasures.
Oh, this dude really? So he's a real hunter.
He's a 5, 6, 7 hour route. We're normally around state about 2 hours.
Okay, wow, really? So this guy's just out there and he just likes to collect. Now, some of these men just really collectors and they kind of hide masquerading as sanitation.
They do that, or that some of these guys get this stuff to sell. We have business.
Really?
They go to flea markets and shit. Yeah. Yeah, one dude in Staten Island that I hate even giving the shout out.
Yeah, fuck it, but yeah, tell me.
Dude, he was like Sanford and Son on his roof, leaving the garage. Like he'd take, you know, furniture, this, that, everything. Yeah. And you would catch him at the flea market. And dude, listen, from what was told, he had over $1 million from what he collected and sold in his bank account.
Wow. So you worked in Manhattan and you worked in Staten Island. Yeah. You can sit this out here too.
Totally different. Totally different setup. That's maybe on like 10 blocks, like where I was at. But you get like one building on the corner of, say, 2nd and 42nd. There's 2,000 there. And they use one sourcing beds. So they have compactors in buildings that literally compact these things, and then the guys knock cans. And they're, anywhere from 3 feet to 4 or 5 feet long.
Oh yeah, it's like somebody making
Sausage.
yeah.
And they
Sausage
will not like.
bags.
They will not like.
Really? So you got that long dog, and could somebody have put a body in one? You think?
Oh yeah. You could put a body in there. I ain't looking. Oh, you get something. I could give a damn.
Yeah, that dude fucking.
I would
sell
tell people all the time, the minute you want to do that, just put it in a bag. I ain't looking.
Oh, that dude's selling femurs on the Etsy.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah.
That
Right.
dude's out there. Yeah. That dude's out there fucking slinging shin bones. on eBay.
But it's
Yeah, so somebody could put a body in one of those bags, zip it out to the garbage guy. These days everybody's watching you. You Google something, you get an ad for it. You whisper something to your cousin. Next thing you know, you're getting advertisements for Tootsie Rolls or something. We're all being monitored. It feels like that's why you need a VPN. With ExpressVPN, 100% of your traffic is rerouted through their encrypted servers, so no one can see a thing. You can search for whatever you want. You want to geo-track a Wolverine or a woman across town or a man. You would love a man. You can do it. Nobody will know. ExpressVPN works on all your devices, whether you browse the internet on your phone, tablet, computer. You can use up to 5 devices at the same time under one ExpressVPN subscription. So stop letting people invade your privacy right now. Get 3 extra months of ExpressVPN for free. You go to expressvpn.com/Theo. That's expressvpn.com/THEO. expressvpn.com/Theo. You don't know you're a bad cook until you know it. Now, I remember one time I heated up a can of crackers, and it got so hot I couldn't even get the can. I burned both of my hands, the front and the back of my hand. But you got to have good cookware as well. That's what I'm here to tell you about today. It's HexClad. That's right. No longer using your roommate's dishes, guys. HexClad has revolutionized the cookware industry with a hybrid pan that gives you all the convenience and cleanup of non-stick, the versatility of your grandma's cast iron, and they are so good. Gosh, I mean, you could do a ribeye in it. You could do you could make a wedding cake in it, and they last a lifetime. They will outlast you. They will be in your will. We're serious. They have a lifetime warranty, just in case you find a way to destroy them while you're making your ramen noodles. Some stranger you met on social media. Gordon Ramsay might be the toughest critic in the world, and these are the pots and pans that he uses at home and in his Michelin star restaurants. HexClad. Support our show and check them out at hexclad.com/Theo. That's at HEXCLAD/THEO. Listeners get 10% off their order by going to that link. Just go to hexclad.com/Theo. So a way to get, if you decided to decease somebody or to kill somebody, I'm going to let you use that term, make somebody be dead immediately in front of you. Let's say that. In New York City, you could put them into the chute in your building. The trash can.
Well, I wouldn't do that. Like, that's a little much. But if you had, access to the compactor,
Okay.
then I think it's different. But if you're going to shoot through 13 flights down, I mean, somebody's about to hear. There's got to be some blood.
Yeah.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, somebody's going to hear a wristwatch.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Somebody's watch is going to connect it. Something's going to ping in. How that goes.
Right, so if you could get the body down to the compactor, there's a chance it could just be thrown out in one of the sausage bags.
Yeah, we used to, with our cars parked so tight. And there's 30, just saying the smallest stop, there's 15, 20, 30 bags. But I was like, oh, sad day for this Jaguar. I would literally, because I would tell you, I was 21, I was stupid. I would grab them both sides, slide them right across the hood.
The Jaguar?
Whatever
fuck
car
rich
is that?
people, dude.
Yeah, whatever car is
Bro, I fucking, there's nothing better than doing something to the fucking rich.
Well, they just didn't care.
Oh, yeah.
They had no respect for me, so now it's like, all right.
Oh, because they were parking illegally.
Well, no, they're parked legally, but they give you no space. So now those bags, they're heavy, and I get it. Everybody would say, well, we don't know. We're not going.
Right.
Now you're going. They got to go to the body shop. Get your shit. Now you're done.
Yeah, dude, I remember when I used to go over to rich people's houses. My buddy Jeff, he had a whole collection of silverware. And we were poor. So it was like everybody was rich, you know what I'm saying? We knew people, if you had a fucking front door, bro, you had a little bit of money, So like we fucking, Jeff had silverware from everybody, dude. And then if I went over to rich people's houses, a lot of times I would pick my nose when they were looking at feed and put it to their dog.
Oh, man. What did you get out of that? What was the full process of getting out of that?
I think for me it was something like start from the bottom, like you convince these animals to fucking work for you. You know what I'm saying? It was like I'm gonna they may think they're doing all this and all of that, but yeah, so
yeah, no, I get it. I mean,
it was like I'm taking things to the lowest. It's like I'm just like I don't know. It's probably like some word.
Yeah.
So you got the big sausage bags in the city, right?
Yeah, and the city is just it's multiplied crazy. Like there were times where you knew that, like if their compactors were broke, like it was awful. Really? Now they put out so they could probably fit, I'd say, a normal 4 or 5 bags of garbage in one of these sausage bags. But now the compactor broke, so now they got to put regular just bags out. So it just went from 10 to 15 sausage bags to 150 regular garbage, and one at a time. Just chucking over the cars.
And now, do you throw them to a buddy and he puts them in, or
in the city, you're pretty much just working together. Okay. When you go to Staten Island, it's like half hour on, half hour. Okay. So I'll drive for a half hour, you go for a half hour. Vice versa, back and forth until the route's gone. Okay. But in Manhattan, it's like, four hands on deck. Those bags are kind of heavy.
It reminds me a little like watching that show, the Ocean Show. Every year, put it on TV, but they're looking for carp. They're looking for fish or something. I don't know. Yeah. Here's a video right here of some sanitation guys. They're throwing garbage bags into. Oh wow, that dude! Oh, were you really? Bro, that dude! Wow.
That's a private.
That's Buddy Healed right there.
That's a private.
Oh, that's a private guy. Something of your boys.
Yeah.
So how can you tell
I did
me
that for a year. But the truck. All trucks are white.
Okay.
The white elephant. What they call it. And the white elephant always got people but really this and more.
Oh yeah, you guys are the word, dude.
I used to do the whole token real quick.
Yeah.
I used to do that. Take my gloves off and then bang, in Manhattan. You're an asshole. I'm like, you should wake up 10 minutes early. Now you stuck behind me and I ain't moving.
The craziest thing about a sanitation truck is that not only you stuck, but it smells bad.
And they used to get real close, and like I was saying, when she used to spray out, especially rainy days after a rainy day, or if it was raining, wet days, with that thing, the cars would get covered. I'm like, that's on you.
Dude, so that must have been kind of fun just throwing those bags. That seems like something a kid would love to do.
I just run with my bag, just running down the street, It's Staten Island because it's a lot lighter inside.
All right, so that was in Staten Island, but in the city it's a little bit more. You got to have your dude there. You guys are loading this thing up. You're just keeping it moving. Yeah. And in the city, how many bags can go, or those big sausage bags can go into the cycle? And what's the cycle like of the truck?
Well, you probably fit like 5, 6 of those bags in at a time, but your average in Manhattan was 10 to 13, 14 tons of garbage in per truck.
Per truck. So you start out with nothing in there.
Yeah. Okay. And this packer in the middle, like in the truck, and then it just cycles and compacts it the whole time. Okay. And the rule of thumb, you got to get the route. You have to get the whole route on. You would have to move sometimes, squeeze a little more.
Yeah. And you hear it getting tight back in there?
Oh, yeah. Like, you can feel it. It changes the whole drive of the truck.
Really?
From being empty to heavy.
Yeah, we spoke one time with a female truck driver, and she had worked with, and her son, I think, had breast reduction surgery. But she had worked with a cement truck, right?
Yeah.
And she said sometimes when the mixer was full, she would drive, and when she stopped on the brakes, you'd feel the cement come up to like just the back of it. It was just really interesting. So that kind of made me think of that.
Oh, it changes everything. Just, you think about it. Double everything. It's under 2,000 pounds, so 36,000, and then the truck is probably another 14. You're looking at 35, 40,000 pounds. It ain't easy to stop.
Yeah, so you'd have to set the you can feel that weight. Oh, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah. It's harder to stop. The trucks can jump in again. I think New York got like all the second hand. They're like, oh, try this. Like Mack truck. Like, oh yeah, try this. Dude, it was crazy. Like, for me, it was terrible. I'm tall, 6'5", so it's like just getting in the truck. Yeah, I had to get so used to not hitting my knees on the dashboard. Just not comfortable to sit in. So, but they didn't care. Whatever they got a discount on, they took it.
Yeah, that's everybody nowadays. They'll put you in there. They'll put you in a fucking baby stroller. But they can put 6 bags on the baby and
Whatever you could fit.
The cut.
Whatever they could fit.
So,
rear wheels, not four, like crazy.
So how tight does that trash get in there? Can you see it building up? Like, does it build up some heat? Is it that
Yeah,
tight?
no, it gets, when you dump it, you'll see it's like a brick. It comes out, it'll start falling out here and there, but there's steam coming off of it. And methane gas.
Yeah.
Yeah, and even if you go out in Staten Island, that's the biggest landfill in the world. You can see it from space.
Oh, wow, that's
Staten Island
beautiful.
landfill. And they have constant pipes that are burning. So methane gas comes out of the ground.
Oh. It's like, grease or something to be on that sort of thing, like
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that is amazing.
They stopped dumping them now. But that
They should have kept them.
yeah, they gave up. But it sucks, because I do know a lot of people that passed away to stand out with cancer, but like that, the cancer rate is
Is it really?
That's why I had to get them.
Wow. Yeah, I want to get into some of that. So, yeah, my friend Aaron, actually, he's part of a new company called Vespine, and what they do, this is pretty interesting. They take the methane gas at landfills and they burn it, but they convert it immediately into electricity.
So usable, yeah, that works.
So now you have electricity that's right there available. So say if they had like trash truck or something, and then they were electric, then they could charge them up immediately, or they could use the energy. Like for a little bit, they were using it to mine Bitcoin, and Bitcoin was popular. But now they're finding other places to use the energy. But it's just kind of fascinating. Something that's going on. I can't believe that log is hot. Oh, now what do they call them? Bricks, logs? Because that's almost like a damn diamond of trash,
Yeah, it's, listen, when you don't staring at it, you just go at it and get at it. Because we used to dump out Manhattan, we started dumping on the side of the turnpike in Jersey. And that guy burns it. But he's got $1 million filters, so he's able to, the smoke coming out to clean.
Yeah.
Crazy money. Dude, got brought. He was getting, they were charging $50-something for the city. Plus, he signed like an $80 contract with the city to take all the garbage. Because, we got to get paid off having trucks now on the turnpike. They didn't want that. And then he's selling the ash. Just money. There's so much money involved. It's $1 billion business. Yeah.
And the mafia used to be involved, right? That's why they were.
When you brought up bodies, that's the one thing that's not up. Those are the myths and tales. My stepfather, God rest his soul, used to work out there, the trapper out there. He said, he used to come in, pick down Lincolns, and then just all turn around. Oh, he used to go up never see it again. Disappear, person disappear, allowed to see you later. That was it.
The Devil's Ocean, maybe the landfill.
And there's a lot of stories out there.
I wonder, I wish God would just tell us how many bodies we have. I wake up in the number. because you know they're all.
Yeah.
Did you ever get a weird feeling or premonition like you're driving the truck up? Like, could there have been a body in there and you have no idea? Or at some point, whenever you're dumping it, you would have seen something.
Listen, you definitely think you can get a feeling. You know, somebody comes out and says something, you're like, maybe this dude just whacked somebody.
Right.
You know, his bike ain't healthy right now. Like, probably in his bag.
Right. Like,
Oh, I'll throw it in.
oh, yeah.
But no, I never. I had one. These two guys came out of the house and they started.
Oh.
I'm like, you know, what now? We were in that kind of neighborhood in Staten Island. All right, go tell them. A dog died. Oh my God, shit. Bring it to get cremated. Why are you telling me? Of course, King Gator who we rode in the truck. I'm a dog owner at the time. I'm a dog lover. So, you know, with on the bed, the yellow lab. This thing had to be 100 pounds.
They both grabbed
Peeled
two
out.
legs.
They were not crying. No, it was on the bed. They got rid of the bed. The toys, the shit was still lined up like he was just playing and then just dead. Like, and they're like, okay, and just launched him into the back of the truck. I'm like, I told my partner, I'm like, dude, I can't cycle up. Like, so it's like you would get the feeling if somebody was like, oh yeah, can I throw this bag in? Like, here, you know. I heard y'all fighting last week about garbage, you know.
And so what? Then you tell the guy, hey, you press the button, or you press this.
Yeah, I just, you know, in that case, I was like, I told my phone. And he was just, like, yeah, all right. Yeah.
I sell its collar in an hour.
Exactly.
Fuck
That bed usable? Put that on Etsy. On Facebook Marketplace. Make $13. They'll sell anything on that.
Oh, yeah, dude, you can fucking sell your cousin that bitch. What you don't say to me?
Yeah.
If he can't read, if he's still teachable, you know, fucking someone would buy that bitch and I don't know. Everybody fucking do. You go on there and find your ex-wife on that bitch, you know? You can buy used barrettes on that. You want to probably nice.
I brought my olden age back.
You say, man, them barrettes, boy, back in the day, you see a girl with a couple barrettes in. And, oh, you know what girls used to wear when I was like in school? They would wear a headband. Remember that?
My sisters were big into scrunchies.
Oh, yeah.
Tangled up in hair. All kinds of nasty. I grew up with 3 sisters, so.
Oh, really?
Yeah, man. I was the only boy. Three sisters. You know, I've been through it.
Man. And did you did any of them, were they okay when you got into the sanitation game? What they say? When you know?
And my sister April was pissed.
Really?
She filled out the shit and sent it in, and she didn't get it. She was pissed. Still to this day, I got it. So I took that test. That shit was hard as hell. You didn't take it from me.
She went and took it and did it pass.
No, she didn't get called. Remember I said
she didn't get
only
the lottery.
15, 20,000 people took it. She didn't get picked.
It's crazy that even at every end of the spectrum of life, man.
Yeah.
So what season of the year is the worst time of the year for trash?
But definitely the winters. Like the summers were hot, but like once you got used to that smell, like even nowadays, like it will never, I'll never be able to smell it how often. Because you're just used to it.
Yeah.
Like it's like second nature.
Yeah.
You know, the maggot smell, just all that nastiness. It's just part of it. The winters were cool.
Really? And that's because of the cold, huh?
It's the cold, the ice, you know, the snow, you're stepping over all that shit. Still got to pick the garbage up. Now you're working 12-hour days. You know, if it snows, you're constantly driving around the truck. You know, it's rude.
And would you a lot of cleats and stuff? What would you wear for shoe wear?
Just boots. Yeah. So yeah, you know, rain boots, junk boots, just because I always wore like a hiking boot because I can move fast. You know, when you're wearing like heavy boots, like they always say, don't wear steel toes because you know, God forbid something hit you on the foot, snap your toes off. I don't know.
Oh, the steel would actually snap your toes off.
Yeah.
So that's the downside of wearing steel toe boots.
If you're in an industry like that, yeah. Because there are some cans. I mean, I don't think back in the day there used to be metal cans. They used to pick up ash in New York City. So everybody would burn their garbage in the buildings. And they would have these like 150-pound steel garbage. And I had lifted a few of them in my time. They're no joke. Loaded with ash. So that's what they used to just dump.
So the buildings would just burn their garbage.
All the housing buildings, they used to just get rid of the garbage out. There was no bags on the street.
And then the incinerator, they
Yep.
burn it up.
Every building in New York had one.
Wow.
Yep.
And when did that change code? Do you know?
Some of these people came up with something that was killing everybody. So
Probably some monopoly, some bullshit. Trump and Chris Christie's fat money's, I'm sure.
yeah, probably.
Can you look that up when that changed?
Yeah, they were probably killing the polar bears. Big moves somewhere.
Yeah, they got some grainy video of a rare fox doing 2 lines of fucking
Yeah.
city ash, you know, like shit.
With a sign. Stop wearing the law.
Yeah.
Save
Like,
me.
yeah, how did that fox even learn to write, bro? Nobody
Exactly.
asked any questions of this mobile shit. Here it is in 1989. There, Ed Koch or
Koch.
Wait, do you know who else talked about Ed Koch? I think it was Bobby Kennedy Jr. when he was on talking about Ed Koch. There, Ed Koch signed a bill that required incinerators in New York City to shut down within 4 years. And lo and behold, all incinerators had stopped operations by the end of 1993. That was the end of that whole trash bill. Huh. Does it say why? Anything else?
Pollution.
Oh, pollution.
Yeah.
Oh, the air pollution.
Yeah, they were just burning. Like that was if you were burning it in your Bibles.
Yeah.
They didn't have like I was in New Jersey. This guy has a multi-million-dollar filter and no emissions, blah blah blah. They didn't have that back then.
Oh, I see. So every building was burning. But weren't the trash men just picking it up and taking it somewhere to burn?
No, then it was just ash. So they would just get rid of it. I don't know what they did.
But I mean, after the trash men, after they shut down the incinerators, the trash men just took it. Oh, they just put it in a landfill.
Yeah.
So they weren't burning.
No. So then that's when there's a few landfills. They started. There was one in Brooklyn. I think they were like all over New York. But Staten Island, oh yeah, we're just going to do this for a few years, and then turn into the biggest landfill.
And yeah, what do you say to people who because a lot of landfills have been filled over with dirt and people buy houses, right? What do you say to people who, you buy a house and then 4 years later you everything, everything you eat tastes like fucking fake noodles and fucking baby gravy or something. Because someone's got fucking facial hair and forward.
Yeah, that's probably what's going on. They're actually Staten Island. They're making it to a park. Yeah, and I mean, dude, yeah, I've seen animals out there. Wicked shit. I mean, dude, there's. That's how big this one. I swear I saw a bear out there. Everybody told me I was crazy, but because there was a ton of deer, like the deer swooped from Jersey.
Why they headed over there?
It's just like anywhere else. They're building and they're pushing them out of their homes. So now they see this big forest across in the rivers. Whatever. It's not a river, but there's a short little spur from Jersey to Staten Island in one location, and they just swing over and they got a whole shit. They can shoot them. Yeah, you can't
shoot that goes to the city.
You just can't hunt on Staten Island.
What is there like a habitat on the landfills? Is there like animalia that's out there living? Is there? What is that? It almost seems like it's almost its whole own like army, like a fucking dirt, like a fucking
definitely
trash garden.
You see mutants of them, really. Yeah. Rats look like cats. Like I said, there's like a gopher that looked like a hippo. You got deer running through that place, nuts. Big
really?
boys, and nobody can hunt them.
You can't hunt them. Dude, deer people are crazy. Deer people, I'm surprised they're big jumps the fence and gets out there.
They try.
Really?
They try. But, big buck. He actually got fired.
Oh,
He was a mechanic. Yeah, he was a mechanic. So he got fired.
He was out there hunting on the landfill?
He walked around like it was his area. He would be out in the middle of the day just walking the streets. He didn't give a shit. He's gangster. But now they also put a guy, you know, on the hill to like keep the population down.
Oh wait, so there's a person that works on the landfill.
Yeah, well, they pay a guy who sleeps in a tent on the landfill that, you know, takes care of the field population. Yeah. Yeah. You know, snips, tucks, cuts, you know, all kinds of things.
He
Big dark.
does he read
Yeah. Well, it's
vasectomy?
You know, all kinds of
So they're doing animal vasectomy out there on the landfill.
anything to keep the population. Yeah, he sits out there in the cold.
And what does he do? He
Darts.
and they fall asleep.
Yeah.
He slips over.
Snips, tucks.
Yeah.
That's a wrap.
God,
Yep. But some get loose.
that fucking nut branch. He just goes up on him. That's fucking unreal, bro.
Yeah, man, dude's sniper deer out in the middle of the landfill. Shit. But that's what they do.
God,
Because, like you said, they would just run wild.
that fucking sperm decks for that dude's out there fucking clipping bucks.
Probably sell it. To the,
Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, deer semen, dude. I'll fucking get rid of a 40 feet of my home here in Tennessee. Anybody would buy that shit.
oh,
Wow, I didn't know that was a job. Somebody lives in a tent on a landfill and euthanize or sedates and then vasectomies.
Yeah.
Deer.
yeah, keep the population down.
Bears are moving across New York. It says right here, the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation is urging residents to secure food sources that might attract bears, as bear sightings increase due to the animal search for high-calorie meals after winter hibernation.
Yeah, people. I just went to dinner with a couple friends of ours and my wife, and and the wife's like, wait, they don't wait for all peak hours and come over the bridge. Like, you can't be serious like deer running over a bridge. Like, to get there. Like, no. You know, they see the forest. They're getting kicked out of their land. And they see it, so they swim over it.
Yeah, well, we had a guy, this guy was a medium-sized animal detective. He was on, and he said that, yeah, a lot of times, like, animals will just get into your house because they don't know it's your house. They just, their nature is getting destroyed, and so then they just go to, like, whatever seems like a place that's safe, you know?
Yeah.
So sometimes it's people's attic, you know, because a lot of people find raccoons in the attic, you know, in a lot of urban areas. But, what else, dude? Okay, so that there's methane coming off of that trash block already when the compressor.
Yeah, there's definitely light smoke.
If you do imagine it would be flammable.
I wasn't trying to. You know, to me, like I said, get done 2 hours. Get done, be done back in the garage, hanging out. You know, shower. Done if I get covered with any junk. I'm not paying attention to what comes out of the truck.
Is there how big is that block that comes out of the truck? Like, show me with your hand. Like, how big is that block?
Oh, you know. What, out of the garbage truck?
Yeah, the one that gets compressed after it's full and it compresses it up.
Full garbage truck.
A full garbage truck.
You know, like I said, you look at 10 tons. I want to say the truck is 14 feet by maybe 8, 9 feet tall by the garbage truck 12. The thing's the size of a room.
The block
That's how big the garbage is. You know, when I went to Staten Island, I was doing 6 tons. And that's like a totally different situation. That's like more just fluffs out. When you're in Manhattan, you go I'm going to get that route. Yeah. So that's just like, you know.
Does it just come out as like a big, do you get to see the brick at the end?
Yeah, no, it's not like a brick where like it's going to come out as an actual brick and they pick it up and just like build a house with it.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's just falling apart like as it's coming out.
Okay.
Yeah, and then now they ship out the garbage from New York. They ship it to like Pennsylvania. You know, they use it for land.
Okay.
Like you had said, like they fill those swamps and stuff, and then they build on it 10 years later. And then the son has to be at that brick.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah. Oh, when your son's a fucking mall Santa at 5 years old.
Exactly. But they don't care.
No.
You know, they're making money.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's one of the issues. They say that a lot of people that's having autism, retardation, right? Retardation. People try to say it differently. Retardation. All kind of stuff like that, like brain problems for children, because our water and food supply is so contaminated. You know?
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
It makes sense.
But they're not going to test it. Somebody's making money off it.
Oh, no.
Now
These days,
they're making money off of all those unfortunate cases.
yeah.
You know, so
That's Chuck Schumer right there. Man.
why throw that off? You know,
Is there joy happening around the holidays, though? Is that an exciting time to be out and about? Like, because you get to at least be in this, like, there's a romanticization of people being in New York City around the holidays, right? And I know you guys, your route ran early there. What time did you run?
yeah, we started at 6 a.m.
Okay, so you started at 6 a.m. So, but was it still fun to be in the holidays around that time, even though it was so cold, or it's just the worst time?
Yeah, no, it was still good times. Just a lot more people on the street. Even in those early days, you know, everybody's now coming in. And, you know, people want to see New York City.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but to me, it's just a shithole.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's New York.
Oh, yeah. People will come to stare at a shithole, you know? I mean, shit, they got porn signs at the basement. How long would it take you those routes in the city? How long does that take? How long does a trash ride in the city take?
It all depending on the day, the route. You know, your average is 2.5, 3 hours. Yeah. But by the time you got out there, you know, you start at 6. By the time you get to the route, now we were on the west side, picked up on the east side. So you get out there like 6:30, quarter to 7, start the route. Right? Now you got to drive to Jersey to come. So by the time you get back to the garage, you're running, hustling, to be able to sit down, you know, eat lunch for, you know, an hour and a half. Like it's not worth it now that I look at it. I killed my body for no reason.
So you get there at 6, you probably leave for work around 5 or something.
Yeah, I was getting up 5 o'clock.
Okay, getting up at 5, out the door by 5:20.
Yeah, you got to rush because Staten Island, night trying to get up there. You know, there's only one bridge to get, you know, Verrazano through Brooklyn to get into Manhattan. Okay, the traffic was long. So if you weren't at, like I used to meet a few guys at 5 o'clock at the bridge.
Okay.
If you weren't there at 5, you weren't getting there by 6.
Maybe I'll take a ferry or drive.
Drive.
Okay, so you get that done. So you can get it done in a couple of hours, right? You still get paid. You get paid for an 8-hour day.
Yeah, you get paid 8 hours.
So there was some like cool value in getting it done quick.
Yeah.
Were you guys racing ever? Was it fun?
Exactly. We you know, it was always a competition.
Oh, that's
who could
cool.
get it done faster. But like I said, I look back now, after I have back surgery, 2 shoulder surgeries, knee surgery. You know, yeah. You look at it, you just beat yourself up.
And does the city pay for those surgeries?
Yeah, I was on, you know, on air time, so I did both shoulders and my knee on the job. And then a year after I retired, I just had back surgery 2 years ago.
Wow, we did this replacement.
No, they went in, I had discectomy.
L5S1?
I don't even know. No, I don't either. I go, because that's just
shit out of your back.
I have 5 of them, and they cut out 3, so, but my disc was still okay, so they kept.
Dude, you'll be a midget wrestler by next year.
Soon enough.
Wow.
Soon enough. Getting shorter and shorter as they go.
Oh, you'll be living at half mast. Yeah, somebody fucking died, sir. They're bringing you down.
Soon enough.
Cold turkey, it may be great on sandwiches, but there's a better way to break your bad habits. We're not talking about some weird mind voodoo or some hoodoo, some seancery that could happen from your crazy neighbor. We're talking about our sponsor, Fume. And they look at the problem in a different way. Not everything in a bad habit is wrong. So instead of a drastic, uncomfortable change, why not just remove the bad from your habit? Fume is an innovative award-nominated device that does just that. Instead of electronics, Fume is completely natural. Instead of vapor, Fume uses flavored air. And instead of harmful chemicals, Fume uses all natural, delicious flavors. You get it? Instead of bad, Fume is good. It's a habit you're free to enjoy and makes replacing your bad habit easy. Stopping is something we all put off because it's hard, but switching to Fume is easy. And even fun, Fume has served over 100,000 customers and has thousands of success stories. Join Fume in accelerating humanity's breakup from destructive habits by picking up the Journey Pack today. head to Try Fume and use code DO to save 10% off when you get the Journey Pack. That's TRYFUM.com and use code DO to save an additional 10% off your order today. Today's episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. If you need help, if you aren't lined up, if you aren't connecting with yourself, if things have gotten astray, you're not the only one. I take antidepressants right now. I was in therapy yesterday. You know, when you need it, you need it. And if it's that time for you, that's okay. Give it a shot. BetterHelp. That's right. They can match you with a licensed therapist. Just fill out a brief questionnaire, and you can switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online. It's convenient, flexible, and suit to your schedule. You can connect with your therapist over phone, FaceTime, or even just text. Whatever you need. Therapy. It's okay. That's what I'm telling you. Make your brain your friend with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/Theo today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/THEO. This episode is sponsored by BetterHelp. Wow, man. So there's a lot of injuries on the job.
Yeah, like I said, we ran around like idiots. Like I say to guys now, I still told the guys on the job, like, don't stop running around. Don't do this stuff.
Like, what do you mean running around when you say that? What?
Like, so at one point, I want to say 5-6 years on, they cut the steps off the truck. So it was all right. You used to jump on the back of the truck, hang on, I'm sure you see pictures of guys, whipping. I had guys that do 50 miles an hour, and I'm on the back of the truck hanging off the light. Oh, that's awesome. Boom, hitting bumps, and,
Yeah.
But then,
y'all were doing drugs back then?
Ooh, I never did that stuff.
Okay. You mean hitting bumps in the
hitting
truck?
Bumps. Oh, not.
Yeah, my bad, man. And I'm not trying to accuse you of doing anything.
No, but listen, I'll get to that. But yeah, so you would, then they cut the steps off the truck.
How did it make it harder for you?
Well, pretty much, but the union was saying that, we all thought it was because we get done too fast.
Okay.
And listen, it's reality. Like, if we're getting done in 2-3 hours, they're saying, what are you doing the rest of the day? Which is totally understood.
Being in the union. What
Exactly.
a union is for.
And we would just be fine with just going back and hanging out, eating lunch. Some guys would, hang around with their cards. Some others were, doing what they were doing, enjoying their lives. But yeah, it just wasn't, to rush and run around. But that's what I did when I went to Staten Island. I was working with a guy who ran marathons on weekends. With my buddy Eric, we were running. Like, I did probably 3-4 miles easy every day running.
So you're cruising then. Pull this mic down just a little lower.
Yeah, I'm running, just running on the side of the truck, just running house names.
So we was pretty athletic.
At that time, yeah.
When the trucks had the 3 steps on, pretty athletic.
No, when they took the steps off,
Oh, then you got to run alongside it.
Yeah, then we were running along. More guys were getting a little healthier.
Yeah.
It's not the most healthy.
Really?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Lunch always came with dessert, a hoagie, and then add on some donuts, coffee,
Kind of cheesecake,
exactly.
tiramisu around fucking holidays.
Yeah.
Every fucking big car. Yeah, I feel that, man. Damn. Well, that's like New Orleans. I think New Jersey and New Orleans have always been very similar. I think I bet probably Staten Island, some of that accent you also hear, the people like to fucking have a meal. It's important. People have a beer at lunch a lot of times, and they only have 2 children or less. You get a lot of, it's a little bit more cultural. So you guys would get done, you guys would go eat. So you guys are getting paid for the full day. You got a couple of hours, you get done. So you must have been enjoying that.
Yeah, it was good. It was sit down time. Like you said, you get paid for the 8 hours. But there were guys that stayed out there all day. They didn't mind it. They, on those hot days or the cold days, they didn't mind it. They stayed out there.
And do you have to wear a shirt the whole time, or what is the? You have people do it shirtless or not?
Yeah, there were some guys that wore some questionable stuff.
Oh yeah.
But before I got on, in '96, all the rules changed. They went to the federal license. Before that, prior, you didn't need a CDL to drive. the trucks.
Wait, you didn't need a commercial driver's license to drive a San
Until, up until 96. So those guys were partying.
Damn, bro.
Those guys were partying. I heard some stories.
So you could drive a Ford Escort and then drive
Yeah,
it's true.
exactly. Guys like a Mini Cooper, they're coming in a Mini Cooper and then jump in the garbage truck. I could do this.
A maximum Cooper.
Yeah.
That's fucking insane.
So yeah, then they went to the federal license. So now they're going to get drug tested, random drug test, everything 96, that's all.
Yeah.
And the partying here and there. Guys just didn't care. They still went.
Would some guys just drink on the job? Was there any party on the job?
I had guys, with one of them, like best guys, God rest his soul, like literally out the gate, 6 a.m. Their kids stopped over here. Run into the store, and they did the routes where every half hour there was a deli. Him and his partner, so I lived with him, or his partner, like literally every time it was a half hour up, there was a different deli.
Oh, so they got
I'll be
cheap
right
for
back.
board at Bell in 2 years. Huh?
Run in,
Crazy,
yeah. Oh, guys enjoy themselves.
Yeah, that sounds nice. That sounds like it should be, But they started fucking everything in America, penny pinch and fucking fiasco. Fucking sheet full of straw cheese and 2 fucking Bush lights, just to get through the work day.
There was one dude, he was purple.
What happened?
He was drinking.
Oh, drinking that much.
His
Yeah.
skin was awful. I don't even know if it's water.
He's not.
It's
I ain't a lot, dude. Look, after purple, it just
Yeah.
He turned into a BLM
Right.
activist.
Yeah.
That's a fucking rat after that. So,
right in the brain.
Oh man, that's. And what about? Was there a lot of uppers? Because it seems like people would be on Adderall, people would be on Jane, people would be all, like, was there anybody that could do that kind of lifestyle?
Oh, there were guys that party.
Yeah.
There was one guy, like right out of the 70s. My first day in Staten Island. So let's talk about this day, like the other one. Not as bad. This guy said, like, bandana on, 70s glasses, right out of hippie sound.
Yeah.
Oh, you're with me. I'm like, all right, cool. Now I'm in Staten Island, first day. I'm like, what the hell? Once again, I don't know why I actually shove you with this guy. He's like, all right, kid, you go up and drive first. I'll stay in the back. So I'm like, all right. So I'm driving around. I live in Staten Island, still didn't know streets. Wow. So I'm just driving around. Yeah. I'm like, what's that smell? Dude's hanging on the back, living his dream, just toking away. And then, like, half hour, like, all right, kid, now you go. I'll let you know when I'm ready. I'm still smelling. But some guys did it. And it was a daily thing.
Pull up a picture of Stevie Starlight if you can. See if this elevate.
Some guys just couldn't stop. No, not that crazy. Bandana across his head.
Oh, yeah.
You know.
I know what you're talking about.
Circle glass.
Yeah. Some guy was fucking. You listen to Springsteen, we don't admit it, huh?
Yeah, probably in the closet.
Yeah, Clyde and Springsteen, listen.
Not telling me.
Right there, it's coming out of the chute. You got guys catching shit in their beer. It would be a little bit easier, is it or not?
And then, listen, when you get to the suburbs, now it turns into you were in the buildings. You were in the buildings. They didn't care.
Yeah, you never saw them.
Never saw people. It's not like, hey, I'm from 4F.
Yeah.
You're an idiot. Like they don't care.
Oh, in a city, you can just drive and just yell.
Out anyway.
Yeah.
There's cabs beeping like this. So you never, you're not waking anybody up. Everybody's used to it.
Right.
And you come to Staten Island, even Queens areas, like Brooklyn areas, now you're waking everybody up. It's 6 a.m. Who's bitching about that? Like I said, getting in the way. Yeah. Like there's certain areas that we couldn't go in. Like they make them pick up midnight to like 5 so that you're not in their way.
Yeah. So, like, what do you mean, richer areas?
No. just owned areas by certain types of people.
Okay, so we're done. So maybe upper echelon types or whatever.
Certain religion people,
Okay.
they have their
So like the Orthodox Jews don't want you in their neighborhood.
thing about the
Is it pretty nasty over there in their neighborhood?
Well, they just listen. It's nothing against them because I have actually been in some of those houses.
Yeah.
Because there are people in those areas that are very nice. But then Passover comes and they throw everything out. There were like 5, 6-year-olds throwing matches, like shit, lighting shit on fire. It was crazy. I was like, I can't do this because they bring everybody pretty much who was available at the garages to come and do this, and you get one truck on a block. And you just go up and down all day, and they throw everything out. Like, I didn't know if you knew that about the Orthodox Jews.
Oh, they just get rid of everything.
So they throw everything out. Couches, beds, clothes, everything goes in the garbage.
Why? It's just part of the tradition.
Part of their religion.
Wow.
Start fresh. It's crazy.
So you got tons of traffic.
Yeah, and it's just chaos. So like it would be a garbage truck every block and a fire truck fireman would have like 3 blocks because the kids were running around like it. I had guys do it plenty of times. They light something on fire and then throw it in the back of the truck. Now if I don't see it, now everything in the truck's on fire.
Why do they do that? Is that like a kind of like are they training for like battle or something?
Oh, it's the kids.
Oh, kids screwing around.
Oh. I've blocked the bus one day. And that's what I'm saying. Like, and that's when they get into, we don't want them on the truck, the streets early, this time, blah, blah, blah. And these little kids get off the buses because now I help them up on the block. And they're pulling them all. They have their own police, their own people. And they tell you, you got to use the truck. I'm almost done with the truck. I'm not with the truck. Little kid gets off.
No respect, huh?
What's on here?
No, I got a bunch of your surrounding Orthodox. OJs, I think, or whatever. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I shared a room that I was in a halfway house with an Orthodox dude one time. He brought his own fucking grill. He was dressed like Biggie Smalls at a Masonic temple. And he was sweating. And you said pussy around him. He couldn't eat his eyes with the shakes. Oh, he opened his mouth and put his tongue in. This guy was a bird. And he was grilling his own meats in his fucking room or whatever with the sunlight or whatever. I don't know what to do. The guy would have bacon. He's in there fucking making burn ends or whatever. At 4 a.m., when Allah says he can. It was just
a magnifying glass.
Yeah, this shit was fucking hungry.
A cloud comes, he's like, damn it, they ruined it.
And it was Arizona, dude. This day he showed up on the porch. Literally, I'm not joking. It's 104 degrees outside. And this guy is dressed, bro, like Cruella de Vil, bro. This motherfucker. Oh, this guy had been raising some fucking mixed dogs in his coat, bro. This guy used to smell horrible. What ethnicity probably has the worst smelling garbage? Would it be Orthodox, you think?
No, there's all the same garbage. Once you throw it in there, it's all blended in. Like you said, during the summers, it was ruined. Like people would walk by, like covering their faces. That's how bad the truck is. Once you're in it, you don't know. Like you don't smell it. So cat urine was the worst. Oh, it's awful. Because you would rub up on the bag that a cat just pissed on. And I get like the same truck. Now get in, and I know like bags stay far away from. Big enough guy along their palms, I kept that shit away. I never let the bags touch my legs. And I would look at my phone, you got it. He's like, what do you mean? I said, you don't smell that. Because now you get in, it's even cold out. You close the doors, put the heat on, you smell that, turn cat piss up,
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's disgusting. It's the worst smell.
Yeah, I remember we used to get a bowl of that piss and hair dryer. By our room. Wow, so there's no time of year really when the trash smells worse. Right?
Well, the summer's a bit.
Just the summer's jet overall.
But yeah, lid, and if it was sitting there with maggots and stuff, you get a kick. And that's another smell that's pretty good. But other than that, you got used to it.
Was there a borough of New York where the trash smelled the worst? Okay. All the same.
It sat out. There was a movie theater not far from it. No, before they closed it. It was awful. The smell. They were building houses like crazy right there. Like, how could people do that? And then I became a college man. I'm like, no, don't smell. Staten Island don't smell no more. Because we would get shit on all the time by the boroughs.
Yeah.
Trash Island, all that. But it just didn't smell.
Dude, there's a lot of pride for people that live on trash, I think. There's something almost fucking something pretty amazing about it. Weird, right? Like when I was growing up, we would burn the trash in the ditch. That was a big thing. Right? And you bring everything out, you burn it in a ditch. The kids, we would like get wet, like get hose each other down and then run through the smoke. And you look all black, you'd be out there like, it would be like, you would just, it wasn't like doing blackface, it was just like trash. But you definitely look a little smoky. It was just something to do, What were we talking about? Oh.
When I went out to Staten Island.
Oh, yeah.
What the difference is, it's just, like I said, you deal with a different person. You're dealing with people who own the golf. Like it's their house. I tell people all the time, I knew things about you from your garbage that you do not think I know.
Really?
And then I wasn't picking for it. Right? When you put that stuff in, it breaks up the bags. I knew when people use your wife's time for a month.
Oh, yeah.
My wife would be disgusted by that, but you knew it. And I ain't picking for it.
Right, and it's crazy how quick you see things so fast. Dude, I did this game one day, and I went to New York City, right downtown in the city. I think I was on the Lower East Side. And I did this game with people. I said, I'm going to open a bag of trash. You smell it. You take a whiff out of it, right? Just a random bag.
Right.
And if you can guess 3 items that are in it, I give you $100, right? So, dude. So these people, they all thought I was like, that the bags I had like brought them from home or something. Put them together, right?
Sure.
I was picking these bitches up from the fucking corner.
So you didn't even know if they would be right.
Right. No idea what was them, dude. So we had people, we cracked a bag of fucking people are taking hits off of it, dude, over there off of Alphabet City, bro.
Ooh.
We made a video of it online. But anyway, that was something we did with trash in the city. What about, was there any ladies that tried to flirt with you? That ever happened on the route once you got into the houses? Like any fucking bin babies or any fucking...
They didn't notice.
Trying to run that hand clam out on you, bro?
Well, that's why I wore the shirt. But this shirt's $25.
Really?
I was going to give it to you, but it says, put out your can, here comes the garbage. I used to sport this shirt all the time.
It is a sexy lady, huh? Yeah.
But, waking people up in their way. Other than that, we were not. It was crazy because nobody even knew. They never acknowledged. New York hated you because you were loud. Until I don't remember the year, but like New York posted building was shit. New York. They posted how much money we made per year. That was it. Now everybody wanted it.
Yeah.
When they see making 6 figures, they can garbage up. Oh, I got this. And now all of a sudden they know you're around.
Wow, once the money comes out,
but prior to that, they could care less.
That same thing happened with Joe Rogan in a way. I think once he got a Spotify deal, people saw like, oh, he's making money.
Jump on his tracks.
Now they all fucking want to write articles about it, saying he's racist, that he's using his thing,
Exactly.
So you guys pull in 6 figures a year with the job, right? Starting first year, it gains traction.
No, yeah, my first year, I think I had to get $27,000. But just with the overtime of the winter, the snow, all that stuff, I think my first year, 60.
Wow, okay.
So it almost doubled, right? Because you have to be there. You all have to stop. So it's all day, 12-hour shifts. I worked up to 31 days straight, 12-hour shifts. 31. The snow here, 2 feet of snow here, it happens. So you can make that money. I just retired. Wow. But he would do 12-hour days every day, overtime, you know, kind of hated this family. So, you know, and you get it. When you meet these families, you're like, yeah, this guy's that lives for us.
Yeah, it says.
I think starting right now is like 70.
Okay, the average salary for a garbage collector in New York is around $76,000 a year.
That's not what
So that's not. That's what you get.
we
Almost double that.
easy. That's what-
Remember when they had the fad of like the kids meet the garbage man?
Oh, I love. Yeah, that was like new, bro. I used to love that. And it turned out like then I come to Staten Island, those guys were still on the job. I was like, dude, I remember you. You know, he's like, hey, you that fat little kid throwing shit off the top of the, because I still lived on the same block. So they kind of were like, yeah, you had we had like a porch out front. You know, we had to drop the kids out. But like I was saying, where like they don't wear uniforms like that. You had like a white beater on and like a pair of shorts.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I don't do the streets.
they were wearing
Shit.
yeah, just wearing a fucking snorkel and a fucking
Exactly.
yeah, dude.
Some questionable stuff back then.
Dude wearing a snorkel and a bathrobe over there. Fucking.
But like you said, they like I was saying, they didn't acknowledge it. You were there, you picked the garbage up, you left.
You're kind of the invisible man. You really are, because yeah, nobody wants to get that close. People kind of want to pretend you don't exist unless you're making noise. People only date yet you. Yeah, you're kind of the invisible man.
Until they realize you.
And then suddenly, like, oh, look at this rich asshole. They're these guys.
I gotta put more garbage out.
Yeah.
You know, and then they would turn it into, well, it's your job. You know, pick this up. Yeah, take this. You have to take this.
Yeah, what's the worst parts of the job that you get? That kind of stuff? Is people telling you, like,
Yeah, just being, they always tell you, oh, yeah, you know, I pay your salary. So we always used to keep like nickels and dimes in the truck. And I'd be like, hold on, I'll give you your money back. Because they would always say, like, yeah, all right, hey, each person gives you a nickel a year. And I would throw the nickel up. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. You gotta take this. The guy's whole apartment's out there. It's like, dude, no. And I would always respect the person to come out. If you just said thank you, or even gave us water, because you know, you weren't supposed to take money and all that stuff. If you just said thank you and acknowledge me, like I said, like, you know, everybody knew us. Thank you went a long way with me. I take it. I don't care. You know, but you look at me like, oh, I pay your salary, put down for me. Yeah, your stuff will stay with you. Yeah, I'll go. Right back on you, bro.
dude, I'll take it. This is how spiteful I would have been, bro. I would have picked it up. And the next day, fucking brought it back. Fucking put it back on the guy's doorstep. Make him think he's crazy. What's that?
You had that a lot. People were very, you know,
People thought they owned you.
Yep. Paying salary and all that.
Fuck you. That's what I say to that. Fuck yeah. Yeah, I think we always have respect for people that did something, you know. Well, we lived also, we got a little rural by us, so sometimes you'd have to bootleg everything, you know. We started their own service. A guy put took a truck and just put 3 wooden plywood walls. Like I'm talking about.
The back of the truck.
Yeah.
Tall. Fit more than.
Yeah, bro, that dude was fucking. Our neighbor was one of those guys for a while, so his truck would always be out there. But he'd go do the rural routes, you know, get a little bit of garbage.
Well, because we used to take everything. You know, we talk, you know, couches, beds, you know, everything. If we were recycling, we take refrigerators and all that stuff. Everything. We took everything.
Until what year?
No, still to this day, we had to take everything.
So you'll throw a refrigerator back in the garbage.
What's up?
Yeah, well, our recycling trucks, they went to 2 sides.
Oh, for recycling.
It's so annoying. Yeah. But there was some that didn't fit in the small side, you know, with the recycling trucks now at the city. So now if they pull you up, you gotta go and throw it in the regular garage. You're running, hustling, to be able to sit down, you know, eat lunch, an hour and a half.
What up, Pimp? How are you?
It's not worth it now that I look at it.
Living the dream, baby.
So you get there at 6, you probably leave for work around 5 or something.
Yeah, I was getting up 5 o'clock.
Okay, getting up at 5, out the door by 5:20.
Yeah, you had to rush because Staten Island was a nightmare trying to get over. You know, there's only the one bridge to get, you know, Verrazano through Brooklyn to to get into Manhattan. Okay. And traffic was awful. So if you weren't at, like I used to meet a few guys at 5 o'clock at the bridge.
Okay.
If you weren't there at 5, you weren't getting there by 6.
Maybe I'll take a ferry or drive.
Drive.
Okay, so you get that done. So you can get it done in a couple of hours, right? You still get paid. You get paid for an 8-hour day.
Yeah, you get paid the 8 hours.
So there was some like cool value in getting it done quick.
Yeah.
Were you guys racing ever? Was it fun?
Exactly. It was always a competition.
Oh, that's
who could
cool.
get done faster. But like I said, I look back now, I've been having back surgery, 2 shoulder surgery, knee surgery.
Really?
Yeah. You look at it, you just beat yourself up.
And does the city pay for those surgeries?
Yeah, I was on their time, so I did both shoulders and my knee on the job. And then a year after I retired, I just had back surgery 2 years ago.
Wow, we get this replacement.
No, they went in, I had discectomy.
L5S1?
I don't know. I don't know either. I go over this. It's just
Pulling the shit out of your back.
I had 5 of them, and they cut out 3. So, but my disc was still okay, so they kept.
You could be a midget wrestler by next year.
Soon enough.
Wow.
Soon enough.
Coming down.
I'm getting shorter and shorter as I go.
You'll be living at half mast. You'll be like somebody fucking died in service. They're bringing you down.
Soon enough.
Cold turkey, it may be great on sandwiches, but there's a better way to break your bad habits. We're not talking about some weird mind voodoo or some hoodoo, some seancery that could happen from your crazy neighbor. We're talking about our sponsor, you. And they look at the problem in a different way. Not everything in a bad habit is wrong. So instead of a drastic, uncomfortable change, why not just remove the bad from your habit? Fume is an innovative award-nominated device that does just that. Instead of electronics, fume is completely natural. Instead of vapor, fume uses flavored air. And instead of harmful chemicals, fume uses all natural, delicious flavors. You get it? Instead of bad, fume is good. It's a habit you're free to enjoy and makes replacing your bad habit easy. Stopping is something we all put off because it's hard, but switching to fume is easy and even fun. Fume has served over 100,000 customers and has thousands of success stories. Join Fume in accelerating humanity's breakup from destructive habits by picking up the Journey Pack today. And to try Fume and use code DO to save 10% off when you get the Journey Pack. That's TRYFUM.com and use code DO to save an additional 10% off your order today. Today's episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. If you need help, if you aren't lined up, you aren't connecting with yourself and things have gotten astray, you're not the only one. I take antidepressants right now. I think I was in therapy yesterday. You need it, you need it. And if it's that time for you, that's okay. Give it a shot. BetterHelp. That's right. They can match you with a licensed therapist. Just fill out a brief questionnaire. You can switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online. It's convenient, flexible, and can suit to your schedule. You can connect with your therapist over phone, FaceTime, or you use text, whatever you need. Therapy. It's okay. That's what I'm telling you. Make your brain your friend with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/Theo today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/THEO. This episode is sponsored by BetterHelp. Wow, man. So there's a lot of injuries on the job?
Yeah, like I said, we ran around like idiots. Like I say to guys now, I support the guys on the job, like, don't stop running around. Don't do stuff.
Like, what do you mean running around when you say that? What?
Like, so at one point, I want to say 5-6 years on, they cut the steps off the truck. So it was all right. You used to jump on the back of the truck, hang on, I'm sure you see pictures of guys, whipping. I mean, I had guys at 50 miles an hour, and I'm on the back of the truck hanging off to your life.
Oh, that's awesome.
Boom, hit bumps,
Yeah. Oh,
But then
y'all were doing drugs back then?
I wasn't. I never did that stuff.
Okay. You mean hitting bumps in the
Hitting
truck?
bumps. Oh, not.
Yeah, my bad, man. And I'm not trying to accuse you of doing anything.
No, but listen, I'll get to that. But yeah, so you would, then they cut the steps off the truck.
high to make it harder.
Well, pretty much, but the union was saying that, we all thought it was you getting done too fast.
Okay.
And listen, it's reality. Like, we're getting done in 2-3 hours. They're saying, what are you doing the rest of the day? Which is totally understood.
Being in the union.
Exactly. And we would just be fine with just going back and hanging out, eating lunch. Some guys would, hang around with cards. Some others would, do what they were doing, enjoying their lives. But yeah, it just wasn't, a rush and run around. But that's what I did when I went to Staten Island. I was working with a guy who ran miles, like marathons on weekends. With my buddy Eric, like we were running. Like I did probably 3-4 miles easy every day running.
So you're cruising then. Pull this mic down just a little bit.
Yeah, I'm like running, just running on the side of the truck, like just running house to house.
So we was pretty athletic.
At that time, yeah.
When the trucks had the 3 steps on, pretty athletic.
No, when they took the steps off,
Oh, then
we
you got to run alongside it.
Yeah, then we were running along. More guys were getting a little healthier.
Yeah.
It's not the most healthy.
Really?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Lunch always came with like dessert, like for what? A hoagie, and then add on some donuts, coffee.
Got a cheesecake,
Exactly.
Cereal, fucking holidays,
Yeah.
and every fucking big car. So. Yeah, I feel that, man. Well, that's like New Orleans. I think New Jersey and New Orleans have always been very similar. I think some of I bet probably Staten Island, some of that accent you also hear in New Orleans. People like to fucking have a meal. It's important. People have a beer at lunch a lot of times, and they only have 2 children or less. You get like a lot of, it's part of it. It's a little bit more cultural. So you guys would get done, you guys would go eat. So you guys would get paid for the full day. You got a couple of hours, you get done. So you must have been enjoying that.
Yeah, it was good. It was sit down time, like you said. You getting paid for the 8 hours. But there were guys that stayed out all day. They didn't mind it. They, on those hot days or the cold days, they didn't mind it. They stayed out.
And do you have to wear a shirt the whole time, or what is the? You have people do the shirtless or not?
Yeah, there was some guys that wore some questionable stuff.
Oh yeah.
But like before I got on, like in '96, like all groups changed. They went to the federal license. Like before that, prior, you didn't need a CDL to drive the trucks.
But you didn't need a commercial driver's license to drive those
up until '96. So those guys were partying.
Damn, bro.
Those guys were partying. I heard some stories.
So you could drive a Ford Escort and then drive.
Yeah, exactly. Like guys like a Mini Cooper, they'll come in a Mini Cooper and then jump in the garbage truck. I could do this.
Maximum Cooper.
Yeah,
that's fucking insane.
So yeah, then they went to the federal license. And now they're got to get drug tested, drug test, everything. '96, that's
Yeah.
And the partying here and there. Some guys just didn't care. They still went there.
With some guys that drink on the job, was there any party on the job?
I had guys, one of them, like best guys, God rest his soul, like literally out the gate, 6 a.m. Their kids stop a week. Running through the and they did the routes where every half hour there was a deli. Him in the corner, so if I feel the middle, there's corner. Like literally every time it was a half hour up, it was a different deli.
Oh, so they got cheap full board of deli and 2 of these.
Run in, yeah. No, guys enjoyed themselves.
Yeah, that sounds nice. That sounds like it should be, What they started fucking everything in America is penny pinching fucking fiasco. You have a fucking sheet full of strong cheese and 2 fucking Bush Lights, just get through the work there.
There was one dude he was purple.
Well, what happened? Oh, drinking that much.
Dude, his skin was awful. I don't even know what's about it.
He's not.
It's
like, I ain't a lot, dude. Look, after purple, it just fucking, he turned into a BLM activist.
Yeah.
It's a fucking rat after that. So,
right in the ground.
Oh, man. And what about, was there a lot of uppers? Because it seems like people would be on Adderall, people would be on pain, people would be, like, was there anybody that could do that kind of lifestyle?
Oh, there were guys that fought. One guy, like right out of the 70s. My first day in Staten Island, so let's go about this day, like the other one. Not as bad, This guy said, like, bandana on, 70s glasses, right out of hippie center. Right? Oh, you're with me. I'm like, all right, cool. Now I'm in Staten Island, first day. I'm like, what the hell is going on? Once again, they don't know who I am, so shut me with this guy. He's like, all right, kid, you go up and drive first. I'll stay in the back. All right. So I'm driving around. I live in Staten Island, still didn't know streets. Wow. You know, so I'm just driving around. Yeah. And I'm like, what's that smell? Dude's hanging on the back, living his dream, just toking away. Get high up. And then, like, half hour goes by. All right, kid, now you go. I'll let you know when I'm ready. Just listen. But some guys did it. And it was a daily thing.
Pull up a picture of Stevie Starlight if you can. See if this. Now look at it.
Some guys just couldn't stop. No, I'm not crazy right there. What's his head?
Oh, yeah.
You know, circle glass.
Yeah. Some guy who's fucking. He listens to Springsteen when he was that kid.
Yeah, probably is the positive.
Yeah, Springsteen. That's like not telling.
You
Yeah. Once you get into Staten Island, what things change because it's more like family housing and stuff, right?
Exactly.
And what is that like? Does it almost feel like a lot easier? Does it not feel like the front lines are trash? Because I feel like in the city, you're on the fucking front lines. You're right there. It's coming out of the chute. You fucking, you got guys catching shit in their beard and shit. But out in the suburbs, it feels like it would be a little bit easier. Is it or not?
Listen, when you get to the suburb, now it turns into, now you're dealing with criminals. Like when you were in the buildings, they didn't care.
Yeah, you never saw them.
You know, you never saw people. It's not like, hey, I'm from 4F.
Yeah.
You know, you're an idiot. Like, they don't care.
Oh, in the city, you can just drive and just yell.
Out anyway.
Yeah.
There's cabs beeping. Like, so you never, you're not waking anybody up. Everybody's used to it.
Right.
They come to Staten Island, even Queens areas, Brooklyn areas. Now you're waking everybody up. It's 6 a.m. Who's bitching about that? Like I said, getting in the way. Yeah. Like there's certain areas that we couldn't go in. Like they make them pick up midnight to like 5, so that you're not their way.
Yeah. So like, what do you mean, richer areas?
No, just owned areas by certain types of people.
Okay, so maybe upper echelon types or whatever.
Certain religion people.
Okay.
They have their.
So like the Orthodox Jews don't want you in their neighborhood. Is it pretty nasty over there in the neighborhood?
Well, they just listen. It's not against them because I have actually been in some of those houses.
Yeah.
Because there are people in those areas that are very nice. But then Passover comes and they throw everything out. There were like 5, 6-year-olds throwing matches, like shit, lighting shit on fire. It was crazy. I was like, I can't do this. Because they would bring everybody pretty much who was available from other garages to come and do this, and you get one truck on a block. And you just go up and down all day, and they throw everything out. Like, I didn't know if you knew that about the Orthodox Jews.
Oh, they just get rid of everything.
Yeah, so they throw everything out. Couches, beds, clothes, everything goes in the trash.
Why? It's just part of the tradition.
Part of their religion.
Wow.
Start fresh. It's crazy.
So you got tons of traffic.
Yeah, and it's just chaos. So like there would be a garbage truck in the block and a fire truck. Fireman would have like 3 bucks because the kids were running around. Like, I had guys do it plenty of times. They light something on fire and then throw it in the back of the truck. Now, if I don't see it, now everything in the truck's on fire.
Why do they do that? Is that like a kind of like are they training for like battle or something?
Oh, it's just the kids.
Oh, kids screwing around.
Animals. Oh, yeah. Oh. I blocked the bus one day. And that's what I'm saying. Like, and that's when they get into, we don't want them on the truck, the streets early, this time, blah, blah, blah. And these little kids get off the buses because now I help them up on the block. They have their own police, their own people. They go, you got to move your truck. I'm almost done for I'm not looking for it. Little kids.
No respect, huh?
What goes on?
I don't know. I got a bunch of years. There aren't any Orthodox ones, some OJs, I think, or whatever. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I shared a room at I was in a halfway house with an at a Masonic temple, and he was sweating. And if you said pussy around him, he in the eyes with the shakes. Oh, he'd open his mouth and fucking put his tongue in it. The guy was a perv. And he was grilling his own meats in his fucking room or whatever with the sunlight or whatever. I don't know what to do. The guy would have bacon. He's in there fucking making burn ends or whatever. At 4 a.m. When Allah says he did. It was just
a magnifying glass.
Yeah, the shit was fucking hungry.
A cloud comes, he's like, damn it, everyone.
And it was Arizona, dude. This day he showed up on the porch. Literally, I'm not joking, it was 104 degrees outside. And this guy is dressed, bro, like Cruella de Vil, bro. This motherfucker.
There was some gear.
Oh, this guy had been raising some fucking mixed dogs in his coat, bro. This guy used to smell horrible. What ethnicity probably has the worst smelling garbage? Would it be Orthodox, you think?
No, it was all the same.
There's all the same
stuff. Once you throw it in there, it's all blended in. Like you said, during the summer too. It was ruined. Like people would walk by, like covering their faces. That's how bad the trucks are. Once you're in it, you don't know. You don't smell nothing. So used to it. Cat urine was the worst. Oh, it's awful. Because you rub up on a bag that a cat just pissed on. And like in the same truck. Now you get in the front. And I know, like bags stay far away from me. You know, I'm big enough to have one of the palms. I kept that shit away. I never let the bags touch my legs. And I would look at my palm. You got hit. He's like, what do you mean? I said, you don't smell that. Because now you get in and it's even cold out. You close the doors, put the heat on, you smell that. Turn cat piss up, you know.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It's disgusting. The worst smell.
Yeah, I remember we used to get a bowl of cat piss and we would do a hair dryer with my sister off the door by her room. Fuck that, dude.
Well,
wow, so there's no time of year really when the trash smells worse, huh?
well, the summer's a bit.
Just the summer's overall.
But yeah, it's, you know, there was some point, you know, you would open up a lid, and if it was sitting there with maggots and stuff, you get a kick. And that's another smell that's pretty brutal. But other than that, you got used to it.
Was there a borough of New York where the trash smelled the worst?
No.
Okay. All the same.
Staten Island, there was a movie theater not far from the before they closed it. It was awful, the smell. And they were building houses like crazy right there. I'm like, how could people buy? And then I became a college man, and like, no, that don't smell. Staten Island don't smell no more. Because we would get, you know, shit on all the time by the boroughs.
Yeah.
You know, trash island, you know, all that. But it just didn't smell it.
Dude, there's a lot of pride for people that live on trash, I think. You know, there's something almost something pretty amazing about it in a weird way. Like, when I was growing up, we would burn the trash in the ditch. That was a big thing. You know, you bring everything out, you burn it in a ditch. The kid, you would, like, get wet, like, hose each other down, and then run through the smoke till you look all black. You know, you'd be out there like, you know, it would be like, yeah, you know, you would just, it wasn't like doing blackface, it was just like burning trash. But you definitely look a little smoky by the way, you know. It was just something to do, you know. What were we talking about? Oh.
When I went out to Staten Island.
Oh, yeah.
What the difference is, yeah, it's just, like I said, you deal with a different person. You're dealing with people who own the garden. Like it's their house. I tell people all the time, I knew things about you from your garbage that you do not think I know.
Really?
And then I wasn't picking for it. You know, when you put that stuff in, it breaks up your bags. I knew when people use your wife's time of the month.
Oh, yeah.
My wife would be disgusted by that, but you knew. You know it. When the bag's ripped, your life is in front of it. And I ain't thinking through it.
Right, but and it's crazy how quick you see things so fast. Dude, I did this game one day, and I went in New York City right now. I went in the city. I think I was on the Lower East Side. And I did this game with people. I said, I'm going to open a bag of trash. You smell it. You take a whiff out of it, right? Just a random bag.
Okay.
And if you can guess 3 items that are in it, I give you $100, right? So, dude. So these people, they all thought I was like, that the bags, I had like brought them from home or something, put them together. Right? I was picking these bitches up from the fucking corner.
So you didn't even know if they would be right.
Bro, I have no idea what was in it. So we crack a bag of fucking people are taking hits off of it, dude, over there off of Alphabet City.
Ooh.
Yeah, we made a video of it online. But anyway, that was something we did to trash in the city. What about, was there any ladies that tried to flirt with you? That ever happened on the route once you got into the houses? Like any fucking bin babies or any fucking...
They didn't notice.
Kind of run that hand clam out on you thing?
Well, that's why I wore the shirt. But this shirt's 25 years old.
Really?
I was going to give it to you, but it says, put out your can, here comes the garbage. I used to sport this shirt all the time.
And it's a sexy lady, huh? Yeah.
Butt out, you know.
I like that.
But no, listen, you didn't see people unless you were, waking people up, in their way. Other than that, you were not, it was crazy because nobody even knew. They never acknowledged you. New York hated you because you were loud. Till, I don't remember the year, but like the New York Post, they was one of those shit papers. They posted how much money we made for the year. That was it. Now everybody wanted it.
Yeah.
When they see making 6 figures, picking garbage up. Oh, I got this. And now all of a sudden they know you're around.
Wow, once the money comes on,
But prior to that, they could care less.
That same thing happened with Joe Rogan in a way. I think once he got a Spotify deal, people saw like, oh, he's making money.
Jump on his tracks.
Now they all fucking want to write articles about him, say he's racist, that he's using his name,
Exactly.
So you guys pull in 6 figures a year with the job. Right. Started first year it gains traction.
No, yeah, my first year, I think it's 27 grand. But just with the overtime with the winter, the snow, all that stuff, I think my first year, 60.
Wow, okay.
So it almost doubled, right? Because you have to be there. New York doesn't stop. So you're on call all day, 12-hour shifts. I work up to 31 days straight, 12-hour shifts. 31 inches of snow here, 2 feet of snow here. It happens. So you can make that money. I just retired making 200 grand.
Wow.
They can go. But he would do 12-hour days every day, overtime, kind of hated his family. So, and you get it. When you meet these families, you're like, yeah, this guy works for it.
It says, must be old now.
I think starting right now is like 70.
Okay, the average salary for a garbage collector in New York is around $76,000 a year.
That's not over.
Right, so that's what you get. You can almost double that.
Easy. That's a double.
Remember when they had the fad of like the kids meet the garbage man?
Oh, I love it. Yeah, that was like a new I used to and it turned out like then I come to Staten Island and those guys were still on the job. I was like, dude, I remember you. He's like, hey, you that little kid throwing shit off the top of because I still lived on the same block. So they kind of like, yeah, we had like a porch out front. Up front, drop the kids out. But like I was saying, they didn't wear uniforms back then. You had like a white beater on, a pair of shorts.
Oh, yeah.
Gagging in the streets. They wear shit.
Yeah, he's wearing a fucking snorkel and a fucking...
Exactly.
Yeah.
Some questionable stuff back.
Dude wearing a snorkel and a bathrobe over there.
But like you said, like I was saying, they didn't acknowledge it. You were there, you picked the garbage up, you left.
You're kind of the invisible man. Exactly. You really are. Because, nobody wants to get that close. People kind of want to pretend you don't exist unless you're making gold. People only hate you. Yeah, you're kind of the invisible man.
Until they realize you're
and then suddenly like, oh, look at this rich asshole. These guys.
I got to put more garbage out.
Yeah.
And then they would turn into, well, it's your job. Pick this up. Yeah, take this. You have to take this.
Yeah, what's the worst parts of the job that you get? That kind of stuff? Is people telling you like...
Yeah, just they always tell you, oh, yeah, I pay your salary. So we always used to keep like nickels and dimes in the truck. And I'd be like, hold on, I'll give you your money back. Because they would always say like, yeah, all right, each person gives you a nickel a year. And I would throw the nickel up. You got to take this. The guy's whole apartment's out there. It's like, dude, no. And I would always respect the person who come out. If you just said thank you, or even gave us water, because you weren't supposed to take money and all that stuff. If you just said thank you, acknowledge me, like I said, everybody knew us. Thank you went a long way. I'd take everything. I don't care. But you look at me like, oh, I pay you a salary, down to me. Yeah. Your stuff would say that. Yeah. I'll go right back on your trail.
Dude, I'll take it. This is how spiteful I would have been, bro. I would have picked it up and the next day fucking brought it back. Fucking put it back on the guy's doorstep. Make him think he's crazy, What's that?
You had that a lot. You were very,
people thought they owned you.
Yep. Pay your salary and all that.
Fuck you. That's what I say to that. Fuck yeah. Yeah, I think we always have respect for people that did something, Well, we lived also, we got a little rural by us, so sometimes you'd have to bootleg garbage, man. We started our own service. A guy who put took a truck and just put 3 wooden plywood walls, like I'm talking about.
The back of the truck, tall, fit more bags.
Yeah, bro, that dude was fucking. Our neighbor was one of those guys for a while, so his truck would always be out there. But he go to the rural routes, get him a little bit of garbage.
Well, because we used to take everything. We took couches, beds, everything. We would recycle. We take refrigerators and all that stuff. Everything. We took everything.
Until what year?
No, still to this day, you had to take everything.
So you'll throw a refrigerator in the back of the trucks?
Yeah, well, our recycling trucks, they went to 2 sides.
Oh, for recycling.
It's so annoying. Yeah. But there was some that didn't fit in the small side, with the recycling trucks now in the city. So now, they pull you up, they're like, oh, you got to go and throw it in the regular bunch.
So a recycling truck is a different truck?
Different truck. It's split down the middle. There's like a, 28-inch side on this side and a 3-foot side on the other side. So the truck is split into 2, so you can pick up paper and you can pick up metal, glass, any stoves, stuff like that. You put on fills.
On the metal level.
Yeah, on the metal side.
Okay. Wow, and how do you decipher that? Because a lot of times people put a recycling bin, a big recycling garbage can out there.
Got to be separated. Without it. We used to drive early days. We used to open the side of the truck as a door so you could get mechanics and stuff to get in there and work on the mechanics and stuff. We used to bring the thing all the way home, open the side hatch, and drive the streets. And while I was driving, we were in the back door. But I was throwing stuff in the side of the truck while you were in the back. So we loaded the whole truck, the whole block.
With whatever.
Just out of it all winds up in the same.
Does it?
A good amount. The paper is recycled, 100%. Everybody gets crazy with the bottles, the glass, and all that. Unfortunately, if I tell people the truth, they never want to hear it. Cans and stuff, yes, metal, they recycle. The bottles, they just break it up. It winds up in all that. Colored glass was like gold. Really? And they stopped using it there. Glass is cheaper to make than it is to recycle and all that. It's too expensive.
So colored glass, what do you mean? Why was colored glass?
Just because now you had a pigment and the color into it, the regular glass, so it costs more to make. So like if you got, like a green glass, it already has
yeah.
But they stopped using all that. They go with beer bottles and stuff. They really don't use that.
I remember Sprite.
Now the jam you go up, you can Sprite Zero.
Sprite Zero. On the closet, probably full Sprite.
Give me full milk cap.
Yeah, pure sugar, were there some accidents with the trucks? How dangerous did it get for people? Because if people didn't have commercial driver's license and they're driving those trucks, was there a lot of was there casualties? Was there?
Yeah, guys would do. There were a few guys that passed away. And it was more of just people's stupidity. I had one guy. I don't know why he was opening something in the truck on a grip his arm.
The truck where they pulled it in?
Literally, next time I saw him, he had this mechanical 3-finger metal thing.
Oh, like a skill crane?
Yeah. He was picking up teddy bears and shit.
Get you a fucking cab.
I'm like, dude, what are you doing? Well, my hand got stuck. He said his hand got stuck in something.
Is it a blade right there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And another guy was holding paper in New York and paper before technology came out. Like massive bundles of it. He had the paper in the back of the truck. It literally almost slid off all his fingers. His fingers were in the string. And when the truck closed, it tightened the string up so much, it was like looked like a ring got caught on the floor. You know, we used to go in sanitation.
Okay.
That was our major sound.
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess we'll find out, I guess, even through the course of this chat, if it's, where does it kind of land, I think, and that's one of the reasons, I just want to learn all about the industry. So, you in what area were you in?
I started in Manhattan, grew up in Staten Island.
Okay.
I started in Manhattan, I did almost 2 years, and then switched over to Staten Island. I did 18 years.
Man, thank you for your service.
Yeah,
first of all. So how do you get into it? How does it even start? Like, is it a family thing? Like your father picks you, just like picks you up when you're young, like put you in a recycling bin or something like that? How does it
It's rule of thumb in New York. Like, you take the city test.
Okay.
The college don't work out, you pull back to the city job, sanitation, police, fine.
So those are different city tests, or those are different options?
Yep, different tests.
Okay, so a lot of people that don't go to college in New York, they'll fall back into that, and those are one of the options.
Correct.
So you take a different test. So you took a sanitation test.
Yes. And that was sad, but it was a joke.
Really?
Like one of the questions I'll never forget. Never forget. How would you pick up this pile of dirt? And there was like a garbage truck. Like, you can't do that. And then there was like a shovel with boom, which of course I was use. And then just like a rake. Like, just crazy. It's like, but people get these things wrong.
Oh, yeah, you see somebody breaking dirt all the time. And usually yell a slur at them off the window.
Exactly.
But, so you take the test. How many people go take the test? Do you take it at like a center? Is it like, it's not where do they do it? It's not like an MSG or something like that.
No, they use like public schools.
Okay.
Like anything that they have available.
Okay.
High schools, grammar schools, whatever they have.
Okay, so you roll up like the night before. Do you get a lot of sleep? Do you like show up with like, are you kind of prepared for it? Or do you think it's going to be so?
Yeah. They get you the book. Like they have a book.
Oh, there's a
to
book.
Take the test.
Okay.
And I'm like, after the second page of that. All right, this I can't read this book. It's worse than when you went in to read the book. You're like, wait, what's going on? So yeah, they, my test, 100,000, over 100,000 people signed up. But they did a lottery. So, and everybody has to pay the $30, $35, whatever it is.
When you sign up, you have to pay.
Yeah, you send your form in with the money. But my test, they only did it this one time. They only let 30,000 people take the test. So those other 70,000 didn't even get to take it.
Yeah, but they
just took their money.
Oh, I know, bro.
It's just like anything else.
Oh,
They get their money in. They'll get their money.
Wow, bro, that's crazy.
Yeah.
So now you got 70,000 people who are pissed at the city.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so you take the test. You're in there. You now. How long does it take to get your score?
It takes they give you a few months. Say, a few months until you get your score. If I wish I was trying to get a test.
Really?
And I was actually in there with high school friends, and they were running out of the last two minutes. Like, what's going on? And I'm not the smallest guy in the world. But I'm like, what is going on? So I rushed through the last two questions.
Yeah. That does too.
So I got a 103.
Oh, dang. Okay. So now are you looked at like you come in as a pretty high rank then? Like, are you like?
Yeah. So they give like veterans and stuff extra like credit, well deserved. And like I think my list was like 348.
Okay.
Out of the 30,000, 15, I forget what.
So you were in the top 400.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I was hired within a year.
Okay. And so you still are waiting a year to get hired.
Yeah.
And why is there no job positions? What is it? Is it a busy industry?
Yeah. Well, you got to wait for people to die.
Okay.
They have a set number, and that's what they go by.
Okay. All right. So you're ready. So if somebody finally retires or something happens to them, and then now you get called in. Where were you when you got the call?
Probably just on
Yeah.
Yeah, I was still working in Manhattan. I was a program for my cousin.
Okay.
So, I was working.
Yeah.
But my mother said, listen, you've been retired in 20 years. You got to take it. I was 21. I wanted to, being with 21 years.
Yeah.
Yeah,
True. It's great.
No, but you want to go out and party, and like that's where your life starts.
Right.
Like parties. But I grew up in Staten Island, where we were like 16, 17.
Right. So you
I
made
already
it.
did it.
Yeah. And so did your mother say, look, I think this is something you should do?
Oh no, she's like, no, you're good.
Okay.
But thankfully enough, but she saw the end of it.
Right.
She said, you want to be working till 60, 70, 80 years old. Is that really what you want? So there is the light at the end. But
Got a handy new frame.
yeah. It's better than any other job. I'll put that.
Wow. Okay. Well, I got to know more then, man. So, all right. So you get in, you're hired, you're excited. You get your first day. Like, how does that really go? And do you go to like a training camp or whatever? Do you guys?
Yeah, they send you to the driving training.
Okay.
They teach you on dump trucks.
Okay.
So that's like 2-3 weeks. You go test, you get your CDL, your license, you drive the trucks.
Okay.
Now, then like 2 days, they'll bring it out, and this was in Randall's Island.
Okay.
And I think in 2 days, they bring the truck out.
Okay.
There's 2 steering wheels.
There's 2 steering wheels in the truck?
There's 2 steering wheels.
And you got to pick which one you would use? No.
Well, no, it all depended on what street you were on. Like if you were picking the right side of the street up, you could drive to the right so you're close. So you can know, because that's the biggest thing on the job. You've got to put that thing where your partner wants it to make the day go easy. Okay. If I got to start dragging involved around cars and everything else now, we're not having.
And then when you get back in the truck, there's a beat when you're in the cabin.
Yeah, oh yeah.
See, it's like it's okay.
They got rid of this the left side of the race.
Okay.
Okay. Driving from the right is frowned upon. Different.
Yeah.
Driving to the right side. It's a whole different driving situation.
Every now and then you meet some dog truck. Right.
Yeah, he's saying nothing, but in Staten Island, it was like a law. Like you had to drive.
Okay, so there's certain places you guys go. So in that instance, you just go to the other side of the car, and for that length of the truck, today's truck still have this. Okay, great. Okay, cool. I didn't know that, man. That's really interesting. Because one time I had a dude over there, and this, I think the car I was in was like it was a Toyota Tercel, and the trunk was missing. I remember the dude's car. So there was this total wind current, like constantly, like it just happened in the vehicle. And and I remember driving that just out of sheer fear, like this guy's out of this phone. And he popped the brake and kind of smiled at me. Shit, I'm like, this dude's fucking flirting with me, but trying to learn, but this dude's trying to, touch a child or whatever. All right, so you get the first day, man. How did your first day on the job?
They literally, my garage, they tell you, hey, show up on this time, 6 a.m., west side, 30, Manhattan 6 was my first one. Like, all right, I go near Davidson. Okay. All right, so it's right a block down.
Okay, so you get down there. Do you go down there a lot or no?
No. When you work in Manhattan, you won't stay out of here. You deal with it all week, you deal with nonsense. Anytime I work in Manhattan, I just never wanted to party.
Yeah,
I just couldn't stand it.
All right, so you get down there.
Yeah, so I get there, and you're meeting all these guys. I met a few when I signed up. The new guys when I came in, I think 11 guys. So I knew them by face. I didn't really get to know them.
Oh yeah, I just watched Band of Brothers. Have you seen that?
No. And you're meeting like there's some old timers on there that don't like the new kids.
Really? Huh?
Well, they got grumbling, junior stuff, this and that. Yeah. So they're like, all right, here, they hand me a piece of paper. So go pick this guy up on 2nd and 20th. And you have these sections all around Manhattan where guys would go because the garage wasn't big where it was at.
Okay.
So you would have section guys show up there, garage guys show up at the garage.
Okay.
And I'm like, wait. I had to like think to myself, like, I'm going to drive this garbage truck. Never drove in the city street. Where we were driving at Randall's Island, we were driving a circle.
Okay.
So now you can cause people.
So you're in the truck downtown.
Yeah, and now they're like, oh, go pick up this part. He never drove a truck in Manhattan. Let alone you probably driven a car or been in a car. In Manhattan, it's not fun.
Oh, it's alarming.
It's crazy.
And so now you're driving a truck, and
your first day, you know, your whole thing is the mirrors. You know, worrying about you. It's a truck. It's not a car. I got there.
Okay.
Let's put it that way.
That
was all right. I didn't hit nobody. No hurt. And then I picked this dude up.
Okay.
Like 35 years.
Oh, he's been in there, bro.
Scraggly looking guy. Big beard. I'm not kidding you with me. Yeah. So you know what you're going into that.
Right. He's suddenly setting the stuff.
Yeah, he might have been one of the drivers.
Oh,
guys where you were at.
He might have been
Missing truck. The way he said it, kind of scared. You know.
Oh, I bet if you pluck a hair out of his beard and test it for 9-year-olds, you know, who knows what'll come back, you know? But yeah.
Bing. But yeah, dude. And everybody's like looking at you. Because it's like you got stuff.
Oh, really, huh?
So that's right. All right. And like rules, first thing they teach you, not stand behind the truck while the back of the truck is something. This dude was looking for everything in the truck. Really? He had all kinds of shit in his beard. Oh, it was nasty. And he didn't even care. Like, it was just, like,
He's just back there just catching that hot tide.
Flying out. He's, hey, you looking for him? Like, and looking at me like I'm not in there with him. Like, I'm just throwing it in to get rid of it, dude. I'm not here to dig for it. Pulling out like Spider-Man figures. Like, yeah, like crazy.
Oh, yeah. And that would go right in line with one of those kids.
Exactly. Driver's ed teacher. Definitely. That was his first job.
So he's just back there just collecting samples from the area.
Yeah.
Oh. And now when he gets back in the truck, like, what's the inside of the cab? Does it smell pretty bad?
No, it's a mess. You know, until you get your own truck, like I had, you know, once I got the truck, where you get time on the job to get around, like there's cleaning supplies, like we wipe our truck down every day, it's spotless. Right. But when you have guys that just didn't give a crap, you know, it was built.
And what kind of gear are you wearing? What kind of gear is a New York City car? Sanitation engineer. What type of gear are y'all on?
Just regular, you know, dicky pants with a t-shirt, with the sweatshirt, you know.
Not a wetsuit or nothing like that.
No, there were days you needed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, when it rained, it's
Oh. Yeah, I would think you would go full plastic, you know, like.
Well, gloves and boots were like, yeah, that was always like, that's where you spend your money.
Okay.
Your pants, it's
Okay, so now you got this kind of guy rolling with you. How long does that shit go?
I was out there for a while. These gigs.
Oh, this dude, really? So he's a real hunter.
He's a 5, 6, 7 hour, route. We're normally around staying about 2 hours.
Okay, wow, really? So this guy's just out there and he just likes to collect. Now, some of these men just really collectors and they kind of hide masquerading as sanitation.
They do that, or then some of these guys get this stuff and sell it. They have business.
Really?
They go with flea markets and shit. Yeah. One dude in Staten Island, I hate to even give him the shout out.
Yeah, fuck it, but yeah, tell me.
Dude, he was like Sanford and Son on his roof, leaving the garage. Like he'd take, furniture, this, that, everything. Yeah. And you would catch him at the flea market. And dude, listen, from what was told, he had over $1 million from what he collected and sold in his bank account.
No. So you worked in Manhattan and you worked in Staten Island. Yeah. You can sit this out here too.
Totally different. Totally different setup. So Manhattan, like the buildings, it's all buildings. Right. You know, house to house we used to call it. So you go like hell. That's maybe on like 10 blocks, like where I was at. But you get like one building, like one road, say second, there's 2,000 there. And they use one sourcing bins. So they have compactors in the buildings that literally compact these things. And then the guys knock the ends. And they're, you know, anywhere from 3 feet to, 4 or 5 feet long.
Oh yeah, it's like somebody making
Awesome.
yeah.
And they
It's
were
awesome.
not like, they're not like,
Really? So you got that long dog, huh? And could somebody have put a body in one?
oh yeah, you could put a body in there. I ain't looking. But all the thing is, I'm not. I could give a damn.
Yeah, that dude fucking.
I would
sell
tell
it.
people all the time, the minute you want to do that, just put it in a bag. I ain't looking.
Oh, that dude's selling femurs on Etsy.
Exactly.
You know,
Yep. Yeah,
that
right.
dude's out there. Yeah. That dude's out there fucking slinging shin bones.
But it's
Yeah, so somebody could put a body in one of those bags, zip it out to the garbage guy. You know, these days everybody's watching you. You Google something, you get an ad for it. You know, you whisper something to your cousin. Next thing you know, you're getting advertisements for Tootsie Rolls or something. We're all being monitored. It feels like that's why you need a VPN. With ExpressVPN, 100% of your traffic is rerouted through their encrypted servers, so no one can see a thing. You can search for whatever you want. You want to geo-track a Wolverine or a woman across town or a man. You would love a man. You can do it. Nobody will know. ExpressVPN works on all your devices, whether you browse the internet on your phone, tablet, computer. You can use up to 5 devices at the same time under one ExpressVPN subscription. So stop letting people invade your privacy right now. Get 3 extra months of ExpressVPN for free. You go to expressvpn.com/Theo. That's expressvpn.com/THEO. expressvpn.com/Theo. You know, you don't know you're a bad cook until you know it. Now, I remember one time I heated up a can of pears, and it got so hot I couldn't even get the can. Burned both of my hands, the front and the back. But you got to have good cookware as well. That's what I'm here to tell you about today. It's HexClad. That's right. No longer using your roommate's dishes, guys. HexClad has revolutionized the cookware industry with a hybrid pan that gives you all the convenience and cleanup of non-stick, the versatility of your grandma's cast iron, and they are so durable. Gosh, I mean, you could do a ribeye in it, you could do a make a wedding cake in it, and they last a lifetime. They will outlast you. They will be in your will. We're serious. They have a lifetime warranty, just in case you find a way to destroy them while you're making your ramen noodles. Some stranger you met on social media. Gordon Ramsay might be the toughest critic in the world, and these are the pots and pans that he uses at home and in his Michelin star restaurants. HexClad. Support our show and check them out at hexclad.com/Theo. That's at HEXCLAD/THEO. Listeners get 10% off their order by going to that link. Just go to hexclad.com/Theo. So a way to get, if you decided to deceive somebody or kill somebody, I'll let you use that term, make somebody be dead immediately in front of you. Let's say that. In New York City, you could put them into the chute in your building. The trash.
Well, I wouldn't do that. Like, that's a little much. But if you had, access to the compactor,
Okay.
then I think it's good. But if you're going to shoot through 13 flights down, I mean, somebody's about to hear. There's got to be some blood.
Yeah.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, somebody can hear a wristwatch.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Somebody's watch is going to connect it. Something's going to ping in. You know, that goes.
Right. So if you could get the body down to the compactor, there's a chance it could just be thrown out one of the sausage bags.
Yeah, we used to, we have cars parked so tight. And there's 30, just saying the smallest stuff, there's 15, 20, 30 bags. You know, sad day for this Jaguar. I would literally, because I would tell you, you know, I was 21, I was stupid. I would grab from both sides, slide them right across the loop.
The Jaguar?
Oh, never
fuck
called
rich
it that.
people, dude.
Yeah. Never.
Oh, bro. I fucking, there's nothing better than doing something to the fucking rich. You know?
Well, they just didn't care.
Oh, yeah.
They had no respect for me, so now it's like, all right.
Oh, because they park illegally.
Well, no, they're parked legally, but they give you no space. So now those bags, you know, yeah, I mean, I get it. Everybody would say, well, we don't know, we're not going.
Right.
Well, now you go. Now they got to go to the body shop.
Yeah.
Get your shit. Go down.
Yeah, dude, I remember when I used to go to rich people's houses. My buddy Jeff he had a whole collection of silverware. And we were poor, so it was like everybody was rich, you know what I'm saying? We knew people, if you had a fucking front door, bro, you had to look at a book, you know? So like we fucking, Jeff had silverware from everybody, dude. And then if I went over to rich people's houses, a lot of times I would hit my nose when they were looking to feed them over to that dog.
Oh, man, what did you get out of that? What was the thought process of getting out of that?
I think for me it was something like start from the bottom, like you convince these animals to fucking work for you, low key. You know what I'm saying? It was like I'm gonna they may think they're doing all this and all of that, but you fucking people. Yeah, so
Yeah, no, I get it. I mean,
it was like I'm taking things to the lowest. It's like I'm just like, I don't know, there's probably like some Lord of the Flies.
yeah.
So you got the big sausage bags in the city, right?
Yeah, and the city is just, it's multiplied crazy. Like there were times where you knew that, like if their compactors were broke, like it was awful.
Really?
Now they put out, so they could probably fit, I'd say a normal 4 or 5 bags of garbage in one of these sausage bags. But now they're compactor broke, so now they got to keep bringing bags out. So it just went from 10 to 15 sausage bags to 150 regular garbage, and it's one at a time. You know, just chucking over the cars.
And then you throw them to a buddy and he puts them in, or
Yeah.
That's the
In the city, it's pretty much just working together.
Okay.
When you go to Staten Island, it's like half hour on, half hour off.
Okay.
So I'll drive for a half hour, you go for it. Vice versa, back and forth to the route stop.
Okay.
But in Manhattan, it's like, you know, all hands on deck. Those bags are kind of heavy sometimes.
It reminds me a little like watching that show, like an ocean show. Ocean. Angry, and every year one of them dies and they put it on TV, but they're looking for carp, or they're looking for fish or something. I don't know. Yeah. Here's a video right here of some sanitation guys right here throwing garbage bags into. Oh wow, that dude! Huh? Were you really? Bro, that dude! Wow.
That's a private.
That's Buddy Healed right there.
Yeah, that's a private.
Oh, that's a private guy, some one of your boys.
Yeah.
So how can you tell
I did
me
that for a year. The truck. All trucks were white.
Okay.
The white elephant. That's what they call that. The white elephant always got people who had really pissed them off.
Oh yeah, you guys are the worst, dude.
I used to do the whole program real quick.
Yeah.
I used to do that. I take my gloves off and they bang, you know, in Manhattan. You're an asshole. I'm like, you should have woke up 10 minutes early. Because now you're stuck behind me and I knew.
That not only you stuck, but it smells bad.
Oh.
Like,
And they used to get real close. And like I was saying, when the shoes spray out, especially rainy days, after a rainy day, or if it was raining, wet days, with that thing, and the cars would get covered. I'm like, that's on you.
dude, so that must have been kind of fun just throwing those bags. That seems like
Yeah.
something a kid would love to do.
I just throwing it on my back, just running down the street, you know. In Staten Island, because it's a lot lighter and stuff.
Right. So that was in Staten Island, but in the city, it's a little bit more. You got to have your dude there. You guys are loading this thing up. You're just keeping it moving.
Yeah.
And in the city, how many bags can go, or those big sausage bags can go into the cycle? What's the cycle like of the truck?
Well, I mean, you probably fill like 5, 6 little bags in at a time, but your average in Manhattan was 10 to 13, 14 tons of garbage in per truck.
Per truck. So you start out with nothing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's a compactor in the middle, like in the truck, and then it just cycles and compacts it the whole time.
Okay.
And the rule of thumb, you got to get the route. You have to get the whole route on the truck, so you would have to move sometimes, squeeze a little more, squeeze a little more.
Can you hear it getting tight back there?
Oh yeah. Like you can feel it. It changes the whole truck.
Really?
From being empty to heavy.
Yeah, you know, we spoke one time with a female truck driver, and she had worked with, and her son, I think, had breast reduction surgery. But she had worked with a cement truck, right?
Yeah. And
she said sometimes when the mixer was full, she would drive, and when she stopped and on the brakes, you'd feel the cement come up to like just the back of it. It was just really interesting. So that kind of made me think of that.
Oh, it changes everything. Just, you think about it. You double everything. It's running 2,000 pounds, so 36,000, and then the truck is probably another 14. You're looking at 35,000, 40,000 pounds. It ain't easy to stop.
Yeah, so you'd have to set the you. Yeah, you could feel that weight. Oh, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's harder to stop. The trucks will jump to begin with. I think New York got like all the second hand. They're like, oh, try this. Like Mack truck. Like, oh yeah, try this. Dude, it was crazy. Like for me, it was terrible. I'm tall, I'm 6'5", so it's like just getting in the truck. Yeah, I had to get so used to not hitting my knees on the dashboard. Just not comfortable to sit in. So, but they didn't care. Whatever they got a discount on, they took it.
Yeah, that's everybody nowadays. They'll put you in a damn food. They'll put you in a fucking baby stroller. They'll make you put 6 bags on the baby, and
that'll be good fit.
They cut.
Whatever they could fit.
So,
rear wheels not fall up like crazy.
So how tight does that trash get in there? Can you see it building up? Like, does it build up some heat? Is it that tight?
No, it gets, when you dump it, you'll see it's like a brick. It comes out, it'll start falling out here and there, but there's steam coming off it. There's methane gas. Yeah, and even if you go out, Staten Island has the biggest landfill in the world. You can see it from space.
Oh, wow, that's
Staten Island landfill. And they have constant pipes that are burning because of all the methane gas coming out of the ground.
It's almost like, grease or something to be able to so everything like it switches.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that is amazing.
They stopped dumping them now. But that's back in
They should have kept them.
Yeah, they gave up. But it sucks, because I do know a lot of people that pass away in Staten Island with cancer, but like that, the cancer rate is
Is it really?
That's why I give it.
Wow. Yeah, I want to get into some of that. So, yeah, my friend Aaron, actually, he's part of a new company called Vespine, and what they do, this is pretty interesting. They take the methane gas at landfills and they burn it, but they convert it immediately into electricity.
So usable, yeah, that works.
So now you have electricity that's right there available. So say if they had like trash trucks or something, and that they were electric, then they could charge them up immediately, or they could use the energy. Like for a little bit, they were using it to mine Bitcoin when Bitcoin was popular, but now they're finding other places to use the energy. But it's just kind of fascinating something that's going on. I can't believe that log is hot. Oh, now what do they call them? Bricks, logs? Because that's almost like a damn diamond of trash,
Yeah, it's, listen, when you're done, staring at it, you just go at it, get at it. Because we used to dump now in Manhattan, we started dumping on the side of the turnpike in Jersey. And that guy burns it. But he's got $1 million filter, so he's able to. The smoke coming out's clean.
Really?
Crazy money. Dude, they got right there. He was getting, they were charging $50-something per ton to the city. Plus, he signed like an $80 million contract with the city to take over garbage. Because, we got to get paid off that trucks now on the turnpike. They don't want that. And then he's selling the ash. Just money. There's so much money in garbage. It's $1 billion business. Yeah.
And the mafia used to be involved in it, right? That's why they were.
When you brought up bodies. That's the one thing on Staten Island. Those are the minutes and tails. My stepfather, God rest his soul, used to work out there, the tracker out there. He said, come in, think that Lincoln's, you just all turn around. All used to go up to the top of the hill. You never see the disappear, person disappear, pull out, see you later, dog. That is it.
It's the devil's ocean, maybe the landfill.
Yeah, there's a lot of stories out there.
I wonder, I wish God would just tell us how many bodies in there. I know that crazy, but I wake up with the number. Because you know they're all.
Yeah.
Did you ever feel like, did you ever get a weird feeling or premonition like you're driving the truck up? Like, could there have been a body in there and you have no idea? Or at some point, whenever you're dumping it, you would have seen something?
Listen, you definitely think you can get a feeling. You know, if somebody comes out and says something, you're like, maybe this dude just whacked somebody.
Right.
You know, his life ain't healthy, right? Like, probably in his bag.
Right. Like,
I'll throw it in. Like,
oh, yeah.
But no, never. I had one. These two guys came out of the house and hysterical. Oh, yeah. I'm like, you know, what now? We were in that kind of neighborhood. And hotel. Oh my gosh, yeah, get cremated. Why are you telling me? Gay dudes trying to cut. We drove in the truck. I'm a dog owner at the time. I'm a dog owner. Next thing you know, we're on the bed. The yellow left. This thing had to be a couple pounds. They both grabbed you out. They were crying. No, it was on the bed. They got rid of the bed, the toys, the shit was still lined up like he was just playing and then just dead. Like, and they're like, okay, and just launching into the back of the truck. I'm like, I told my partner, I'm like, dude, I can't sack the like the opposite. So that it's like you would get the feeling if somebody was like, oh yeah, can I throw this bag in? Like, what? Yeah, you know. I heard y'all fighting last week about garbage, you know.
And so what? Then you tell the guy, hey, you press the button. I press the button.
Yeah, I just, you know, in that case, I was like, dude, I told my phone, and he was just eating it. Like, yeah, all right. Yeah.
I'll sell its collar in an hour.
Exactly.
Fuck that.
Bacon usable? Put that on Etsy. On Facebook Marketplace. Pay $13. They'll sell anything on that.
Oh, yeah, dude. You can fucking sell your cousin for that bitch. Well, you don't say to him. If he can't read, if he's still teachable, you know. Fucking somebody buy that bitch in an hour. Right? You fucking dude. You go on there and find your ex-wife on that bitch. Right? You can buy used barrettes on that.
I brought my old age back.
You say, man, in barrettes, boy, back in the day, you see a girl with a couple barrettes in. Oh, you know what girls used to wear when I was like in school? They would wear a headband. Remember that?
Oh, my sisters were big into scrunchies.
Oh, yeah.
It was tangled up with hair. All kinds of nasty. I grew up with 3 sisters, so.
Oh, really?
Yeah, man. I was the only boy. Three sisters. You know, I've been through it.
Man. And did you get any of them? Were they okay when you got into the sanitation game? What they say? When you know?
Well, my sister April was pissed.
Really?
She filled out the shit and sent it in, and she didn't get paid. She was pissed. Still to this day, she was like, I got you. So I took that class. That shit was hard as hell. You didn't take it from me.
She went and took it and did it pass.
No, she didn't get called. Remember I said
she didn't get
only
the lottery.
15,000, 20,000 people took it. She didn't get picked.
It's crazy that even at the that there's a lottery there's like lotteries at every end of the spectrum of life, man.
Yeah.
So what season of the year is the worst time of the year to try that?
But definitely the winters are fun. Like the summers were hot, but like once you got used to that smell, like even nowadays, like I'll never be able to smell it. Because you're just used to it.
Yeah.
Like it's like second nature.
Yeah.
You know, the maggot smell, just all that nastiness. It's just hard. The winter's
really, and that's because of the cold.
It's the cold, the ice, the snow just stepping over all that shit. You still got to pick the garbage up. Now you're working 12-hour days. You know, snow, you're constantly dropping around the truck. You know, it's cool.
And would you a lot of cleats and stuff? What would you wear for shoe wear?
Just boots. Yeah. So yeah, you know, rain boots, young boots, just because I always wore like a hiking boot because I can move fast. You know, when you're wearing like heavy boots, like they always say, don't wear steel toes because you know, God forbid something hit you on the foot, snap your toes. I don't.
Oh, the steel would actually snap your toes off.
Yeah.
So that's the downside of wearing steel toe boots.
If you're in an industry like that, yeah. Because there are some cans. I mean, I don't think back in the day they used to be metal cans. They used to pick up ash in New York City. So everybody would burn their garbage in the buildings, and they would have these like 150-pound steel garbage cans. And I had lifted a few of them at the time. They're no joke, loaded with ash. So that's what they used to just dump.
So the buildings would just burn their garbage.
All the housing buildings, they used to just get rid of the garbage that way. There was no bags on the street.
So then the incinerator, man, they
Yep.
burn it up.
Every building in New York had one.
Wow.
Yep.
And when did that change code? Do you know?
People came up with something that was killing everybody. So
Probably something obvious in police shit. Or Trump or Chris Christie's fat nose, I'm sure.
yeah, probably.
You look that up when that changed?
Yeah, they were probably killing the polar bears or something.
Oh, yeah.
Big blues were somewhere.
Yeah, they got a fucking some grainy video of a fucking rare fox doing 2 lines of fucking city ash, you know, like
With a sign.
yes.
Stop burning your garbage.
Yeah.
Save
Like,
me.
yeah, how did that fox even learn to write, right? It was an ass city question. Look, bullshit. Here it is in 1989, Mayor Ed Koch, or Koch. Wait, you know who else talked about Ed Koch? I think was Bobby Kennedy Jr. when he was on talking about Ed Koch. Mayor Ed Koch signed a bill that required incinerators in New York City to shut down within 4 years. And lo and behold, all incinerators had stopped operation by the end of 1993. That was the end of that. The whole trash bill. Oh. Does it say why? Anything else?
Pollution.
Oh, pollution.
Yeah.
Oh, the air pollution.
Yeah, they were just burning it. Like that was if you were burning it in your fibers.
Yeah.
They didn't have, like I was in New Jersey, this guy has a multi-million-dollar filter and no more emissions, blah, blah, blah. They didn't have that back then.
Oh, I see. So every building was burning. But weren't the trash men just picking it up and taking it somewhere to burn?
No, then it was just ash. They would just get rid of it. I don't know what they did with it back then.
But I mean, after the trash men, after they shut down the incinerators, the trash men just took it. Oh, they just put it in a landfill.
Yeah.
They weren't burning.
No. So then that's when there's a few landfills. They started the one in Brooklyn. I think they're like all over New York. But Staten Island, oh yeah, we're just going to do this for a few years. And then it turned into the biggest landfill.
And yeah, what do you say to people who because a lot of landfills have been filled over with dirt and people buy houses on them, right? What do you say to people who, you buy a house and then 4 years later everything you eat tastes like fucking fig noodles and fucking baby gravy or something. The son's got fucking facial hair and over.
Yeah, that's probably what's going on. They're actually Staten Island, they're making it into a park. Yeah. And I mean, I've seen animals out there. Wicked shit. I mean, dude, there's this gopher or whatever the fuck it was. Dude, it looked like a full-blown pit bull. That's how big this fucking thing is. I swear I saw a bear out there. Everybody told me I was crazy. But there was a ton of deer, like the deer from New Jersey.
Why they hid it over there?
Nah, it's just like anywhere else. They're building and they're pushing them out of their homes. So now they see this big forest across in the rivers, whatever the hell it is. There's a short little spur from Jersey to Staten Island in one location, and they just swim over and they got a whole shit and nobody can shoot them. Yeah. You can't
shoot that close to the city.
You just can't hunt on Staten Island.
What is there like a habitat on the landfills? Is there like animalia that's out there living? Is there, what is that? Is it almost seems because it's almost its whole own like an army, like a fucking dirt, like a fucking
definitely
trash garden.
You see mutants stuff.
Really?
Yeah. Rats look like cats.
Yeah.
Like I said, there's like a gopher that looked like a pit bull. You got deer running through that place, nuts.
Oh
really?
big boys, and nobody can hunt them.
Oh, you can't hunt them. Dude, deer people are crazy. Deer people. No, I'm surprised nobody jumps the fence and gets out there. Yeah.
They tried. They've tried, but and they have little security here and there. Guy killed a big buck once, and he actually got fired.
Oh,
He was a mechanic. Yeah, he was a mechanic for the city and got fired.
You was out there hunting on the landfill?
Yeah, he killed it, and then everybody saw it because you can't hunt it. So you're seeing this buck walk around like it was his area. He would be out in the middle of the day just walking the streets. He didn't give a shit. Gangster. But now they also put a guy, on the hill to keep the population down.
Oh wait, so there's a person that works on the landfill?
Yeah, they pay a guy who sleeps in a tent on the landfill that, takes care of the deal population.
Are you serious?
Yep. Snips, tucks, cuts, all kinds of things.
He
Big dark.
does you read what's it called? Neutralizing?
Well, it's vasectomy.
Vasectomy?
All kinds of.
So they're doing animal vasectomy out there on the landfill.
Anything to keep the population. Yeah, man. He sits out there in the cold.
And what does he do? He
darts them.
and they fall asleep. Then he slips over.
Snips, tucks.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a wrap.
Yeah.
Yep. Put some difference.
That fucking nut, Brad. She just rolls up all the time. That's fucking unreal, bro.
Yeah, man. Dude's sniper deer out in the middle of a landfill. Shit. But that's what they do.
God,
Because, like you said, they would just run wild.
that fucking sperm decks for that dude's out there fucking flipping bucks, bro.
Probably selling them, too.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, deer semen, dude. I'll fucking get rid of a 40 feet of my home here in Tennessee. Anybody will buy that shit.
Oh,
Wow, I know that was a job. Somebody lives in a tent on a landfill and euthanize or sedates and then vasectomies.
Yeah.
Deer.
yeah, keep the population down.
Bears are moving across New York. It says right here, the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation is urging residents to secure food sources that might impact bears, as bear sightings increase due to the animal search for high-calorie meals after their hibernation.
Yeah, people. I just went to dinner with a couple friends of ours, me and my wife, and the wife's like, wait, they don't wait for all peak hours and come over the bridge. Like you can't be serious to think deer are running over a bridge to get there. Like, no. They see the forest. They're getting kicked out of their land. They see it, so they swim over it.
Yeah, well, we had a guy, this guy was a medium-sized animal detective. He was on, and he said that, a lot of times, like, animals will just get into your house because they don't know it's your house. Their nature is getting destroyed, and so then they just go to, like, whatever seems like a place that's safe,
Yeah.
So sometimes it's people's attic, because a lot of people find raccoons in the attic. A lot of urban areas, but, what else, dude? Okay, so there's methane coming off of that trash block already when the compressors compress it down?
Yeah, there's definitely a light smoke coming off.
If you do imagine it, would it be flammable?
I wasn't trying that. To me, like I said, we get done 2 hours. I could get done, be done back in the garage, hanging out, shower, done. If I get covered with any junk, I'm not paying attention to what comes out of the truck.
Is there, how big is that block that comes out of the truck? Like, show me with your hand. Like, how big is that block?
Oh, what, out of the garbage truck?
Yeah, the one that gets compressed after it's full and it compresses it up.
Full garbage truck.
Full garbage truck.
Like I said, you look at 10 tons. I want to say the truck was 14 feet by maybe 8, 9 feet tall by with the garbage truck 12. I think the size of the room. That's how big the garbage is. When I went to Staten Island, I was doing 6 tons. And that's like a totally different situation. That's like more just fluffs out. But when you're in Manhattan, you're packing. I'm going to get that route. Yeah. That's just like,
Does it just come out as like a big, do you get to see the brick at the end?
Yeah, no, it's not like a brick where like it's going to come out as an actual brick and they pick it up and just like build a house with it.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? It's like it's just falling apart. Like as it's not now.
Okay.
Yeah, and then now they ship out the garbage from New York. They ship it to like Pennsylvania. They use it for land.
Okay.
Like you had said, like they fill with swamps and stuff, and then they build on it 10 years later. And then the son has a beer that brick.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, your son's a fucking ball Santa at 5 years old.
Exactly.
You gotta
But they don't care.
No.
You know,
People
they're
don't
making
care
money.
anymore. Yeah, well, I mean, that's one of the issues. They say that a lot of people that's having autism, retardation, right? Retardation. You know, try to say it different because some people get different, but retardation. All kind of stuff like that, like the brain problems for children, is because our water and food supply is so contaminated.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
It makes sense.
But they're not going to, you know how they are. Tested, somebody's making money off it.
No. Fuck no.
Now
These days,
they're making money off of all those unfortunate cases.
yeah.
You know, so
That's Chuck Schumer right there. Man.
why throw that off? You know,
Is there joy happening around the holidays though? Is that an exciting time to be out and about? Like, because you get to at least be in this. Like, there's a romanticization of people being in New York City around the holidays, right? And I know you guys, your route ran early there. What time did you route?
yeah, we start at 6 a.m.
Okay, so you started at 6 a.m. So, but was it still fun to be in the holidays around that time, even though it was so cold, or it's just the worst time?
Yeah, no, it was still good times. You know, just a lot more people on the street. Even in those early days, you know, everybody now coming in. You know, people want to see New York City.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but to me, it's just a shithole.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's New York.
Oh yeah, people will come and stare at a shithole, you know. I mean, shit, they got porn sites at the base time. How long would it take you this route to the city? How long does that take? How long does a trash ride in the city take about?
It all depending on the day, the route. You know, your average is 2.5, 3 hours. Yeah. But by the time you got out there, you know, you start at 6. By the time you get to the route, because now we were on the west side, we picked up on the east side. So you get out there like 6:30, 7:15, you start the route. Right. Now you got to drive to Jersey to dump. So by the time you get back to the garage, you're running, hustling to be able to sit down, you know, eat lunch for, you know, an hour and a half. Okay. And it's not worth it now that I look at it. I killed my body for no reason.
So you get there at 6. You probably leave for work around 5 or something.
Yeah, I was getting up 5 o'clock.
Okay, getting up at 5, out the door by 5:20.
Yeah, you had to rush because Staten Island was a nightmare trying to get up. You know, there's only one bridge to get into Verrazano through Brooklyn to get into Manhattan. Okay, the traffic was awful. So if you weren't at, like, I used to meet a few guys at 5 o'clock at the bridge.
Okay.
If you weren't there at 5, you weren't getting there by 6.
Maybe I'll take a ferry or drive.
Drive.
Okay, so you get that done. So you can get it done in a couple of hours, right? You still get paid. You get paid for an 8-hour day.
Yeah, you get paid for 8 hours.
So there was some like cool value in getting it done quick.
Yeah.
Were you guys racing ever? Was it fun?
Exactly. We you know, it was always a competition.
Oh, that's
who could
fun.
get done faster. But like I said, I look back now at the back surgery, 2 shoulder surgeries, knee surgery. You know,
Really?
yeah. You look at it, you just beat yourself up, and for what?
And does the city pay for those surgeries?
Yeah, I was on, you know, on their time, so I did both shoulders and my knee on the job. And then a year after I retired, I just had back surgery 2 years.
Wow, we get this replacement.
No, I actually, they went in, I had discectomy.
Discectomy, L5S1?
I don't even know. I don't know either. I go, because that's just
Get the whole shit out of your back.
I had 5 of them, and they cut out 3, so, but my disc was still okay, so they kept
You'll be a midget wrestler by next year.
soon enough. Soon enough.
Coming down.
I'm getting shorter and shorter as we go.
You'll be living at half mast. You'll have somebody fucking died in service. They're bringing you down.
Soon enough.
Cold turkey, it may be great on sandwiches, but there's a better way to break your bad habits. We're not talking about some weird mind voodoo or some hoodoo, some seancery that could happen from your crazy neighbor. We're talking about our sponsor, you. And they look at the problem in a different way. Not everything in a bad habit is wrong. But instead of a drastic, uncomfortable change, why not just remove the bad from your habit? Fume is an innovative award-nominated device that does just that. Instead of electronics, fume is completely natural. Instead of vapor, Fume uses flavored air. And instead of harmful chemicals, Fume uses all natural, delicious flavors. You get it? Instead of bad, Fume is good. It's a habit you're free to enjoy. It makes replacing your bad habit easy. Stopping is something we all put off because it's hard, but switching to Fume is easy. And even fun. Fume has served over 100,000 customers and has thousands of success stories. Join Fume in accelerating humanity's breakup from destructive habits by picking up the Journey Pack today. Head to Try Fume and use code DIO to save 10% off when you get the Journey Pack. That's TRYFUM.com and use code DIO to save an additional 10% off your order today. Today's episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. If you need help, if you aren't lined up, if you aren't connecting with yourself, if things have gotten astray, you're not the only one. I take antidepressants right now. I was in therapy yesterday. You need it, you need it. And if it's that time for you, that's okay. Give it a shot. BetterHelp, that's right. They can match you with a licensed therapist. Just fill out a brief questionnaire, and you can switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online. It's convenient, flexible, and can suit to your schedule. You can connect with your therapist over phone, FaceTime, or even just text, whatever you need. Therapy. It's okay. That's what I'm telling you. Make your brain your friend with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/Theo today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/THEO. This episode is sponsored by BetterHelp. Wow, man. So there's a lot of injuries on the job.
Yeah, like I said, we ran around like idiots. Like I say to guys now, I still talk to guys on the job, like, don't stop running around. Don't do this stuff.
Like, what do you mean running around when you say that? What?
Like, so at one point, I want to say 5-6 years on, they cut the steps off the truck. So it was all right. You used to jump on the back of the truck, hang on, I'm sure you see pictures of guys, whipping. I mean, I had guys at 50 miles an hour, and I'm on the back of the truck hanging on for your life.
Oh, that's awesome.
Hitting bumps,
Yeah. Oh,
But then,
y'all were doing drugs back then?
I wasn't. I never did that stuff.
Okay. You mean hitting bumps in the
Hitting
truck?
bumps. Oh, not.
Yeah, my bad, man. And I'm not trying to accuse you of doing anything.
No, but listen, I'll get to that. But yeah, so you would, then they cut the steps off the truck.
How to make it harder for you?
Well, pretty much, but the union was saying that, we all thought it was because guns and vests.
Okay.
And listen, it's reality. Like, we're getting done in 2-3 hours. Just saying, what are you doing the rest of the day? Which is totally understood.
Being in the union.
Exactly. And we would just be fine with just going back and hanging out, eating lunch. Some guys would, hang around with the pods. Some others would, do what they were doing, enjoying their lives. But yeah, it just wasn't, to rush and run around. But that's what I did when I went to Staten Island. I was working with a guy who ran miles, like marathons on weekends. With my buddy Eric, like we were running. Like I did probably 3-4 miles easy every day running.
So you're cruising there. Pull this mic down just a little bit.
Yeah, I'm like running, like just running on the side of the truck, like just running house to house.
So it was pretty athletic.
At that time, yeah.
When the trucks had the 3 steps on, it was pretty athletic.
No, when they took the steps off,
Oh, then you got to run alongside it.
Yeah, then we were running along. All guys were getting a little healthy.
Yeah.
It's not the most healthy.
Really?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Lunch always came with like dessert, like a hoagie, and then add on some donuts, coffee,
kind of cheesecake,
tiramisu
around the fucking holidays.
Yep.
In memory of fucking Big Carlos. Yeah, I feel that, man. Damn. Well, that's like New Orleans. I think New Jersey and New Orleans have always been very similar. I think somewhere like, I bet probably Staten Island, some of that accent you also hear in New Orleans. People like to fucking have a meal. It's important. People have a beer at lunch a lot of times, and they only have 2 children or less. You get a lot of, it's a little bit more cultural. So you guys would get done, you guys would go eat. So you guys are getting paid for the full day. You got a couple of hours, you get done. So you must have been enjoying it.
Yeah, it was good. It was sit down time, like you said. You get paid for the 8 hours. But there were guys that stayed out there that they didn't mind it. They, on those hot days or the cold days, they didn't mind it. They stayed out there.
And do you have to wear a shirt the whole time, or what is the? You have people do the shirtless or not?
Yeah, there were some guys that wore some questionable stuff. But like before I got on, like in '96, like all the rules changed. They went to the federal license. Like before that, prior, you didn't need a CDL to drive the trucks.
But you didn't need a commercial driver's license to drive a semi.
So up until '96. So those guys were hard.
Damn, bro.
Those guys were hard. I heard some stories.
So you could drive a Ford Escort and then drive a garbage truck.
Exactly. There are guys like a Mini Cooper. They'll come in a Mini Cooper and they jump in the garbage truck. I could do this.
A maximum Cooper. Bro.
Yeah.
That's fucking insane.
So yeah, then they went to the federal license. And now everybody's got to get drug tested. Drug test, everything. '96, that's all.
Yeah.
And the partying here and there. Guys just didn't care. They still went for it.
Would some guys just drink on the job? Was there any partying on the job?
I had guys, one of my best guys, God rest his soul, like literally out the gate, 6 a.m. They can't stop living. And they did the routes where every half hour it was a deli. Him and his partner, so if I filled in with him, or his partner, like literally every time there was a half hour up, there was a different deli.
Oh, so you got cheap full of board Bell and 2 days.
Run in.
Crazy guy.
Yeah. No, guys enjoyed themselves.
Yeah, that sounds nice. That sounds like it should be, But they started fucking everything in America is a penny pinch of fucking yes. Cheap, those strong cheese and 2 little slights, just to get through the work day.
Oh. There was one dude there. He was using her blood.
Well, what happened?
He was just drinking.
Oh, drinking that much?
Well, his skin was awful. So I don't even know what's left.
He's not.
It's
I mean, a lot, dude. Look, after purple, it just fucking, he turned into a BLM activist.
Yeah.
That's a fucking rat after that. So,
right in the ground.
Oh man, and what about, was a lot of uppers? Because it seems like people would be on Adderall, people would be on Dane, people would be like, was there anybody that could do that kind of lifestyle?
Oh, there were guys that party.
Yeah.
There was one guy, like right out of the '70s. My first day in San Juan. So let's talk about this day, like the other one. Not as bad. This guy said, like, bandana on, '70s glasses, right out of hippie San Juan. Oh, you're with me. I'm like, all right, cool. Now I'm in Staten Island, first day. I'm like, what the hell's going on? Once again, they don't know who I am, so they shove me with this guy. He's like, all right, kid, you go up and drive first. I'll stay in the back. All right. So I'm driving around. I live in Staten Island, still didn't know streets. So I'm just driving around. And I'm like, dude's hanging on the back, living his dream, just toking away.
Get high.
And then, like, half hour, go like, all right, kid, now you go. I'll let you know when I'm ready. I'm still sleeping. But some guys did it. And it was a daily thing.
Pull up a picture of Stevie Starlight if you can. He did.
Some guys just couldn't stop it. No, not that crazy like that. Like, man, that kind of across his head.
Oh, yeah.
Circle glasses.
Yeah. Some guy was fucking, he listens to Springsteen, but he don't admit it,
Yeah, probably in the closet.
Yeah, closet Springsteen listening.
Not telling people.
Yeah, once you get into Staten Island, what things change because it's more like family housing and stuff, right?
Exactly.
And what is that like? Does it almost feel like a lot easier? Does it not feel like the front lines of trash? Because I feel like in the city, you're on the fucking front lines. You're right there. It's coming out of the chute. You're fucking, you got guys catching shit in their beard and shit. But out in the suburbs, it feels like it would be a little bit easier. Is it enough?
Listen, when you get to the suburb, now it turns into, now you're dealing with homes. Like when you were in the buildings, you had, they didn't care.
Hey, you never saw them.
You know, never saw people. It's not like, hey, I'm from 4F.
Yeah.
You know, you're an idiot. Like they don't care.
Oh, in a city, you can just drive and you see
out anyway.
Yeah.
There's camps beeping like this. So you never, you're not waking anybody up. Everybody's used to it.
Right.
They come Staten Island, even Queens areas, like Brooklyn areas. Now you're waking everybody up. It's 6 a.m. Who's bitching about that? Like I said, getting in the way. Yeah. Like there's certain areas that we couldn't go in. Like they make them pick up midnight to like 5 so that you're not in their way.
Really? So like, what do you mean, richer areas?
No, just owned areas by certain types of people.
Okay, so maybe upper echelon types or whatever?
Certain religion people,
Okay.
they have their...
So like the Orthodox Jews don't want you in their neighborhood.
Big trouble.
Is it pretty nasty in their neighborhood?
Well, they just, listen, it's not against them. Because I have actually been in some of those houses.
Yeah.
Because there are people in those areas that are very nice. But then, Passover comes, they throw everything out. There were like 5, 6-year-olds throwing matches, like shit, lighting shit on fire. It was crazy. I was like, I can't do this. Because they would bring everybody pretty much who was available from other garages to come and do this. And you get one truck on a block. And you just go up and down all day. And they throw everything out. Like, I didn't know if you knew that about the Orthodox Jews.
Oh, they just get rid of everything else here?
They throw everything out. Couches, beds, clothes, everything goes in the ground.
Why? It's just part of the tradition.
Part of their religion.
Wow.
Start fresh. It's crazy.
So you got tons of trash.
Yeah, and it's just it's just chaos. So like there would be a garbage truck every block and a fire truck. Firemen would have like 3 bucks because the kids running around. Like I had guys do it plenty of times. They light something on fire and then throw it in the back of the truck. Now if I don't see it, now everything in the truck's on fire.
Why do they do that? Is that like a kind of like are they training for like battle or something?
Oh, it's just the kids.
Oh, kids screwing around.
Animals. Oh, yeah. So I blocked the bus one day. And that's what I'm saying. Like, then that's when they get into, we don't want them on the truck, the streets early, this time, blah, blah, blah. And these little kids get off the buses because now I help them up on the block. They have their own police, their own people. They're like, you got to move the truck. I'm almost done with the truck. I'm not moving the truck. We'll keep the truck.
No respect, huh?
What's on you?
I got a bunch of your surrounding Orthodox. OJ's, I think. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I shared a room that I was in a halfway house with an Orthodox dude. He was on his own fucking grill. He was dressed like Biggie Smalls at a Masonic temple. And he was sweating. And if you said pussy around it, like he died in the shades. Oh, he'd open his mouth and fucking put his tongue out. This guy was a perv. And he was grilling his own meats in his fucking room or whatever with the sunlight or whatever. I don't know what to do. The guy would have bacon, he's in there fucking making burn ends or whatever. At 4 a.m., when Allah says he can. It was just
a magnifying glass.
Yeah, this shit was fucking hungry.
A cloud comes, it's like, damn it, everyone big.
And it was Arizona, dude. This day he showed up on the porch. Literally, I'm not joking. It was 104 degrees outside. And this guy is dressed, bro, like Cruella de Vil, bro. This motherfucker.
They wear some gear.
Oh, this guy had been raising some fucking mixed dogs in his coat. Yeah. This guy, he smelled horrible. What ethnicity probably has the worst smelling garbage? Would it be Orthodox, you think?
No,
it's all
it's garbage. Once you throw it in there, it's all blended in. Like you said, during the summer. It was ruined. Like people would walk by, like covering their faces. Like, that's how bad the trucks are. Once you're in it, you don't know. Like, you don't smell it. You used to it. So used to it. Cat urine was the worst. Oh, it was awful. Because you rub up on a bag that a cat just pissed on. And like the same with the truck. Now you get in, me and my mom. And I know, like bags stay far away from me. I'm big enough to have one of the bombs. I kept that shit away. I never let the bags touch my legs. And I would look at my mom. You got it. He was like, what do you mean? I said, you don't smell that. Because now you get in, it's cold out. You close the doors, put the heat on, and you smell that. You turn cat piss up,
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's disgusting. It's the worst smell.
Yeah, I remember we used to get a bowl of catness and do a hair dryer over it, but I used to fucking piss my sister off doing it here at the door by her room. Fuck it. Well, wow, so there's no time of year really when the trash smells worse, huh?
Well, the summer's a bit.
Just the summer's overall.
But yeah, it's, there was some point, you would open up a lid, and if it was sitting there with maggots and stuff, you get a kick. And that's another smell that was pretty cool. But other than that, you got used to it.
Was there a borough of New York where the trash smelled the worst?
No.
All the same.
Staten Island, there was a movie theater not far from the dump before they closed it. It was awful, the smell. They were building houses like crazy right there. I'm like, how could people buy? And then I became a college man, and like, no, I don't smell it. Staten Island don't smell no more. Because we would get shit on all the time by those boroughs.
Yeah.
Trash Island, all that. But didn't smell it.
Dude, there's a lot of pride for people that live on trash, I think. There's something almost something pretty amazing about it here. Like when I was growing up, we would burn the trash in the ditch. That was a big thing. Right? Then you bring everything out, you burn it in a ditch. The kids, we would get wet, hose each other down and then run through the smoke. You look all black, you'd be out there it would be you would just, it wasn't like doing blackface, it was just like burning trash. But you definitely look a little smoky It was just something to do,
Yeah.
What were we talking about? Oh.
When I went out to Staten Island.
Oh yeah,
What the difference is, it's just, like I said, you deal with a different person. You're dealing with people who own the garbage. Like it's their house. I tell people all the time, I knew things about you from your garbage that you do not think I know.
Really?
And then I wasn't picking for it. Right? When you put that stuff in, it breaks up the bags. I knew when people, use your wife's time of the month.
Oh yeah.
My wife would be disgusted by that, but you knew. You know it. When the bag's ripped, and your life is in front of me. I ain't picking for it.
Right, but and it's crazy how quick you see things so fast. Dude, I did this game one day, and I went in New York City, right downtown. I went in the city. I think I was on the Lower East Side. And I did this game with people. I said, I'm going to open a bag of trash. You smell it. You take a whiff out of it, right? Just a random bag.
Right.
And if you can guess 3 items that are in it, I give you $100, right? So, dude. So these people, they all thought I was that the bags I had brought them from home or something, put them together, right? I was picking these bitches up from the fucking corner.
So you didn't even know if they would be right.
Right. No idea what's in, dude. So we crack a bag of fucking people are taking hits off of it, dude, over there off of Alphabet City, bro. We made a video of it on the run. But anyway, that was something we did with trash in the city. What about was there any ladies that tried to flirt with you? That ever happened on the route once you got into the houses? Like any fucking fin babies or any
they didn't notice.
You gotta run that hand clam out on you, bro.
Well, that's why I wore the shirt. My brother, this shirt's 25 years old.
Really?
I was gonna give it, but it says, "Put out your can, here comes the garbage." I used to sport this shirt all the time.
It is a sexy lady.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
I like that.
But no, listen, you didn't see people unless you were, waking people up, in their way. Other than that, you were not. It was crazy because nobody even knew. They never acknowledged you. New York hated you because you were loud. Till I don't remember the year, but New York posted shit papers in New York. They posted how much money we made per year. That was it. Now everybody wanted it.
Yeah.
When they see you making 6 figures, pick the garbage up. Oh, I got this. And now all of a sudden they know you're around.
Wow, once the money comes out.
But prior to that, they could care less.
That same thing happened with Joe Rogan in a way. I think once he got a Spotify deal, people saw oh, he's making money. Now they all fucking want to write articles about it, say he's racist, that he's using his name,
Exactly.
So you guys pull in 6 figures a year with the job, right? Starting the first year, it gains traction.
No, yeah, my first year, I think I had to guess 27 grand. But just with the overtime with the winter, the snow, all that stuff. I think my first year, 60.
Wow, okay.
So it almost doubled, right? Because you have to be there. You almost stop. So you're on call all day, 12-hour shifts. I've worked up to 31 days straight, 12-hour shifts. 31 inches of snow here, 2 feet of snow here. It happens. So, but you can make that money. I just had a guy just retired, making 200 grand. Big fun. But he would do 12-hour days every day, overtime. Kind of hated his family. So, and you get it. When you meet these families, you're like, yeah, this guy's got work.
It says, it's supposed to be old.
I think starting right now is like 70.
Okay, the average salary for a garbage collector in New York is around $76,000 a year.
That's not old.
Right, so that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. You can almost double that.
Easy. That's
Remember when they had the fad of like the kids meet the garbage man?
Oh, I love it. Yeah, that was like when we were growing up. I used to love years. And it turned out, like, then I come to Staten Island, and those guys were still on the job. I was like, dude, I remember you. He's like, yeah, you were that fat little kid throwing shit off the top of the, because I still lived on the same block. So they kind of were like, yeah, we had a porch out front. But like I was saying, they didn't wear uniforms back then. You had like a white beater on, and like a pair of shorts.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I could be in the streets.
Dude, wearing shit. Yeah, just wearing a fucking snorkel and a light.
Exactly.
Yeah, dude.
Some questionable stuff.
Dude, wearing a snorkel and a bathrobe over there.
But like you said, like I was saying, they didn't acknowledge it. You were there, you picked the garbage up, you left.
You're kind of the invisible man.
Exactly.
You really are. Because, yeah, nobody wants to get that close. People kind of want to pretend you don't exist unless you're making people only date you. Yeah, you're kind of the invisible man.
Until they realize it.
And then suddenly, like, oh, look at this rich asshole. They're these guys.
I got to put more garbage out.
Yeah.
And then they would turn it into, well, it's your job. Pick this up. Yeah, take this. You have to take this.
Yeah, what's the worst parts of the job that you did? That kind of stuff? And people telling you, like,
yeah, just they always tell you, oh, yeah, I pay you salary. So we always used to keep, like, nickels and dimes in the truck. And I'd be like, hold on, I'll give you your money back. Because they would always say, like, yeah, all right, each person gives you a nickel. And I would throw the nickel. Get the fuck out. You got to take this. The guy's whole apartment's out there. It's like, dude, no. And I would always respect the person to come out. If you just said thank you, or even gave us water, because you weren't supposed to get money and all that stuff. If you just said thank you and acknowledged me, like I said, everybody knew us. Thank you went a long way. I take everything. But when you look at me like, oh, I pay you a salary, you put down to me, you start to say yeah, I'll go right back on your turf.
Dude, I'll take it. This is how spiteful I would have been, bro. I would have picked it up, and the next day, fucking brought it back. Fucking put it back on the guy's doorstep. Make him think he's crazy, bro. What's that?
You had that a lot. People were very,
people thought they owned you.
Yep. Pay your salary and all that.
Fuck you. That's what I say to that. Fuck yeah. Yeah, I think we always have respect for people that did something, Well, we lived also, we got a little rural by us, so sometimes you'd have the bootleg garbage men, who started their own service. A guy who put took a truck and just put 3 wooden plywood walls on it. You know what I'm talking about?
The back of the truck. Yeah. Fit more bit.
Yeah, bro, that dude was fucking. Our neighbor was one of those guys for a while, so his truck would always be out there. But he'd go do the rural routes, get him a little bit of garbage.
Well, because we used to take everything. You talk, couches, beds, everything. We were recycling. We take refrigerators and all that stuff.
Really?
Everything. We took everything.
Until what year?
No, still to this day, we had to take everything.
So you'll throw a refrigerator in the back of the garage?
Yeah, well, our recycling trucks, they went to 2 sides.
Oh, for recycling.
It's so annoying. Yeah. But there was some that didn't fit in the small size, with the recycling trucks now with the city does. So now, yeah, when you pull you up, you're like, oh, you gotta go and throw it in the regular garbage.
So a recycling truck is a different truck.
Different truck, it's split down the middle. It's like a, say, 28-inch side on this side and a 3-foot side on the other side. Okay. So the truck is split into two, so you can pick up paper and you can pick up metal, glass, any stoves, stuff like that. You put on the other side.
On the metal,
yeah, on the metal side.
Okay. Wow, and how do you decipher that? Because a lot of times people put a recycling bin up, a recycling garbage can up there.
Gotta be separated. But we used to drive in the early days. We used to open the side of the truck as a door so you could get cans and stuff to get in there and work on the packet and stuff. So we would bring the blades all the way home, open the side hatch, and drive the streets. And while I was driving, you were in the back loading. But I was throwing stuff on the side of the truck while you were in the back. So we loaded the whole truck, the whole block.
With whatever.
Just out of it. It all winds up in the same.
Does it?
A good amount of it. The paper is recycled, 100%. Everybody gets crazy with the bottles, glass, and all that. Unfortunately, I tell people the truth and they never want to hear it. Cans and stuff, yes. Metal, they recycle. The bottles, they just bring it up. Winds up in the landfill. Colored glass was like gold. Really? And they stopped using it. Glass is cheaper to make than it is to recycle and all that. It's too expensive.
So colored glass, what do you mean? Why was colored glass?
Just because now you got to pigment it and put color into it for regular glass, so it costs more to make.
Oh.
So like if you got, like a green glass, it already has the color in it.
Yeah.
So they melted that. Yeah. But they stopped using all that, like all the beer bottles and stuff. They really won't use that.
I remember Sprite used to come in. Sprite.
Now they're jamming you all up. You can get Sprite Zero.
Sprite Zero. Full Sprite.
Then you're fully no caffeine.
Yeah, pure sugar. Were there some accidents with the trucks? How dangerous did it get for people? Because if people didn't have commercial driver's license and they were driving those trucks in the beginning, was there a lot of was there casualties? Was there?
Yeah, guys would do. There were a few guys that passed away. And it was more of just people's stupidity. I had one guy, I don't know why he was holding something going in the truck while it ripped his arm.
The trucker, it pulled it in?
Literally, next time I saw him, he had like this mechanical, metal thing.
Oh, like a skill crane?
Yeah. He was like picking up like teddy bears and shit.
Get you a fucking cab, man.
I'm like, dude, what are you doing? Well, my hand got stuck. He said his hand got stuck in something. Yeah.
Is it a blade right there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And another guy was holding paper in New York that would grab the bundles of paper before all this technology came out. Big massive bundles of it. Had the paper in the back of the truck and literally almost slid off all his fingers because his fingers were caught in the string. And when the truck closed, they tightened the string up so much, he would looked like a ring got caught on the floor. It was nasty. They had surgically fixed his fingers like tonight.
Wow.
So there's some dangerous ends to it.
Trash collector dies after inhaling discarded acid.
Yeah, no, that's the guy. I think that's the same now.
New York City sanitation worker died yesterday after he inhaled the fumes of a corrosive acid from a discarded container that burned from the connecting blades of garbage truck, making routine collections in Brooklyn. The source of the acid is not known as of last night when this article witnesses it. A second sanitation worker was injured in the incident, which brought the mayor and sanitation commissioner rushing to the burn unit at New York Hospital. Touchdown. The Brooklyn Attorney Office said the investigation was continuing depending on what evidence is obtained. Anything else?
Yeah, because somebody threw a car battery, like in a bag. Like I said, you don't know what's in there. And when it cycled, it exploded all over. That's your kid the instant. Yeah, it's shitty. I think I want to say his license is speaking, but I could be wrong. I wasn't on the job yet, so I didn't.
Yeah.
Hanley, that's it.
Wow. Yeah, was there some other injuries? Like, what about people ever hit pedestrians with trucks and stuff?
Yeah. So I stayed away from all that, but there were definitely guys that did not push on. They clipped people's toes and shit in Manhattan. I used to yell, "Watch your toes!" These people in
Watch
Manhattan.
your toes. That's what you yell.
Yeah, because on the corners of Manhattan, everybody's standing in the fucking sidewalk, like standing in the crosswalk. It's like, dude, watch your toes. Yeah, there's a guy in New York. I want to say Manhattan. He just rolled, and it was a partner. Rolled right over his feet. They blows out your ankle. Yeah, they rolled right over his foot. His ankle.
Because of the
pressure. Yeah, the weight of the truck.
Gosh, that's like a
Dude, that was nasty shit. I had a buddy fall out of the truck. He was having fun. This way, older guy, made a left, rolled out, leg went under. I mean, they grabbed his foot, they grabbed everything. They saved it, but it looked like he was wearing a moon boot. Or, got off the job. Anytime I saw him after that. It's like 4 times the size.
be a long truck today.
Yeah, dude, his house is dragging a marshmallow around.
Yeah, my dad had this buddy, and one of his feet, he used to see this comedy back in the day. Somebody would have that big sole on their shoe, Somebody would go,
Yep.
And my buddy had his friend, and his friend would always stand on this little piece of cement because it made it even, bro. He wouldn't leave it in the neighborhood, right? My dad's neighborhood. He'd kind of walk around it, pivot around it. But he fucking
never leave that
spot. The
spot.
second he left off that bitch, bro. So yeah, the world got kind of everything turned into a teeter totter. Wow, so it's really fascinating. I'm trying to think of some other.
Yeah, I think you had Mike Rowe on. He was one of the guys that years ago listed the sanitation as the 10 deadliest drugs. And it's just more, dude, you'd be shocked at how many people don't see the truck that literally just drive into the back of the truck. And if you're back there, it's a wrap. There's a lot.
So there's a lot of danger that happens like that. People just hit in the back of the truck. The guy's standing back there.
Driving, not paying attention. It's crazy. Everybody's in a rush, especially in New York. And you're no pain no mind with this, so they just driving around. The truck can't get any bigger for you not to see. And people are driving to the back of the truck all the time. I had a dude hit me once. Literally, I see him on that break, and I see him bouncing off cars coming down the road. I'm like, what's this dude doing? Like, ping, ping, ping. I jump over, in the truck. It's gas, this little thing with the engine. I literally was jumping onto my partner, and he was like, what's going on here? People first getting in the morning. Next thing you know, boom, the dude drills the truck. Literally drives right into the driver's side, gas tank, right near my, I'm like, what the hell? Turned out to do old dude on all kinds of medication.
So, yeah, dude, my dad sometimes he would go eat, my dad was real old when he was 70. So, at 80 years old, he's taking me on rides. I would go to the post office, and I think he didn't know kind of how age worked or whatever, because I had a growth spurt. You just drive around. I can't legally park you. You drive around the block. And I was fucking 10 years old, dude. I was about 5. I think I was 5'3" or something. I had a little growth spurt, and his vision was bad. So I'm fucking next thing I'm driving this Delta 88, right? This big boat, no power steering, bro. I fucking go around the block, dude. And I don't know how big the block is, I go around, I fucking hit 7, bro. And this thing was a piece of shit.
With a battleship.
Oh, my dad, he borrowed up a couple brothers and it had some 22s in the back right around the corner. So he was always listening to NPR with bass and shit. None of the whole life didn't make it. He says, dude, I fucking hit 6 cars. I'm fucking finally get back around. I'm like that. He had no idea.
Where you been?
The whole car is a piece of shit. No idea, bro. What about the rat problem? Is that what kind of animalia do y'all run into on the garbage route?
Ooh.
To be honest with you.
Yeah, no. Just different areas have different. Nice. You'd see some, decent size, 7-inch, 8-inch rats with nice size tail.
That's what I'm talking about. Dude, fuck, I'm not. A mice is just a gay rat.
Yeah, they're just babies.
Yeah, it's
I'm just running around like idiots. I
yeah.
used to squish them when they were eating.
Really, you can step right on it.
Yeah, they're in the bags, and then when they come out, and they assholes, eyes pop. Oh, yeah. It's nasty, but
Yeah,
I stopped doing that when I got a little older.
Yeah. I think you grow out of that, and the government will put lipstick on them and then fucking
Exactly.
what's that?
Yeah.
So who the fuck they say like you're the bad guy?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I stepped on a few times. Kill me now.
Now, what about the rat problem in the city? You hear about it. You know, they allegedly signed a czar. They got this lesbian cheese hunter up there now, fucking trying to kill him, right? Which is fine. More power to her if she wants to fucking show up and go to war on game, right? But how bad was the rat problem in the city?
But even with that, like, let's be honest, being here, there's no way. And there was some big boys up there. The UN. Because you're right near the water there.
Oh, I saw one wearing a Charles Barkley hoodie.
Dude, I went down there up there.
Bro,
So there's one night we were working picking baskets up in there's corner baskets in Manhattan. There's just a basket on every corner where people throw litter and stuff, you know? So they're all lined up in front of the UN. So we're doing the baskets early in my career.
And is each basket a different country or something?
No. No, it's just a basket like all along the UN. There's just more there because they don't want litter.
Okay.
So there's just more baskets in
I
the
think
front.
it's like the Epcot Center of trash or something.
No. So, but it's the Epcot Center of rats. I mean, dude, I'm talking boys. And dude, I dumped the basket. So it was quick. Like, once you start doing the basket, you spin off the truck quick, bang, bam, you're right back. Like, literally take me 3 seconds to dump it back.
Oh, so you throw it, dump it, and you're back, and
boom, and then you jump on the truck. You still have the steps at the top. So I see fluttering going on. And dude, I mean, with the tail, this thing had to be 18 inches.
Oh, yeah,
but he
probably was the rut.
Yeah, he was that fullback. So, big boy. So, dude, I'm working with this dude. I'm jump off the truck. And, dude, I'm running along the truck.
Away from it?
Dude, I'm just running. He's like, what are you doing? He looks next to me. I'm running. I said, there's something in there, man. He's like, what do you mean? So we went back there with, like, the broom and the shovel to, like, kill it and just cycle it up. I was like, I ain't fucking around. Because you would have, like, possums and stuff. Like, as you cycle it, like, the little garbage will fall down. And it gives them a little escape. So they pop out. The little mice used to do that all the time.
Wait, explain it to me. I'm not understanding.
So when the cycle goes up in the truck, like, sometimes there's, like, bags and stuff right at the edge that you just pushed up, right? So when you open it again to now, like, bring the next set of garbage up, like, you would literally get, like, a bag or two would flip down and it would push garbage up towards the ledge of the truck. And an animal, that's like their escape route now.
Oh, I see.
So I'm like, fuck that, I ain't doing that. So I told him, you go back. And he had time on the job, so he was used to it.
So sometimes it'll be cycling to see an animal pop out.
Yeah, you know, you get raccoons, the mice, the rats. They literally just jump right out.
Now, what's the most? Yeah, here's one right here. Garbage man saves kittens from trash. Shot up the body, probably doing
You'd be shocked.
Yeah. Anybody ever try to put a baby in the garbage?
So
I won't tell anybody.
No.
And I'll know if you're lying.
All right, so I had like a year on a job. Got hurt, surgery. I had this shoulder surgery. So they do like this mail carrying where you bring the mail to like lower east garage. So you go to like the main area, pick up all the mail, you give it to each garage. So I pull into one of the garages and forget something. I had to.
Oh, so it's a job you can still work even though you're in.
Exactly. So I'm like in rehab, coming back, trying to get my arm back together. Next thing you know, I walk in the garage. Everybody's in Tyvek suits, white Tyvek, covered head to toe. I got a t-shirt, pants on. Yeah, that's going on.
You guys are Shriners,
right? So there's a garbage truck emptied out on the floor because they got a phone call that a girl gave me. I don't even know if they found it. Nobody. But they did it. Listen, man, they were nervous. That's what they do, these kids.
Yeah, it's not great. What about this video right here? Garbage man saves kittens from trash. heard something. Oh, it's an 8-ball cats.
That's people.
Yeah. Yeah, what do you learn about society? What are some of your thoughts on society? You think that, like, give you a negative look at society? Do you just think this, or does that kind of thing even happen, like, as you look at that industry?
Yeah, listen, it'll change your mind real quick to just this strange people out there. It's some crazy shit that you see. Like, that reminded me of the time the smell of skunk. The smell in the back of the truck, like that's something odd, so now I can smell it. And there was like a skunk in like a little half mouth bag, like that we used to call it, like the little plastic bags, tied up and everything. And I'm thinking to myself, like, who took the time to grab this skunk, kill it, and then put it in a bag? It's like, people ain't right to even think of doing that. Who's playing with skunks? But
Yeah, people get rid of any lie. Yeah, like, I'm trying to think of the biggest animal somebody can get rid of without too much. Probably black lab, huh?
that would be let's go to this bag and see what's fast.
Crying up. And were they gay guys, you think?
Yeah, some would say.
Yeah. And no judgment anyway for everybody.
No,
Yeah, everybody's got a gay cousin or son or father. You know, these days. Yeah,
everybody.
in 3 generations, everybody's going to be this gay blue reeds. Oh, yeah, who knows, bro? What about on the home front? What is the home front like for a sanitation worker? Is it tough on your home life? Is it easy on it? What kind of life is it?
The winters are tough. Like I said, the snow, you stuck there, 12-hour shifts, 10-hour shifts.
But when you say stuck there, what do you mean? Oh, because it takes so long to get through the route?
No, it's just like if it snows, like so New York, like, and I've been here when they had that ice storm. I think it was 2 years back. The whole Saturday, like everybody shuts down. New York couldn't stop. Like we're out there all night, through the night, 12-hour shifts, spreading salt, plowing snow. I mean,
so you guys do other jobs instead of just the garbage?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that.
We clean all the streets, the snow, we do the salt spreading, the front end loader work, we do all that stuff.
Really?
Yeah.
God damn, you got shit. I guess if the Rangers needed a Zamboni driver, they could put one of you guys.
I'd probably pull it up.
But I didn't know that you guys do all those other jobs.
Yeah. Oh, there's probably, if I had to guess, over 100 different job titles on that job. It's just not covered. There's so many ranking, like you could have a desk job. You could have the guy who hooked me up with this, Johnny Lex. That was my boy. He had the desk job, and that's a job.
Now, what's the desk job like? What's that guy doing?
Nothing. He literally is just setting up the days, what's tomorrow? All right, let me get all the cards and the routes ready for tomorrow. Pretty much. It's going tit jobs.
Yeah, tit jobs. Yeah. So they're right there, they're doing fantasy football. Oh, damn,
I was talking to him last night.
Yeah,
the team's sad.
He probably had Aaron Rodgers.
Sad. But there was a lot of, and that winter aspect is a totally different aspect. Because you're doing just say, 3-4 days. You could get 6 inches of snow. Take you 2-3 days to like settle in. Now you got to go pick all the garbage up that was left out for the last 3-4 days. Now every house that you normally do 2 days a week, now it's a double go for one pickup.
Because you missed one.
Well, yeah.
Because of the snow.
Exactly. Like Manhattan after a snowstorm, bad news. You get piles and piles of garbage.
Just unlimited garbage.
It's unbelievable.
You ever find somebody hiding in the garbage? Like you have to hit a bin, like hit a dumpster with a fucking, wrench or something to get a homeless guy out of there.
No, pretty, nobody wants to be in the garbage. It's just,
It's funny because in movies and stuff, you always see this romanticized look of a homeless guy popping out with dumps. You know what I'm saying? Like that old kind
well, they're around, but we don't do container work.
Oh, you know,
That's privates. The private guys, those containers on the street where those guys are sleeping behind. Yeah, no, that's all private.
what about like a dumpster at a school or something? That's private.
Yeah, I didn't do that, but that's a whole different truck. Those are easy packs, so they have forks on them that lift it over the truck and compact it behind.
So you never worked with that.
I never picked that up. I drove them. I used to have to dump them, but I never actually picked them.
So that's called an easy pack truck. The ones that have the forks on the back, that
On
like
the front. Yeah,
on the
right
front. Oh yeah, that go right into those two slots on the side of the dumpster, and they throw it back over the top.
Yeah.
And whenever you throw that back over, so sometimes there's a party of trash come right down the front.
Oh,
of you.
juice, filthy trucks.
Oh,
Disgusting.
oh.
Disgusting. Sometimes the container come off and be hanging out the side of it. You got to get somebody out, drag it off. It's fucking heavy.
Wow.
Yeah.
And then the other truck, the truck you drove more had a cycler in the back that
Yes.
was just you rolled it.
Yeah.
Bag fed or something. What do they call it?
Exactly. Yeah. It's like hand fed. You just bag it, and then when it gets full, you can't fit no more. You bring it down, it swoops it into the truck, compacts it, and then fill it again. Rinse and repeat.
How has the industry changed over the time?
Well, now they actually just put out the city, I think this week, that they're trying to bring out where homeowners, I guess if you have associations that you have a bunch of people, there are certain areas that are loaded with mice and rats because they were just near swamps and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And house to house, you go grab a pail and they're scattered.
Yeah.
So now they're trying to put these little dumpsters with plastic, not the metal one you see at like restaurants and stuff like that. And now they have things on the back to lift. And my buddy just said New York just came out with it. And it's never going to
Right.
Bloomberg tried to go to the arm that lifts it on its own, and one guy's in the truck and never gets out, never touches anything. I have that in Jersey now at my house. There's just not enough space. There's too many people. So there's cars on top of cars. So there's no room for the garbage truck to get to the garbage.
Right. There's no room with the arm to get to the trash.
Exactly.
Right. Homeowners across the 5 boroughs will soon have to shell out at least $50 for new trash bins as the Big Apple tries to crack down on roads by standardizing garbage collection. Under new rules announced by Mayor Eric Adams Wednesday, single-family homes and small apartment buildings up to 10 units will have to purchase the new cans from an as yet undetermined vendor in an effort to modernize what we pay like trash. Wow. Somebody bid on that contract.
Money. It's crazy. Good job. Oh,
Nobody thinks so.
who's your fuck out? Nobody realized it. So you like that? Like if somebody's going to make those pails now. 90% of the time, it's guys that will retire, big chiefs that are from the job. They go out and start these businesses because they had the right idea when they were on the job. But they said, let me bring it out. Oh, I know. DOT. Well, not DOT. They pick up derelict vehicles. Sanitation does that too.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, any vehicles that the foreman have to go out, tag them, right, whatever gate, if it calls out on the street with like no plates and stuff.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
They send tow trucks out, they take them too.
Have you ever had to be involved in that?
No, I didn't do that.
But you better be involved with salting the roads, right?
Salt in the roads, front end loaders, big like rubber tire machines. Used to have to fill the spreaders, and then I would have to drive down certain blocks where you couldn't get like bigger spreaders. I would have to do dead ends with it. So you like take a bucket, back up the street, take a bucket, back up, pile it up back there. In the bad storms, you would get like a dump truck with you, and you would load the dump truck, and then they would like dump it somewhere in town, near the water and whatever.
All the salt?
No, all the snow.
Oh,
The snow on the bad storms, and the snow was so bad when they were in schools and dead ends and stuff like that. You would have to go around with the front end loader. I would have 2 dump trucks with me, and I would load the dump trucks filled with snow.
okay, so we're talking about snow. I thought you were talking about spreading salt.
Well, it's the same kind of thing, but the spreaders couldn't fit down some of these blocks
Okay, so instead of getting the spreader, they go in and actually try and pick the spreader up.
with a front end loader. With holding big rubber tire machines. So I did that for pretty much had it for 18 years.
Oh, so you do that in the winter and then trash in the spring?
No, it's just when it comes up, you go.
Okay.
You know, you do it. But that was the fun part. That was the front of those.
Yeah?
That was good.
Oh, that's cool. Because you didn't have to get out that much, huh?
No. You were like saving people. That's what people love. There were areas where you couldn't get down. Like spreaders would slide off the road. Yeah, we would have to wreck drag them off cliffs. Like, it was crazy. The winters were nuts.
Oh,
and then they were like, all right, get a machine up there. And then it was like, the hills are like this. And this boss always, where's on? They're like, what do you mean? They were all last names on the job. They're like, where's on? Get him on the horn. Let's go get him on here. Because they knew. I would just tell everybody, stay away. Because everybody's out there shoveling, throwing the street, more salt, snow into the street, making more of a mess.
Yeah.
And then he knew, like, yeah, I'm going to buckle up and here we go.
It's a hit right there.
See what
Get it
happens.
done?
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
What type of attitude does someone have to have, or what skill set does someone have to have? Who would be best to be able to be a garbage sanitation?
Listen, it's about the community. You know, when it all comes down to it, you know, I still took pride in, like, especially those days, you know, knowing that my mother had to drive, my family, people, friends have to drive on those roads during the winter.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there were guys that would hide, you know, and not spread salt. Like me, I was out there 12 hours spread salt. I had no problem. So it is a sense of pride that, you know, you work for the city, but in the same sense, there's not a, you know, I had a girl tell me once in the job, she's like, you like belong to this job. And I didn't know how to take it. Like, I was a little taken back by it, you know? Like, is it a good thing that she's saying that? Or, like, am I a piece of shit? Like, I was just like, I was thrown away. Like, I'm really thrown off. Like, I'm just like, hey, thanks.
Yeah.
Like, I had nothing to say. And she was cool as shit. She was awesome. But, because we had girls that did the job, too.
Easy.
Yeah. Wow. Some of them, I'd rather work with some of them than some of the other guys.
Really?
They were, you know, women out there that were, you know, hustlers.
Oh, yeah.
You know? And then there were guys that you always thought you go, hey, you come work with me? Yeah. Just doing that for the girls.
Yeah. Kind of meet the women on the
Yeah, they're going to the gym all day pumping iron, but they can't lift, you know, a 100-pound couch. They used to swing couches like in one shot.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
That's beautiful. Yeah, I think it's like some cultures that, yeah, that's like a wedding ritual or something. Native girl, like, I don't know. Was there a lot of intermingling on the job or something?
Yeah, there was some.
Yeah,
there was some out there. I never partake.
A lot of ladies trying to put that dump somewhere.
Yeah. Well, you got two pensions, you know.
Yeah.
There were a few. I know.
Body dumpster, boy.
Yeah. There were definitely a few. And listen, you look at it like I just said, you know, you get two pensions, both of you retire. It's a good life, you know.
It's good Florida to stay on. What, yeah, did people find it? Yeah, was there ever a couple that met on the job and ended up getting married?
Yeah. Retired. One wound up being a boss. I don't. Yeah, you know, listen, that happens.
Love happens everywhere.
Yeah, you're together a long time. You're out in the streets all day, and some guys, girls will do it.
What are some other things people would collect out there in the trash? You might find people who move over you, bone structure, anything like that.
Listen, you find all kinds of stuff if you were looking. Like I said, like
you didn't look.
I didn't have time for it. Like I said, I was running. I want to get done. I want to be out of the street. I don't want to deal with people. Like I said, people that don't pay attention to you, they drive into you.
Right, it's just risk.
Hot, you know, crappy days. But this one time, I'm with my buddy, you know, Louie, and we're picking up this apartment building. And we open the gates, and there's, I think, 6 or 7 Joe Coach.
Oh, yeah, video poker.
Yeah, like in the bars, you know, they have those, you know.
Yeah, cheese to use our allowance.
Yeah. And so I worked at bars when I was younger, and I knew, I'm like, oh, yeah, the money stashed underneath. So we opened them up, there was nothing there. But I'm like, you know what, I remember when the bar owners having like a trap door, because sometimes the dollars, the $10 bills would just float in. And there was this little Tupperware there, and it would float, and fall perfect right down the slit. So when I saw that was still blocked off, I dragged him back to the bar. We beat the living piss out of these things with sledgehammer. My boss walks in, he's like, I'm not even going to ask what's up, right? Dude, we've got $360 a piece, $720. When they were the finest 10 and $20 1980 bills. They were right out the machine. So yeah, that was one of my better ones. But listen, you find things here and there. I always found something that, you know, somebody was throwing out and I didn't have to dig, like it was next to the curb. On a moped, it was in Manhattan.
Oh yeah.
On the side of the, you know, right on the side of the basket, the corner basket there. And it was probably from like a Chinese restaurant, like that. It was like locked in, so it turned left. It was like, keep driving. Circle kids must have stolen it, and they realized, we can't use this, so they left the corner basket, right? So I turned like, no, I'm going to take it. And as we put it, I said this little trap door. As I put it in there, the cops go up. So this guy worked with some damn Owen. We all up now. I'm gonna get locked up for this shit.
Right, they're stealing a little fuck.
Yeah, stealing a moped from somebody. You know?
Yeah, from some Chinese kid.
Yeah, like the guy's laying there holding bags. And so he's like, they just pulled up. They were like, it was a run. I'm like, I don't know. I'm gonna see. Brought that shit home. Broke the steering collar and wound up getting started. And I used to use it to go down to the bodega down the block, grab beers and shit. That was a good find.
Yeah, that's a good find. Yeah. That's interesting, man. I think I would like when I was young, I had to do the trash at the house. I just from sanitation, get it out to the curb. When I was a kid, we never got to see the real artists pull up. Still asleep or something. I would just get up to sleep.
Oh, kids love it.
Yeah, no, what happened? Like, that was a fad for a while where, like, a lot of moms would do the TikTok videos and the kid meets the dog. Were you around for that?
Yeah, I had a few. Like, I would get the kids stuff, like shirts and stuff. I would always give it back. I would have kids that, like, stand, like, at the glass door. And they would hear us, and then they would open the main door, and then there's, like, a sliding, like a screen door. Yeah, glass, and the kids just used to sit there. And I loved it. You know, you get parents all the time. Like, I'll go feed my daughter who loves you guys, like little kids, you know. I don't know. The kids are fascinated with it. And it's awesome. But at the same time, it's like the parents are probably like, don't do that, you know. Don't grow up to be a garbage man.
Yeah.
Because they don't realize the money, right? You know.
But now more people are going to know it's a good business. It sounds like you got to keep a positive attitude, bro.
That's it. Listen, the day goes by so much easier if you just get through the work. You have a good partner, a good relationship with your partner. It's awesome. There's so many other shitty jobs. Like, I would take that over any city job in New York.
Really?
Yeah. Like, you got to find them. You know, they're just wearing t-shirts trying to go for stuff.
Oh, yeah. And they're fucking, let's be honest, they're making shit. They're just eating franks back in there.
Exactly.
No judgment. I love these guys.
Yeah, no, 100%. My brother-in-law's. One's retired, one's still on.
Yeah.
I got a lot of friends that do it. I just bust their chops all the time because they're always wearing a like, if you got to know the book.
Yeah. Oh, they definitely, they're fucking, yeah. And then you light a fucking match and they're over there beating up a birthday cake just to fucking flex.
Put it out.
Yeah,
Fireman's here.
Yeah, somebody's got
But meanwhile, I laugh, bro. I'll talk about my brother-in-law's quick, my wife's brothers. They'll come to my house and I got a fire pit in the yard. Dude, it's like they're trying to light my house on fire. It's like, bro, what? Don't you put these out? Why are you starting this shit this big? Like and I got like a tin roof over it. Metal's melted. I'm like, dude, what's the point of this?
Yeah, your bird feeder, bro. You look at your bird feeder, you got a fucking grilled sparrow.
Yeah. It's like, dude, what are you trying to prove? Yeah. Are you trying to put another fire out here? Do that on their time, not mine.
A lot of firemen are closeted pyromaniacs, arsonists, barn burners, whatever they're called. You know, flame babies, whatever they call them.
They're crazy.
Oh, yeah, a bunch of fucking kerosene. Fuck, dude. They'll fucking drink kerosene and then blow a fucking drum, bro. They don't give a fuck, dude.
And the cops, it's tough. I feel bad for the real cops.
Do you?
I got a lot of friends. You know, listen, there's bad apples all over this. I don't care.
Hello.
Industry. People are idiots. And they act with three people. But just, it's just crazy how they treat the cops. Like, when I was growing up, you respected the cops.
Yeah.
That was it. You shit on the garbage man, you respect the cops. But now it's like, I just don't get it. So those are two jobs I don't know about.
Yeah, I think the media's let a lot of that happen. You know, I think you have a lot of like the same types of folks doing a lot of crime that don't have any respect for police officers. I think you have a lot of kids raised with no families, no parents, and don't have any respect for anybody. So, and the people that were supposed to be in our, authorities, they in fact hate authority because they never had it. So it's like the second they see a cop, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah.
What a lot of those guys go through. Do you have a relationship with police, fire, the other like municipalities?
Of course. Yeah. Civil service.
Yeah, the civil service.
Yeah, of course. They always call up. They got to throw stuff out. During the winters, the police department was always like, you had to go do the police department, and that was like even the ferry sent out. You had to go get that, the plows and everything, get all that spread, salt spread it down. I would always go to the fire departments.
So you take a spreader onto a ferry?
No, it's like the ramps to get on the ferry.
Oh,
so
okay.
like where all the buses come in.
Yeah.
That you have to hit all those ramps, and I mean it's nonstop. It's like one truck does that all day. Goes up and down the main road and then comes back and hits all those bays to make sure that all the buses, I just bus back into me once. I'm like, dude, you didn't see this big truck? Like, I got blinking lights everywhere. Yeah. Oh, it's my 5th day on the job. I felt bad for the kid. He probably got fired. I did feel bad for him, but they drove right into the platform. I'm like, oh. But yeah, you respected each other, and I got pulled over a few times here and there. For stupid shit, like tint in my windows and stuff like that. Oh, all right, don't worry about it.
Yeah. Basic Asian crimes, really. I call it.
Yeah.
Every time I can stop. What type of ethnicity is the garbage man? A lot of times we have black and white men. Is it every ethnicity? Or is it? It is. So it's a real universal job.
Yeah. We had the most diverse in the city. That's the most diverse city job. And it was fun. Had a lot of fun.
Yeah. We had a lot of cool people.
A lot of cool people. A lot of fun people. A lot of guys I still talk.
Oh, yeah.
It's
so cool, man. Yeah. I think there is something about the camaraderie. What was it like when you got back to like the house or whatever was there what was that like? Was there a shop or something where you guys all get back to and hang out? Was there like a bunkhouse?
Yeah, you always had like an area where, you have couches, which there was like rules like, oh, don't sit on it in your city uniform, like nasty, but people always did.
Did they?
Gross.
No. People would go do the trash out and then come and sit.
Yeah, and then come and lay down on the couch. It's like, dude, what are you doing?
Oh my God.
Yeah. And then, listen, even the bathrooms in some of these places. Like, I always wanted to do like a study and go to guys' houses and see how they react, like how they are around their family. Because I'm like, if you do this here and you don't clean up after yourself, like, what do you do home?
Yeah.
Like, does your wife wipe your ass? Like, what? I don't get it.
Well, the wife's probably glad they got it.
Oh.
Anybody ever have a wife that killed them while they were on the job? That you knew?
No, not like that. A lot of divorce. They used to say it's cheaper to keep them. That was the going saying. Well, you get married, it's cheaper to keep them.
Yeah.
Guys coming in with like paychecks for $1.99. Because that's how many kids and everything. Yeah.
Do you guys compete against other civil service groups? Like, is it like a volleyball squad?
No, we used to do like a softball thing within, like on Staten Island, there's 3 garages. We used to do that for a few years, but nothing like other than that.
Yeah. What does your son want to be a government when he grows up?
No. Believe it or not, my oldest doesn't even remember me being a government. I used to bring the truck. I used to bring that, but he was young, And now I think I want to say I left Staten Island 6 years ago, so he was 4. But he's still young,
So you had 20 years of service, man. You got it done. You look so young. You had 20 years of service. You got in and got out.
Retired at 41. Started my own, construction. I do bathrooms, kitchens, all that stuff. And then my background.
Oh.
So I've been on the shelf for right now, getting back in the game.
Are you on pain pills or not?
No, I don't mess with that shit. I went on the medical marijuana for a while. I used to take gummies.
Oh, yeah. You got a pistol?
Yeah, I'm almost.
All right, let's go to a pistol. We'll come back.
Yeah.
Yeah, what does the retirement look like? What does a retirement look like? So you get Yeah, do they give you like a watch or a jacket? Is it like a big? You get a pension.
You don't get nothing. You get a pension.
You get a pension.
Pension, health benefits,
Okay.
full health, all paid
For life.
for your family until you get it.
Wow, dude, that's incredible. There's
Yeah.
a lot of value there.
Yeah, everybody like passes that over. You know, when guys are like, oh, I got to stay on the job, I got to do 25 because it's, my pension's only this now. They don't realize how expensive insurance is.
Yeah.
You know, at least $2,000 for 4 people.
Yeah.
Me, my wife, my kids.
Yeah.
So, they, you know, like you said, it's money.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's more than people pay as much to insure themselves. You know, some people more than their mortgage.
Yeah.
So you get that, you're done. What do? You're 41 years old. You just retired from a job. Pretty incredible. What made you decide to go into like home construction and stuff like that?
I grew up around it. My father owned a hardware store growing up.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool.
So I had every tool in the shed. I had everything. You know, and at 5, 6 years old, I was using saws.
Oh yeah.
Because they didn't have no safety shit.
Oh yeah. Somebody breaks in your home, you fucking skill saw.
My mother would scream.
Get away from that.
My father was at work. So I would just, I think I was 8 years old, I was building a tree house.
Yeah, what's
It's like, my mother, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm just building a tree house.
You're like, this tree house ain't gonna build itself.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Kicked the step, slit my head open, that was the end of the tree house. But yeah, I just love working with woodwork, you know, all that stuff.
Is your father still alive?
He is.
Oh wow.
Still doing it. Great dude. I'll never, you know. But, you know, then he went into different things. You know, he became a court runner as well. He used to run after a law firm. You know, he did that. And then, you know, and he started working with me. That was about 3 weeks. Couldn't take that shit anymore. So he's still doing it, home improvements. He's actually doing a bathroom right now.
Oh, amen.
I'm like, dude, you're crazy.
Yeah.
But
He likes to work though.
yeah, he always is. You get enjoyment out of it. You know, when I do kitchens and bathrooms for people, you feel more, you know, just the wow, oh my God, you could do this. Like yeah.
I think it's something that's missing from my job too. A lot of the time, is that physical feeling of completing something. You know, that construction, building.
Yeah.
You know, there's definitely something inside of us that wants to build or complete something. I think for a lot of us. Yeah, my mother loves to work. I'm always like, I'm going to help you out, Jake. She's like, you need to get a new van so I can keep doing my delivery. You know, it's like, hey, look, you want somebody to be happy. You know, you want them to do what they want. Yeah, there's always that thing you don't want to end up being a garbage man. You know, did that ever make you feel bad? You didn't think anything about it? Was there any?
Oh, listen, everybody. They're garbage man, this and that. And like I said, always look down. Hey, listen, I think you should.
Yeah.
I was making good money. Do whatever you want. I don't give a shit.
Hey, your job sounds, honestly, as great. It sounds fun.
Dude, I didn't even get into craziness, but it really was. It's like you're on your own. It's you, your partner, the garbage truck. You just pick up garbage. They give you a route. Here's the blocks. It's a blast.
Yeah.
And it's all, dude, I used to click on a speaker. 6 a.m, you hear me coming down the block. That shit blasting dance music, rap music, rap, like bumping, picking garbage up, having fun. I never like bothered me once. There are people on the job that hate it.
Really?
Yeah, like that. You know, I don't tell people that.
It's not HPV, dude.
Yeah,
It's
like
that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to do it. But yeah, I love it. When we got into a real quick story, one of my buddies flying up a one-way. Not me, my buddy Louie went down, like, we're going down the one way. They come flying up the wrong way. I'm like, what's going on? I said, oh, maybe they're coming to help us. We used to do that all the time on the job. You call out the friends, hey, listen, my route heavy. Like, can you come grab this block? Yeah, no problem. We always help each other out. Yo, what's up with you two? They jump out the truck, they start whipping us with eggs. It was like around Halloween. It might have been Halloween, right? they're chucking eggs over the truck.
Oh, the
I'm
other
running.
truck?
Yeah, like they're throwing eggs at us.
Yeah.
And me and my buddy Louis, actually I'm throwing garbage and Louis goes running by me. I'm like, where'd you go? And then eggs start flying over my head. So now we fly up the block, they back out, they drive away. Right? So now, yeah, I always have about 10 to 20. So they go to the main street, we go to the store, get 2 dozen eggs. We go all these shortcuts, cutting every light off. We block, we just ran. We waited for it. And now regular Earth is happening. Like people are out at there's a food store right there. There's people walking in the streets, everything. Dude, we're hiding behind cars. And they pull up and get stuck at the light. Whipping. Yeah. Bah, bah, bah. They were covered head to toe. They couldn't get out. They were blocked in by cars. Where we had the chance to run. We had to go back to my mother's house and wash the inside of the campsite. That's how bad it was.
That's crazy, man.
But no,
Oh, that's fun, yeah.
nobody's even paying attention.
That's fun. Oh, that's cool. And could you listen to music in the vehicle, or there's no music?
Yeah, no, you would bring radios in. You would get like a radio or boombox or something like that. But you listen to what you wanted. Yeah, country music was my thing. Later.
Yeah.
And when I first started, I used to get yelled at in one area because we were pumping. Listen, you gotta make the best of it.
Oh, I think so too. Music helps everything for sure. Yeah. What's good and bad about the unions? Like about unions? What is that whole setup like? Can you talk about it? If you don't feel comfortable, that's okay.
Yeah, I mean it's
because you're in the union, right?
Well, no, because now the city pays me. I'm not really in the union. Okay, I'm done. It's not like
I don't understand unions fully. So maybe do you even have any explanation to me about what union? Because you were part of a union, right?
Yeah, yes, I was.
Okay, so how does that even happen? For some jobs, you have to be in a union to have the job?
Yeah, certain businesses run under union standards.
Okay.
Which means you have to pay dues. And then, whatever it is, monthly. You pay dues and you stay in good standard within the union. And then you get into like iron workers and all that. Those unions are totally different. Okay. Because those unions are paying those guys pensions. Okay. So me, when I worked in New York, yes, we ran for a union. Like there's a different union for us, the fire department, the police department. Everybody has their own union. But once I'm done, I'm out of that union, and now the city just sends me a chance. Okay. Like I have nothing to do with the union anymore. I don't go to meetings. I don't, picket line. I don't do all that nonsense.
Did you guys ever have to strike?
We couldn't. We were signed with a tailor law. So the tailor law, you can't strike. You can lose. That's the one way you can lose your job. You could. It was crazy. The job, you could never lose the job. Dead eyes. Literally, I knew guys that killed people that worked on the job. They went to prison. They pensions and stay waiting. They come out. But the thing is, if you were dirty, if you came up on drugs or something in an accident, and somebody got hurt, that's probably the only way you could. But the unions, it's tough. Listen, they're great. It's just, it's expensive.
Yeah. What type of injuries happen on the job to guys?
A lot. Like I said, I had my left knee meniscus surgery, my right rotator, my left clavicle. Like I busted up. It was just from swinging bags.
Really?
Yeah. And then my back, of course, was just a matter of time. Once I stopped running around the streets picking garbage up, and now I'm doing my side, well, not my side, but I was doing like kitchens and bathrooms at my speed, not running 4 miles every day. My back just locked up on me. So I had to go into the knife.
Was it hard to adjust whenever you retired?
But yeah, retirement, everybody, I'm going to retire. It's not working. That's why I'm going to start working again.
Back in trash?
No.
Sanitation?
No, I'm actually looking now just to get into something simple, nothing crazy. I'm not one of those, I need a big, high paying, just something basic. Yeah, just want to stay busy.
Yeah.
Because it's honestly, dude, it's not healthy. When you're
sitting
sitting around, yeah, you're just sitting around.
It's good for 2 or 3 days, and then you're like, oh shit.
Yeah, I'll give it like 2 weeks. Yeah. But then you're like, now what? And I do my lawn.
Neighbors, you're taking a cat for a walk or something. Like, what the fuck am I doing?
Exactly. Yeah.
You're fucking selling lemonade in the driveway. It's fucking kidding. Sad.
Nickel a piece.
Yeah, you're out there selling lemonade during the from 1 to 2 p.m.
No, my wife thinks I'm crazy because I take my lawn very seriously.
Oh yeah,
But
bro,
what
that's
if I
the first
do?
thing a guy who's retired does.
My lawn's fucking this. I need more water. I need more this. I need this. Oh, you're crazy. But then what else am I gonna do?
Where did you meet your wife? Did you have her before you had the job?
No. Well, I was on the job I think 5 years when I met my wife. Just a bar scene. I would bring something up, but she would kill me if I told you. Well, I'll tell you, but you can't play it on the song. You can't play it.
Okay, I promise.
Met her there, hello, that's about it. Then I started seeing her around the bars. My buddy,
And were you partying back then or no?
I was partying.
Oh yeah, that's it.
It was ugly.
Oh, bro, I fucking you find me in a fucking just a neighborhood fucking house party. Just do snort stack or two, just fucking hold up a wall.
But see, that's me. Old Staten Island, like I said, we were bars 15, 16 years old.
Oh yeah.
So like it started getting boring at 21, 22. But she was in college on Staten Island. She was back in college, and she was always in bars. My buddy, God rest his soul, didn't do so well with that partying and he was dating her friend. So she was like, "Oh, you gotta date me, you gotta date me." Whatever, We finally,
I'm waiting.
yeah, I'm waiting. I'm here. I'm the guy. And then we just hit it off. We started, bullshitting. She would tell people. She'd probably still tell you today. Oh, he was following me around. I'm like, probably were. No, but I'm 5 years older than you. Right. I've been in these bars for 10 years longer than you. Don't tell me that these are my bars. Right? This
And
is
you're
my
tall.
stuff.
I think when you're tall, people can always see you wherever you
I'm
are.
always above.
Right, so people are always like, oh, that guy's following me. Like, I'm not following you, I'm just fucking over here.
Yeah, it's like, that's the shitty part about being tall, right? That's a good point.
But now, when did you tell your wife that you were working as a garbage or sanitation? Did you get to sit her down and tell her?
Oh, no, she knew.
Okay.
Yeah, she pretty much knew.
But she must have, it sounds like for somebody to be able to get up that much, go do that job, I think there's a ton of admiration in it. You probably have to start to admire, like, this fucking guy hates his job, his work.
Well, it's not easy in the sense that, like you say, it's a commitment for 20 years or more. I know guys 25, 30 years. But it's more of like you wake up and all you hear is downpouring. You still gotta go. So it is. And like I never wanted a pat on the back. Like, screw that. It was just more of knowing like how your day's gonna go from the minute you wake up here in pouring rain or it's gonna snow today. All right, well I'll see you tonight at 8:00 at night. And you're leaving at 6 in the morning. I wouldn't get home 8, 9 o'clock at night. So it wasn't. Listen, it was good money. I think her family knew. Like, oh yeah, I'm dating this guy who works in sanitation. Oh, that's a great job. It's a city job. Right? It's no. Right. But
Yeah, you don't know that. I mean, that's one of the things that I'm so happy to learn is like you don't know that there's you can make good money. You don't know that there's a pension in it. You don't know that you can fucking have a good time. You don't know that you get over the smell. So you don't even notice it anymore.
don't even know. And I can pick it out anyway. Like,
could you smell different types of trash from certain amounts of feet away?
You know what it is? The maggots smell, like I was saying, is the killer. And there are some times I have a backyard. Eat outside before the garbage, and I don't throw it out right away. It's like in a bed, in a pail. Maggots will start crawling out of the pail.
Maggots.
I used to be walking around with all they would come out of the truck and slide up. Nasty. They're like blowing them off your arm while you're on the back. It's part of the job.
Was there like a wave of trash water that would come out on the cycle? Like I'm talking something Kelly Slater would flirt with.
So this woman, and I knew her from the neighborhood. I went to school. Well, I didn't go to school with her daughter, but I knew her daughter from high school. I used to hang out with her and her friends. And she comes out, she's like, "Oh man, I can't lift this sofa." And it was in the driveway. I'm like, "Yeah, I'll get it. Go back inside." Downpour. So we throw the sofa in and throw bags. Now she's right next to me, and I'm like, "Don't stand there. Go somewhere else." No. I want to get. She's trying to help her, give us something. For taking this stuff.
Give you a couple muffins or something.
It's like from head to toe, brown water. She literally had maggots like on her face. I was like, "Get in the house and go picture." She's like, "What is all this?" I was like, with her eyes closed. I'm like, "Just get. I told you, don't stand."
Yeah, the backlog. You don't want that.
It just happened because we were uphill, and the rainy days. Now you lift every pail that doesn't have a lid. Water's going in, and it's just washing around. It's like sewage. It's disgusting.
And all that water, just is there a catch from the truck, or all this here on the street?
No, well, we used to have drain pipes, but then they soldered, like they welded them all shut because like people complained that trash was like coming out on the street. So you had to deal with it. Our thing was you wanted to find a mattress in it, so you would throw the mattress in, squeeze it, and sop up over it on the bad days.
So there's some strategies.
Listen, just look college, man.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, I never think that those guys are dumb. I don't know what I think. I think it's just also the tough part about that job is if you're just like somebody who lives somewhere, you don't get to go so quick. You know, it's tough to get time with them. You know, you don't. You know, like cops stay around and fucking tase you or whatever, bullshit with you, or like in a neighborhood. Yeah, when I was growing up, like some girl would always, a cop would always be flirting with somebody, some lady or some husband missing or whatever. They probably did it, but they ain't telling nobody. And now they're gonna be here flirting and fucking splitting, cutting up donuts with a plastic knife on the hood of the fucking cruiser. Flirting with Miss Cheryl over here. He's always all, dude, this lady boss would get all fucking liquored up. She'd be drinking daiquiris. And she'd start her car. She had this car that was a hot rod or something. Start that with these shorts and then lay on the fucking hood of it. Fucking say like dirty shit out loud. Like, don't you miss? She'd say, don't you miss? Then you fucking know, like, you fucking this lady, this baby. But we sit up here and watch her, bro. But yeah, cops, you get to talk with them. So, there's some communication with y'all's job. It's kind of just hit and run.
It's hit and run, and even the guys I have now, like I give them $100 tip on Christmas. Listen, I did the job. I know it sucks. The rainy days. Yeah, there's good days. There's a lot more good days than the rainy days. And once you get wet, you get wet. You're done. Like I have people now tell me, "What do you mean tip?" I'm like, these guys who pick my stuff up at private, they're not making what I was making in the city. And it's a lot, man. It's still they're doing you a service, and they always say everybody's always lying with all that. That's their job. They have to pick it up. They gotta take it. And I would tell people the same, my job. I'm here to pick up your household garbage. I'm not here to take all your demo from your construction job. And that was always where the fine line of like arguing and fighting with people. Like I ain't gonna fight. It's garbage. Like why are we fighting with it? Just get a dumpster, and I'm not picking this up. Yeah, he said it done.
You heard somebody try to go to blows with you?
Yeah, a few times.
When did men?
Well, the woman, it was a husband and wife, and they had bags of tile, and the bags. And she was just an asshole. This woman. And literally, the tile was sticking out the bag. So that's like razor blades, Boston tile. I don't know if you ever been cut by Boston themselves. And she's like, "Oh, you're not going to take this? It's your job." I said, "Listen, I'm not taking this shit. You can throw it in." "Oh, fine, I'll throw it in." "Yeah, look, big, strong guy, sanitation worker can't throw it in, but I could." And she's rubbing it all up on her belly and shit. I'm like, "Good, look at you animal, Turns out she's a nurse.
Oh, yeah, it's nurse and
fans of nurses.
Sorry, that's kind of mean.
No, and she says, and it was fucked up what she said. She was like, you know what, if you ever come into my hospital, you can tell, fuck you. I said, and now, like I said, I'm not a blow my top down. It's garbage. Well, I'm going to fight with you. You want to throw it in, throw it in. I don't give it. I said, you know what, bitch, fuck you. Yeah. Right to her face. And I fucking closed the hopper, and she still had 10, 15 bags left, and I fucking drove away. I told my phone to drive. My boss goes, like, what are you doing? I said, let me guess. The nurse called. Like, I don't know who the nurse is, but this woman called. And, she's calling, she got 311 on the line. This and that. And I'm like, dude, this is what she said to me. So I blew my lid and told her to fuck this up. Yeah. He's like, listen, my boss goes, like, just let her for the rest of the day. I'm like, I don't want to go back. So we went back. Because I just don't want to deal with it. I don't want to fight on my own. I go back and now the 6'8" husband. And he gets in my face. right? And I'm like, no. I said, listen, I'm a godly man, that's all fine and dandy, but you don't want to see what I thought there is.
Yeah.
My old 67-year-old partner jumps out the truck, gets right in his face, starts pushing him. It's like, dude, get the fuck back in the house. Look where the shit in, get the fuck out of my partner's face. I was like, good for you. Yeah. Good for you. But you had that here and there. Yeah. People want to fight garbage. What are we fighting over garbage?
Yes. Wow. It's interesting. Yes. Oh, if you had boots on, how do you keep the water from getting into the trash water?
Like I said, you had rain boots, but those were regular boots which have been soaked since, and you just put them like on top of your locker, hope they dry by the next rainstorm. Because if not, wet boots suck. But what are you gonna do? This one time, this guy goes, "Why are you running through the street? It was raining." I said, "Because I hate wet boots." I turn around, I'm like, I said something like, "I hate wet boots." You know what? You know that feeling. I turn around and realize it feels like, damn.
Buddy ain't got to worry about wet boots either.
Exactly. But that's the thing. It's like dodging. You tell people I'm dodging raindrops. But yeah, everything covered.
So your wife was good with it. What kind of line of work did she get into?
She was in medical sales, medical device sales. So like when you have surgeries and stuff, she sold all like your nuts and bolts and stuff for the company. But now she's doing it back again. She had went into sales for like smaller companies, but now she's back doing medical device. You know, she's always been a hard worker.
Yeah.
My wife, give her a shout out, Wendy. She's always been a hard worker. You know, our kids are some Parker and Jackson with an X. Jackson with an X.
Yeah, like Jackson. Who's the starting quarterback for Ole Miss? Jackson Dart.
Is that with an X?
Is that Jaxon?
Yeah, no, we left the S.
Oh wow, yeah, fuck yeah,
Jackson.
Like you on bus, dude.
Wow.
Okay, so you got your family there.
Parker and Jackson, yeah.
Have you enjoyed being a dad? Is it exciting?
Love it. Yeah. That's like the shitty part about now going back to work. You know, I love having my boys in the morning. Jackson, my 6-year-old, is hysterical.
Oh, really?
Oh, from 5:30 on, bro. He does not stop. As we joke with the 10-year-old, we joke all the time. We're like, dude, there's got to be an off button. And he's Dad, like, do you see this? Dad, asking me questions like, well, I don't get lunch ready for breakfast. It's just nonstop. Yeah. But I love it. Yeah, I don't mind any part of it. I do anything for them, of course, because they're the kids. But like, that's going to be the hardest part of me, like missing out the mornings, and then missing when they get home from school. Yeah, that's going to be, you know, if I start getting home later, that's going to be the shit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bummer. A lot of people have to deal with that. It's just, it's unfortunate, but that's kind of how our society is. You know, we're supposed to be like that. Like what, you know, like human beings are supposed to be like. You know, like, you know, you think about the old days, like people probably over on a campfire, and that's fucking early. You think that campfire too. So yeah, what would you say to somebody who's thinking like, could I be a sanitation?
Oh, no power to you. Listen, like I said, it's a New York thing. If you live in the tri-state area, in New York, tri-state. If you live in New York, it's like a known thing. Take all the tests. It's the best thing. I know a buddy of mine, his daughter came on. He waited long enough because his daughter did so good on the test that his daughter got on.
Oh, they got to work together.
So they got to work together. It was a big thing by the city. You know, they went out and then he retired like a week later. You know, so like, listen, you know, when you know what's coming with the job, you know how good it is, but you don't want to tell people. Yeah. We always said, don't tell nobody how good this job is. And yeah, there are grueling, shitty thoughts about it, but the job is great. Yeah, like I would never curse the job in that aspect.
Well, the fact that you had to win a lottery, you can get a chance to take the job is freaking pretty.
Well, now they don't do that. Now they allow all of them to take the test and take the, you know, and see how the lists are. But there's 120,000 people taking the test. That shows you how much people want this. And like somebody called it, like, oh, yo, my nephew took the test. I'm like, all right, how do you do? Oh, he got a 93. I'm like, oh, what's his list number? 40,000.
He's done.
Like, dude, the job has to die 6 times over. There's 6,000 guys on it. So everyone has to go to work that day, done. The next day, there's 6,000, done. It's like, so, does he really think? I said, if you got a 40, if you got that kind of number on that test, you should look for a different profession. Yeah, that's
you're not it. What was it like during COVID doing trash?
I just retired.
Oh, you did? So you guys missed that.
The guys love it.
They did?
They love it. The money was crazy. These guys, I'm telling you, I know a guy moved to Florida, 90,000 a year, 95,000 a year with pensioners. He was bringing 6 figures and retired.
How do you get your pension to be higher?
They take your, out of 5 years, they take your best 3 years and average it. So if this dude was doing, 2, 2, 2, now they add that in and the average is $100,000. So that's what you get half of it. So you get half of your base, for 3 years. But this guy's got another buddy, 80,000 for the year. That's what he's going to get every year, plus benefits and all that. They'll get 80,000.
How long does a pension last?
So you're done. But you could, take the test. You got to get a New York address.
Yeah.
And now we'll do that. But I
can't pay those taxes.
Yeah, that's a big question.
That's crazy.
But yeah, that's part of it. You build up your pension to get to a point where you'll leave. A lot of guys don't leave. Like I said earlier, they don't make it to the, so. But you could also sign off. Like I could have given my wife like a percentage of my pension for the rest of her life. But it just didn't.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Yeah, I can count. All right. Yeah, exactly. Wendy's good.
Yeah, Wendy. Now, what if you die like doing like in the line of service or whatever? Does your wife like get a flag or anything? Is there like what's that?
They really don't. I mean, granted, it's a sad thing. They do a whole memorial thing, like line the streets with sanitation workers when they bring you your casket, like any.
They do?
Yeah. But it's nothing like I told you. They get, I think, 2 years of service, so 2 years of pay. So if they get 120,000, that's it. You don't get the retirement. No,
because you're gone.
Yeah. So that's not in line, and then you die. Like if you're working, it's not the way it rolls. I know a guy, unbelievable. They forced him to the clinic. We had this clinic I worked where you would go and these quack doctors would tell you feel better. Then they're like, it's like they got the Jedi shit. Oh, you feel good, go back to work. You were hurt. And they forced this guy to work, and he fucking dropped dead on earth before going to the clinic. I felt awful for his wife. He was such a good dude.
Why? And who has those quack doctors? The city? Or they want you back on the
city.
They want you back on the job.
So I think the city, what they do is they look for guys that lost their private practices, like doctors, and they hire put pennies on the doctor.
So they hire those people then?
Yeah, and they crack them. They suck. Yeah. But I had my finger. I was picking up one night, and now you're running in the streets because it snowed. So now you finally pick the garbage up, and not a lot of people put garbage out after the snow. It's like they become like hermits and just stay in their house. They don't have garbage. So I grab a sewing machine, I throw it in the truck, and it still had a needle, so it fish hooked my thumb. So my whole thumb like flapped over this way, blood pouring down my arm. So I go, you have stitches. I literally still have the stitches in my finger, and they're like, oh, you can go back there. So you have to kind of threaten them, like, all right, cool, put your name here, because when I get gangrene from work, you can do desk work and get off. I'm like, dude, it's the dirtiest place on earth. A garage and a sanitation, garage is gross. So the desk, it's just filthy. Nobody cleans it. So until you threaten them, you're like, oh, I'll get a lawyer, I'll sue your ass. Oh, all right, take another few days. Like, it's just...
That's crazy. You have to fucking threaten to sue doctors, and you're just trying to get you back out there and you can't even take care of yourself. But then you have the other side of the coin where guys will try to sit out for 7 years because they got a hip flex.
I had a guy, they're like it's cut. When you go outside the building, scrape it against the building outside, and you go back in and get another 3 days. Still bleeding, doc. Okay, take another 3 days. Dude. But then it sucks because there's guys that are fucked up.
Yeah.
You know, like they threatened my job once when I really hurt my back. I had my shoulder done, and they were like, "Oh, we're going to force you off the job," because I was on light duty shit for like 18 months. And it's like, you're going to force me off the job. Like, I'm in year 16. Like, look, they didn't give it. You're a number. That's it.
Can people, any handicapped people do your job? Can people in a wheelchair get everything or no?
Not a wheelchair per se, but I think there was some handicap.
Yeah.
Yeah, the way they.
Well, a lot of autism people do the job too.
I wouldn't doubt it.
You know?
Listen, autism, it's nothing to, laugh about, joke about. Both my kids are on the spectrum.
Oh, yeah. They're on it.
But they were awesome. I was probably on it, yeah. Like you said, they didn't test for that shit back then.
Fuck, no. We were just on.
Well, that's what they were like. When we grew up, they were like, "Oh, he's either shy, he's shy, or he's fucking crazy." Like you were either one or the other. It was. They never said like, "Oh yeah, he's gonna be an astronaut." Like he's real smart. No, he's shy. He sits in the corner. The other kids hopping off the walls, and that's what it was.
Yeah, you just hope that you had something in the middle about it.
Exactly.
Or at least that God gave you one of each.
All your ADHDs, elemental Ps, all that shit.
Oh, now you got a fucking kid. Yeah, you didn't even know, dude. You know? It's fucking unreal these days.
The letters they come up with, it's almost like the other group. They're just like, come on, how many more letters do you need?
Yeah, what is it in?
It's
everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Like, you got a guy who's fucking PhD, RESPECTBG. I'm like, what? You're a fucking, just say you're a gay. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just everything's fucking crazy now, man. Dude, one
nuts,
thing,
man.
Yeah, look at this. This is the term now. LGBTQIP2SAA, up, down, select star.
So you're a contra.
Yeah.
No, it's crazy. We got a bat flying around here.
Oh, yeah. Free bats, dude, from the city. That's our pension, but also it's getting close to Halloween.
Yeah, so they got it.
What was it like? What were some of the holidays like? What was the holiday? Was there a holiday? Or was there a day of the year when you got the most?
After any holidays. So, like, because you would skip the pickups. So, like, Christmas, if we were off, they would pick up the next night. Okay. And we used to have to go to 8 to go pick it up. And honestly, they would steal garbage. Like, my first year on the job, I never realized that guys stole garbage. So, because on those days, you just had to load the truck as fast as you can, and then you would dump it at night. Okay. So dudes would literally, it was like smoke coming out of the tires. Whoa, take off out of the garage, go throw, hustle, get as much garbage as you can, and then just to be done. You load all, top off your truck, you're done. And you're stealing garbage. And you pull up, like, now I don't know anything. I pull up to it's all gone. Like, oh, some nice person took all my garbage. But then they're like, oh yeah, now you have to go do more house to house stuff because they took all your big, heavy sauce. So now you got to literally look for garbage. It's like hide and seek for garbage.
But it was just get as much as you could, fill your truck up, you're done.
Yeah, and that was during the holidays. I did Y2K. That was a disaster.
Yeah, what was Y2K like for a garbage man?
I had 3 months on the job. They loaded us. They were like, oh, everybody go to this garage, Manhattan 7 on the west side. I'm like, all right, cool. Near Times Square. Oh, we'll be out at Times Square. It's going to be awesome. So happy I signed up. Then I'm looking at my watch. I'm like, yeah, just hanging out here with you guys. Happy New Year. Because they didn't send us out there till like almost 1:30.
Because they didn't know if the world was going to end.
Well, not even that. They just let everybody like leave now Times Square. Then we come in and clean up. And by the time we got out there, dude, that was the first time I thought like, a lot of people really do like us. Like chicks wanted pictures with us, like with brooms. Like people taking pictures with chicks drunk and shit. They're banging on the windows of the big bus that we come in. Oh yeah, sanitation to you. We were all like, what the fuck? I thought I was gonna be in Times Square, ball drop, sick. Nah, now I'm coming in cleaning up piss bottles and shit. Oh yeah. But that was a fun day. Yeah, Sandy. That's one. Yeah, Sandy. That was nasty. That was another. That we were going down there and helping people. Now their whole lawn, their whole front, their houses were covered with lawns. They were bringing everything, like couches, clothes. I felt bad for living room. Everything hurt. Everything. So we would do our regular rounds and run over there and help the people and like hand pick the garbage. So one day I told my boss, I'm like, dude, you're not down there. I'm down there. This is useless. Like, there's piles of garbage. We need the big machines. Like, so he's like, all right, listen. They agreed to it. So I convoyed 7 front loaders down there. Through the first block I turned on. I almost cried. Like, that's how you feel for people. Like, piles of shit. Their stuff, their whole house is on the floor. And we're just coming in to fucking throw it away. Oh. So
you're a service, but even the service,
you feel bad. Yeah, it was shitty. And but you get knuckleheads in New York, like, oh yeah, the storm surge is coming. And they're like, oh, let's go see the waves. Yeah, cool. Dude, they were $100,000 cars littered all over the street. With the windows down, that's how you knew they got caught. Because this thing in cars now. If water damage, the windows go down automatically, so somebody can't get caught in water or something.
But you make everything easy.
Keys were in them, everything. Like the key fobs. So this guy I knew, he said, do you have a chain on the front end loader? I'm like, yeah. So I had to hook trains up to like random Audis, Mercedes, and drag them to clear the streets. Boats in the middle of the road. It was like playing with time, bro. It was awesome. But I did feel bad in the sense of,
right, you still got to do all that, but still, it was like, it must have felt like another universe.
Yeah, dragging $100,000 cars around my chain, hook them up to the tires. The wheels are screeching.
What about during 9/11? What was that like?
That was shit. I didn't lose anybody. It was crazy because my sisters all worked in the city. I couldn't get in touch with them. So I had just gotten home from work, and I just worked 12 to 8. My buddy called me and was like, dude, this fucking idiot just, flew into the trade center. What are you talking about? Like, I just got out of the shower. Like, I want to go to bed. I'm working 12 to 8. It's crazy, So, next thing you know, another one comes. I follow him. Never heard the guy cry in his life. My buddy at the time had a boat. He's like, get that motherfucking boat, put it in the water. I wanted to go get his doors. And it was fucked up. The towns were crazy. They were fucking going after the Indian guys and all that. It was crazy. It was nuts. And I was supposed to go down there with a front door with a big machine. And somebody, you could say, stole it. And my buddy jumped in the truck and fucking took the truck. And he actually, when he got back, he goes, dude, I helped you out. He goes, that was the most awful fucking thing I've ever seen. We went right away, and there was still bodies laying around, parts, and a lot of those guys wound up with issues, man. With all kinds of breathing issues and all kinds of shit. So it was shitty in New York at that point.
Yeah, because did you guys have to do some of the cleanup or not?
We did some of it. We did hands-on stuff. Like, they didn't bring any machines into it one time because they were still living. Yeah. And we ran out of the landfill. They put these big tents up, domes, and they were bringing material from there. And I think they were finding like a truth and like claiming people because there was so many people missing. And I knew a few people like from the bar scene, family, friends that passed away. It sucks. It's just shitty.
Yeah, there was never really any retribution. I felt like in interview. Not that there needs to be. I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
But it was always like they never exactly pinpoint. It's almost like they never even gave a solace in that sense.
Oh yeah,
it was like a lot of people thought like that Saudi Arabia was responsible, but there was, they kind of loosely blamed it on kind of fucking no. Hussein.
You get them all mixed up now. It's like, who's next?
I know.
It's so shitty,
But they loosely kind of blamed it on everyone, and maybe he did do it. They just didn't tell it. It's like, man, that was so fucking weird to leave America kind of hanging out to dry like that too. Yeah, who the fuck did this? You tell me you don't know. Yeah,
somebody's got to know.
You know that 22 people that were involved in it. Who the fuck did it?
And there's so many crazy things, like new shit, like all this rolling documents. And I really, even when it comes on, I can't even watch the shit anymore because I was there, like saw the dust, like from Staten Island, saw all the dust and smoke and stuff. But it's crazy now that they just keep digging up stuff. Now they have new views of where the planes went in, like people coming up with these new camera angles. These trade center buildings, like nothing hit them. 7, like the smaller ones. How did they collapse? now you're hearing this whole conspiracy theory that it was worth it. Who was the guy who owned it? Like owed so much money or something, and it was all being put through at that location, also in Washington D.C., where they hit the plane there too. There's so many theories out there, man, and it's just shitty because you did that. You could have dropped the planes at night, told everybody, "Yo, fire alarm, let everybody run." If that was the deal, why'd you kill people? But that's people, because now that's everybody's focus is on that.
Yeah.
It's not so much that why did these buildings just collapse out of nowhere? Oh, did so and so owe money on it, and this was his way out?
Yeah, you know that. I mean, there's some people that's so dirty, you know. And you got some guy, yeah. You can give a guy a couple $100 and fly a plane or something, you know. I know a prop duster of a fucking, you know, a fucking zero in on your ex-wife's apartment, dude.
Yeah.
For probably 6 to 8 months. Wayne, I think we probably learned everything that we can, man. It's really interesting. I wonder if it would be really different in different parts of America, even the job, or do you think it would probably be the same across the country?
No, I think it's definitely different because it's on a private, you know, end, where those guys are making. I work for a private. I think I was making $100 a day, like just, but I got it down to 2-3 hours or whatever. I was making $30-something an hour. Yeah, I care. But those guys don't make the money like you. There's certain, I think, like just around me, like Newark or Elizabeth, like where they're heavy unions, they'll be unionized. But once you bring the privates in, if they're picking up your garbage, probably here and like in my house, they don't make that money. So it's a different animal. And they don't even use guys, like I said, they use the arm that lifts the whole thing up, dumps it in the truck in my house. So it's definitely different order.
It's changing, man. So even automation is killing that industry now.
Yeah. You have places like New York, like I said, you can't. There's just not enough space.
You're only going to need some.
Yeah. There's just not enough space to get, you know, to develop.
Do you guys have beef with any of the other like civil groups? Like, is any like DOT, cops, fire? Is there any real fucking beef out in those streets, or it's kind of like?
I personally never had.
Yeah.
Like I said my piece about the fact I probably did shit.
That's funny, dude. But hey, look, bro.
It's all love. They know it's true.
Yes.
They know it's true.
Look, it's a lot of fucking calendar models out there, bro. It's a lot of dudes fucking eating hot dogs all day and then shooting up with us everything. You know,
so I wanted to do it. I wanted to do it once. That I wanted to do a calendar of like the big guys on my job.
Yeah, well,
there's some big fucking.
Are they really? But why wouldn't it be hard to beat a fucking garbage when
Oh man, dude! But I just told you, you're sitting around eating all day. There's always cake. There's office guy, big. Maybe 400, 500, 600 pounds. Some of them still wiggle down the block. Others not so much. Other, you know, they all find that spot like, oh, I'm going to go work with this guy. Or I'm going to go work with that guy, like in an office or something. And that's why it's like, yeah, you could say that's what gives us bad name. Or, oh, yeah, we're all just fat, ugly guys. And it's like, no, you know, there's a lot of guys on my job that don't really take care of themselves. They're lunatics, like health and stuff.
Oh, yeah. It's popular these days. Well, look, man, I'm grateful for your time, man. I feel like I learned a lot about the job. Before I forget, what about drugs? Have you ever found any drug people?
No, we always used to look at the couches and stuff. Yeah, because you never know. You hear stories.
Yeah.
One was a couple kilos and shit like that.
I've hit drugs and couches and never gotten that.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't doubt it if they were out there. No, we never. That we used to say like, oh yeah, thanks for the tip because change would always come out. Oh yeah, yeah. But people have lost like they drop. Oh, so and so, and that's another part of like I said with the tie-back suits. So if you drop something real quick, if you drop something in the garbage, wedding rings, money, anything expensive, you drop in the garbage, you pull it up. Hey, I dropped on so and so block. I dropped something in the garbage. You'll pull the truck out. Hey, stop picking the garbage up. But you have to dig for it.
No. You do or I do?
The owner,
the caller.
You want your ring back? No problem. At 5 o'clock tonight, they're going to bring that truck to a location on the landfill in an open area. They're going to dump it all on the floor, and have fun with it.
Have you gotten to watch somebody look for something cool?
I've seen like down below because when we drop into a pit when we dump in Staten Island, and like there was one family doing it. You know, they were, I don't know if they were family, but
Yeah,
they
bring
could
your
find it.
family with a bunch of fucking.
Well, like husband and wife.
Yeah,
not
not
kids.
fucking.
I said family
If
being
you
like
drop
husband
some bullshit, you can fucking checking your kid out of school to
Yeah.
help you find
and
a
wife. Need all the hands and eyes I could get.
Yeah, dude, that's unreal.
But no, I knew a woman. She dropped $700. She was going to the bank. She put the garbage out. The thing was in the hand. And it fell in the pail, and she got it back.
Wow.
She found it
They should play music and do a live feed on that. I would bet people would pay to watch that.
and speed it up. Yeah, listen, they do it. They let people do it.
Wayne, I really appreciate it, dude. Thank you so much for your time, brother.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah,
It's awesome.
yeah, it's been really, really cool, and yeah, I think that it's an admirable feat, and that some people can do it, and you can get in there and get out with a pension, and then go on the rest of your life.
Yeah. Definitely well worth it.
You heard it here first, guys. Thank you so much, Wayne. Have a good one, brother.
You too. Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Now I'm just floating on the breeze, and I feel I'm soaring like these leaves. I must be cornerstone. Oh, but when I reach that ground, I'll share this peace of mind I found. I can feel it in my bones.
If you like hunting and you like capturing things and getting it, and have an animal meat, my brother cooks raccoon for me when I visit him. God, I love him. Then you got to check out the new Hitter Hunting Club collection, now available at theovonstore.com. We got hoodies in orange and maroon, camo hat, traditional and orange. Go over there and get that hitter and more at theovonstore.com. I want to announce some new tour dates. We're adding shows in Indianapolis, in Houston, in Phoenix, Arizona, and in New York City, New York. Those are new additional added shows. They're available now. You can go get them as well. We have shows in Louisville, Shreveport, Baton Rouge, Corpus Christi, and Austin, Texas. So you can go get a hold of all those theovon.com/TOUR. You can get tickets, get them through there, so you get fairly and accurately priced tickets and not no secondary tickets. Thank you, guys. I look forward to seeing you return to the Rat Tour. Hey, guys, I want to thank you guys for tuning in. I also want to just offer up the disclaimer that today's episode contains material and stories and discussions that can be pretty graphic. They contain violence. They contain some gore. They are real stories that this police officer went through, and so we want to lead them in to honor and get the experience of what their life is like. If you have a problem hearing that sort of thing, if graphic content, some of it can be sexual in nature, some of it just contains some violence, then this may not be the episode for you. I just want to let you know that in advance. Thank you guys so much for the support. Today's guest is just a regular police officer. That's who he is. And he made his way up to detective at some point, and he's not a media figure. He's not a some gun puppy or he's just he's someone who served. He's someone who has protected and served to the best of his ability. He spent 20 years on the forces in the Los Angeles area. We're grateful for his time today to learn what it's like. Today's guest is a detective and officer, retired, Mr. Brad White.
Shine that light on me.
so much for your time, man. Absolutely. Yeah, really appreciate it. Yeah, I'm excited to learn about. So you've worked as police, detective, and
Narc. I was in narcotics.
no, you were a narc.
I was in narcotics for a while.
Oh, dang, bro. Dude, they would always accuse people of being narcs when I was young.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's 21 Jump Street.
Yeah. Oh, I remember one time, like, we went in the woods to smoke some weed or something, and, like, it was, like, where you put the pen to get the can and put the little holes in the can, and then you put the weed on there.
Absolutely.
And right when I went to, like, hit it, like, I breathed out for some reason, or, like, kind of sneezed or, like, coughed, and it blew all the weed out of the bowl and just onto the ground. And people were like, you're a fucking narc. You know, people call me a narc. I think somebody, I think somebody got hit me with that. But anyway, so as an officer, we're gonna get into, like, you've had a pretty crazy career. We're gonna get into it. As an officer, say if I go on like a ride along, your first week on the job, you go on a ride along, and you are a cop. What's that like?
You're saying that it was my first week on the job?
I'm just trying to put myself right there in the past.
Okay. Well, first off, the first week of the job, the first time that they actually put you out in a car by yourself, I was 21 years old. So I remember driving out of the parking lot, getting ready to pull on that street. I'm in full uniform. I got a shotgun. I got a gun. I got a police car. They're basically going out and saying, go out and do what you got to do. And I remember the feeling of just going, that was crazy. I'm 21 years old. I'm in this uniform. They're literally sending me out to do what cops do. So it takes a little bit. I remember at the starting, it took a while to get used to it. It's a tremendous amount of power.
Oh, I can't imagine. That reminds me of even just when I got my first car and I'm driving off. I'm like, okay, I'm leaving home. It's me out here. I can't imagine if there's also
weapons, shotguns, whole crew guys out there with you. They're going to back up whatever it is you do. It's pretty substantial for a young kid, especially at that age.
I can't even imagine.
Yeah, too young. 21's too young.
Yeah.
My belief is 21 is too young. I think there needs to be a little further.
So you're rolling out there 21. You got the guns, you got the weaponry, you're cruising. Are you like, is there part of it, is it excitement too? Is it just fear? What is it?
There wasn't a lot of fear, a ton of adrenaline, a ton of excitement. You've already gone through a long process, the academy. We've been, gone through a lot of training and seen a lot of scenarios and heard a lot of stories. So, when you first get out there to get on the streets, it's pure adrenaline. I don't ever remember being initially scared.
Okay.
Fear wasn't really a factor in me. It was just too big. The group was too big. We got a gun. So,
what music did you listen to? Like, what song do you put on that?
Actually, none. I didn't. When I got into narcotics, when we would go to search warrants, we would always, all the guys would wear, headsets on the way to the location. We always listened to our own music. I listened to, with scenarios like that, I listened to Danzig, Mother. I don't know why, but that was a big one for me. Just the lick itself. But I actually would listen to my generation. I would listen to a lot of stuff like that. Stuff like 6 in the morning, police at my door.
Okay, so you're out there. Someone you're right on your first week. Does it get kind of wild your first week? What's that like?
No, it's just getting used to it. Just trying to figure out how it's done. Again, it's a tremendous amount of power and everything is new. I can remember being 21 years old going to domestic violence crimes.
And you haven't even had any domestic violence in your life.
I didn't know anything about relationships, but you go into these situations where people want to turn it, and there was real problems, and they would look at you and go, what are you going to do? What are we going to do? And I remember thinking in my mind,
did you ever call your mom that mom what's rape?
No, I never called my mom. I never called my mom and asked if I should. I probably should have, but you just kind of wing it. It's really changed the way I look at everything, those scenarios, because there was a real expectation there. Especially when because you're in that uniform, they think that you know what the next step is as far as solving the situation. And you really don't. For a long time, within the law, there's all kinds of statutes and laws that you all follow. But when they start asking for advice, it's crazy.
expectation that you have a clear understanding of what to do in a situation. And the situations vary.
Yeah, so it must be crazy. So, like, a lot of times when you encounter someone, they're having the worst day, or they need help. It's like the look in their eyes, it must always be one of like panic or fear or.
Yeah, generally you're dealing with people's worst day, no matter what it was. You're never going to a scenario where people are happy and doing well. It's always bad situations, even if it's as simple as a ticket. For some people, a ticket's
Oh, yeah. Get a ticket. I remember I got 3 tickets before I even went to court for my first ticket. So
I got my first ticket. I actually got my first ticket on the way to being sworn in downtown LA. It's the first time I ever drove to downtown LA. And I made an illegal U-turn and ended up getting a ticket. Even showed the guy the paperwork saying I'm being sworn in. I'm with you guys. Still wrote the ticket.
And we got to make this quotas.
That's
what they say. So tell me, like, one of the craziest things that kind of happened out of the gate, like something that's kind of wild.
The first time I witnessed someone die. Wow. Which is 20 years. There's been quite a few of those. But the first one I ever watched was I got a radio call. I was very young. I got a radio call. It was in the LA area. And it was with a subject with I gave a description and a political location. It was like not awful, chicken place or something. And I saw the guys out front, based on the description, it was a kid wearing a red coat. And as soon as I pulled up on the kid, so chased him a little bit with the car as long as I could. Eventually, he started cutting through businesses and so on, so I'd go on foot. Foot pursuit that went on for a little bit. I chased the guy through some parking lots and such, and the kid ended up running into the street. I believe it was right at Manchester or Gramercy. The kid ran right out into the street without checking traffic. I was 30, probably not even that far, probably about 20 yards behind him. So it was right in front of me. Yeah, he was hit at full speed. It was brutal. That's the first time I ever witnessed someone die.
And so, are you at that point? Are you still like in pursuit, or at that point, it immediately you recognize, oh, this is a bad situation. Now this is changing.
There's just a lot of dynamics to that because there's a lot of civil. When you're a cop, there's just a lot of civil liability, no matter what. You know what I mean? Even in a scenario like that, when you're going after someone that is in the commission of a crime, the fact that they're running from you and you are chasing them, it puts you in some kind of civil liability for it. That I realized at a later time. At that point, because I was so young, it was overwhelming. I mean, I couldn't even talk. I literally had to stop. I lost my breath. I remember losing my breath and not being able to breathe for a second. Because it was incredible. You know,
I guess what just happened
like that. And it was brutal, and it was just don't even know how to
Unless people come out of their shoes when they get hit.
Yeah, people do come out of their shoes. Yes, people come out of their shoes. People, traffic accidents are probably some of the most simplistic, horrific things they can.
And so when that guy gets hit, do you have to go render aid then?
There was no aid to be rendered. But yes, I can give you a lot of examples of how to render aid in situations that were, an example being another simple thing that you respond to: drowning in a pool. One time to a kid that had drowned. And you want to talk about panic, you want to talk about adrenaline. As you get a radio call, they give you an address. And I'm old enough now, I'm retired. When I started, there was no Google Maps. There wasn't any of that. Basically, it came over a radio. You had to take it in the car. You wrote down the address real quick. You had a Thomas guy.
Oh, yeah, I remember that, yeah.
Shit, and 50,000 page Thomas
so
guy.
many pages in there. And then somebody would steal the page.
Yeah, well, they would steal out of your page, right? They would steal out of your page.
Right. Now I can't go to 7 square blocks of the city. I can even if I want to.
Right. These ones we would mark up and tab.
Okay.
So that it was a little easier to access.
Okay, so you got a little bit of like filing.
But you want to talk about having a heart attack, trying to find this and realize this is a situation that's time is of the essence. But you would get to these, you would lights a siren, the adrenaline's pumping, you're opening, making a long left turn or something, finally get into the home. And this scenario I'm telling you about, he was a child, very young, had already was deceased. When I got there, for whatever reason, panic, whatever, no one had gone into the pool. I think the scenario was the husband. So she was on the steps, standing there, got rid of the equipment I could, jumped in the water, got the baby out. The baby was there. But even in that scenario, I remember administering CPR just for, just to show doing everything you can. Because you want to talk about pain and panic. You observe a mother, which is another thing that was frequent and very difficult, watching that pain and panic. So I remember doing CPR to a child that was clearly gone until the firefighter. And they usually take a while because we're on the streets, so we get there really quick. Any 911 call comes in, they dispatch a cop, and they call the fire department, and they work. Yeah.
And fire department, you got to get 8 guys on the truck. It's so hard to get 8 guys to do anything.
Yeah.
If you've ever been to Vegas or whatever,
Yeah.
It's like you try to get guys to go do anything. It's like nearly impossible. Wow, man. Oh my God, right? There's so many moments in there. Like, you've gotten this child out of the pool. You are like now almost returning this child to the mother in a way. I mean, physically, you're bringing, like, they expect you to be able to solve it. Is there any of that?
Essentially, yes. There's hope, but it's all. It's just I'm doing everything I can. Those kind of situations, the panic and the pain is so overwhelming, and that's something people don't take into consideration. It happens a lot. There's a lot of. I can tell you so many scenarios where you're doing everything you can, even though there's just not a lot.
Right. You're just a human.
Yes. And what they don't teach you, at least they did when I started in the academy, never kill our consciousness. Never kill our consciousness.
They even have a gun.
Yes.
So you're halfway there if you want to.
Now, we had a guy that was in the police department right next to us. I was looking for his car, and he was shooting a shotgun. But no more killer just cops. They never tell you that. They never talk about mental health. I went through the entire academy. They taught me how to turn a kid, heal a sucking chest wound. They taught me so many things. They never said. I think that's changed. I know it's changed. It's getting a lot better. But at that point, there was no mention. And these things accumulate. I'm giving you one portion of one.
Oh, I can't imagine, especially like I grew up with a lot of childhood trauma, and a lot of people have, right? It's really common, and that is tough enough to deal with in regular life. As it comes up later, you realize the ways that it affects you as an adult, right? Yes. I can't imagine whatever traumas you already have or things that could have happened in your past, and then you're now just engulfed in this. You're like do you feel like a dam for trauma for people? Like, do you feel like a reciprocal for it? Yeah, because there's so many things, and then you just have to go on to the next call. Is there?
It depends. People don't take it. There's no way to really understand all the things that you experience just in shit, right? Let alone over 20 years, especially if you're working with yourself. I can tell you so many stories. If you can ask questions, I'll think of something. I'll tell you a story that Joe's like, from the simplest thing of, I had an old lady that was at a church meeting at El Chorrito. She ended up collapsing. She had a heart attack. And we got the call. We get there, and by the time we got there, there's a bunch of old women that are in a circle. And
betting on it probably.
Well, they're doing tongues. They're praying and tongues and all kinds of craziness going on, but no one's doing anything. I remember giving this lady, and at that point we had these respirators where it's like a bag with a thing goes up her face, just your mouth on. Well, I ran in and forgot it because it was in the trunk. So this is another one that I gave CPR. She ended up vomiting in my mouth. My mouth was on hers in a way that it forced past my throat. So I vomited immediately when I came up off of her, on top of her. The entire scenario in itself, now I laugh about it when I tell the story, but it was just traumatic, man. The whole thing was just traumatic. Later, passed but the whole situation, I'll give you mine. You know?
Right. Well, yeah, I'm sure she vomits into you, you vomit into her. I mean, I think that's a
Honor.
yeah, that's a wedding in some countries. I feel like I don't know what some of the rituals are, but
Yeah.
I think if you're in like Laos or something, you guys are hits. But she came back at that moment for that moment.
Fire department got there. Apparently, she had a pulse when she left, so I was feeling pretty good. But I found at the end of the shit. There's so many.
So tell me, give me a call. Like, give me the first call where you have to go into a place. Like, what's it like when you have to walk up with your weapon out? That has to seem crazy because then you're like saying, okay, I'm in control. It gives other people a sense that you're in control of everything.
I guess it does. Things have changed. You know, things have changed for law enforcement. When I first started, I started right at the Rodney King time.
Okay.
That's right when I started. So when I got into law enforcement and I was a rookie, things were starting to change. They were, people want to work police. They just don't want to know how.
That's true.
And as with technology, there's come the ability to see more of what things are. And at that point, with the Rodney King thing, things started to change in law enforcement. They started to change the process because police work was really hard to do. You know what I mean? And that dissemination of that information wasn't very prevalent because we didn't have social media, podcasts, all the different things that we have. So when I started, it really started to change as far as how we address that. You always hear people complaining about, oh, people traffic ticket, you know, and that is just a routine part of your training. Is that you have no idea what you're walking into. You walk up to someone, you pull someone over for speeding, and you walk up to their car, you have no idea what you're walking into. You know who it is, you know what they've done, you know where they came from. You have no idea what's going on. And we had an officer that did traffic stop in his body. You know, he had to take it left. The only reason we found that out is he got pulled over again. They found his ticket. Once guys got pulled over an hour ago, and they didn't find the body.
The first guy didn't find the body?
No. So the guy thought he got away. But the whole gun concept of it is things happen fast. Things happen fast. You know, you die in front of this. People don't realize that. Let's say you put your hands on the steering wheel, yada, things that be safe, the car safe. There's this expectation by the public that someone comes actually with a baseball bat, hides a kite, he's sweating his shirt off, you know, and the expectation for the public is you got to get a baseball bat, you got to buy a baseball bat. Right. It's got to be fair. You know, you shot him, all you had was a baseball bat. And for me, guys that are caught who hear that, you just go, you really have an expectation to get a baseball bat, right? Yeah. You know, I'm not here. The only thing a cop's trying to do is trying to stop the situation. It's trying to eliminate the threat.
Right. If there's some dude roving around with a baseball bat, I think you gotta take him out the game.
Depending on the scenario, like anybody, if you're in your home and someone breaks into your home, you still have someone breaks into your home in the middle of the night today, you still have an obligation to prove that you were here today. So if there's some guy standing in your bedroom and you wake up and you look and there's a guy standing there and you grab your gun and you eliminate the threat, you're still going to go to court and they're still going to try to prove that you were not in fear for your life.
Who's going to try to prove that? Is that more lawyers or is that more the actual criminal who doesn't want to go to jail?
It's just a whole process. It's going to go to the detective. Detectives will take it to the district attorney. District attorneys will take a look at it and make a decision. Is there something that did this guy violate the law? Was he justified shooting this individual? So in that process, they'll look at it. You know, where was he shot? Was he shot in the back? Was he shot? Which there's an argument for that. Someone breaks into your house, you see them, they're scared, they take off running, you chase after them with the gun, and you end up shooting at them in the living room as they're going for that door. You're also murder. You know? And there's the whole thought process of that is, I don't want this guy to leave. What if he comes back? We'll be able to sleep again. You know what I mean? There's a justification on your part.
This holiday season, you know, if you're looking for a new gift that will inspire somebody, help broaden their life, branch their life out verbally, then you want to look at Babbel. That's right. Babbel is the language learning app that sold more than 10 million subscriptions. That's a lot. Think of 10 million people learning something. And think of it being a language. And bang, there's Babbel. With Babbel, you only need 10 minutes to complete a lesson, so you can start having real-life conversations in a new language in as little as 3 weeks. With Babbel, you can choose from 14 different languages, including Spanish, French, Italian, and German. Plus, Babbel's speech recognition technology helps you improve your pronunciation and accent. Right now, get up to 55% off your subscription when you go to babbel.com/TO. That's babbel.com/THEO for up to 55% off your subscription. Babbel, language for life. You know, I waste money on different subscriptions, I've noticed. You know, I got a subscription the other day. I realized I accidentally subscribed to, it was like Sherman's shoestrings or something. And they start sending you separate pairs of strings, you know, shoestrings. Just, you know, you got I got 90 feet of shoestrings at the house now. And I don't know what to do, and I don't know how to unsubscribe. That's the problem. I'm wasting money on subscriptions like that. You know, 80% of people have subscriptions they forgot about. It could be an unused Amazon Prime account or a Hulu account that never gets streamed. And that adds up. That's why you need to check out Rocket Money. It's the app that shows all your subscriptions in one place and cancels what you don't want. Rocket Money can even find subscriptions you didn't know you were paying for. You may even find out you've been double charged for a subscription. To cancel a subscription, all you have to do is press cancel, and Rocket Money takes care of the rest. That's right. Right now, cancel unnecessary subscriptions with Rocket Money today. Go to rocketmoney.com/THEO. Seriously, it could save you hundreds per year. That's rocketmoney.com/THEO. Now, can we carry guns in California? Okay.
Yeah,
How do we know if we had that?
you have to get it. It's a license. It's got a fishing license. You know, it's a little more complex. California's tough to get a CCW. You go to Texas, it's a lot easier.
Yeah.
The logic behind that is, like I personally believe, I know the big debate right now is guns. My gun, gun. That shit is safe.
Right.
We are
can't do that.
inundated.
Right.
And if we did do that, we said bring all your guns in, all the guys that bring their guns, you guys in. Yeah. You know, the bad guys ain't coming.
Yeah.
So that shit was completely safe. So the idea for me is I feel like I think we need more guns.
So how do you know then? What do you say? Good people. And do we need all types of guns? Like you see these young kids, or a lot of these school shooters. You see people getting guns, like these high-powered rifles and stuff. For me, I feel like if you haven't served with that gun, like militarily, I feel like you shouldn't be able to have access to that gun, right? Like, because at least then you're at least putting in the hands of maybe of someone that has some semblance of purpose, knows how to use it, I guess. I don't know. For some reason, that helps me a little bit to think about that kind of stuff. But to think that, like, someone needs an assault rifle, like a 20-year-old, that seems crazy to me.
You know what? It does to me too. I'm not a gun guy. Since I retired, I've got some guns that my dad had. Passing safe. I got my one gun I carry on duty. Obviously, a lot of cops are gun guys. A lot of guys have AR-15s. You name it, MP5s all the way down. I don't see the necessity for them. Again, you're going back to the problem. The problem is we can't get rid of them because all we'll be doing is taking them from the good. Right. And now we got a whole bunch of, and when I say bad people, just people that would use that gun in a negative. Right. In the commission crimes or whatever. So, again, that shit is sad. I'm not a hunter. I can't imagine killing anything. I'd have a hard time fishing. I'm not that guy. But their justification always is hunting isn't necessarily no, but I mean, it's a waste of time. Shoot sail. We just have to deal with what we have. There's no collecting guns and this.
Yeah, I agree. It just seems almost like a battle cry that people. It almost seems like people then use it to just incite. Like it's a nice dream.
Yes.
But it's just unrealistic. And also, this country was kind of founded on somebody pulling a gun and somebody didn't have a gun. I feel like maybe, I don't know, I wasn't there, but if like troops pulled the guns on the Indians, I just wonder how much of that really goes over through time too.
Well, I think the big argument for gun nuts is that it's the government. You know what I mean? To never allow that situation to happen again, where there's power that is policing us,
That makes sense too.
can inflict their will on us.
Well, that makes sense too, especially now with like social media platforms, like people, you can't even say certain things.
Yes.
So people's voices have really been, I'm not saying they've been ceased, because we have a voice here today, but they've certainly been corralled and earmarked with expectations, I feel like. So at that point, you're going to have a really tough time if people don't even have their voice anymore to take people's guns. You're just going to have a tough time doing it.
It's just a conversation. It's a waste of time.
Right.
It's like it's across the board. All those conversations. The big conversation now in racism. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Racism. But we're not.
Yeah.
It's all. So we need to. That cry needs to change. We need to be an individual. That's the whole. That is the only path that we have. Is individual.
Yeah.
You know, there's always going to be that.
Yeah. It's okay. Do you need to be on? Well, a few minutes ago, maybe I said it made me nervous. I thought that was likely or crazy. But I forgot. So tell me this. Tell me about, we'll get back into some of this stuff, man. It's really interesting. And thank you so much for sharing your inside information and just some of your insight, you know. So take me on some of the drug stories, because that's the part that seems kind of crazy. When you ever roll up on some people and they're just yacked out of their brain, bro. And it's that late night hour, you know, maybe there's hookers lurking or something like that. Because I've been there myself. So I'm just wondering I've never had it where the cops show up, you know. So I'm just wondering, is that weird edge though, where you're like, damn, cop, you know.
I've had in narcs and out of narcotics. I'll give you patrol. Very early on, middle of the day. I remember it was hot. It was summer. We got a call about an individual in the middle of an intersection naked. So we drive down to the intersection. We're talking about busy. I started in South Central. Busy intersection, middle of the day, huge dude in the middle of the intersection, butt naked, covered in sweat, going in circles, which was causing, in the middle of the intersection, people to slow as they were going through. So what he was doing as they slowed, he would run up to the car and try to dive through the window and break the window. And people would panic and take off and leave. This was back when I started in PCP.
Yeah.
And based on what I saw, it's pretty common. Guys on PCP is Shepherd.
And was that more of a drug? Some drugs are for certain, or used more in certain things. Was it more of a black community drug, a white community drug? Was it more of a poor drug, a rich drug?
It was a black community, Hispanic community.
Yeah.
Man, I can't.
That's not definitive, but yeah.
But the problem with that, for me to tell you, I'll tell you what it was, and that's what I experienced in Whittier. But I started in the black community, in South Central, and moved on to Whittier, which was a Hispanic community. So those, and there was Whittier was a little bit predominant. So my interpretation of any of this is just what I experienced. I can't tell you.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Got it.
So yes, it was very prevalent in black community at that time. There's just much shame.
Yeah, that's what I would hear. I've seen it on movies and stuff. They speak to that on movies.
Crazy. That shit was crazy. And that shit really died off. It died off.
Were they marching or dancing? Was there any kind of like fluidity to it? Was it like capoeira kind of, or was it like just like a maniac, like a wrestler coming into the ring? Like, was there any?
Yeah, completely, totally out of control. Completely, totally. For being conscious, they were totally. There was no reasoning with them, and they were extraordinarily strong. That drug will bring out extraordinary strength.
Yeah.
So when we pulled up, and I recognized and I saw, but obviously there was a situation where there was a threat to the public. This guy's trying to get in cars. People are still trying to pass. They're still trying to go through the intersection, even though there's a naked, in the middle of it. So what I ended up doing is just driving around this guy in circles, clearing this section with my lights and siren on him, and all that noise and lights and confusion kind of kept him in the middle. It kept him in the middle. He would walk a little bit, but I kept doing these circles until a more police officer. And the good thing about Los Angeles is that we call for help. There's so many neighboring police agencies, sheriffs, that they're here. And we had a lot of police officers there. What we ended up doing is getting out of the car and kind of circling this guy. And now it's on. Because there's not a lot that we can do. And this is back in the day when we didn't have a lot of really efficient investing. So, right. And they used to issue sacks. Sap is it's a little leather club.
Bring it up, Zach. Let's look at it.
Yeah, it's a little leather club that has sand in it. That sole purpose was. And police uniforms had a little pocket in the back of the leg. Put the sap in there. They even had sap gloves. Put them on, had sand in it. Which, looking back now, yeah, there's all kinds of.
Those things hurt.
Yeah. They're compact, and they were very effective. If they were used in the right scenario, they're totally outdated. They're totally gone now. We found much better ways to address situations. But back in the day, that's what they gave.
And how long is that? Okay, damn.
Standard issue. Even then, it was really
Yeah.
still hurt. It's constant. Because of the performance, it's just the dynamic of the way it looks being used. It's just,
Oh yeah, I agree. The optics of it.
the optics is.
And my friend Chad got a job after Katrina. They were hiring anybody to be security, right? Because they needed, everything secure. He only weighed probably 95 pounds. So he was small. He was like a premature baby or something. Trying to be premature. He was kind of immature, but he was. I guess he was premature. He probably had 7. Yes. And so when he said when they gave him that billy club, it weighed him down so much.
Yeah.
Just because of how strong he was, that after like a week, the hit like almost dislocated his hip just walking around to it.
Yeah.
But
That's a tool that died really after that. They still have them. They still carry them. They still train a lot of them. It's just okay.
yeah, the optics of that went down after that. Okay, so go on.
So, anyways, we got this guy
You got the
circled.
bull in the China shop.
Yeah, this guy is nuts. So now the situation is that, again, police work abroad, even back then it's obvious, right? Everyone's watching it. So you not only have the dynamic of dealing with a guy, I remember him, the guy that was head big. And it was just intimidating. He's high as a kite, he's sweaty, he's growling, the whole thing. So it's not going to be a simple situation. Again, we have tasers, we have those things.
What about a net?
Didn't have a net. There's a lot of less than lethal stuff that they're introducing now that we just didn't have it back then, And I guess it was because it's like anything, it's evolution.
Right, you don't need it till you need it.
Or you don't need it until whatever you had before is no longer socially acceptable.
Right.
Rodney King pretty much killed it.
It really did.
It really did. And it's not bad.
Yeah.
They found better. But we didn't have it back then, so now the situation was how, so we're going to have to we're all going to have to go in and get this in. I actually had this scenario twice. Well, in police work, the newest guys think he works the same. Unfortunately, in that scenario right there, there's a lot of different agencies I didn't even know. So I remember the sergeant pointing out guys that were obviously new, and they essentially rushed this guy who was completely naked on a 100+ degree day on the asphalt in the middle of an intersection in Los Angeles, and it was on. And I mean, it was on for a while. And then once one guy got to the ground, everyone gets in. And even when you only have so many people involved, just because of space time. You know what I mean? And even with having 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 guys in this guy, it took 15, 20 minutes to get them concussed of actually putting his hands on it and give him. Right? By the time that shit's done, you're covered. Right?
Yeah, sure.
You know what I mean?
You've been out there, yeah, you're good, yeah. And especially when you guys all go running at him, I bet it's almost like spin the bottle. Like the last thing you want to get is the guy running right, straight at his knee.
Exactly.
To be honest.
Totally. The other scenario having that, to make it real quick, we had a guy that we got a call. Someone saw a guy who did the wind. The girl saw a guy who did the wind. Yeah. Essentially, we get to the house, we get there, she shows us the window, we find the window. Below the window, there's ceiling. So this guy had been looking through the window at the little girl and doing his business.
Yeah, masturbating.
There you go. And so we ended up looking for the guy. We ended up finding him in some bushes not too far away. Again, white guy, creepy, tall, totally naked. Yeah. And his testicles were the size of a softball. And what we later found out is he had tied a kite string in the base of his balls. For some reason, that did something to him. And what it did do was it made his balls really swell up. Yeah. It was visible. So you got a guy that's completely sweaty, not coming out of the bushes. You see he's got a big giant purple testicle there. Something's wrong. Again, got the officers there, circled it. At that point, I was the youngest department. So, I went in there, get this guy out. So, I had to spend about 5 minutes wrestling a dude that's naked with big giant purple balls and a kite string around him, dripping with sweat, while all my peers and friends were around me, playing literally. It was crazy. It was crazy. And then at the end of it, when I booked him in, I had to cut the string off.
Oh,
I can't put him in the jail cell though.
like it's a grand opening or something.
Yeah. I actually had to cut the string off and put it in his evidence.
Oh man! And did those nuts subside once you took that string off?
I don't remember. That was the only visual I was trying not to deal with. I remember it being very difficult to get those scissors in there. To cut that thing off. Can't give him scissors. Tell him to do it. It's a situation. Booking people was tough.
Yeah.
I had a homeless guy that I booked. You have to do strip search, man. No. I put him in the cell on the strip search to make sure I do it. Every single guy that you arrest, you essentially see his back of their ass. You see him naked. I had a homeless guy where got naked, squat and cough. And when he squat, we have to turn the opposite way. We have him squat, we have him cough, and spread the butt cheeks. Had heroin beans all matted up in his ass. Where he had obviously put him in there to hide him. They're little colorful rooms. That's why we sort of heroin inside the room. So we told him, pull those out. Pull those out. The guy wouldn't do it. Which is great move on his part. At that point, I was rookie, so I had this thing in the butt. Heroin beans out of his deep butt.
Man, that's a Columbia birthday party.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah. Have you ever had to get, how much drugs can people put in their butt?
I guess that depends on who it is. We had a guy that tried to, in the jail, who keistered a racquetball, which he had slid open and put the drugs inside of it, and then put it up his butt.
A racquetball? What is it?
A racquetball, the racquetball is like this little smaller tennis ball. Racquetball?
I'm thinking about it. It's just not
blue,
registered.
They're blue rubber.
Oh, yeah. You got that in his butt?
What? Yeah. That's relatively, I think that's relatively too big from side. I've seen guys with Coke bottles that they put in there. Guy put a Coke bottle in his butt, but it was open. It was an open Coke bottle, but when he put it, the suction, when we tried to pull out, it couldn't pull it out. Formed a suction issue. So we had to transport this guy to the hospital and have it in the emergency room, surgically removed.
Oh man, that makes such a tattoo. But also, that's like that Sir Galahad or something. What's the one where they try to pull the thing out of
Yeah, Sword and Stone.
Yeah, it's like Sword and Stone.
Yeah. Pretty humiliating situation. Tough ride to the hospital. I felt for the guy,
And you can't sit down. That's got to be the worst thing. You keep thinking you can sit down, and every time you go to sit down, you realize.
Humiliating. Imagine having to walk into an emergency room,
Yeah.
to get a Coke bottle.
Yeah, and you have to kind of walk in like kind of, I would probably, and it's glass, huh? Glass. Oh, that's so risky.
Yeah.
God, it's almost like that. It's like, Don't Wake the Baby or one of those games. I feel like that's like a real game show element.
Yeah.
That is the most Japanese game show element to it I've ever heard. I feel like.
It's the thing about police work that people don't realize is that it's just crazy shit. It's just
They don't realize that.
They didn't think about it. They watch the movies. There's infatuation. You watch all these movies that you see. None of them. Really, there's a few. There's a show called The Southland, which actually one of the officer's wife business, and she was somehow involved. And you could tell that someone knew about police work. You watch like all the other stuff. They're great.
Yeah.
No way. That's why these opportunities for someone like me. I had to retire. I want to do guys right. Let's give you an opportunity to explain. This is what's real.
So you just don't, any day it could be absolutely anything. Like, it's like the levels of things, it almost feels too fast.
It is. I loved the job. By the time I got out, I had to get out. where your life changes. I have a child, seeing dead children, just all the different things that you experience as life goes on starts to beat you down. That's why cops are tired. You got to get out. Mentally, you got to get out. It's just too much. Physical aspects not everything. The mental is you see everything. I can tell you. Gosh, I can tell you.
What about a jump for you?
No, there's no weird. There's nothing.
Oh yeah.
I had this. Here's a crazy scenario that we dealt with. We had a call in the middle of the night. A female person. We got to the house and this dude answered the door and he is this guy is high as a kite, stereotypical.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Radio Shack manager.
Totally. Shirt off, tripping out. Just came back, probably collecting copper on his bike.
And how do they answer the door? Is it always like, is there one common way that we can answer the door? Like, what's
no, not really. They don't answer the door. Usually they just see the blinds open a little bit. Bam, you see that way on the side. But this guy answered the door because he knew this. That situation was that he was with his girlfriend, and then both eyes of guys, and when we walked in, she's laying on the floor in the living room, and there's blood everywhere.
Oh.
Blood all over her legs, and she's holding an old nasty T-shirt, and this T-shirt is pretty sad. So when we start talking to this guy, his tweaker way, he starts to explain to us that they were intimate, and during that, they had gotten a dildo, really large, and he had taken a coat hanger, this old school metal coat hanger, and he had unwound it. You know how you like if you're doing
the
marshmallows, and yeah, well, he essentially made it like that, but he took the end of that, the pokey end, and he stuck it into the end of the dildo, and he bent that coat hanger so it was a hand. So he was using that. It was real
right. So he was really.
He was going.
Yeah, he was getting in there and doing what he could. Yeah,
he was making it happen.
He was trying to jumpstart that cooch. Yeah.
Yeah. So what ended up happening was those pokey ends ended up coming through the side of the dildo. So when he was doing it, he was essentially cheese grating her insides.
Yeah, I feel like right now my pussy hurts.
Hell yeah, it does. To this day, I don't even have a pussy. Right? To this day, it hurts me, But, so when he described, and when he held that, he said, "Where is it? Where's the item?" And when he went and got it and held it up, there was literally tissue. There was tissue that was on the thing. So this was bad. This is a situation that was bad. But, yeah, that's about as bad as it gets, right?
Yeah. Do you press like a? Is it like a button you press when it gets too bad?
No.
Who do you call when it gets too bad?
You know what you end up doing when it gets too bad? You end up, it's a code and it just happens. And I can remember in that scenario, the hardest part in that scenario, I had been on for quite a while. The guy I was with had been on for quite a while as well. In that specific scenario, the hardest part for us was not to start. Because it was just so fucking crazy. It was just so crazy. Standing in the living room, the two tweakers, one was holding up that tissue. The other problem is that we have a responsibility to render aid.
Yeah.
Civil liability is a big deal. When you're a cop, at any given time, you can lose everything because you failed to follow one part of your job. Rendering aid. So I remember looking at the guy who had less time on the side going, you know what the fuck you got to do, right? You got to apply pressure, man.
And he's got to do it. He's younger.
He's older. Yeah. You got less time. Yeah. So I would, and that conversation, looking at your buddy and saying, "Look at you, you got to do this, man." The difficulty of not laughing in this situation, both of you, like, face, and then look at me going, "There's no fucking way. There's just no fucking way I'm going to do this, dude." And you're going, "No, you have to do this." Luckily, we were able to. We were having such a hard time dealing with not laughing that it went on just long enough that we could sign this. And it's a fire department. And at that point, it's like, yeah, this is all we got.
And that's so interesting. So there must be such bonds kind of that are formed out there between cops. Are there?
Yeah.
because I'm just feeling you're going through such insane situations. And it's so interesting that you guys use humor to cope because it's the same thing. It's the same why a lot of comedians get into things. Things were traumatic or some type of way, and so they use humor to survive. I think it's amazing that Mother Nature uses that as like a governor almost.
Yes.
Where it's like if you get so far, you just laugh. I think it's why the Joker laughs in the Joker movies, because at a certain point he's just so mad that there's nothing left to do but laugh at it.
Pretty much. The situations are so outrageous. Like you said, as far as the bonds, there is strong bonds. And I'm married, love my wife, we've been together for 20 years. We talk about everything, my best friend. My entire career, I never went home and I never discussed anything. Literally never discussed anything. There's never a good thing to come home and say, hey, all the things that went on during the day, unless it was like a really light one, I never told her anything. Because it's just never a good time. Why would I want her to experience these especially these beautiful things? So the only people you do talk about that with are these guys that you do. And 9 times out of 10, when you do talk about it later, it feels so important because it becomes a joy.
Right.
The most horrific situations, they become fun. And anyone else that hears that, it is a hard pill to swallow. It's hard for the general public to go,
right.
What's so funny? You'll see sometimes on TV, I'll see like homicide scenes on TV. I don't look at, because I'm conscious and aware of this, I'll look at the officers around, and you do it from now on. You'll see, every once in a while, you'll see 2 guys in a horrific murder scene, shootings, whatever. There's be 2 cold coffee in front of you. They'll be communicating and they'll be laughing, and you go like, oh, dude, that's such bad. It's such, but you totally understand.
Right.
The rest of the world.
Yeah. Another night of epic fights is here. It's time to fist up. It's time to stay fisting, baby. I'm talking about UFC 282. It's an action-packed fight card. My boy Bryce Mitchell is going to be on there. He's been a 2-time guest here on the pod. I'll be throwing down on this one with DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of UFC. So check this out right now. If you like to gamble and you can do it safely, that everyone can earn up to a 50% boost when you place a same-game parlay on UFC 282. Download the app now. Use promo code THEO. Bet $5 pre-fight money line on any fighter to win and get $150 in free bets if they do. That's code THEO this Saturday at DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of UFC. And no age and eligibility restrictions apply. See show notes for details. Well, baldness. People are going bald. Look out of your window. What's happening? Baldness. I saw a dang cat the other day and he was damn balded out. Jesus. That's why Keeps can help you. Keeps. There are only 2 FDA-approved medications that can prevent hair loss, and Keeps offers them both. Convenient virtual consultation with a licensed medical provider and medications delivered straight to your door every 3 months. That's Keeps. You don't have to leave your home. God, imagine staying in your home, getting better hair, and finally coming out and you're haired up. I mean, you're going to be dang haired up. Bigfoot's going to, Sasquatch will be out there wanting to know what conditioner you're using. That's right. Keeps has everything your hair needs delivered straight to your door with discreet packaging and proven results. If you're ready to take action and prevent hair loss, go to keeps.com/THEO to receive your first month of treatment for free. That's keeps.com/Theo to get your first month free. Keeps.com/Theo. There's so much pressure on you guys. Like, what was that kind of like? What has that been like? Like, the pressure that here's a young man who didn't grow up with any amazing or special skills. And now they're in charge of kind of being a jury at certain times, being like immediate aid, going into something they don't really know what's going on half the time. That person is required or expected to have all these answers. You know, and they have these tools on their belt that some of them are legal that they're supposed to use. Jesus, man.
There's a tremendous amount of training that cops get as far as all the stuff that you how to use it. As far as the pressure, like I said earlier,
Yeah.
people have always wanted. People want to go to bed at night and close their eyes and feel they're safe. That's the only reason we all sleep at night. So I think there's people out there that are keeping it safe. There isn't.
That's a really good point, isn't it? The second that the police are gone, somebody in your house is going to have to be at your window.
Which is the craziest part of what's going on. It's hard to watch. I've escaped it. You know, even after watching Kingdoms of Push, and I'm down for it. I'm down for everything always getting better. In any facet, you can get better. Do this better. This is a very complex job that you can't identify everything you're going to come in contact with. There's no way to be ready for everything that happens.
Yeah.
There's just no possible way in this job. And a large portion of these things that you're coming in contact with are like, you know, they're dealing like mom walking with her child, saw a car coming, was going to run red light, she jumped back in the thing, lost her grip on him, and he got hit, sucked up into the wheel well. And you know, you get there, and there is no way to properly handle that situation. You know what I mean? There's nothing that can be done. And people don't understand that aspect. You know, they ask a lot of things. When I watch what was happening, when I watch those videos of what was going on, and you see it, saw spray paint all over. All cops were there.
Are you talking about during BLM, or are you talking about?
Yes. All cops were there. You know, and it's everywhere. And there was just this concerted push of demonizing a million people. And we've never really, we have done that, but we don't really do that to any other profession like we do. There's a ton of bad dogs just writing prescriptions. I used to catch them all. Fishing food, just what do you want? $150 a year. Just killing people. The war, often you've never had a concern because the world feels like we can They don't feel that way about police. They were saying, get rid of the cops.
Yeah, that was insane.
Insane.
It's one of the reasons why I moved over I bought a house in Nashville about a year and a half ago. Just because I was pretty sure it was a place where people could carry weapons. So I just wanted there to be, there's people that like to hunt, and I would rather have some of them be around. Sure. Or at least somebody, somebody rolls into a diner, with a, who's in with a weapon. There's going to be 7 other guys in there. Absolutely. We're going to find a way to finish their fucking heads down.
Which is what we talked about earlier. I believe that we need more. It's the only solution. We need more guns and more good people at all times. More CCW. I really truly believe that's
what is CCW?
Concealed weapons.
Yeah. I that's the thing. Well, it's funny because it's not even that. I never even consciously made that choice. Really, I just said, okay, I need to be in a place where I know that someone around me can have a weapon, and I can if I need to.
Yes. Yeah.
It was just it was almost like a subconscious choice, really.
Yes. Just the issue with the way the community, the way they this concerted effort. There's all kinds of reasons why I heard, which I just want to get into this effort to demonize these because the people. I'll be honest, man. I did police work for 20 years. It doesn't occupy me. I don't carry. I don't have a gun on me right now. I don't carry that because I don't need to. Police work does not define me. But some of the best people I've ever met.
Yeah.
Just really solid. We came from all different places. How I got there was much different from the way most got. We were totally opposite. Yeah, there is a lot of guys that you see now that got their ass kicked in high school and came across. But I found the majority of those guys, they were good dudes. There was guys that weren't, but I think police departments, especially now, they really police themselves and contain or get rid of those people. They don't want that either.
Right.
And a lot of cops are just really solid human beings. And the world just recently, they tried to turn it on them when they retired. They did exactly what they said that is happening to other people. they completely stereotype the people.
Yeah, it's crazy. Right. It's like people saying don't stereotype, but then we're going to stereotype this huge group of people that are keeping us safe.
And now we're less safe than we were.
Are we really? I was going to ask you that. Are we less safe than the government?
Absolutely. The whole idea of police work, when I started, the whole idea of police work in its entirety was proactive police. Get out there and find crime. I want you to shake cars. I want you to shake cars and pull them over. Find out what's going on. Find out what they got to go. I want you to
frisk, tick.
Yes, and there's a whole dynamic to that that's always in debate of like, oh, he stopped me because of this, or he stopped me because of that, which is really not true. But it's too long of an explanation for that. But the whole idea of police work was to find the crime footage. And now what has happened with the demonizing of police and the way that they have unfairly attacked them, like I said, the expectation is, oh man, he only had a baseball bat, you shot him. Right? You know, it's like, what are you talking about? This wasn't even a conversation. That was stalking out the way. Back in the day, that wasn't allowed to go very far. That's ridiculous.
Right.
But now guys are losing their jobs. They're not just losing their jobs, they're going to jail. So now literally, I still have like a good friend of mine is chief of the police department that I work at now. And they're literally telling police officers, essentially, I only want you to deal with what you have. So cops aren't out there doing proactive policing. They're not out there actively looking for stuff because they're literally scared that no matter what they do, the world's going to turn on them based on a video. Yeah, you know? Or a concerted effort once that video clip is seen of all these people in high power positions that have the venue to disseminate all this information to turn. I can give you so many examples, which I'm not, of people, of cops being unjustifiably tried.
Really?
I'll tell you. You know, where they said this guy is a bad person.
It's interesting. Because I agree with you. I agree. It's impossible. How do you get all of these? How do you save all of these people? And I wasn't one of the people who jumped on that. You know, I'm one of the ilk that it's like, yeah, maybe there's some bad guys here, maybe there's some people that are untrained or not trained well, but I have always felt like I've had a decent relationship with the police unless I was doing something wrong, and in that time I didn't have the best time.
And nobody wants to go. Even a housewife that gets pulled over for speeding. I mean, I've had women that look like mothers completely lose their shit just over a ticket. Just completely unreasonable, screaming, yelling, cussing. What you gotta do? No, there's crimes going on. Yeah, that's such a big mistake. You know, you have to enforce all of it. All of it. But
yeah.
I'm trying to think of what recently. I don't know if you remember this. There was a scenario right after the big incident that occurred where I think it was like or something. There's two cops trying to take this guy into custody, drag out, fight. They had the whole clip. I mean, they were fighting, and the suspect ended up taking the guy's taser. Remember, he ran, he turned back, and shot the taser towards the cops. Okay. That guy's done. There's just that guy is unequivocally the justification for a police officer to eliminate that threat is 100%, unequivocally. Because if you are a person, a cop's job is to identify a crime, take that person into custody, and take them to a judge, and have them processed. They're not there to pursue punishment. I think that's where the problem with some cops is. Some cops get so. Somebody spits on your face. It's hard. Yeah. Had that. I mean, right. In South Central, I had a guy actually come up to me. We were involved in a scenario where I was investigating crime. And he noticed my name tag and he decided to go on a tangent. I see how it is. Right. And it didn't register to me at that point. I'm like, oh shit, the money's grabbed. Yeah, this
right, you're missing the rad part.
Yeah. Did I actually got my name tag. Didn't want to deal with that anymore. Yeah, I just didn't want to deal with that.
Sure, dude.
But in the scenario that you saw with those two Atlanta cops, I mean, there was just those guys. That guy decided that he was hungry, and he was going to do anything he could do not to go to jail. That cop's job is he can't just go, okay, fuck it, you don't want to go, I'll see you later. Now that guy loses. He has to take this individual. There is no not guilty.
Right, because now if that guy goes and does something immediately down the street,
Done. Civil liability.
civil liability and the cops are sued.
Cops are sued. People lose trust in the police department. It's a big difference. So those guys had no choice at that point that they take this guy to custody. And when you're in a fight like that, when you're in a fight where someone's fighting with harm, I remember when I was in the man, I knew my life would help me. That's tough. I mean, that's how it is. But if this guy is doing all of this to get away, he's capable of it. When you're in a fight like that as a cop, your thought process is, this guy put it in hands, he's going to get my gun. And so immediately when someone starts really truly resisting you physically, a cop's in a fight. And the public doesn't understand.
Right.
If you're fighting a cop, you're going to do whatever's necessary. You've already demonstrated.
Crossed that line.
Already crossed that line. I'm going to do whatever necessary. So at that point, you're going to fight. So those cops were so justified. Even though that guy was running away, they started kicking something. That guy turned and shot that taser. There's no the probability of them knowing that that was a taser. Absolutely none. And they put that on TV. They did that in true. It's criminal. You notice, you never heard of it. They put that to rest. That's totally different. And all the powers that the media wanted to use that for their agenda, they didn't know. It became pretty evident really quick once people started looking at it. They're like, what are they supposed to do? Oh,
well, and so, how bad is the media in all of this? How much have they become? Because, it's funny, like, it doesn't even seem sometimes like the government is the government anymore. It seems like the government is this LLC kind of, or America's like this LLC of just like corporations and capital interests, and that media kind of controls a lot of stuff. I mean, how scary is it to you guys? Because the media, somebody puts out a clip, some group uses it to kind of push their narrative or something like that. And then police are like, what are we supposed to do? It almost doesn't leave you a place to do anything. Is the media like? Does it sometimes feel like the media's not on your side?
Yeah, man, you're going into a whole thing recently that's just such a drawn-out topic. But yeah, what's going on now? I never really dealt with it. Again, I never had a scenario where it was so high profile that I was dealing with media on a personal level and have all knowledge exactly what happened. Like it doesn't. It definitely appears like the media right now is using a million people as a tool. They're definitely using it, and people don't ever stop thinking, that's just a dude that needs a job, that got into his career, that's big for living, that goes home and has a family, is just trying to get back alive, he's doing crazy shit all fucking day, he's doing crazy shit for like 15 years. Why are we allowing this? Why are we allowing this to happen? But nobody wants to be the person who stands and faces their hand with this. That's the So yeah, I'm not a mean man. I'm natural.
Yeah, I think so too. Look, it's one of the reasons why we've been able to start like tertiary media things like this.
Yes.
Because mainstream is just too
Biased.
so man.
If they give to the news got away from telling you what happened, and now they give you their opinion. It's based on who that guy is.
And it's based a lot of times by people that have grown up in a hypothetical, comfortable type of environment where they've never really they've never needed a cop really. They've never, except to maybe serve like a divorce paper. They've never really been in an environment where it's like, okay, this is what life is kind of really like for other people.
People got no idea what's going on. People have no idea what's going on. Again, most cops are simple and callous. And if you spend 20, 30 years dealing with the real shit every single day, you start getting convinced this is a bad place. I had a youngster my cousin had a baby. I still to this day go, how selfish was it? How selfish is that? I know what a shit world this is. I know what he's going to face. I know what could possibly happen. I know what walks in there. It was so selfish. I wanted a kid so bad. I never even took into consideration that done. Who knows what's going to happen?
Well, I'll tell you one thing that could happen. If you're a good dad, he's going to look up one day at his dad, and he's going to love his dad so much. And he doesn't get to do that. So that's pretty cool.
Yes.
And it's only for him.
I'm just
I
going
know what you're saying. So I feel you though. Yeah. And I'm not judging what you're saying. I'm trying to share something that makes you think positive about it too. I'm sure it's amazing being a dad. But yeah, I could imagine that. You're like, what am I bringing somebody really into?
Because this world's to me, this world is this world. You don't, like I said, you don't know what's going on in this world. Cops every day get invited into people's homes. You have never been in a home besides a party. You go every day into people's homes. They have no choice. Every day we're walking into environments that normal people don't go into.
And is it weird right when you walk in, like where do you stand in the room? That's what I always feel like. Sometimes I'm looking at the house and like it always seems like I don't know where I stand here, where I stand here.
It's there's so much training even in that aspect as far as tactical advantage and how you stand, gun leg back, always being. They teach you what to watch. I went to so many behavior analysis courses where they would teach you based on the way people sit during interviews, people tell the truth, the way someone's acting when they're sitting, and what could possibly occur next, and everything's happening. Cops do everything for a reason. Like 90% of the time, they want to bring people out of their home because that's their environment. We don't know what's in that home. We don't know what's behind that door. We don't know what's in that competition. So they try to bring them into the most safe environment they possibly can, which is usually the prison environment. Everything cop does on call is all training and there's all classes. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot that people don't know. There's a lot to it.
Dang it. It's really giving me, it just gives me a little bit more of an understanding. This should almost be a class, I feel like, in school.
Yes.
To have like a real, like I don't give a fuck if I can spell, but if I have an understanding of what the people enforcing my community, what their lives are like, and what my responsibility then as a member of the community could be, that could be really, really valuable.
Absolutely. I mean, even cops still need it. Before COVID, after I retired, I went in one of my close friends in the police department. I became a patrol sergeant, and it was a female. Was squared away. Female cop there. Just looked at her. She's a great confident person. Totally solid. As time went on, she started to deteriorate. And because my generation never been taught about it, we would, used to sack fuck up,
Toughen up.
That's it. We would cut the sack fuck up and let's get back to business.
Yeah.
So we
are let go, buddy.
That's it. And we just didn't know what was. Well, long story short, she ended up not showing up. She showed hangers. I actually went to the house of power. And with hindsight, looking back at it, there were so many things. There were so many things that she did when she was begging for help. She actually came to the police department at one point and was hysterical and acting crazy. And I had a good relationship with her, so I told her, I said, I'm going to talk to her, I'm going to talk to her. It's so bad.
I'm not even thinking that, but it was almost like this passive weird thing with this thing.
I said it. I said it out loud. She didn't kill herself. She's that crazy. She's that bad right now is what I was thinking. Two of the cops did a fucking joke at her. I remember laughing. A week later, she was dead. So even with cops, they have to learn about themselves. I was going to do speaking based on my experience from that and some other things. Where I was going all over the United States doing speaking engagements where I was teaching cops just about mental health, knowing what can happen, how it happens, how you're not going to be aware that it's happening. Using the warning signs. Don't fuck around because you're going to wake up one day. People don't even get it.
And it is.
Yeah.
And it's fast.
Sometimes it is.
Well, I think we could be at this part in society too, in a timeline of society where the receptacles we've been using to corral and to take care of, like the drains, like the sieves, the things that are the people that are taking care of us, like mental health professionals. It could be we're at this kind of tipping point as a society where it's like we've overburdened, and I don't know that, but you start to wonder, like, at what point are we just not able to be the ones to, like, kind of dam or help alleviate whatever trauma or whatever it is, this continuing pieces of pain that are alive in the person.
Yeah,
it's kind of ethereal, kind of a thing. I don't know what ethereal is, but
I understand what you're trying to say. They got to do better. They got to do better.
So what can we do then? What can we do for cops? What are we doing? So you said that it's important.
It is important, but I mean, we're so far down the ladder as far as like that question of what can we do for cops. The first thing, just to get on the ladder, I would say be fair, man. Be fair. Think about it. I'm estimating that, but I think there's like 1 million. There's 1 million people. What we're talking about? Let's say 1,000 of them. That 1,000. Is it our duty? Is it our job as police officers, or to identify those people here? Absolutely. I'm not here. I'm not advocating for police. I have no reason for them to.
Right.
I'm being honest with you. I'm not trying to say, cops are this and that, but you need to be fair. You need to be fair with cops. 1,000 go bad. Don't go into it with the thought process that you have. Don't participate in what you're saying. You see people saying, all cops are bad, or defund the company. Find a way to assist in that process of going, no, that's not right. We need to identify the individual. We need that. And people have argued for that. We can't have one. It's also fucking.
Yeah, it's totally unrealistic, and especially a pressure for only people that already have so much pressure.
Yes.
And it's not really probably going to change anything. It's just a bunch of battle cry bullshit that doesn't really, in the end, is it really changing anything?
It's making us unsafe. It's making us less safe. So if you have that, I'm telling you, man, we're that safe.
We are.
We're that safe.
It feels less safe out there.
Yeah, we're that safe. Yes, especially here in LA, we are much less. We have a double whammy. We got now it's shifting into where they're getting district attorneys that are we're basically saying that there is
there's no crime.
There's no crime.
Right, like a crime isn't a real thing if we're not going to press charges for it.
Yeah, like back when I was a cop, like if you went into a CVS and shoplifted, we would go through a process of identifying, did you go in there with the intent to steal, which is an easy process to do. Where's your wallet? I don't have a wallet. Where's your form of payment? I don't have any form of payment. I have nothing on me. Well, why'd you go into CVS? Well, it's obviously why you went into CVS. You went in there to steal. Yeah. So now it's not just a petty theft. Now it's a burglary because you went in there with the intent to steal. It makes it a different crime. Yeah. So it's a process of identifying people doing the wrong things and trying to get it to stop. I wasn't perfectly clear. I got arrested. I got arrested separately. Fortunately, I came in contact with police officers that from what I remember, were just solid human beings. And I had a demeanor, because the way I was raised, I was very respectful even though I was wrong. So I had a really good interaction, even though I was being held accountable. I wasn't really doing anything. I wasn't stealing. I was really stressed. When I got arrested, I took my parents' car, 15 years old. Yeah, I'm going to see my girlfriend. I came home, went to bed. Next morning, I woke up, cops were. Dad called the cops and had me arrested. Because his thought process was, now we're getting into shit where I'm going to start holding you accountable. I used to look at it like, Because I went through enough stuff, but one day I went, that's it. Yeah, I live that. Matter of fact, I want to do the opposite. And all my shit was missing, and I was able to get rid of it and go through the process of becoming a cop. And it made a big difference for me. You say, like, how do you get rid of that? It made a big difference for me where I was legally able to not make mention of the things that I to it because I got it expunged, my record, and it's clearly stated that you do not have to make that thing over. Okay, they do a whole background and talk to people, the people that were in my life at that time, thankfully did. So it was immediate. So I was able to become a police officer. And it served me well, man, because I knew what it was like to walk in.
Right, you had some semblance of it.
It's a big deal to take away someone's freedom. It's monstrous. It's criminal. You know, I was 16 years old. I did 6 months in juvenile hall taking my parents with me. That was back in the day. You know, you kill somebody, you might not get 6 months.
Yeah.
You know, but my parents said, I'm going to and when I got out and I became a police officer eventually, I kept that fact shit. So if I watch the podcast, and my brother would be like, hey, we didn't do that about you. But it's just not something that I brought up because it made me feel lesser than the guys I was working with. They had this lifestyle that they deserved to be there, and I really didn't deserve to be there. I started lucky. But it served me really well. I really had an appreciation of that process and what it does to me. Come in contact with me, being inside of the jails, being there for 23 hours. You know, it's like, I was a kid from Orange County. I got put in a jail cell the first day with this kid. It was an Asian kid. I don't know.
But yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, this Asian kid that was in there, and we started talking about what you do, and I said, I took your parents' car. And this guy went on the story, and he was like, I should be gay. And they were on the gun, they were in a hotel, and they had a revolver. They had played Russian roulette with it, and some dude ended up blowing his head off, and they were scared because the gun was stolen, and they put him in the carpet, and they cut the carpet, they rolled him up in the carpet, took him to San Bernardino Mountains, and lit him on fire. They got away with it for like 6 months. But I shit my pants, man. You know, I mean, when that guy told me that, I was like, holy shit, I was scared to death.
Yeah, I'm never working in flooring, I know that. But dang, no, that's crazy. If you're in a cell with that dude suddenly, you're like, damn.
As a kid.
Yeah, especially if you're like, this isn't the avenue I wanted to go. Like, if this is even the intersection I'm starting to meet up with the world at, I want to do a U-turn. You were talking about local crime and stuff like that, or this type of break-ins and thief or robbery. We had this thing just happen yesterday at the house. So you see this thing? And these are these smash and grab things that happen all the time.
Yes.
And it seems to be, and for some reason, this seems to be like I don't know if this is like it's like a black culture thing. It seems to be a lot of times it's just kind of black guys. I know it's a generalization. I'm okay to make that, and I don't mean that in a rate like black people. I'm just saying, I don't know if this is like train robbing is probably like a white crime, you know, like different people have sometimes different crimes in their culture. I don't know if this, I don't, there's no way to police this, is there? What do you do here? You hear the people in here like, are we supposed to do something? What do we do? You know?
Well, I do think we have gotten to a point in the world where we are eventually going to have someone with a gun everywhere. I mean, I'm talking security as well, right? Like if you go to, like we're talking about like these shootings that they have in schools, we can almost alleviate that tomorrow. We can almost take care of that situation tomorrow. And if you go to Israel, and you try to walk onto an elementary school, there are 2 highly trained, highly armed